On a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning, the silence of an ancient temple was shattered by a terrifying scream. A terrified man collapsed to his knees, his face pale as he instinctively backed away. Right before him lay a corpse so horribly mangled that no one could bear to look for long. Too frightened to stay another second, he jumped up and ran. As he fled the temple in panic, he shouted that someone had been murdered, and a monster was eating people. Soon, the herbalist returned with a squad of officers. Still trembling, he explained that he had only stopped at the temple to escape the rain while gathering herbs, but ended up witnessing the horrific scene. The lead investigator scanned the scene with a cold stare before ordering his men to search the temple. The herbalist nervously asked if they should call a Taoist priest to handle the case. The investigator noticed several freshly uprooted trees and the recent signs of destruction. Based on the evidence, he concluded the monster had already left, so there was no need to involve a Taoist priest. He seemed completely confident in his judgment. After a thorough search, one of the officers found a sword abandoned in a dark corner of the temple. Seeing it, the investigator immediately treated it as crucial evidence, ordered the scene cleared, and had the body taken away. The story then shifted to a gloomy prison, filled with damp air and the stench of decay. A fat sewer rat followed a strange scent and slowly crept closer. Sleeping on a pile of rotten straw was a young man named Li Yuntian. The rat showed no fear and climbed straight onto his leg. It then bit hard into his toe as if it were chewing on food. The sudden pain jolted Li Yuntian awake. Rubbing his aching foot, he grumbled that the prison rats were fiercer than wild beasts. He quickly checked his belongings and finally relaxed after confirming the item hidden beneath his shoe was still there. He took out a blue jade slip and remembered that this very item had caused 2 Taoist priests to hunt him down. His memories instantly returned to the moment he had been hiding inside the temple. The moment the 2 Taoist priests found Li Yuntian, they drew their swords and prepared to kill him. But both suddenly froze after sensing a chilling presence behind them. Outside the temple, a giant red eye the size of a basket stared straight inside. Before they could react, the creature's long tongue wrapped around them and dragged them away. Watching everything unfold, Li Yuntian stood frozen in shock, wondering what kind of monster it was. Even stranger, the creature's body was covered with skin stitched together from human faces. Only after the monster disappeared did the silence return. Li Yuntian clutched his wounds. Enduring the pain, he forced himself to reach the nearest city. But the moment he arrived, he collapsed from exhaustion and was thrown into prison afterward. Thinking back on everything, he still could not calm down and kept wondering about the monster's true identity. Just then, the sound of rattling chains from the hallway interrupted his thoughts. Li Yuntian immediately put on a pitiful expression, grabbed the bars, and insisted he was telling the truth because the real killer was a monster. The investigator simply replied that the case had already been solved. Hearing that, Li Yuntian lit up, believing he was finally about to be cleared. But his hope vanished when the investigator coldly declared that Li Yuntian was the real culprit. Li Yuntian froze in disbelief, unable to understand what was happening. The investigator showed him the sword recovered from the temple and asked if he recognized it. Li Yuntian stayed calm and asked what he was implying. The investigator claimed that Li Yuntian's sword wound and the matching weapon proved he had committed the murders before trying to erase the evidence. Furious, Li Yuntian gripped the bars and argued that no ordinary human could have created such a horrifying scene. The investigator merely smiled and pointed at a stack of papers on the table. He said they had been taken from Li Yuntian and suspected he was a painter from an evil sect that practiced forbidden arts. In the investigator's view, those tools had been used to stage the entire monster attack. Li Yuntian said nothing and quietly lowered his eyes as if he had realized something. Before leaving, the investigator casually said the evidence was already sufficient, the sentence would be handed down soon, and resistance was pointless. As he watched the investigator walk away, Li Yuntian began to suspect the man only wanted a convenient scapegoat to close the case as quickly as possible. He calmly pieced everything together. The 2 Taoist priests had died in a horrific state. The temple was completely devastated, yet the blame was pinned on him within a single day. Even if he was the prime suspect, the investigation had moved far too quickly. Someone was clearly hiding the truth. At that thought, he clenched his fists and swore he would never sit still and wait to die. Memories from his previous life flooded back, especially his alcoholic adoptive father who always used fate as an excuse to crush him. Every time the old man beat him, he claimed everything was predetermined, even how much he could ever learn. Then, another rainy night from the past came back to him. That was the night his adoptive father went out and was murdered. Standing before the old man's memorial portrait, he quietly wondered if that had also been fate. Then he remembered the moment he died in his previous life in a desolate wasteland. Once again, the question of fate echoed endlessly through his mind. Just then, a prison guard's voice pulled him back to reality. The guard said it was time to eat, and added that the lead investigator had specially ordered a better meal for him. Looking at the food before him, Li Yuntian let out a quiet sigh. He had grown up in poverty, and without being adopted, he would have frozen to death long ago. Later, he struggled through psychology school, but right after graduation, his adoptive father was murdered, leaving him to spend the next 10 years seeking revenge. He thought reincarnation would finally give him a peaceful life, yet trouble found him again. The icy look in his eyes even made the guard shiver. The guard barked at him to hurry up and eat, because no one knew if he would ever get another meal. Li Yuntian calmly replied that if this was his last meal, it should at least be decent. The guard sneered and said prisoners were lucky to get food at all. After that, the guard locked the cell and walked away, but he deliberately left the lock unsecured, as if someone wanted the door to stay unlocked. Li Yuntian immediately noticed the trick and realized it was a trap meant to force him to escape instead of facing a real trial. Even after figuring it out, he calmly ate his meal, muttering that the steamed bun tasted better than the spoiled soup, though it was a shame there was no water. Hearing him mumble to himself, one guard asked his partner what was going on. The other guest, Li Yuntian, was pretending not to notice the unlocked door. The two guards debated whether to remind him, but they decided to stay quiet so he would not become suspicious. After finishing his meal, Li Yuntian lay down and pretended to sleep while planning his next move. He knew they would force him out of prison anyway, so he might as well play along. The only difference was that things would not end the way they expected. Time slowly passed, yet he made no move at all. One guard grew impatient after seeing him fall asleep, while the other dragged his partner off for a drink to pass the time. By midnight, both guards were completely drunk and passed out in front of the cell. Waiting for the perfect moment, Li Yuntian quietly opened the door and stepped outside. His first move was to retrieve all of his drawing papers. Then he deliberately shook one of the sleeping guards and quietly informed him that he was about to escape. The guard barely opened his eyes before pretending to sleep again, silently allowing Li Yuntian to leave. Outside the prison gate, an ambush had already been prepared. The investigators' men waited impatiently while the lead investigator ordered them to kill Li Yuntian, the moment he appeared before anyone noticed. Not long afterward, a lone figure slowly emerged from the city gate. The hidden attackers rushed forward at once. But when they got closer, they realized the person was not Li Yuntian at all. Furious, the investigator demanded an explanation from the guard, who stammered that Li Yuntian had told him to go outside. At that moment, Li Yuntian calmly walked out from behind them and called out to the investigator. He bluntly pointed out that the entire plan was full of holes. If they used him as a scapegoat and the monster killed again, everyone would know the authorities had arrested the wrong man. The only real solution was to eliminate the actual monster. Hearing that, the investigator frowned and asked if Li Yuntian truly had a way to kill the creature. Li Yuntian smiled confidently and said he did have a few ideas, but he doubted the investigator had the courage to try them. According to him, the most terrifying thing was not having no solution, but lacking the courage to face the truth. Hearing those words, the investigator's expression changed at once. He suspected Li Yuntian had encountered the monster before and demanded to know his true identity. Li Yuntian calmly replied that he was now just an ordinary painter, but in his previous life he had been a psychologist. The unfamiliar term left the investigator confused, so Li Yuntian brushed it aside and told him to keep talking about the monster. Even so, the investigator remained skeptical, unsure whether Li Yuntian could really help. Li Yuntian seriously replied that if he did not believe him, he could kill him now, but if the monster appeared again, no one else in the region would be able to help. After thinking it over, the investigator ordered his men to spread out and guard the surrounding area. Sitting beneath a tree with paper and brush in hand, Li Yuntian listened as the investigator explained that 3 months earlier, the magistrate's son had vanished during a hunting trip, and the only survivor claimed a man-eating monster was responsible. The investigator believed it was most likely the same creature they were discussing. His voice grew heavy as he recalled the first time he encountered the monster 5 years earlier. It had also been a stormy night, just after his family welcomed their first son. In that memory, the investigator was still holding his newborn child, filled with joy. Without warning, a massive creature smashed through the window, and its enormous crimson eye stared coldly into the house. In an instant, both his wife and son were seized by the monster. The investigator drew his sword and rushed forward to save them, but what he saw next left him frozen. The monster opened its blood-red mouth. Then, right before his eyes, it swallowed both mother and child whole. As he reached this part of the story, his voice choked with grief. Even after all these years, the nightmare had never faded. The story immediately reminded Lee Yuntian of what he had witnessed in the temple, and he realized the two incidents shared the same pattern. He concluded that the monster deliberately let its victims or witnesses watch it devour people, a twisted obsession beyond reason. As he spoke, Lee Yuntian quickly sketched the monster's appearance and remarked that a creature like this could not be understood through ordinary psychology. The moment he saw the drawing, the investigator confirmed it was the same monster and urgently asked how they could lure it out. Lee Yuntian replied that he was not completely certain, but based on the previous attacks, the targets always seemed to be complete families. The investigator still could not grasp what he meant. Lee Yuntian calmly tossed the scroll forward and coldly explained his point. He told the investigator it was time for him to reunite with his family. The moment he finished speaking, the monster in the painting burst out and lunged straight at him. Startled, the investigator instantly drew his sword and struck back, but his blade sliced through empty air without touching anything. The monster dissolved into a thin mist, leaving only the scroll drifting quietly to the ground. Realizing he had been tricked, the investigator flew into a rage and immediately ordered Lee Yuntian's capture. By then, Lee Yuntian was already sprinting through the forest, complaining to himself that he was nothing more than a weak painter at the moment. As he ran, he recalled the teachings his father had once shared about the painter's path. His father had said that both paintings and books could become bridges that granted spirit to things without form. As a child, Lee Yuntian had watched his father turn painted grains of rice into real rice, leaving him completely astonished. Back then, he could only stare in amazement and ask how it was possible. His father explained that a true painter could place all things into a painting and awaken their spirit, from mountains and rivers to the smallest objects, and promised to teach him when he grew up. Sadly, once he reached adulthood, his father never mentioned it again. Fortunately, after arriving in this world, Lee Yuntian secretly inherited the art from someone else. Thinking about it only made him hate the two Taoist priests even more. If they had not silenced his Shi-Si-Si, he would never have struggled against these people. Before long, the pursuers closed in from behind. It did not take long for the officers to spot him, and they immediately shouted to alert the others. In the blink of an eye, Lee Yuntian was surrounded from every direction. The investigator slowly approached with a sneer and asked how much longer Lee Yuntian planned to keep running. He coldly demanded to know why Lee Yuntian had dared to deceive him. Seeing that the investigator still believed he could escape, Lee Yuntian calmly replied that he had never lied. He nodded toward the investigator's back and said the thing they had been searching for had finally arrived. Was he really going to fall for the same trick twice? Furious and convinced he was being mocked again, the investigator immediately swung his sword straight at Lee Yuntian. At that moment, the entire forest erupted into chaos as flocks of birds burst into the sky, screeching in panic. One by one, the officers collapsed before anyone could understand what had happened. Even the investigator's sword strike was knocked off course by an invisible force. The cry of an owl echoed through the night, making the chilling atmosphere even more terrifying, as cold sweat poured down the investigator's face. When he looked around again, he was horrified to find his men lying dead everywhere, their heads severed from bodies. Just then, heavy footsteps slowly echoed from the depths of the forest. Unlike everyone else, Lee Yuntian simply smiled and calmly told the investigator to turn around and see who had arrived. The investigator immediately grabbed Lee Yuntian by the neck, spun around, pointed his sword into the darkness, and shouted that his accomplices should stop hiding. He kept yelling for whoever was lurking in the shadows to show themselves instead of playing tricks. Before long, a handsome young man appeared, casually fanning himself with a folding fan and smiling as though he were greeting an old friend. The moment the investigator saw his face, a chill ran down his spine. It was the very same monster from years ago, and it seemed to remember him as well. Even while being restrained, Lee Yuntian loudly said that young Master Ju had accidentally saved his life before, and now he could only ask for his help once again. He openly begged young Master Ju to save him. Watching the scene unfold, the investigator was completely stunned, never expecting the two to know each other. Young Master Ju burst into laughter and said that sparing Lee Yuntian last time had clearly been the right choice because he was such an interesting person. Lee Yuntian smiled and agreed that he and young Master Ju truly seemed to share a special connection. the investigator became even more panicked and declared that they had to be working together. Li Yuntian simply smiled and admitted it without hesitation. He suddenly recalled their first meeting, right after the monster swallowed the two Taoist priests, and unexpectedly sat down to chat with him. Back then, Li Yuntian calmly said he was not afraid because without young Master Ju, he would have died at the hands of the Taoist priests. He even promised to build him a statue and burn incense every day in gratitude. Hearing those words, the monster froze for a brief moment. Then it laughed with great amusement and told him to simply call it young Master Ju. From that moment on, Li Yuntian realized that once he knew a demon's true title, he could paint it and borrow a portion of its spiritual power. Even though he was walking a razor's edge before a tiger's jaws, he believed he would be safe as long as young Master Ju had no intention of eating him. Suddenly, young Master Ju asked about the statue and incense Li Yuntian had promised and wanted to know where they were now. Li Yuntian could only smile awkwardly and explain that he had been arrested before finding a place to settle down. He said he had thought about young Master Ju every day, but never had the chance to fulfill his promise. He added that he had finally managed to draw young Master Jaya's portrait today, only to trouble him with another rescue. At that very moment, the terrified investigator shouted that he would kill Li Yuntian if the monster dared to take another step. Hearing that, young Master Ju only found the situation even more amusing and laughed that the investigator was actually trying to use Li Yuntian as a hostage. The investigator trembled uncontrollably while Li Yuntian kept provoking him. He mocked the man for being so weak that he could not even face the creature that had murdered his wife and son, choosing instead to threaten an innocent man before running away. The investigator nearly lost his mind and screamed at him to shut up. But Li Yuntian did not stop and continued attacking the investigator's mind with every word. He reminded him that when his family was slaughtered, all he could do was stand there helplessly. Then he said that if he remained a coward today, he would still end up dead. Leaning close to the investigator's ear, he repeatedly asked whether he was terrified right now and only wanted to run for his life. The investigator desperately denied it and tried to steady himself. But Li Yuntian showed no mercy, mocking him again by saying that if he could not even hold his sword steady, how could he ever hope to kill young Master Ju? Finally, he kept urging the investigator to attack immediately, as though planting the command directly into his mind. Every word from Li Yuntian became an invisible trap, slowly pushing the investigator toward complete mental collapse. His fear finally reached its breaking point. With a crazed scream, the investigator charged straight at young Master Ju with his sword. Sadly for him, the gap between a mere human and a 1,000-year-old demon was as vast as heaven and earth. Young Master Ju simply waved the fan in his hand with complete indifference. With that single wave of the fan, the investigator's fate was sealed. After watching everything unfold, young Master Ju looked genuinely amused and asked Li Yuntian how he had manipulated the man's mind so completely. Leaning against a tree, Li Yuntian smiled wearily and said it was nothing more than a few simple tricks. He explained that the moment he walked out of the prison, he had already begun breaking down the investigator's mental state. Step by step, he guided the conversation, reopened old wounds, and used the painting, the darkness, the smell of blood, and even young Master Ji's arrival to push the man from unease to anger and finally into fear. By the end, the investigator's breathing and thoughts were completely controlled by every word Li Yuntian spoke, leaving him no chance to stay rational. Once he had been driven into a corner, all Li Yuntian had to do was point him toward a false escape, and the investigator rushed straight to his own death at young Master Ji's hands. Looking at the body, Li Yuntian quietly said it was for the best because the man had finally reunited with his family. He then softly remarked that the investigator had truly been a good man. Hearing those words, young Master Ju looked genuinely surprised. Then he burst into laughter and said it was the first time anyone had ever called him that. Someone so fascinating made him curious about what he would taste like. Faced with the threat, Li Yuntian remained calm and replied that young Master Ju was free to eat him if he wished. But people like him were rare, so he hoped he would not finish him too soon. Maybe by their next meeting, he would become even more appealing. Those words only made young Master Ju laugh even harder, and the more he looked at Li Yuntian, the more interesting he found him. Before leaving, young Master Ju reminded Li Yuntian that he still owed him a life. With that, young Master Ju faded into the night wind, leaving behind only a promise that they would meet again. If Li Yuntian was no longer interesting by then, he would become nothing more than the next meal. Only after young Master Ju had completely disappeared did Li Yuntian quietly let out a sigh of relief. He looked up at the dark sky with only one thought in his mind. He had finally survived. His memories then returned to the spring of the previous year. After his parents died in a fire during a rainy night, he had planned to observe 3 years of mourning, according to local custom. But everything changed when 2 Taoist priests came asking for shelter. One introduced himself as Taoist Chisongzi, while the other was known as Taoist Gengshangzi. During the stay, Chisongzi often acted like a great master and explained that everyone possessed souls of different strengths. To control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a cultivator first had to strengthen the soul, and the path of cultivation was essentially a series of heavenly tribulations. At the time, the young Li Yuntian innocently asked what a heavenly tribulation really was. Chisongzi explained that it was an extremely dangerous process. If the soul was not strong enough or the caster was disturbed while using spiritual arts, the backlash could easily destroy them. However, obtaining the inheritance or relics of powerful predecessors could make cultivation far easier. On the 3rd day of their stay, the 2 Taoist priests finally stopped hiding their true purpose. They had heard rumors that Li Yuntian's father possessed the ancient Taoist scroll of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, which was why they came. But the truth was completely different. What his father had actually left behind was the legendary secret scripture of the painter's path, along with the jade slip he still carried. Thinking about it, Li Yuntian could only smile bitterly as he looked at the treasure. Because of that single treasure, he had spent 7 straight days running for his life. Under normal circumstances, he should have died long ago. Instead, a man-eating demon had accidentally saved him from certain death. The memory ended as Li Yuntian stood up and walked toward the bodies of the fallen officers. He searched their belongings, pocketed a few pieces of silver, and mocked himself with a bitter smile. After being hunted down by humans the entire way, it was ultimately a demon that had kept him alive. The irony was impossible to ignore. He just wondered whether he could outsmart young Master Zhu again the next time they met. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the trees and lit up the forest. The herbalist returned to the scene and accidentally stepped into a pool of blood that had not yet dried. Looking around, his face instantly turned pale as he found the officers' bodies scattered everywhere in a gruesome state. Trembling all over, he could barely understand what had happened. Terrified beyond words, the herbalist turned and ran, muttering over and over that this time he absolutely had to find a Taoist priest. At the same time, on the main road, Li Yuntian happened to come across a caravan from a security escort agency transporting valuable cargo. He stood by the roadside and raised a hand to signal for a ride. Then he politely asked if he could travel with the caravan for a while. After all, wandering the martial world meant people often helped each other. The caravan came to a stop. Leading the group was Chief Escort Xiao Duanhong, an elderly man with a neatly trimmed mustache and beard. Xiao Duanhong's daughter noticed Li Yuntian's handsome appearance and happily pulled back the carriage curtain to chat with him. She explained that her father rarely let strangers join the caravan because he feared bandits might sneak in. Li Yuntian smiled and asked if he really looked like a bandit. His smile made the young woman blush as she froze for a moment. She quickly looked away and mumbled that no bandit could possibly be that handsome. Amused by her reaction, Li Yuntian leaned closer and whispered that he was actually a monster from the mountains. She showed no fear and innocently replied that if that were true, the Taoist priest traveling with them would capture him. Just then, an elderly Taoist sitting nearby interrupted with a serious expression, telling them not to joke about him because catching monsters was not his specialty. Li Yuntian noticed the painting tools beside the old man and guessed he was a painter Taoist. The old man stroked his beard with satisfaction and asked whether Li Yuntian had ever heard of the Dongshuan sect. He then proudly introduced himself as the sect master of the Dongshuan sect. Li Yuntian immediately cupped his hands in respect, but Xiao Duanhong's daughter could not help exposing the truth. She revealed that the entire sect consisted of only the old man himself, making him little more than a wandering painter who fooled people. Hitting a sore spot, the old Taoist immediately argued that he truly possessed real abilities. The young woman challenged him by asking whether he dared to eliminate the monster haunting the mountain ahead. The question left the old Taoist speechless. He awkwardly claimed that painter Taoists were not responsible for hunting monsters. The young woman snorted and reminded everyone that she had once seen him in Weicheng, using paintings and illusions to charm the ladies at Yihong House. The old Taoist's face turned bright red as he waved his hands and denied everything. What nonsense! When have I ever done such a thing? Just then, Xiao Duanhong walked over, grabbed his daughter's collar, and sternly demanded, "When did you ever go to Yihong House? Is that a place for a young lady?" She hurriedly protested. "Father, please do not misunderstand. That happened 10 years ago." Chao Duanhong refused to let it go. Even 10 years ago was unacceptable. His daughter desperately tried to explain. Watching the father and daughter bicker, both Li Yuntian and the old Taoist burst into laughter. Once things finally settled down, Li Yuntian seriously asked, "Master, could you tell me more about painter Taoists?" The old Taoist cleared his throat, instantly putting on the dignified air of an immortal. "I have practiced for 36 years and earned a respectable name in Weiqing. Since we are fated to meet, I will tell you." According to him, the path of cultivation was divided into 5 realms: Yi, Xuan, Zhen, Hua, and Shu. For painter Taoists, even the Yi realm allowed them to channel spiritual energy into paintings, letting their works influence the 5 senses and even another person's fortune. At the Shu realm, they could condense spiritual energy into tangible forms to deceive opponents, while the Hua realm allowed them to transform the appearance of objects. Li Yuntian curiously asked about the Xuan and Zhen realms. The old Taoist sighed and said the painter's path had declined long ago. Even a Shu realm painter Taoist was almost impossible to find outside the imperial capital. As for the Hua realm, it had become so rare that it might no longer exist, let alone the Xuan or Zhen realms. The old Taoist proudly added that fewer than 5 painter Taoists in all of Weiqing had reached the Yi realm, and he was one of them. Li Yuntian immediately showed admiration and praised him as a true master. Stroking his beard, the old Taoist secretly calculated that since he was the only member of his temple, taking this young man as a disciple would give him both a helper and an assistant. But Li Yuntian was not naive either. He knew the old Taoist was not especially powerful, yet the identity of a painter Taoist alone would be enough to fool most people. Following him would provide temporary protection. Believing the bait had worked, the old Taoist smiled and said, "Young man, I see that we are destined to meet, and you clearly wish to pursue the Tao." The moment he heard that, Li Yuntian understood the hint. Without hesitation, he knelt and bowed. "Master, please accept this disciple." Just then, Chao Duanhong's daughter returned. Seeing the scene before her, she widened her eyes in shock. "I was only gone for a moment, and now you two are master and disciple? Big brother, you are becoming a Taoist too?" One of the escorts curled his lip in contempt and mocked Li Yuntian, saying he had looked like a decent person, but turned out to be just another shameless fraud. The young woman immediately stepped forward and scolded the escort in his place. As the sun dipped behind the forest, the caravan stopped at the edge of the woods. Chao Duanhong raised his hand and ordered everyone to make camp. While Li Yunxin was filling water from a nearby stream, the purple-haired girl shyly walked over to him. He smiled and asked, "You came for water too?" Blushing, she stammered, "No, I just wanted to warn you not to trust that old Taoist. He has a terrible reputation and always pretends to get close to young women." Li Yunxin could only laugh. He smiled and replied, "You should not talk about people behind their backs. Besides, I am not some young lady." That only made her even more flustered, as she softly said she was truly worried about him. Li Yunxin looked at her gently. "You sneaked over just to save me from embarrassment, right? I understand, thank you. But once I accepted a master, I cannot break my word." After saying that, he asked her to head back to the camp with him, but the girl suddenly grabbed the edge of his robe. Her face turned bright red as she whispered, "So what if you break your promise? If you cannot say it, I can help. You can always come to my family's escort agency instead." At that moment, Li Yunxin's expression changed as he sensed killing intent closing in. Without wasting a second, he grabbed her hand and pulled her behind a large rock to hide. Not far away, a dark figure slowly emerged. It was a one-eyed bandit holding a long sword with a cruel grin on his face. He looked toward the rock and rasped, "So there are still 2 fish that slipped through." The purple-haired girl immediately drew her weapon, took a fighting stance, and demanded to know who he was. The bandit showed no fear. Instead, he pointed his sword at them and sneered, "Be smart and obey. Do not make yourselves suffer." Li Yunxin stared at the sword in the man's hand and was shocked to see it matched the weapons of the 2 Taoists from before. A thought flashed through his mind. Were they all on the same side? The girl quietly told Li Yunxin she would hold the enemy back while he ran to warn her father. Li Yunxin held her hand firmly, shook his head, and warned her not to act recklessly because this man's strength was far from ordinary. Seeing them still whispering, the bandit lost his patience. "Done talking? Or should I cut off one of your legs first, so you stop thinking about running?" He charged like a wild beast and brought his sword straight down at Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin reacted instantly. He stepped in front of the girl and shouted, "Wait!" The sword stopped just inches from Li Yunxin's forehead. The sword wind swept past and sliced away a few strands of hair by his temple. The bandit smirked. "What? Ready to risk your life for your little lover?" Behind him, the purple-haired girl was terrified and moved to "Why would you risk your life like that?" Li Yunxin calmly pushed the sword aside with 2 fingers. He wore a polite smile, but his mind was already calculating. You misunderstand, hero. Your martial arts are far beyond ours. We admit defeat. The bandit let out a mocking laugh. Admit defeat? Without hesitation, Li Yunxin took the sword from the purple-haired girl. He respectfully held the sword with both hands and offered it to the bandit. Please accept this small gift and spare our lives, hero. Seeing how cooperative he was, the bandit lowered his sword and coldly ordered, Not bad, come with me. The girl looked at Li Yunxin with disappointment and quietly asked, Why did you do that? He leaned close to her ear, glanced toward the dark forest, and whispered, Look at the mountainside over there. They have more people waiting there. We cannot escape. The girl trembled as she realized the situation. Even so, she refused to accept it. If escape was impossible, were they really supposed to surrender without a fight? Under the flickering firelight, one escort who had long been jealous of the young lady's attention toward Li Yunxin seized the chance to mock him. All looks and nothing else. I thought having a man around would at least mean someone could protect the young lady. He laughed with contempt and turned to the girl. Young lady, stop following someone like him. What good is a handsome face if he is useless? Li Yunxin completely ignored the insults. He quietly observed the bandits and compared the strength of both sides. They were weaker than the 2 Taoists from before, but they still far surpassed the escorts. He could not help feeling regret. Since childhood he had trained as a painter, but the 2 Taoists had sealed his qi. Otherwise he would still have been able to fight. Now he could do nothing. The one-eyed leader jerked his chin toward Chao Duanhong's group and ordered, Get over here, burn all the cargo, then come with us. Chao Duanhong suppressed his anger, stepped forward, and greeted them with proper martial etiquette. I am Chao Duanhong of Hongfu Escort Agency from Luo City. Friends in the martial world know me as Water-Avoiding Saber. He continued calmly, If you only want to burn the cargo, go ahead. But if you are looking for someone or something, just say it. Maybe I can help. Before he could finish, the bandit barked, Shut up, say one more word and you die. Chao Duanhong could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Once every crate had been reduced to ashes, the bandits marched everyone deeper into the forest. As they walked, Li Yunxin quietly thought things through. Their real target had never been the cargo. What they truly wanted was everyone from the escort agency. After traveling for quite a while, the one-eyed leader raised his hand and ordered everyone to stop. He coldly ordered his men to start a fire. Li Yunxin planned to approach the escort team and discuss a plan. But the moment he got close, a guard waved him away like a pest. Get lost, you are not welcome here. The purple-haired girl still secretly glanced toward Li Yunxin. That only made the guard even more annoyed. Why do you keep looking at him? Being handsome solves nothing. Ever since he showed up, nothing but strange disasters have followed us. There is definitely something wrong with him. Meanwhile, Chao Duanhong quietly searched for a chance to strike back. He whispered with his men while watching the bandits and waiting for the right moment. The chief escort finally made up his mind. He told everyone that if things got any worse, they would fight to the death and never let innocent people be dragged into it. Meanwhile, Li Yunxin sat alone in a corner, carefully drawing strange patterns on the ground with a tree branch. The old Taoist slowly shuffled over and sat beside him with a hopeless look. We are finished this time. I should never have boarded that carriage. Looks like this old life of mine is over. Li Yunxin remained calm, not necessarily. Hearing that, the old Taoist perked up at once. Do you have a plan? Instead of answering, Li Yunxin asked, Have you ever heard of the night journey in splendid robes painting? The old Taoist froze. What? How do you know about that painting? After thinking for a moment, he slowly explained that the legend called it the masterpiece of a supreme painter. It depicted Chu Bawang wearing magnificent dragon robes as he traveled 300 miles through the night to honor his late wife. Li Yunxin simply nodded. Without stopping his drawing, he said, Almost done. I need your help with one thing. A short while later, Li Yunxin slowly stood up. He bowed with a flattering smile and walked toward the bandits. Honored heroes, I am from Luo City, not part of the escort agency. I have traveled for years, but this is my first time meeting experts, as impressive as all of you. He continued with an admiring expression. I have always respected true power. If you do not mind, I am willing to give up all my wealth just to earn your friendship. A red-eyed bandit sneered and kicked Li Yunxin several steps back. You want to be our friend? You think you are worthy? Get back and sit down. Li Yunxin immediately pretended to tremble and nodded repeatedly. Understood. Understood. Although he was kicked away, every step backward was carefully placed, secretly completing the final lines of the night journey in splendid robes formation. One nearby escort could only shake his head. In his eyes, Li Yunxin had clearly lost his mind. The bandits did not even care about the cargo, yet he still thought money could buy them off. But Li Yunxin kept acting. He pointed toward the captives and cautiously asked, "Honored heroes, could I ask one small favor? I do not want to squeeze in with everyone else. May I sit somewhere by myself?" The bandit exploded in anger. "Are you deaf? I told you to get back, so shut up and do it." Li Yunxin immediately cowered and backed away while begging for mercy. As he retreated, he deliberately stretched out his steps and completed the final line that sealed the entire formation. Once it was done, he secretly winked at the old Taoist. That look clearly said, "Your turn." Earlier, Li Yunxin had explained that his Qi was sealed, so he could not complete the final infusion of spiritual energy himself. When he gave the signal, the old Taoist only needed to activate the formation for him. The old Taoist swallowed hard. He knew it sounded simple, but one small mistake would cost him his life. Even though he was shaking with fear, he gritted his teeth, stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Please calm your anger, heroes. I am Hunyuan Zi of the Dongshuan sect. I hope you will show some respect for my sect." The bandit immediately pointed his sword straight at the old Taoist's face. "Dongshuan sect?" The old Taoist hurriedly explained that he cultivated the orthodox Tao and belonged to a lineage passed down by celestial beings. The old Taoist forced a smile. "We all follow the Tao. We are practically family, so there is no need for bloodshed." As he spoke and slowly backed away, he secretly stepped onto the exact center of the formation. At that very moment, the night journey in splendid robes formation activated without anyone noticing. The old Taoist kept smiling awkwardly. "Please continue your rest. I will take this foolish youngster back." Just then, the bandit suddenly hurled his sword into the ground. The sudden move nearly scared the old Taoist out of his wits. The bandit coldly warned, "Cause any more trouble, and I will not be so merciful." The old Taoist hurriedly dragged Li Yunxin back and whispered, "Did the formation even work? I almost lost half my life from that scare." Li Yunxin quietly waited. All he needed now was news from the immortal master. Hopefully everything would unfold just as he expected. Right then, a paper crane carrying a message flew down from the sky. The re-dyed bandit immediately caught it. After reading the message, his expression instantly darkened. He turned to the others and coldly ordered, "These people are useless now. Kill them all." Another bandit complained under his breath, "What a waste. We dragged them around all night just to be told to kill everyone." Hearing that, Qiao Duanhong immediately understood the situation. He quietly told his men that he would hold the enemy back while the younger ones escaped. Just as the tension reached its peak, Li Yunxin suddenly stepped forward. Facing the bandits, he calmly spoke, "There is no need to hide anymore. Who are you really, and why are you so determined to kill all of us?" The leader only sneered. "Does someone need a reason to kill?" After a brief pause, he proudly continued, "Fine. At least you should know who sends you to the underworld. Do not forget the name of our 6 brothers." He declared that they were the 6 ghosts of Hezhong, serving under the 72 heavenly caves, loyal to Junanzi, and direct disciples of the Lingzhu sword sect. This time, they had been ordered to assist the immortal master in completing the corpse tribulation. Seeing everyone's frightened faces, he even acted generous. "There is no need to regret it. Even if you never had the fortune to follow the immortal master, we will make your deaths quick and painless." He laughed proudly and added that once the immortal master gathered enough sacrifices to complete the tribulation, Today's deaths would count toward the achievement. When they received their spirit pills as rewards, they would remember everyone here. Qiao Duanhong's face turned pale. The 6 ghosts of Hezhong, they rumored to have been killed by the Black Path warrior Yingjuan 2 or 3 years ago. Why would you reveal your identities to us now? Behind him, the old Taoist clasped his hands and kept muttering, "Supreme 3 Pure Ones, immortal sages, heavenly masters, please protect this disciple through this disaster." He could only place all his hope in his prayers and wish to survive this day. Seeing that, Qiao Duanhong was stunned. A thought immediately crossed his mind. Was this some Taoist secret technique? He looked at Li Yunxin, who remained strangely calm. The more he watched, the more convinced he became that the master and disciple had secretly cast a Taoist spell. With that thought, a spark of hope returned to everyone's hearts. At that moment, the red-eyed bandit suddenly clutched his head and screamed as his face twisted in madness. Through gritted teeth, he ranted that the 6 brothers had suffered countless hardships to reach this day. Long ago, a single Black Path expert had driven them out of Hezhong, forcing them to live as hunted fugitives. But everything had changed. After meeting the immortal master and receiving swords and spirit pills, even splitting one pill, mixed with immortal water into 6 portions, had greatly increased their strength. He burst into manic laughter, his bloodshot eyes blazing with obsession. "Once this is over and the immortal master rewards us again, I will make that Black Path dog and everyone who ever looked down on us kneel and beg for mercy." Qiao Duanhong's group exchanged shocked glances. The 6 bandits had suddenly become like completely different people. They had obviously fallen under a spell. Li Yunxin quietly reminded everyone, "The formation my master set up can only trap them in an illusion. That is its limit. Do not act recklessly, or they will wake up immediately." The escort who had mocked the master and disciple earlier could only stand there with his jaw hanging open. He never imagined they truly possessed such abilities. His attitude changed at once. Bowing deeply, he pleaded, "Immortal Master, I was blind and repeatedly offended you. Please show us a way to survive. From now on, we will follow your every command." Qiao Duanhong signaled that they should seize the chance to eliminate the enemies. The old Taoist broke out in a cold sweat. Since the formation was never his to begin with, he could only stammer, "No, not yet. My disciple is still drawing them deeper into the illusion. Everyone stay calm. Do not make a move yet." Meanwhile, Li Yunxin was already planning his next step. From what the 6 bandits had revealed, the immortal master of the Lingshu sword sect was likely a fellow disciple of the 2 Taoists who had hunted him. If he fell into their hands, his chances of survival were almost zero. The 6 bandits had to die, but he could not kill them himself. He glanced at the invisible formation beneath his feet and judged its limits. The night journey in splendid robes formation was incomplete. It could only trap people in dreams of ambition and glory, not drive them completely insane. It seemed he had no choice but to gamble. Back with the escort team, one escort quietly suggested letting the elderly and the young escape first while only the strongest fighters stayed behind. The man beside him immediately shut the idea down, saying they would only get in the way. Li Yunxin began steering the re-dyed bandit's thoughts. He slowly said, "Hero, that immortal master's medicine is truly incredible. Just 1/6 made you this powerful. If you took all 6 portions, wouldn't you become an immortal master yourself?" The bandit paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. He nodded with excitement. "Of course, if the immortal master also taught me immortal arts, I would leave my mortal life behind." Li Yunxin pressed on. "Among all of them, everyone admires you the most. The immortal master must value you more than the others." Then he deliberately sighed. "It is just a shame that I heard you are only the 2nd brother. Strange, isn't it? Everyone depends on you, yet the world only remembers the 6 ghosts of Hejiang. No one even knows your real name. How could anyone truly respect you?" Every word sank into the bandit's mind like poison. His eyes grew duller as the madness inside him slowly surfaced. Li Yunxin casually asked, "By the way, what is your name?" The bandit answered without thinking, "I am Chenjiang." Chenjiang. Li Yunxin smiled faintly. "Then go, Chenjiang. Make the whole world remember that name." He planted one final seed of doubt. "As long as they are alive, you will forever remain nothing more than the 2nd brother of the 6 ghosts of Hejiang." As if possessed, Chenjiang slowly drew his sword and turned its tip toward his own sworn brothers. His killing intent surged without restraint. Seeing his plan take effect, Li Yunxin's lips curled into a slight smile. Once the first crack appeared, everything else would become much easier. Just as everyone thought the brothers were about to turn on each other, a frightened escort hiding behind a rock suddenly noticed a strip of red cloth fluttering in the wind. Panic overwhelmed him and he screamed at the top of his lungs, "A ghost!" Ah! The scream snapped Chenjiang out of his trance. He looked down in shock and realized his sword was pointed straight at his own brother. The one-eyed leader also turned pale and shouted, "Second brother, what the hell are you doing?" Realizing his manipulation had failed, Li Yunxin could only sigh inwardly. Without another thought, he grabbed the old Taoist by the collar and yelled, "Run!" The 2 of them dashed into the darkness as the 6 ghosts of Hejiang quickly regained their senses and roared, "Catch them, do not let a single one escape alive." As they fled, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a headless corpse covered in blood, blocking the path. Its severed head rolled across the ground and stopped right in front of the bandits. Suddenly the head twisted around. Its pale eyes stared directly at them while its mouth kept hissing, "Give me back my head. Give me back my head." Even the battle-hardened bandits froze for a moment at the horrifying sight. As he ran, Li Yunxin thought to himself, the purple-haired girl had been telling the truth. This forest really was haunted, and there were probably even worse horrors hidden inside. The ghost had accidentally widened the gap between him and the pursuers, but it also meant the formation had completely lost its effect. The one-eyed leader wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forced himself to calm down, and slashed the ghostly head, flying away with his sword. It is only an evil spirit that does not dare face the living. He immediately shouted another order, "Do not let them escape. We cannot afford to lose even one." Elsewhere in the forest, a young escort was helping the purple-haired girl flee. Between heavy breaths, he tried to reassure her, "Do not be afraid. We just need to run a little farther, and we can get out of here." The girl anxiously asked if he was hurt. The young man simply shook his head, said he was fine, and urged her to keep running. At that moment, a streak of sword light tore through the darkness. A bandit suddenly leaped down from a tree branch. The cold blade pierced straight through the young escort's chest. His eyes widened as he collapsed to the ground, unable to let out even a single cry. The bandit calmly pulled out his sword, licked the blood from the blade, and stared at the girl with a cruel smile. "Keep running. Let's see how long you can hide." From a high tree branch, Li Yunshin had witnessed everything. He let out a helpless sigh. He told himself that since he had seen it with his own eyes, he could not just stand by. Otherwise, this would become a lasting burden on his heart. Without hesitation, he took out his brush and quickly sketched a few strokes onto a scroll. Once it was finished, he tossed the scroll down below. Just as the bandit was about to finish the girl, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Fourth brother." The bandit turned around in surprise and saw Chen Jiang standing there with a stern expression. "Second brother? Why are you here? Did the immortal master give another order?" He saw Chen Jiang moving his lips, but could not hear what he was saying. So he stepped closer. "What did you say? Speak louder. This girl is still useful." At that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was Li Yunshin. Without hesitation, the bandit thrust his sword straight through the purple-haired girl's body. Believing the hostage was dead, he completely let down his guard. He casually tossed the body aside and turned to face Li Yunshin. But in the next instant, both Li Yunshin and the girl vanished like smoke. Everything had been nothing but an illusion. While the bandit was still frozen in shock, the real Li Yunshin descended from above. With a single sweep of his brush, he summoned a massive wooden stake, weighing hundreds of pounds, crashing down like a falling meteor. The bandit had no time to dodge. The giant stake pierced straight through his body and nailed him to the ground, killing him instantly. Li Yunshin landed beside the corpse and casually picked up the man's sword. Then he turned toward an empty patch of ground and quietly called, "Come out. We need to leave. We cannot stay here." The purple-haired girl slowly revealed herself, her eyes wide with disbelief. She touched herself all over and stammered, "I am still alive." Li Yunshin gave no explanation. He simply grabbed her hand and pulled her along. "Stop standing there. Run." Not long afterward, Chen Qiang tracked them to the scene. Seeing his brother's body pinned to the ground by the massive stake, he cried out in agony, "Fourth brother." After examining the traces left behind, he gritted his teeth until blood seeped from his gums. "That brat again. I will grind his bones to dust." Li Yunshin kept leading the girl through thick thorn bushes. When they reached an ancient tree, he suddenly stopped, his expression turning grim. The girl immediately asked, "What is it?" He pointed at a small mark carved into the trunk. "I made this mark myself. I planned to keep setting up formations as we ran to lure them deeper into the forest. But this is the second time I have seen this mark." He narrowed his eyes at the dense fog surrounding the woods and said quietly, "Something is trying to trap us here. Or more precisely, it is only after me." A furious roar echoed from deep within the forest, making both of them shiver. Li Yunshin looked at the girl with both resolve and regret. "I managed to take down one swordsman, but there are still others hunting us. From now on, you have to keep running on your own." She froze, grabbed his sleeve, and anxiously asked, "If I leave alone, what about you?" He gently removed her hand and calmly reassured her. "They have split up to search for us. This is our chance. If I can eliminate one more, your father will have a better chance of surviving." She bit her lip, held back her tears, and quietly nodded. "Then promise me you will stay alive." Li Yunshin turned her around, placed a talisman on her back, recited an incantation, and urged her to leave at once. Before letting go, he stressed one thing. "No matter what happens, do not look back." The girl wiped away her tears and staggered forward. Only after she disappeared from sight did Li Yunshin turn to face the pitch-black path behind him. He took out the painting of young Master Chu and sighed softly. That man was gone, but at this moment he had no other choice. Just then, a sharp sound tore through the air. As the girl ran, a sudden chill crept down her spine. Acting on instinct, she immediately looked back and shouted, "Someone is there." But there was nothing behind her. Not a single person could be seen. Confused, she muttered, "There is no one there." The moment she finished speaking, a sword shot toward her. It was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it pierced straight through her temple. Blood sprayed across her clothes as she collapsed to the ground. Her eyes remained wide open, forever frozen with fear and regret. Watching everything from a distance, Li Yunshin closed his eyes in pain and murmured, "I told you not to look back." A figure stepped out of the darkness. With bloodshot eyes and overwhelming killing intent, Chen Jiang coldly asked if Li Yunshin had killed his fourth brother, admitting that Li Yunshin was more capable than he had expected. Knowing he could not hesitate, Li Yunxin immediately unrolled the painting, ready to summon young Master Chu for help. The man was already dead, so there was no reason to keep holding back. At that instant, a majestic female voice echoed through the forest, shaking the trees. The owner of the voice shouted, "Who dares disturb the Empress at Palace?" Both Li Yunxin and Chen Jiang froze in shock. Taking advantage of Chen Jiang's brief distraction, Li Yunxin reacted instantly and dove into the thick bushes to hide. As he ran, he realized the spiritual power within that voice was identical to the aura of the female ghost he had encountered before. This might be his chance to turn the tables. After running without stopping, he finally spotted a lonely ruined shrine deep in the forest. Breathing heavily, Li Yunxin wiped the sweat from his forehead and relaxed slightly, believing he had shaken off his pursuer. Looking up, he saw an old sign bearing 4 words, "Shrine of the Three-Flower Empress." He could not help feeling suspicious. One glance was enough to tell this place looked nothing like a proper shrine. Even so, his instincts urged him to go inside, as it seemed to be his only shelter. With that thought, he pushed the door open and entered. The inside was pitch black, lit only by faint moonlight. Suddenly, a flash of green light appeared, followed by an arrogant voice ordering him to kneel. Li Yunxin narrowed his eyes for a closer look. Standing before him was not a majestic deity, but a calico cat balanced on its hind legs, with its front paws folded across its chest. It wore 3 golden bells around its neck and a red flower on its head. Tilting its chin proudly, it demanded to know who he was, asked why he had not knelt before this deity, and questioned whether he had brought any offerings. Seeing the cat's dramatic act, all of Li Yunxin's tension disappeared, replaced by amusement. He calmly replied that he had brought nothing. Then he pointed toward the door and casually asked, "In that case, can I just leave?" The cat instantly lost its temper, leaped onto the altar, shoved its face close to his, and shouted, "Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? A tiny dancing Taoist dares show such disrespect to this deity?" Li Yunxin simply smiled politely and said he would never dare be disrespectful. But in the next instant, he grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck and lifted it into the air. The cat flailed desperately, struggling without success. Caught so easily, it revealed its true form as nothing more than a tiny cat spirit, yet it kept shouting that it was the Three-Flower Empress. Li Yunxin looked at it with obvious disdain. "You are tiny, yet your ego is enormous. Some Three-Flower Empress you are." He guessed the cat lacked the cultivation to take human form and could only possess the clay statue. Exposed so accurately, the cat puffed up its fur in anger, but still insisted it truly was the Three-Flower Empress. Li Yunxin switched to a more tempting tone. He promised that if it helped deal with the people outside, it would have all the meat and incense offerings it wanted. Even so, the stubborn cat refused. Li Yunxin sighed in disappointment. "I was even planning to teach you something much more entertaining than pretending to be a female ghost for 1,000 years. The moment it heard, there was something more interesting. The cat spirit's eyes lit up as it eagerly asked what it was. Seeing the reaction, Li Yunxin smiled to himself. This cat really was easy to bait. But before he could celebrate, the cat suddenly remembered its original condition and firmly shook its head. It stubbornly declared that without 3 sacrificial animals, the Three-Flower Empress would never help. Then it hesitated and admitted there was one exception. Its eyes darted around cunningly before it finally said that if it could have a human body instead, it might reconsider. The moment he heard that, Li Yunxin understood. Its spirit was too weak and needed a proper vessel. Pretending to think it over, he nodded. "Help me survive this, and I will handle finding you a body and all the incense offerings you could ever want." Even so, the cat spirit remained skeptical. What it wanted most was still a human body. Li Yunxin's expression suddenly hardened as he glared at it. "A tiny little spirit dares bargain with me?" Then he softened his tone and painted an enticing future. As a Danqing Taoist, he could create a spiritual painting for it to inhabit, build a shrine where people would worship it, and perhaps one day it could even attain true enlightenment. Hearing that, the cat immediately beamed with delight, nearly drooling as it eagerly asked what this exciting new game was. Li Yunxin beckoned it closer and whispered his plan into its ear. While the two quietly discussed their scheme, Chen Jiang followed the trail and arrived outside the shrine. Seeing the abandoned shrine, he sneered, convinced Li Yuntian had hidden there to seek protection from gods out of fear. Chen Jiang drew his sword, stepped into the courtyard, and shouted for his enemy to come out since he knew someone was hiding inside. Right then, Li Yuntian quietly peeked out from behind the door. The moment he saw his target, Chen Jiang burst into laughter, thrilled that he had finally found him. Without hesitation, Chen Jiang rushed in with a killing slash, but Li Yuntian swiftly dodged aside. At the same time, Li Yuntian threw out a glowing talisman and shouted, A green-armored warrior appeared from the talisman, holding a radiant sword as he stood directly before Chen Jiang. Chen Jiang paused for only a heartbeat before roaring that it was nothing more than a cheap illusion. He charged forward at once, determined to finish the fight. But this time he had miscalculated. The green-armored warrior swung once, and a freezing blue sword wave ripped through the air. In an instant, Chen Jiang froze in disbelief. His body slowly split into 3 pieces as blood gushed everywhere. Before collapsing, he could only mutter a few broken words. Moments later, Chen Jiang fell dead with his eyes still wide open. The green-armored warrior looked at Li Yuntian and said in a deep voice, "My sword is also your sword." With those words, the figure dissolved into countless blue flames and vanished. Li Yuntian let out a long sigh and dropped to the ground. He realized that a transmigrator's greatest advantage was creating legendary figures that had never existed, and this time he had only succeeded by borrowing the demon cat's spiritual power. The demon cat immediately jumped out in excitement, asking what that figure was and why it disappeared so quickly. It also reminded him of his promise to give it a human body. Li Yuntian wearily replied that his own body was unsuitable, but after restoring his qi, he would create a new spirit body for it. The demon cat instantly puffed up in anger, accused him of breaking his promise, and stormed off to find a body on its own. Watching it dash out of the shrine, Li Yuntian panicked and called after it, afraid the little demon would cause more trouble. Then he suddenly remembered Miss Qiao's body was still lying outside the forest, and his face immediately turned pale with a bad feeling. The story shifted to the prison in Qinghai town, where the air was thick with blood and death. Huai Nanzi, wearing an icy expression, examined a horribly mangled corpse. He removed a blood-soaked talisman from the body, his brows tightening in confusion. He guessed every tracking talisman had been destroyed. Those people had taken his talisman pills, so ordinary martial artists could never have killed them, unless they had encountered a true master. Rising to his feet, Huainanzi saw the entire prison reduced to ruins with corpses scattered across pools of blood. He calmly took out a painting of a beautiful woman covered in sinister energy. Staring at the painting, he quietly wondered if that person had intervened. The unexpected incident made him burn the entire Qinghai prison without hesitation. A cruel smile spread across Wai Nanzi's face as he thought only of killing even more people. Back in the mist-covered forest, Li Yuntian could only hold his forehead and sigh because he was already too late. As expected, the demon cat had possessed Miss Qiao's corpse. Wearing the young woman's face but acting exactly like a cat, it happily bounced around Li Yuntian and begged to follow him. Li Yuntian helplessly pushed away the girl's face as it kept rubbing against him and shook his head. She looked neither fully human nor fully demon. Miss Qiao's soul was nowhere to be found, and he had no way to force the 3-flower cat out. In the end, he accepted it as fate. Leaving the body in the forest was not an option, and perhaps keeping the demon cat by his side would prove useful someday. Li Yuntian turned serious, raised 3 fingers, and declared that since the demon cat had taken a human body, it must now obey the rules of humanity. First, they would make 3 agreements. The demon cat tilted its head and listened carefully. Li Yuntian announced the first 2 rules: never harm humans and never marry a human. When it came to the 3rd rule, he suddenly paused to think. The demon cat widened its eyes and impatiently asked what the last rule was. Li Yuntian replied that the 3rd rule would be added later. He also reminded it that since it was using the escort master's daughter's body, it had to bear her karma as well, then told it to help deal with the remaining swordsmen. The demon cat immediately jumped up in protest, complaining that it had just possessed a body and was already being sent to work. Just then, a silent figure appeared behind it with lifeless white eyes and a mocking laugh. Hearing someone dare laugh at her, the 3-flower cat flared up, spun around, and demanded to know who dared disrespect her. But before she could finish, a freezing sword shot straight at her. The demon cat barely leaned back in time as the blade brushed past her face, missing her nose by a hair. She let out a terrified scream, hid behind Li Yuntian, and trembled non-stop. Even Li Yuntian was shocked by the terrifying speed of the attack. The swordsman was Huai Nanzi. Sitting on a high branch, he looked down with contempt and coldly remarked that the little demon had decent reflexes. Realizing he was facing a true master, Li Yuntian quickly cupped his hands, apologized for the demon cat, and politely asked for the man's identity and purpose. Huai Nanzi made no effort to hide his killing intent. He introduced himself by his Dao title and calmly said he had come for only one reason: to kill. The moment he finished speaking, he waved his hand and unleashed 3 sword blasts straight at Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian instantly rolled aside, barely landing on his feet but managing to stay upright. After a brief exchange, Li Yuntian figured out who he was. This was a cultivator facing his killing tribulation, slaughtering countless innocents to break through his state of mind. Huai Nanzi coldly revealed his twisted logic. In his eyes, everyone was born guilty and deserved death. Li Yuntian deserved it even more for killing the 6 ghosts of Hezong and being tied to the deaths of his 2 senior brothers. After saying that, Huai Nanzi roared that Li Yuntian would die today. Hearing about the 6 ghosts of Hezong, Li Yuntian was stunned to learn that all 6 were already dead. A bad feeling immediately rose in his heart because something even more dangerous was clearly hiding in this forest. Huai Nanzi gave him no time to think and barked at him to stop talking. Sword energy poured down like rain, forcing Li Yuntian to dodge non-stop. He secretly cursed his luck, wondering why he kept running into lunatics from the Lingshu sword sect. Driven into a corner, he decided to play his strongest card. He pulled out the portrait of young Master Chu and gambled everything on this night. But before he could activate it, Huai Nanzi slashed his hand, sending the painting to the ground. Huai Nanzi frowned and demanded to know what he had been trying to do. He lifted the painting with the tip of his sword and opened it. The strange creature inside instantly changed Huai Nanzi's expression. He demanded to know what kind of demon it was and how Li Yuntian was connected to it. Even with his arm burning in pain, Li Yuntian smirked and calmly replied that it was his friend. Those words completely enraged Huai Nanzi. He accused Li Yuntian of colluding with demons, betraying righteous cultivators, and declared that even one death would never repay his crimes. Just as the tension reached its peak, a clear female voice echoed through the mist, bringing an overwhelming pressure across the entire forest. The newcomer simply asked whether those 2 were really friends. The instant the demon cat sensed that aura, she shrank back in fear. Trembling, she whispered to Li Yuntian that something unimaginably terrifying had arrived and they had to run. Even Huai Nanzi dropped his arrogance and narrowed his eyes toward the mist with caution. From the thick fog emerged a blonde girl with round cat-like eyes, slowly walking forward with an innocent expression. She lowered her head and stared at the painting in Huai Nanzi's hand as if it fascinated her. Huai Nanzi immediately demanded her identity, while Li Yuntian silently watched with a faint smile. The blonde girl slowly straightened up and faced Huai Nanzi. Huai Nanzi quickly saluted her. His arrogance had completely faded as he introduced himself as a disciple of the Lingshu sword sect and respectfully asked why she had come. The girl ignored him completely, walked straight to Li Yuntian, leaned close, took a deep breath as if smelling him, then smiled and said she had sensed a unique scent from far away and never expected to find something so interesting. Furious at being ignored, Huai Nanzi drew his sword and loudly warned that Li Yuntian had murdered his 2 junior brothers and colluded with demons, asking the fairy not to interfere. Those words seemed to touch a forbidden nerve. She slowly turned around. Her innocent look vanished as her eyes turned crimson with killing intent. In a cold voice, she asked, "And what is wrong with demons?" The moment she finished speaking, overwhelming demonic energy exploded. Her true identity was revealed as a terrifying great demon, leaving Huai Nanzi retreating in shock at her unimaginable power. A righteous cultivator by instinct, Huai Nanzi immediately shouted for the great demon to stay out of it because this had nothing to do with her. She answered with nothing but a mocking laugh. Before anyone noticed, the maid and the black donkey had appeared behind Huai Nanzi. The maid pointed at him and laughed, telling her mistress that he was actually advising her not to interfere. Before Huai Nanzi could even turn around, a gigantic maw like a bottomless abyss snapped down. In the blink of an eye, the demon donkey crushed Huai Nanzi's head and swallowed his entire body as if it were an ordinary meal. The maid calmly reminded it to spit out the robe instead of eating that too. After Huai Nanzi was dealt with, the great demon turned to Li Yuntian and calmly said the troublemaker was gone, so they could continue their earlier conversation. Watching a powerful cultivator die in an instant sent chills down Li Yuntian's spine. He knew the mistress and her maid were anything but ordinary. The great demon picked up young Master Kua's portrait and asked whether he knew the person in the painting. Li Yuntian replied that he had met young Master Kua several times and could be considered an acquaintance. Hearing that, the girl lit up with joy, grabbed his shoulders, shook him excitedly, and rapidly asked where he had last seen Xiao Ju. Li Yuntian answered that their last meeting was in Qinghe County. The moment she heard Qinghe, she became even happier because it was not far away. She thanked him and said that if he was Xiao Jia's friend, then he was her friend as well. She then asked if she could keep young Master Kua's portrait. In exchange, she handed Li Yuntian a small sword and said that as long as he carried it, she could always find him no matter where he went. After looking him over from head to toe, she nodded with satisfaction and warned him not to let anyone eat it. Li Yuntian accepted the sword and replied that she only needed to remember to come back for him. His answer made her laugh with delight. But the next moment, her expression turned unsettling. Leaning close, she whispered that if he dared run away, then the next time they met, he would become her meal. The maid then reminded her that Xiao He had finished eating and asked if they should continue their journey. The great demon immediately said they were going to find Xiao Jiao. A surge of demonic power wrapped around the maid and Xiao He, and all three soared into the sky. Before leaving, her voice echoed from the distance. She said her name was Bai Yuntian and told Li Yuntian to wait for her return. Only after they completely disappeared did Li Yuntian finally breathe again. He silently apologized to young Master Chu and hoped the two would end up seriously injuring each other if they ever met. Right after that, he dug a hole and buried the two small swords, deciding it was safer to stay away from anything connected to a great demon. As soon as the hole was covered, the demon cat possessing Miss Qiao's body cautiously returned, relieved that the terrifying woman was finally gone. Li Yuntian grabbed the cat by the scruff and said the body was no longer suitable, so Miss Qiao deserved to rest in peace. The demon cat stubbornly refused to leave the body. He could only sigh and admit that if it truly wished to keep it, he would not stop it. Just then, the demon cat suddenly pointed at his chest and curiously asked what was glowing. Li Yuntian looked down and pulled out a jade slip shining with brilliant light. He was astonished because the wisdom jade slip had suddenly begun glowing for no apparent reason. Strange ancient characters slowly appeared across its surface. Li Yuntian stood there in disbelief. He had tried every method before and never managed to activate the jade slip, so why was it responding now? Thinking back on everything that had happened, he suddenly only the great demon had touched him, making him suspect her demonic aura had triggered it. The demon cat eagerly leaned closer, insisting on seeing the mysterious treasure. At that moment, a powerful gust swept through the forest. Li Yuntian suddenly shouted, asking who was there, making the demon cat jump and look around warily. Seeing the demon cat completely distracted, Li Yuntian quickly hid the jade slip inside his robe. He thought this treasure was far from ordinary, and since the cat could never keep a secret, it was best to study it somewhere safe. The demon cat looked around in confusion and asked where the stranger was because it sensed nothing. Li Yuntian calmly replied that he had been mistaken and urged it to keep moving. Hearing that, the demon cat relaxed, proudly lifted its head, and declared that no one could possibly sneak past her. They had barely gone far when a shrill cry for help suddenly echoed through the forest, screaming that a demon had appeared. Li Yuntian rushed toward the voice and clamped a hand over the mouth of a terrified old Taoist who was frantically shouting from the bushes. He signaled the old Taoist to stay quiet and whispered, "It's me, don't be afraid, the demon is already gone." Recognizing him, the old Taoist nearly burst into tears. He kept pounding Li Yuntian's chest, saying he was terrified and thought he would die before Li Yuntian finally returned. Wincing in pain, Li Yuntian quickly calmed him down and asked what had happened. The old Taoist let out a heavy sigh and said almost everyone was dead. Pointing at a body covered with a straw mat, he said the swordsman had been merciless. The only survivor was Escort Master Qiao, but both of his legs had been cut off. According to him, Escort Master Qiao had almost survived, but then a man-eating demon appeared and swallowed every swordsman as if they were nothing. After the demon left, the old Taoist found Escort Master Qiao still barely alive and did his best to stop the bleeding. Hearing that, Li Yuntian walked over and lifted the mat. Qiao Duanhong lay motionless with his right arm and both legs severed. His breathing was faint, and Li Yuntian knew he did not have long to live. Li Yuntian praised the old Taoist for escaping both the swordsman and the demon. The old Taoist humbly replied that it was only thanks to a concealment talisman, nothing compared to Li Yuntian's abilities. Looking at Miss Qiao standing nearby in a daze, the old Taoist asked if she had been bewitched by the demon. Li Yuntian hid the truth and said she was simply too frightened to recover. He also told the old Taoist to stop calling him a master because, officially, the old Taoist was still his teacher. Hearing that, the old Taoist was so frightened he almost knelt to apologize, insisting he could never accept such a title. Li Yuntian quickly stopped him and joked that he did not want such an elderly disciple anyway. The old Taoist eyes filled with tears as he sighed that he truly had no worth at all. Li Yuntian seriously proposed a deal. The old Taoist must never ask about his past or reveal anything that happened tonight. In return, once they reached the Taoist temple, Li Yuntian would teach him whatever he could. The old Taoist was overjoyed. Li Yuntian nodded, but reminded him they still had to pretend to be master and disciple in public to avoid suspicion. The old Taoist agreed without hesitation. Looking at the dying Chao Duanhong, Li Yuntian fell silent. The Chao family had helped him before, so he wanted to save the old man long enough to return home. He sat down and began using a spell to stop the bleeding, planning to stabilize the injuries before finding another way to save him. But at that very moment, the entire forest suddenly fell into an unnatural silence. Li Yuntian immediately turned around, but behind him was nothing except endless darkness. He quickly searched the area, yet the forest was empty. The old Taoist and Miss Chao had vanished without a trace. Li Yuntian was alarmed. Had another demon secretly appeared? Just then, two tall figures appeared before him, one dressed in black and the other in white, both with long tongues hanging out and mourning staffs in their hands. The moment Li Yuntian saw them, cold sweat covered his forehead. They were Black Impermanence and White Impermanence. The two underworld messengers walked past him. Black Impermanence suddenly stopped and remarked that this man seemed able to see them. Surprised, White Impermanence asked whether his name was recorded in the Book of Life and Death. Black Impermanence opened the book in his hand and carefully searched through it. Li Yuntian stood perfectly still, confused because every word spoken by the two ghost officials echoed clearly inside his mind. After checking for a while, Black Impermanence looked at him strangely and said that the Book of Life and Death contained no record of this man at all. He immediately cast a spell to verify it. His long tongue stretched out as Black Impermanence prepared to examine both Li Yuntian's previous life and his current one. He even said that if the book had no record, they could simply add one. The next instant, a beam of light passed straight through Li Yuntian's body, but only moments later, Black Impermanence froze in shock. Seeing that reaction, Li Yuntian smiled faintly and asked what he had discovered. Black Impermanence muttered in disbelief that this man's previous life had belonged to someone without a heart. White Impermanence immediately flew into a rage and raised his judge's brush to punish the mortal who dared question the lords of Black and White. But Black Impermanence quickly stopped him. Turning to leave, Black Impermanence said only that this man was just like the infamous devil of old, someone who existed outside the 6 paths of reincarnation. While White Impermanence was still confused because they had not yet collected a woman's soul, Black Impermanence ordered that from this day on, no soul connected to Li Yuntian was ever to be touched. As the two ghost officials faded into the distance, Li Yuntian hurriedly called after them, "Wait, explain yourselves. Who are you?" The question echoed over and over in Li Yuntian's mind as he murmured in a daze. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the arm of the person sitting beside him. A cry of pain snapped him awake. Opening his eyes, he realized he was gripping the hand of a complete stranger, who could only force a smile and ask him to let go. The purple-haired man endured the pain and introduced himself as Yu Meng from the Great Qian Escort Association. While passing by, he had found everyone's burned escort convoy and followed the trail here. Li Yuntian immediately released his hand and awkwardly apologized. He explained that he had just been trapped in a nightmare and acted without realizing it. Yu Meng patted him on the shoulder and said he had seen the horrific scene in the forest with his own eyes, so he understood. Then he confidently declared that now everyone was safe because they had met him. Li Yuntian quickly thanked him for his help. Yu Meng sighed sympathetically, saying it was obvious from the scene that everything had been caused by a vicious beast. He even pitied Li Yuntian's family of 4, imagining the unimaginable terror they must have endured that night. Before Li Yuntian could explain, Yu Meng had already invented the entire story himself. Seeing that, Li Yun played along, repeatedly praising Yu Meng for seeing the whole picture at a glance and predicting he would one day become famous across the land. Flattered, Yu Meng laughed happily and asked where Li Yuntian's family was headed so he could escort them home. When Li Yuntian said they were going to Weicheng, Yu Meng smiled and said he was heading there too, so they could travel together. Looking at Yu Meng's luxurious convoy, Li Yuntian secretly judged him to be a wealthy young master who was a little naive. Traveling with someone like him would save a lot of trouble. With that in mind, he decided to stay with Yu Meng's caravan. After climbing into the carriage, he found the old Taoist, the barely breathing Chao Duanhong, and Miss Chao, who was still possessed by the demon cat, all settled inside. The moment the old Taoist saw him awake, he happily called him master. Li Yuntian immediately frowned and motioned for silence, telling him never to use that title again and to simply call him Brother Tien. The old Taoist quickly agreed. While no one was paying attention, Li Yuntian quietly asked about Yu Meng's background. The old Taoist whispered that Yu Meng was famous for his wealth, and his escort association was well known for spending lavishly to build its reputation. Li Yuntian slightly lifted the curtain and looked at Yu Meng riding at the front of the convoy, a calculating smile appearing on his face. Meanwhile, the demon cat inside Miss Kiao's body licked her lips excitedly, already imagining the lively crowds of Weicheng. The convoy continued forward as the wagon wheels rolled steadily across the stone road. Sitting inside the carriage, Li Yuntian looked outside through the curtain. After a long journey, they finally arrived in Weicheng, where the bustling sounds of merchants and traders filled the streets. Riding at the front, Yu Meng turned around with a smile and explained that though Weicheng could not compare to a provincial capital, it was a major crossroads of river trade, making it a thriving city full of merchants. Before long, the convoy stopped outside a large estate called the Qiao Manor. Inside the courtyard, an elderly man slowly swept fallen leaves, his bent back carrying the weight of countless years. Just then, suspicious sounds came from behind an ancient tree. A young man was embracing a middle-aged woman, teasing her while laughing. The woman shyly urged him to leave, but he grinned and said there was nothing to fear because the old groundskeeper was both blind and deaf. The young man was Ming Lang, a distant relative of the Qiao family, while the woman was Qiao Liuxi, Qiao Duanhong's concubine. The two were secretly carrying on an affair behind his back. The old man continued sweeping as if he had heard nothing. But anyone watching closely would notice a cold glint in his eyes. He silently cursed whoever had spread the rumor that he was blind and deaf, then guessed Qiao Duanhong would probably return today. At that moment, a loud shout came from outside the gate, interrupting the adulterous pair. One of Yu Meng's men announced that the escort association had safely brought back Qiao Duanhong of Hongfu Escort Agency. The entire Qiao Manor instantly erupted into chaos. Two madams hurried out to welcome them. The legal wife, Qiao Wangxi, dressed in red, kept the dignity of the household despite her pale face and respectfully greeted Yu Meng. She thanked Yu Meng for bringing her husband home and invited him inside for tea. However, Yu Meng waved it off, saying the most urgent matter was treating Qiao Duanhong because he had suffered a terrible disaster on the journey. Hearing the terrible news, Madame Wang nearly collapsed as tears filled her eyes. She could not believe what she was seeing. When the carriage curtain was pulled aside, she froze in shock. Qiao Duanhong was barely alive, covered in wounds, with both legs and one arm gone. Madame Wang burst into tears, crying out for her husband and wondering how the family could go on. Behind her, Madame Liu was also stunned by the horrific sight. Just then, Ming Lang rushed out of the manor, pushed through the crowd, and anxiously asked what had happened. He loudly asked where his uncle and the escort guards had gone. Yu Meng briefly explained everything, blaming the disaster on a vicious beast, then introduced the old Taoist Liu and Li Yuntian as the ones who knew the full story. Ming Lang repeatedly thanked them on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. He secretly thought that only his aunt and cousin were left now, and both would eventually fall into his hands. While pretending to comfort everyone, he even took the chance to touch Madame Lia's hand, before sadly suggesting they carry his uncle and cousin inside first. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Lang climbed into the carriage to check on his beautiful cousin. Suddenly the carriage shook violently, and an angry shout came from inside, ordering him to get out. In the next instant, Ming Lang was kicked out of the carriage and sent crashing onto the ground like a sack. Right after that, Miss Qiao, who was actually the demon cat inside her body, leaped out and pinned him to the ground with a flurry of punches. The more she hit him, the more excited she became, her eyes glowing bright red. Ming Lang could only cover his head and beg for mercy, screaming that his cousin had gone crazy. Madame Wang cried out in panic, unable to understand how such a gentle young woman had changed so completely, while Madame Liu frantically warned everyone to be careful. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Li Yuntian quickly grabbed Miss Kiao's hand and reminded her of their 3 agreements with a meaningful look. Remembering her promise, the demon cat immediately calmed down and obediently nodded. Li Yuntian lowered his head and explained to Madame Wang that they had faced powerful enemies and savage beasts one after another, leaving Miss Qiao deeply traumatized. Holding his swollen face, Ming Lang pointed at Li Yuntian and falsely accused him. He insisted his cousin had always been smart and gentle, so she could not have become like this for no reason. He claimed Li Yuntian and the old Taoist had destroyed the escort convoy to steal the cargo and demanded an explanation before the Qiao family. Madame Liu immediately supported him, arguing that Qiao Duanhong had escorted shipments for years with many trusted guards, so such a disaster made no sense. She demanded they report both men to the authorities, but just as the old Taoist Liu was about to explain, a gold ingot landed on the ground. The sharp clang of gold instantly silenced everyone. Yumeng stepped forward with an imposing presence and declared that he had witnessed everything himself. He said that without the old Taoist Liu and Li Yuntian, both father and daughter would already be dead. As for the lost cargo, the escort association would cover every loss. He then asked if anyone still had objections. The moment Ming Lang saw the gold, his attitude completely changed. Smiling obsequiously, he said that if Yumeng guaranteed it personally, then no one had any objections. Standing nearby, Li Yuntian quietly realized that many problems could simply be solved with money. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the Qiao family carried Qiao Duanhong into the manor. Among the crowd, the old groundskeeper silently watched the stretcher disappear into the distance. His eyes were filled with deep sorrow as he recognized the wounded man as the escort master. As night fell, a secret meeting quietly began in a secluded corner of the Qiao manor. While drinking wine, Ming Lang stirred everyone up, saying his uncle's suffering could not be ignored. Madame Wang worriedly repeated Yumeng's words that a vicious beast had caused everything, and the compensation had already been paid. Madame Liu immediately sided with Ming Lang, urging Madame Wang to hear him out. She also hinted that the old master would not survive much longer, and the future of the Qiao family would depend on Ming Lang. Lowering his voice with a sinister grin, Ming Lang said Yumeng could not watch over them forever. He planned to accuse Li Yuntian and the old Taoist Liu, throw them into prison, and seize the valuable land belonging to the Dragon King Temple. Hearing the plan, Madame Wang was stunned and asked whether it could really succeed. Ming Lang smiled cunningly and revealed that he had recently learned something involving the prefect. In another room, the old groundskeeper, whose real name was Meng carefully changed Qiao Duanhong's bandages. Looking at his master, now little more than a broken body, Meng sadly muttered that no one in the Qiao family truly wanted Qiao Duanhong to wake up. Miss Qiao had become what she was now, and the old escort master had been reduced to a cripple. Meng tightly held Qiao Duanhong's remaining hand and begged him to stay alive for Miss Qiao and for the escort agency he had spent his entire life building. At the very least, he had to hold on until Master Jiang's people arrived. Perhaps those heartfelt words reached Qiao Duanhong's fading consciousness, making his eyelids twitch as he briefly woke up. While the Qiao family secretly plotted, something entirely different was happening at the old Dragon King Temple. Under Li Yunqian's instructions, Liu Gongzan worked hard to tear down the old Dragon King statue, leaving the villagers stunned. When everyone questioned him, the old Taoist spoke without hesitation. He claimed this was no act of disrespect, saying his spirit had once traveled to the immortal realm, where he met the Dragon King, and was personally ordered to worship two new deities in the mortal world. The crowd listened with mixed doubt, believing he was simply making up stories to collect money. Completely unfazed, Liu Gongzan took out 2 scrolls and confidently declared they were treasures bestowed by the gods. Once opened, the truth would reveal itself. According to him, the paintings depicted 2 heavenly venerables. The first scroll showed a handsome young man with an extraordinary presence who looked strangely similar to Li Yuntian. Liu Gongzan solemnly introduced him as the great crown prince of supreme wisdom, a deity who blessed families with prosperity, wealth, and countless descendants. The second scroll revealed a breathtaking young woman. Liu Gongzan said she was the dragon maiden who served the crown prince and the elder sister of the dragon king of Ruohai, governing rain and wind while protecting the land with abundant harvests. Liu Gongzan continued his enthusiastic sermon, stressing that anyone worshipping the 2 heavenly venerables must do so with complete sincerity. He declared that only true devotion could move the gods. Empty gestures meant nothing, and even if the Jade Emperor descended in person, he would not spare a glance. Strangely, the moment people gazed upon the paintings, many felt refreshed as all their exhaustion disappeared. Seeing such obvious effects, the crowd gradually believed him and excitedly discussed the old Taoist's miraculous encounter. After settling everything outside, Liu Gongzan happily ran back to Li Yuntian, eager to hear whether his performance had been convincing. At that moment, Li Yuntian was reclining in his chair, casually playing with the jade slip in his hand. Smiling, he praised the old Taoist for telling a very convincing story. Delighted by the compliment, Liu Gongzan grinned and said it had all been Li Yuntian's idea. The Dragon King Temple had not been this lively in ages, though he still wondered about the true origin of those deities. Faced with the question, Li Yuntian only smiled, mysteriously, and said it was not the right time to reveal the truth. After Liu Gongzan left the room, Li Yuntian's expression became serious again. Looking at the glowing jade slip, he thought deeply. It contained countless records, including the legacy of the painting sage, but with his current strength, he could not read everything. After studying it all day, he finally found one method to try breaking the seal on his Snow Mountain Chi Si. Tightening his grip on the jade slip, Li Yuntian decided to give it a try. He sat cross-legged and entered meditation. According to the jade slip, breaking the seal required using a different source of power to oppose his own spiritual energy. Since he was not strong enough, he decided to borrow the power of mortal faith to force the seal open. Time quietly passed until sunset covered the sky. Liu Gongzan returned carrying wine and roasted meat, cheerfully calling Li Yuntian to celebrate with a meal. Peeking into the room, he saw Li Yuntian still focused on cultivation as green spiritual energy filled the air. The old Taoist could only sigh in admiration before quietly leaving. Just then, a ghostly head with long, messy hair suddenly hung down from the roof, floating directly in front of Li Yuntian. Witnessing the horrifying sight, Liu Gongzan screamed in terror, convinced he had seen a real ghost. Inside the room, Li Yuntian also felt his body grow unbearably heavy, leaving him completely unable to move. The power of mortal faith surged so violently that he could no longer control it, and his Snow Mountain Chi Si felt as though it was about to explode. Only then did he realize that the power of faith was completely different from spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy to restrain it, the force ran wildly through his body. Gritting his teeth, Li Yuntian desperately guided his spiritual energy to force the chaotic power of faith back under control. Then he pointed a finger toward the top of his head, gave a quiet shout, and forcibly pried the seal open. At last, the immediate danger passed. Li Yuntian let out a sigh of relief, but the seal had opened by only the tiniest crack. Only then did he notice the ghost floating before him. Its pitch-black mouth was slowly moving closer and closer. Startled, Li Yuntian immediately stepped back, never expecting a ghost to appear inside the Dragon King temple. Looking more carefully, he noticed a bright red cinnabar mark on the ghost's forehead. Li Yuntian froze, pointed at the ghost, and cautiously asked if it was Qiao Jiaxin. The moment it heard that name, the ghost immediately turned around and shot out through the window. Even though he was completely exhausted, Li Yuntian still staggered after it. He looked north, straight toward Hongfu Escort Agency. His face slowly darkened. If that ghost was really Qiao Jiaxin, then his encounter with the black and white Yama lords had never been a dream. At the same time, the second floor of the Qiao residence was filled with laughter and flowing wine. Ming Lang raised his cup with a loud laugh, congratulating the man across from him on becoming the new master of the Qiao family. He then sighed that it would have been perfect if Qiao Shaojie had not gone mad and could join the celebration, making Liu Shi angrily scold him for talking nonsense. Ming Lang only grinned before turning to offer Wang Shi a drink. Wang Shi refused without emotion, saying they could celebrate after the plan succeeded. In sharp contrast, Qiao Duanhong's room remained buried in darkness. Meng Yi stood silently by the bed as a black cat suddenly leaped through the window like an omen of disaster. He muttered that Qiao Duanhong likely had no time left. The letter could not be delivered, and the magistrate would be no help. Looking at his dying old friend, Meng Yi quietly admitted he had run out of options. The servants outside heard him mumbling and mocked him, thinking Qiao Duanhong had died as they rushed off to report it to the mistress. Right then, a cold flash of sword light cut through the night. With a single slash, the gossiping servant's head hit the ground as blood sprayed everywhere. The other servant turned deathly pale with fear. He stumbled backward and asked what Meng Yi was about to do. Meng Yi slowly raised his sword. His aged eyes suddenly turned terrifyingly sharp. He warned the servant not to move if he wanted to live, then calmly reminded him that he was once known as the Killer Ghost Meng Yi. That old title had never truly disappeared. Before leaving, he looked back at Qiao Duanhong one last time and quietly said goodbye to his old friend. He told himself that all he had left now was this old body. That night, the Qiao residence was swallowed by flames. Cries for help, screams, and curses echoed everywhere as people realized Meng Yi had begun a massacre. Amid the raging fire, Meng Yi's silver hair danced in the wind while only hatred remained in his eyes. He coldly declared that everyone would join the old escort chief in the underworld. The flames grew even fiercer, consuming the Qiao residence, along with every ambition and sin. The townspeople could only watch from afar and shout for help as the fire raged out of control. The next morning, the quiet of the poor district was shattered by the sound of marching soldiers. A squad of officers stormed into the Dragon King temple and kicked the doors open. Leading them was Chief Constable Yin Pingji of Liuhe Prefecture, who immediately ordered arrests. Liu Gongzan had barely woken up before rushing out in panic. He begged them not to damage the temple's treasures, but Yin Pingji ignored him and demanded to know where everyone else was. He then read the arrest warrant, stating that Liu Shi of Hongfu Escort Agency had accused Liu Gongzan and Li Yuntian of robbery and murder, bribing members of the Chao family to kill the mistress, and plotting to seize the entire family fortune. The officers immediately rushed forward and tied up Liu Gongzan. Liu Gongzan desperately protested his innocence, insisting that, if he had truly wanted Qiao Duanhong dead, he would never have risked his life to bring him back. He also said Wu Xingshou could testify for him. Yin Pingji coldly dismissed the claim, saying they could have rescued Qiao Duanhong, only to gain the Qiao family's trust before taking over all their wealth. He then asked whether Liu Gongzan knew Manhwa from Hongfu Escort Agency. Liu Gongzan hesitated before admitting they were only familiar neighbors, and that he knew nothing about what had happened. Yin Pingji declared that was enough. Any complaints could be made in court, then ordered the escort to take him away. In despair, Liu Gongzan could only turn back and shout Li Yunqian's name. After searching the temple, a soldier reported that no one else was inside, even though the accusation also mentioned a young accomplice. It seemed the man had escaped before the officers arrived. Yin Pingji glanced around the Dragon King temple and ordered it sealed. As for the fugitive, they only needed to issue a wanted notice based on his portrait. Hidden behind a wall, Li Yuntian quietly held his breath and listened to everything that had happened. Li Yunqian's expression turned icy. He had always known the Qiao family was far from decent, but he only expected them to fight over the inheritance. He never imagined they would plot against him as well. His eyes settled on the official seal posted outside the Dragon King temple. A bold idea suddenly crossed his mind. Since they had pushed him this far, he had no reason to hold back anymore. A few days later, near the stone bridge outside the magistrate's office, disguised as a poor scholar, Li Yuntian quietly watched the passing crowd. He quickly noticed that the magistrate's office was shrouded in yin energy, with countless ghosts wandering outside the gate. What puzzled him most was that members of the Tao Orthodoxy and Sen the Swords works for Stilt City, yet none of them stepped in. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly asked if he was planning to jump off the bridge. Li Yuntian turned and saw a young servant with a pale face and dark circles under his eyes. He smiled and said he had no intention of ending his life. He explained that he only sensed strange feng shui here, with unusually dense yin energy, so he had been lost in thought while observing it. Hearing that, the servant named Azay immediately nodded in agreement. He said he had felt chills running down his spine ever since leaving the manor, but never knew why. Li Yuntian pretended to calculate with his fingers before praising Aji's sharp instincts. He explained that this location should have excellent feng shui, and being beside the magistrate's office, it should be filled with righteous energy. He then sighed that the feng shui had somehow been ruined, allowing yin energy to gather. Anyone living there for long would lose years of their life, even without encountering ghosts. Azay turned pale and quickly begged for a solution. Li Yuntian acted as if he were thinking, before saying he first needed whether anything unusual had happened nearby recently. A skek carefully looked around before leaning in to whisper. He said that about 7 days earlier, while the magistrate was working late, a violent storm suddenly struck. A bolt of lightning destroyed the main hall and killed 2 concubines who had been bringing him food. Aji continued that the 2 women had been the magistrate's favorites. Their deaths were so strange that he invited a Taoist master from the Shangqing Cauldron sect to handle the scene and forbade anyone from going near it. Li Yuntian quietly pieced it together. If it had only been an accident, it would have created a few ghosts at most. But the entire magistrate's office was clearly covered by a yin spirit formation, proving a deeper secret was hidden inside. He turned to Aji and said he could make him a protective talisman if Aji helped gather a few special items. 3 days later, the 2 met again at the same stone bridge. Aji carried a sealed basket containing water from the manor pond, a piece of wood from the lightning-struck room, the magistrate's old clothes, and some soil from the estate exactly as requested. Li Yuntian examined the charred piece of wood, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He confirmed the wood had not been burned by ordinary fire. The marks matched his suspicions perfectly. 2 days later, inside the magistrate's office, Azay carried a bowl of hot fish soup into the study. He respectfully said the kitchen had just prepared it. Azji explained that the magistrate had been eating poorly lately, so the chef made the soup sour to improve his appetite. The magistrate had been reading documents, but the moment he smelled the fish, he suddenly looked up. His eyes locked onto the bowl of fish soup. In an instant, the magistrate's pupils shrank in terror. To him, the fish seemed to come alive, radiating monstrous demonic energy, while a creepy voice whispered beside his ear about the delicious meal. The magistrate screamed in panic and knocked the bowl onto the floor. The boiling soup splashed everywhere and soaked Azay. Aziz immediately dropped to his knees and begged for forgiveness. The magistrate, pale as a ghost, pointed at the door and shouted for him to get out, insisting he would never eat fish. As Aziz left in fear, he could not understand it. The magistrate had once loved fresh fish, yet this year he hated it with a passion, and his temper had become increasingly unstable. Standing outside the magistrate's walls, Li Yuntian smiled quietly. The opportunity he had been waiting for was finally close. 3 days later, the entrance to the Weicheng government office was packed with people, eager to watch the trial involving the Chow family. Inside the courtroom, the magistrate sat high above with an imposing presence. Beside him were 2 respected cultivators, Piao Nanzi of the Lingshu sword sect and Song Yunzi of the Shangqing cauldron sect. The striking of the court staff echoed through the hall as the trial officially began. Yin Pingji loudly ordered the plaintiff and the suspects to be brought in. Liu Gongzan was escorted into the courtroom, crying out that he was innocent and knew nothing about the case. Yin Pingji immediately shouted for him to stay silent. At that very moment, the drum of grievance thundered through the government office, making everyone turn in shock. Yin Pingji flew into a rage and demanded to know who dared strike the drum during an active trial. The man who walked in was Li Yuntian. Still holding the drumstick, he calmly bowed and introduced himself as a commoner paying his respects to the magistrate. The moment the magistrate saw him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, and cold sweat instantly covered his body. A vague memory surfaced in his mind. He had definitely seen this man somewhere before, and he even resembled the servant Aze, who often delivered his soup. The magistrate forced himself to stay calm and asked Li Yuntian why he had come to beat the drum of grievance. Li Yuntian immediately slipped into character, telling a story about an escort convoy attacked by a cursed beast. He shifted all the blame onto the monster, while carefully adding details meant to awaken the magistrate's buried fears. He said the group had stopped to rest beside a campfire that night. Then a cursed beast suddenly appeared and nearly tore him apart with its claws. That alone was enough to drain the color from the magistrate's face. The cup in his hand trembled as memories of the stormy night, and the man-eating monster he had buried deep inside came rushing back. Seeing the magistrate waver, Li Yuntian pressed harder. He pointed at Ming Lang and said that Chao Duanhong had died only a few days after being cared for by this nephew, so something was clearly suspicious. Ming Lang flew into a rage, accused Li Yuntian of slander, and charged toward him. Li Yuntian remained calm, stepped closer, and whispered into his ear. Even so, the words were loud enough for the magistrate to hear that every one of them would die. Wearing a cold smile and dark eyes, Li Yuntian slowly declared that he would personally kill them one by one. That smile terrified the magistrate so much that his pupils shrank. The courtroom vanished from his mind, replaced by the stormy night long ago and the desperate screams of the dead. Unable to bear the mental pressure, the magistrate slammed the desk and shouted for everyone to be silent. A moment later, he clutched his chest as his eyes rolled back and foam spilled from his mouth. Within seconds, the magistrate collapsed in his chair and died on the spot. The entire courtroom instantly erupted into chaos over the magistrate's sudden death. Piao Nanzi and Song Yunzi quickly examined him and concluded that he had suffered a sudden heart attack. Ming Lang and Liu Shi panicked, pointed at Li Yuntian, and shouted that he had used demonic magic to kill the magistrate. Piao Nanzi's face turned cold. With a casual wave, he blasted the screaming woman into a wall, killing her instantly before ordering everyone to keep quiet. He warned that he was not as merciful as the Shangqing sect, and anyone who spoke recklessly again would pay the price. Yin Pingji broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly ordered the courtroom sealed while driving everyone else outside. Li Yuntian calmly walked over to Yin Pingji and smiled as he asked whether he could finally take his wrongly accused master home. He then leaned close and whispered a few words into the chief constable's ear, instantly turning his face pale. Yin Pingji trembled, avoided Li Yuntian's gaze, and quickly agreed, telling the master and disciple they were free to leave. Li Yuntian bowed in thanks before calling the still-stunned Liu Gongzan to leave with him. Watching his back disappear, Ming Lang could not stop shivering. In his eyes, Li Yuntian looked no different from a real demon. On the way back, Liu Gongzan was still in shock. He quietly asked whether the magistrate had really died because of Li Yuntian, and Li Yuntian simply nodded. The two then stopped at a restaurant in the city. Li Yuntian ordered a table full of fine dishes. While pouring tea, he calmly explained the entire psychological trap he had prepared from the beginning. He even joked that Liu Gongzan's own words had helped him kill the magistrate. The magistrate had not died from magic, but from the horrifying memories he had buried for years. Li Yuntian explained that he had used a zai and familiar objects from the manor to slowly plant fear deep inside the magistrate's mind. Every step had been carefully arranged to recreate that terrible night and make the fear grow stronger. By the time the cry of "My Lord, save me" echoed through the courtroom, the final memory completely exploded. In that instant, the magistrate relived everything that had happened. In the end, his own fear claimed his life. Some things were even more terrifying than demons. Just as they were still talking, shouts suddenly came from outside that another murder had taken place at Hongfu Escort Agency. Li Yuntian simply smiled and said this meal had truly been worth it, just as he had predicted. The news reported that Wang Shi had been murdered, every valuable item in the house had vanished, and Ming Lang had disappeared without a trace. Even the two divine portraits Liu Gongzan had previously hung were thrown onto the floor. When Yin Pingji arrived to inspect the scene, he saw the two portraits and immediately thought of Li Yuntian before quietly giving an order. The entire city was to hunt down Ming Lang at once, and no one was allowed to mention the two portraits. As they left the bustling streets, Liu Gongzan nervously asked whether Li Yuntian had also been behind this murder. Li Yuntian could only smile helplessly, shake his head, and say he was no demon. According to him, the real culprit had always been human greed. Li Yuntian explained that Wang Shi wanted the entire fortune for herself, leaving Ming Lang with no way out. When someone is cornered like that, risking everything is no surprise. Not long after, Yin Pingji personally returned the two portraits to the Dragon King Temple. His attitude had completely changed as he respectfully handed them back and begged Li Yuntian to show mercy so Wei Cheng could return to peace. Li Yuntian accepted the two portraits and revealed a meaningful smile. He praised Yin Pingji for being both sensible and intelligent, hinting that they would have many chances to work together in the future. Looking him straight in the eye, Li Yuntian gently reminded him to resolve everything as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he could not promise the other party would remain patient. Yin Pingji felt a chill down his spine, hurriedly excused himself, and left at once. Watching the chief constable leave, Liu Gongzan could not help admiring how completely Li Yuntian had made the man fear him. As Li Yuntian walked back into the temple, his gaze turned thoughtful. He quietly said that everyone should take good care of their own head, because that made things far more interesting. As night grew deeper, the rear courtyard of the Dragon King Temple fell silent. Liu Gongzan sat beside the stone table, drained his cup of wine, and spoke with emotion. He knew Li Yuntian possessed remarkable abilities and many hidden secrets. He had saved the Dragon King Temple and never abandoned him during his imprisonment. The old Taoist blamed himself for living more than half his life without achieving anything. Slurring from the wine, he declared that from now on he would follow Li Yuntian. Whether they lived or died, they would face it together and never part ways. After saying that, Liu Gongzan collapsed onto the table, completely drunk. Li Yuntian quietly sat across from him without saying a word. Suddenly, the lamp on the table went out. The entire courtyard was instantly swallowed by an icy silence, making Li Yuntian's expression change slightly. A deep voice came from behind him, asking if he had already known someone would come. Li Yuntian stayed calm and never looked back. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he replied that he had expected this, so he had prepared a gift for ninth young master. A man stepped out of the darkness with fish scales covering one arm and cold eyes. Curious, he asked what the gift was. Li Yuntian turned around with a smile and mentioned how ninth young master had eaten the magistrate's two concubines a few days earlier. He said someone seeking revenge had created a Grand Yin spirit formation and had happened to cross paths with him as well. At that point, Li Yuntian deliberately stopped talking, leaving only a mysterious smile. Ninth young master immediately became interested and asked him to continue. He chuckled and said it seemed the little toy he had left behind had already been dealt with by Li Yuntian. Glancing at the sleeping Liu Gongzan, ninth young master looked disappointed that only an old man was there, hardly worth his attention. The moment he finished speaking, he reached for Liu Gongzan. His hand radiated deadly green demonic energy, forcing Li Yuntian to stop him at once. Ninth young master paused and looked at him. Li Yuntian smiled and said serving an old man to a guest would be terribly rude, so perhaps he could prepare something better instead. As he spoke, he reached into his robe, took out a jade slip, and placed it before ninth young master. He said it was the only interesting item he still carried. If ninth young master liked it, he was welcome to examine it. Ninth young master accepted the jade slip. When it glowed upon touching his demonic power, curiosity immediately appeared on his face. He had not expected it could actually be activated. Li Yuntian only shrugged and said he did not know either. Since it was made of jade, he had simply kept it with him. Seeing that the other man would not put it down, Li Yuntian pretended to regret it and reached out to ask for it back, saying he might as well keep it as a souvenir if it was useless. But ninth young master immediately pulled it back. He grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and said that in that case he would keep it. Whenever he felt like eating people, seeing this gift might remind him of Li Yuntian and perhaps spare his life. Hearing those words, Li Yuntian forced a smile, cold sweat forming on his back as he thanked him. Seeing his awkward expression, ninth young master laughed and said he did not like taking things for free, so he would trade something in return. He pulled out a suit of shining golden armor. Ninth young master casually tossed it to Li Yuntian, saying not even his own claws could tear it apart, so all he had to do was wear it. Li Yuntian accepted the treasure, secretly delighted by the incredible bargain, though he kept a grateful expression on his face. A while later, he casually asked that since ninth young master had mentioned living nearby, perhaps the two of them. Before he could finish, ninth young master suddenly grabbed Li Yuntian by the collar and slammed him against the wall. His eyes instantly turned fierce as he coldly demanded to know if Li Yuntian was trying to find out where he lived. Cold sweat poured down Li Yuntian's back. He quickly explained while silently cursing the man for being completely insane. Forcing a smile, he insisted he was only concerned about ninth young master and had no intention of prying into his affairs. He smiled and said that in Weicheng, ninth young master was the only person he could truly call a friend, so showing a little concern was only natural. The word friend made ninth young master's expression waver. His grip slowly loosened as he quietly muttered to himself. He avoided Li Yuntian's gaze. The next moment, ninth young master shot straight into the sky. He blasted a huge hole through the temple roof before vanishing into the night. Li Yuntian dropped to the ground, looked up at the hole in the roof, and let out a long breath. At least he had managed to send the great demon away for now. He began reviewing every clue he had gathered. The creature had dragon traits, fish scales covering its body, a habit of swallowing prey whole, and every appearance came with storms and thunder. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the hole in the roof and woke Liu Gongzan. The moment he opened his eyes and saw the sky overhead, he jumped up in panic, thinking the temple roof had vanished. He immediately ran to find Li Yuntian and saw him calmly reading a book. With a trembling voice, Liu Gongzan asked if that monster had come during the night. Li Yuntian calmly nodded and joked that the old man's reaction was not slow at all. He then reassured him that nothing had happened, because ninth young master thought old human meat tasted terrible. That only frightened Liu Gongzan even more, and he desperately urged them to flee at once. Li Yuntian shook his head. Running would be useless, especially with members of the Tao Orthodoxy watching the city. Their top priority was still breaking the Snow Mountain Qi Sea Seal. He then gave Liu Gongzan a task: spread the rumor that the Dragon King had appeared to preach during the night, then renovate the temple and prepare for a new statue. Liu Gongzan could only make a bitter face because the temple had no money left. Li Yuntian smiled and said it was only an excuse to collect donations. Repairing the temple came first, while the new statue could wait a few years. Liu Gongzan immediately praised the idea and happily went to open the temple gates. Meanwhile, Li Yuntian quietly admitted to himself that he had finally discovered ninth young master's true identity. He was Li Yun, the Dragon King of Weicheng and the ninth son of the Dragon King. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yuntian told himself this game of pretending to be friends could not last forever. The moment the temple gates opened, Liu Gongzan froze at the sight outside. The entrance was packed with people, all competing to offer the first incense because they believed the Dragon King temple had truly become miraculous. Standing to the side, Li Yuntian quietly listened as everyone discussed the Qiao family's downfall, Ming Lang's disappearance, and the strange cries of a female ghost in the abandoned courtyard. Hearing that, he frowned slightly. In his view, Manhwa Abyss had likely broken free from her restraints and started causing trouble again. It was probably time to give her a few jobs. Inside an abandoned warehouse of Hongfu escort agency, Ming Lang hid beneath a veiled hat. He gritted his teeth, convinced Li Yuntian wanted to drive him away so he could join forces with his cousin and steal the entire fortune. He swore he would never let that happen. Not long afterward, Li Yuntian arrived and calmly walked inside. After only a few steps, countless vines suddenly wrapped tightly around his legs. A strange tree spirit appeared, endlessly muttering that Li Yuntian had to take it along. Watching the performance, Li Yuntian simply shook his head and called it a terrible act. He casually tossed a bit of fortune luck to the tree spirit, which immediately went limp and collapsed. Without another glance, Li Yuntian continued deeper inside. In a dark room, Manhwa Abyss was using Qiao Shaoji's body to give a lecture. Around her, rabbits, mice, chickens, and other small animals listened intently as she explained the principles of proper values. Li Yuntian suddenly kicked the door open, sending the frightened animals scattering in every direction. Manhwa Nyang also fell backward in panic and hurriedly explained that she had not meant to spread his teachings. The little animals had come to learn on their own. Li Yuntian noticed the shriveled corpse of a maid lying in the corner and frowned as he asked what had happened. Manhwa Nyang quickly explained that a strange cloud had caused it. Hearing that, Li Yuntian immediately realized it was not Ninth Young Master's doing, leaving him even more suspicious. Just then, Manhwa Nyang glanced outside and nervously warned that someone was coming. A stunning woman gently descended from the sky. She was Ling Kongzi Liu Ling, the senior disciple of the Lingjia Grotto Heaven. The moment she arrived, her eyes locked onto Ming Lang, hiding in the shadows, and a faint smile appeared on her face. The instant Ming Lang saw such a beauty, lust filled his mind, and he rushed toward her with evil intentions. Ling Kongzi simply reached out and lightly touched his arm. A soft blast echoed through the room. Ming Lang turned to ashes on the spot, managing only a single scream before disappearing completely. Li Yuntian slowly stepped forward and finally faced Ling Kongzi. She asked whether he belonged to the Tao orthodoxy, while Li Yuntian calmly asked why she had entered his territory. He then questioned why she had killed someone so casually. The two soon began debating their beliefs. Li Yuntian argued that humans and demons could coexist and that all living beings were equal under heaven. His unusual ideas greatly intrigued Ling Kongzi. Before leaving, she said she would seriously consider everything she had heard, and if she still had questions, she would return to seek his guidance. With that, Liu Ling lightly leaped into the air and became a streak of light that vanished into the sky. Before departing, she introduced herself as Ling Kongzi, the senior disciple of the Lingjia Grotto Heaven, though in the mortal world, she was simply called Liu Ling. Watching her disappear into the distance, Li Yuntian quietly sighed. A peak transformation realm expert from the Grotto Heaven sect was truly on another level. He wished he could one day reach that realm as well. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain struck, forcing him to clutch his chest and drop to one knee. It seemed his heart tribulation had returned. Meanwhile, a bloody prison break had just taken place in Vaicheng. Ming Yi was rescued by Ying Juaran and carried away on horseback. Along the way, the old man weakly said he was already old, his master was gone, and surviving no longer meant anything. Ying Juaran immediately cut him off. He said that if Meng Yi had truly lost his will, then who would pass down the 7-kill saber to him? He vowed to find whoever had ruined Meng's life and kill them in revenge. Ying Juaran then headed straight for the Dragon King Temple, where Li Yuntian was staying. In his eyes, Li Yuntian was the mastermind behind everything that had happened to Meng Yi and the Qiao family. At that moment, Li Yuntian was happily giving names to the awakened animals under Manhwa Nyang's command, calling them one after another. He gave the rabbit a brand new name. Then it was the chicken's turn to receive a new name as well. One after another, the remaining animals each received their own name, creating a surprisingly peaceful scene. Just then, a razor-sharp saber aura ripped through the wall and shot straight at Li Yuntian. He tilted his body to dodge and loudly asked who the attacker was, since they seemed to have no grudge between them. Standing on the rooftop, Ying Juaran coldly introduced himself and declared that Li Yuntian had killed the man who was supposed to die by his blade. If he failed to kill his target, his saber intent would slowly fade away. Seeing the two about to fight, Meng Yi hurriedly tried to stop them, insisting that Li Yuntian was not a bad person. But Ying Juaran paid no attention. He immediately charged down with a flurry of saber strikes, saying Li Yuntian could die without regret because everyone he saved in the future would be grateful for that sacrifice. Hearing such twisted logic, Li Yuntian could only shake his head in disbelief. As the blade neared his face, a sharp light flashed across his eyes. He gently touched the flat of the saber with a single finger. The weapon was instantly knocked backward, as though struck by an invisible force. Li Yuntian then followed with a casual palm strike to Ying Juaran's chest, sending him flying dozens of meters before he coughed up blood. Dusting off his sleeve, Li Yuntian calmly told him to leave because he had no interest in killing anyone. Ying Juaran staggered to his feet, staring at Li Yuntian with undisguised shock. In the end, he could only cup his hands in respect, before quietly leaving without another word. Watching him go, Li Yuntian smiled faintly. It seemed he had met another rather interesting person. The next morning, the Dragon King Temple welcomed another familiar visitor. Yin Pingji arrived with a red invitation and said he had come to invite both master and disciple. He asked whether, as painters, they had ever heard of the famous painting The Fisherman Angling for the Master. Liu Gongzan immediately recognized it as the masterpiece of Master Daomizi. Yin Pingji explained that Pei Juezi, a descendant of the great master, was traveling the world with the painting and had just arrived in Weicheng. To mark the occasion, he was hosting an art appreciation gathering for fellow cultivators and artists. Holding the invitation in his hand, Li Yuntian quietly fell into thought when he heard the name, The Fisherman, Angling for the Master. If it really was that masterpiece, it might help him overcome his heart tribulation. At the same time, elsewhere, Liu Ling also received an invitation to the art gathering from a mysterious old man, who told her that the fisherman angling for the master would be displayed there. He added that the painting might hold the key to reflecting one's heart tribulation. Though created by a mortal painter, its value was truly extraordinary. Liu Ling calmly accepted the invitation and agreed to attend. In a luxurious estate surrounded by water, Pei Juezi was busy indulging himself. The notorious young master cared about nothing except his own pleasures. He embraced a beautiful woman while drinking wine and enjoying music and dance. Late that night, just as the fun was about to continue, frantic knocking suddenly echoed outside. Irritated by the interruption, Pei Juezi loudly cursed whoever was at the door. The door swung open, but instead of a servant, a hideous green ghost stepped inside with razor-sharp claws and vicious fangs. The talisman on the door had already burned to ashes. The ghost rushed in, casually flinging the woman aside before approaching Pei Juezi. Terrified, he dropped to his knees and repeatedly begged for mercy. But the ghost had no intention of eating him. Instead, it pressed a finger against the center of his forehead. Pei Juezi immediately collapsed to the floor. Blood slowly trickled from his forehead as the ghost drained every trace of life force from his body before leaving. Strange green flames burst out and engulfed Pei Juezi. Writhing in unbearable agony, he could only scream for help. The next morning, Qianghua Pavilion became lively as the art appreciation gathering officially began. Li Yuntian and Liu Gongzan also arrived among the crowds and carriages. Surrounded by influential guests, Liu Gongzan became nervous and wanted to leave, but Li Yuntian simply smiled and assured him that everything was under control. Just then, Liu Gongzan unexpectedly ran into an old acquaintance named Shi Guizi, who was accompanied by a Taoist woman he had never met before. Shi Guizi greeted them with a smile before looking at Li Yuntian and praising Liu Gongzan for having such an outstanding disciple. The group entered Qianghua Pavilion together to attend the gathering. At the entrance, a waiter stopped them because he doubted the old Taoist's invitation and asked them to wait while it was verified. While waiting, Li Yuntian crossed paths with the arrogant coachman of Xuan Chengzi, the most famous intent realm painter in Weicheng. The man mocked him, saying there were only 4 intent realm painters in the city, so where had a 5th one come from? He even looked down on the old Taoist. Li Yuntian immediately corrected his manners, drawing the attention of Xuan Chengzi inside the carriage. Not long afterward, the group was allowed into the main hall, and the art appreciation gathering officially began. Pei Juezi appeared, but something about him felt deeply unsettling. The more Li Yuntian watched, the stranger he seemed. A bizarre killing aura surrounded Pei Juezi, leading Li Yuntian to quickly conclude that he had either been replaced or possessed by a ghost. At that moment, Ling Kongzi descended like a heavenly immortal. She recited 2 powerful lines of poetry that left the entire hall in stunned silence. After her entrance, she requested to see the fisherman angling for the master. Pei Juezi immediately sent the painting floating into the air for everyone to admire. While everyone else admired the artwork, Li Yuntian focused only on Ling Kongzi and Pei Juezi, wondering why a peak transformation realm expert had failed to notice the ghost hiding inside him. Just then, Xuan Chengzi's coachman came looking for trouble again, smugly claiming that Li Yuntian's master was about to be humiliated. He proudly boasted that his own master would soon be invited to present a painting before the immortal, deliberately trying to belittle them. After saying that, he even sneered and deliberately spat toward Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian did not waste a single word. He answered with one powerful punch that sent the man flying with blood pouring from his mouth. The moment Xuan Chengzi looked over, the coachman instantly changed his story, pretending to cry as he claimed the wind had knocked him over. At that moment, Ling Kongzi announced that all the painters of Weicheng had gathered today, and she wished to personally see each of their works. Her goal was to overcome her own killing tribulation. The announcement immediately shocked the entire hall. Seizing the opportunity, Xuan Chengzi pressured Liu Gongzan into joining the painting contest. Li Yuntian stepped forward on his master's behalf and explained that the old Taoist had injured his hand and could no longer hold a brush. Ling Kongzi pointed directly at Li Yuntian and ordered him to paint a work filled with killing intent. She promised to grant him one request if the painting satisfied her, but if he failed, the consequences would not be pleasant. Amid countless mocking and scornful stares, Li Yuntian calmly picked up the brush and began to paint, his mind filled with the painful and brutal memories of his past life. He poured every bit of that emotion into each stroke, while Xuan Chengzi finished his Black Dragon Storm painting with a raging dragon soaring through the rain. Li Yuntian instead painted what looked like a joke called the freak-eating painting. The entire hall burst into laughter, convinced it looked like a child's doodle. Furious, Xuan Chengzi tried to attack Li Yuntian, but Ling Kongzi stopped him at once. The moment she touched the painting, she sensed terrifying killing intent hidden within and declared it a true treasure scroll. When the painting fully unfolded, everyone froze, as a monster tore Xuan Chengzi apart and devoured him alive. The overwhelming killing aura flooded the hall and sent chills down everyone's spine. Thanks to that painting, Ling Kongzi successfully overcame her deadly tribulation. The way she looked at Li Yuntian changed instantly, and she invited him for a private talk to ask if that person was still alive. Knowing she meant the painting sage, Li Yuntian only gave a vague answer and said he did not know. Ling Kongzi then asked if he had come for the painting sage or for the relics the painting sage left behind. Li Yuntian changed the subject and said another ghost was still hiding inside the mansion. He offered to take that ghost in exchange for revealing even more interesting secrets. Right then, Peijuezi revealed his true form as a hideous ghost and charged forward. With a single finger snap, Ling Kongzi effortlessly subdued him. She twisted the ghost's body, like wringing out a wet towel. Li Yuntian asked to take the ghost so he could investigate the whereabouts of Zhu Gongzi. He even made up a story that Zhu Gongzi had stolen the wisdom jade slip to mislead Ling Kongzi, while she revealed her second mission was to eliminate the painting sage's remaining followers. According to her, every surviving ally of the painting sage had to be wiped out. Ling Kongzi stared directly at Li Yuntian and slowly spoke. The person she intended to kill was the last survivor of the painting sage's faction. That target was none other than Longzi, Li Yuntian's old friend, and she asked if he could bring himself to kill him. Li Yuntian pretended to be heartbroken and sighed that Longzi no longer saw him as a friend, before lamenting how their paths had diverged. With carefully chosen words, Li Yuntian subtly influenced Ling Kongzi's state of mind and made her question her own path of cultivation. After a long discussion, they reached an agreement. Li Yuntian would help find Zhu Gongzi, while Ling Kongzi would protect the old Taoist Liu Gongzan. After the Baohua gathering ended, Li Yuntian gathered the young masters and temple keepers to announce a plan to replace every divine statue to prevent demons from possessing them, while secretly intending to swap them with his own portraits to gather faith power. Before everyone left, he told them to return at noon the next day to collect their paintings. Beneath the pouring night rain, Li Yuntian quietly departed. Deep down, he had already prepared for a life-or-death gamble. If he survived these two great threats, the road ahead would become far brighter. Along the way, he unexpectedly met Bai Yanjun, also known as Bai Wuchang. Bai Yanjun immediately warned him that using a mortal body to absorb faith power was extremely dangerous. Bai Yanjun pointed out that Li Yuntian's Snow Mountain Chi Si had already suffered severe damage, and if he continued, the day it collapsed would not be far away. Li Yuntian only smiled and admitted he already knew. He explained that unless he gradually transformed spiritual power into faith power to rebuild his Snow Mountain Chi Si, he would eventually lose the ability to cultivate the Heavenly Heart True method and be forced onto the divine path. He then asked if that path still held any hope. Bai Yanjun shook his head and said it was all pointless because once someone died, nothing else mattered. Before leaving, Bai Yanjun remarked that Li Yuntian was just like the infamous devil of old, always causing earth-shaking chaos. Li Yuntian simply smiled and calmly replied that one day he would no longer be human. After parting with Bai Yanjun, he headed straight for Li Miosis Manor. The entire estate was shrouded in thick mist and heavy ghostly energy. Watching from a distance, he realized the ghostly aura remained dense enough to hide his own presence without being noticed. Li Yuntian took out a red talisman. Its light tore through the mist, and a blurry figure slowly emerged before him. He calmly ordered it to reveal its true form. He then tapped the ghost's forehead with 2 fingers, used a secret voice transmission, and told them to have a proper conversation. That ghost was the Great Ghost, or rather the remnant soul of Ye Di Lu Zhenyang. Li Yuntian immediately asked if he had ever met Longzi, only to receive the vague reply that it had happened a very long time ago. Hearing that, Li Yuntian smiled faintly as another crucial piece fell into place. He promised to preserve the other's soul and proposed they continue working together. The full moon hung high above, bathing the land in a pale golden glow. After exhausting himself hypnotizing the great ghost, Li Yuntian collapsed asleep beside a wall. He only woke when someone called out urgently and realized he had completely dozed off. Standing before him was a young girl with clear eyes as bright as an autumn lake. Seeing him awake, she let out a sigh of relief and said she thought something had happened when she saw him lying there. Then she asked why he was still outside so late at night. Only then did Li Yuntian notice a thin blanket covering him. He smiled and thanked her for her kindness, said he would head home right away, then asked why she was still wandering outside at this hour. His eyes drifted to her feet, and he noticed she was wearing only one shoe, while the other bare foot was covered in dust. Realizing he had noticed, the young girl instantly blushed with embarrassment. She quickly hid her bare foot beneath her skirt. Taking a nervous step back, she quietly explained that she could not sleep and had come out for a walk. She wished him well and said she had to go home. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran off like a little rabbit. Before disappearing, she tossed him a small paper package. She told him to eat it and hurry home so his family would not worry. Then she lightly vaulted over the wall and vanished. When Li Yuntian opened the package, he found a sweet pastry inside. He stood there for a few seconds before laughing. It seemed she had mistaken him for a runaway boy. Standing beneath the tree and gazing at the moon, his mood suddenly grew heavy. He reminded himself that he no longer had any family, and death was drawing closer with each passing day. Li Yuntian looked toward the place where the girl had disappeared. He realized it was the residence of Yin Jiping and guessed the girl was a maid serving the Yin family. Thinking of Yin Butu, he simply smiled. For such a scheming man to have such a kind maid was a rare blessing. Li Yuntian quietly turned and walked away, his lonely shadow stretching beneath the moonlight. He would always remember the unexpected warmth of that night, but for now, he still had to face his harsh reality. The next morning, the old Taoist opened the Dragon King Temple gate, only to find the entrance packed with a sea of people. Everyone pushed and shouted just to receive a painting, while he repeatedly assured them there would be enough for everyone. After receiving their paintings, the crowd was overjoyed. They constantly praised Li Yuntian and admired the old Taoist for having such an outstanding disciple. One person examined the painting closely and asked why his temple, which worshipped the matchmaker god, had received this instead. The old Taoist firmly insisted there had been no mistake. When the painting was fully opened, everyone was stunned. They compared their paintings and realized they had all received the exact same image, leaving them wondering which deity this actually was. Li Yuntian stepped forward with a smile and introduced it as the divine image of Great Supreme Profound Spirit, Treasure Crown Prince, then declared that this painting would replace every old deity statue. The moment they heard about replacing the statues, the people strongly objected. Some said their families had worshipped those gods for generations, while others argued that the Dragon King had gone through great effort to invite those deities, so how could they simply replace them? Li Yuntian calmly spread his hands and asked if any temple keeper had any other objections. The entire crowd instantly fell silent and no one spoke. Seeing that, he continued pressing their doubts by reminding everyone of Ling Kongzi's words at the Bao Hua gathering and asked whose judgment they truly intended to trust. As he spoke, he took another scroll from the old Taoist. Still speaking gently, he said he had stayed up all night preparing these paintings, and surely no one wanted to waste his effort. The crowd exchanged hesitant glances, with everyone caught in a difficult position. In the end, Ling Kongzi's reputation and the appeal of the miraculous stories won out. One person lowered his head, accepted the painting, and thanked Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian gave a slight nod, satisfied that everything was finally moving in the right direction. Then Li Yuntian exchanged a glance with the old Taoist and loudly assured everyone to replace the old statues without worry. Once everyone worshipped the same deity, the incense offerings would flourish, and its spiritual power would grow even stronger. If they still doubted it, they could simply ask Hun Yuanzi about last month's offerings. At once, every pair of eyes turned toward the old Taoist. Caught off guard, he nervously held up 3 fingers and admitted that ever since switching to the new deity, the temple had earned 3 taels of silver every month. The crowd immediately erupted in shock because that was more than 2 months of income for many temples. In an instant, every objection disappeared. People rushed forward to claim their paintings while thanking Li Yuntian again and again. Seeing his goal achieved, Li Yuntian quietly left, leaving the old Taoist to struggle with the endless crowd. He then arrived at the Weishui River, where fierce winds scattered dry leaves and waves crashed against the rocky shore. Gazing across the endless river, Li Yuntian thought that if the current was already this fierce before reaching the sea, then Zhu Gongzi truly ruled an enormous domain. The thought made him mutter a few sarcastic remarks. He took out a stack of portraits of Zhu Gongzi, then he tossed them into the rushing river one by one, as if sending a message to his old friend. Each sheet briefly revealed Zhu Gongzi's image upon touching the water before dissolving into the waves. Li Yuntian patiently kept throwing the portraits into the river while repeatedly calling Zhu Gongzi's name. The quiet hours slipped away from morning onward. Even after the sun had set, Zhu Gongzi still had not appeared. Standing with folded arms by the riverbank, Li Yuntian sighed that the wind was especially strong today and wondered if Zhu Gongzi was simply not home. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind an ancient tree. Zhu Gongzi asked if Li Yuntian was calling him so desperately because he wanted to die. Li Yuntian spun around and saw Zhu Gongzi leaning against the tree with an arrogant grin. He immediately changed his expression, acted pitiful, grabbed Zhu Gongzi's sleeve, and said he had searched all day because something extremely serious had happened. Flashing his sharp teeth, Zhu Gongzi grabbed Li Yuntian's hand and laughed as he asked what kind of disaster had occurred. Li Yuntian lowered his voice and urged Zhu Gongzi to leave immediately because someone was trying to kill him. Since they knew each other, that person had also forced Li Yuntian to help with the hunt. He continued the lie by claiming the enemy came from the Tao orthodoxy and was far stronger than him, so he had no choice but to pretend to cooperate. He also said he had already replaced every deity connected to Zhu Gongzi in the region because he feared the enemy would eventually trace his whereabouts. Hearing that, Zhu Gongzi instantly exploded with rage. Veins bulged across his face as he shouted whether Li Yuntian had really replaced every one of his shrines and demanded to know why. Li Yuntian immediately pretended to panic, took several steps back, and explained that he knew Zhu Gongzi's true identity. Fearing he would be tracked through those deity statues, he had deliberately thrown the enemy off by claiming Zhu Gongzi had always used those shrines to gather faith power. He kept talking, explaining that once those temples changed their faith, the flow of incense offerings would be cut off, and the enemy's strength would be greatly reduced. Finally, Li Yuntian urged Zhu Gongzi to leave before the Tao orthodoxy traced his location. Zhu Gongzi narrowed his eyes and skeptically asked whether the enemy had really believed such a story. Leaning against the tree, Li Yuntian gave a bitter smile. He said a man on the verge of death had no reason to lie, and to earn that woman's trust, he had even agreed to help hunt down his own friend. Looking Zhu Gongzi straight in the eye, he admitted he had even used his own body to replace Zhu Gongzi's divine position and bear the burden of the gathered faith power. Sooner or later, his body would collapse. Hearing that, Zhu Gongzi rushed forward and slammed Li Yuntian against the tree. He roared that Li Yuntian was an idiot because no one had asked him to interfere. Even so, deep down he admitted he had always found Li Yuntian to be a truly fascinating person. Behind Zhu Gongzi, the phantom of a colossal water dragon appeared and roared across the sky. He declared himself the Wei Shui Dragon King and claimed that no one alive could take his life. Facing that overwhelming presence, Li Yuntian calmly raised his head and looked at the massive dragon. He simply replied that even the Wei Shui Dragon King could not change anything. His thoughts drifted back to what the Great Ghost had told him the previous night about the true dragon and the Nine Sons dragon bloodline. Based on his own guess, the Dragon King before him was nothing more than the last child rejected by the true dragon. Without warning, Zhu Gongzi grabbed Li Yuntian's wrist to check his pulse. The moment he finished, his expression completely changed. He realized Li Yuntian's condition was real, while Li Yuntian quietly pulled his hand back and lowered his head, as though he had already accepted his fate. Zhu Gongzi stared at him for a long moment. Without realizing it, he had truly come to see this mortal as a friend, and another thought quietly formed in his heart. Li Yuntian looked up, and Zhu Gongzi slowly let go of him. In a softer voice, he admitted he had once believed Li Yuntian had betrayed him. Then Zhu Gongzi's tone turned sharp again. He said Li Yuntian knew he was hunting the Great Ghost, yet still let it escape on purpose. He explained that he had witnessed everything near a house that night, instantly reminding Li Yuntian of the girl who had given him the pastry, making his heart tighten. Zhu Gongzi casually added that while he was still angry, he happened to see the girl smiling happily inside the house, so he ate her on a whim. He even remarked that her meat was tender but nothing special, and wondered if she had known Li Yuntian. Those words struck Li Yuntian like a bolt of lightning, leaving him completely frozen. Forcing himself to stay calm, he asked if Zhu Gongzi meant the young girl from the Yin residence. Zhu Gongzi replied coldly that he could never remember every piece of prey. To him, she was just food. If Li Yuntian regretted it so much, then after he died, Zhu Gongzi would offer him a few more people. Li Yuntian lowered his head to hide the faint smile on his lips, but his eyes filled with icy killing intent. He simply replied that it was nothing. Looking up with a fake smile, Li Yuntian wished Zhu Gongzi a long life before continuing to reveal the next plan of the chief disciple of Dongtian he had mentioned earlier. Night gradually settled as wave after wave of cold winds swept through. Dry leaves drifted through the air like funeral paper scattered in mourning. White mourning cloth covered the entrance of the Yin residence. Li Yuntian quietly blended into the crowd and listened as people whispered that Yin Buta's niece had just died. Everyone pitied her tragic fate. Some said the girl had only recently arrived from the countryside before suddenly losing her life. Most believed she had terrible luck or had fallen victim to a demon. Li Yuntian silently stared into the residence as endless cries of grief echoed from within. Ling Kongzi appeared beside him without a sound and quietly asked what he was looking at. Without taking his eyes off the residence, Li Yuntian answered with only 2 words, karma. Turning to her with bloodshot eyes full of guilt, he said another innocent person had died because of him last night. If he had never befriended that demon, the girl would not have suffered such a fate. The girl's gentle smile from the previous night flashed through his mind. She had been a complete stranger who simply showed kindness to someone sleeping by the roadside, only to become a demon's meal. Li Yuntian lowered his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. He slowly said the girl had lost her parents long ago and left her hometown to depend on relatives. Perhaps the Yin residence could have become her new home and given her a better life, but now everything was over. Clenching his teeth, every word carried burning hatred. In his eyes, everything had begun because of him. While those demons were so cruel, they deserved to be wiped out completely. His eyes burned with killing intent as Li Yuntian turned to Ling Kongzi and firmly asked how certain she was of killing Zhu Gongzi if he gave her his full support. Ling Kongzi calmly answered that the chance of success was absolute. Her reply left Li Yuntian stunned. Ling Kongzi explained that if she faced Zhu Gongzi's true demonic body head-on, she would likely lose her life. But if she had enough time to prepare and set up a grand formation in advance, then the moment Zhu Gongzi stepped inside, he would never leave alive. She then asked if Li Yuntian had already met Zhu Gongzi. Without turning around, he replied that he had told Zhu Gongzi he was being forced by the woman from Lingjia Dongtian. He also claimed he would pretend to stand on her side and wait until the battle began before striking Zhu Gongzi from behind. Then he gave a faint smile and revealed his real plan. He would not attack at all, allowing Ling Kongzi to finish everything herself. Ling Kongzi was still not fully convinced, so she stopped him and asked whether Zhu Gongzi had truly fallen for the deception. Li Yuntian looked back with an icy gaze and replied that the words of a dying man were always the easiest to believe. Hearing that, Ling Kongzi could not hide her shock. Li Yuntian continued by explaining that the paintings he had asked her to deliver to the temples were actually meant to replace Zhu Gong's divine images with portraits of himself. All the faith power had been redirected into his own body, making Zhu Gong's believe Li Yuntian was sacrificing his life for him, while also weakening Zhu Gong's source of faith power. After hearing the full truth, Ling Kongzi was completely speechless. She asked why he had chosen such an extreme path, and reminded him that a young painter capable of creating treasure scrolls was an exceptionally rare genius with limitless potential. Li Yuntian calmly replied that being a genius meant nothing. In his eyes, this was only enough to atone for a fraction of the sins that he and Zhu Gongzi had committed. From the very beginning, he should never have befriended a demon. Looking up at the sky, he quietly said he no longer deserved to live. As Zhu Gongzi's friend, he carried too many sins, and perhaps death was the only fitting end. His only regret was that he would leave nothing behind for the world. With that, Li Yuntian turned to leave, saying only that he had once wanted to return to the mountains with Ling Kongzi. But that was no longer possible. Ling Kongzi stood frozen as she watched his lonely figure disappear, her heart filled with countless emotions. She also turned away, quietly thinking that Li Yuntian was truly a fool, but she never noticed that the hand behind his back had already clenched into a fist. A cold and dangerous aura quietly spread from Li Yuntian. A strange smile curled across his lips. It seemed someone had finally begun replacing the deity statues just as he had planned. 3 days later, on an old street corner, Li Yuntian set up a small painting stall that quickly caught the attention of passers-by. While looking around, he noticed an old beggar sitting by the roadside, tapping a chipped bowl with a small stone. Just then, the familiar call of a sour soup vendor echoed through the street. Hearing the sound, the old beggar drifted into his memories. He recalled that when he guarded the frontier, he could only enjoy a bowl of hot sour soup once a month after returning from the battlefield. To him, nothing felt better on a freezing day than a steaming bowl of sour soup. He took his few remaining coins and tried to buy a bowl, but the vendor waved him away the moment he saw him, ignoring the beggar's insistence that he could still pay. The vendor coldly drove him away and refused to sell him anything. During the commotion, several coins rolled across the ground and stopped near Li Yuntian. He bent down and picked them up one by one. Then he called to the vendor and asked for a bowl of soup. The vendor impatiently told him to come get it himself. Li Yuntian let out a quiet sigh before turning to the old beggar with a smile. He told him not to worry. If the vendor refused to sell to him, then he would find another way. He then loudly announced that anyone willing to give him a bowl of sour soup would get to see a magic trick. An interested young master immediately ordered someone to bring him a bowl. Li Yuntian accepted the bowl. Then he drained it in a single gulp. After that, he unrolled a painting he had prepared in advance, showing countless people releasing lanterns onto a river. The instant his brush touched the painting, the entire scroll glowed with a mysterious light. A lotus flower emerged from the painting and gently lifted the now empty bowl. Smiling, Li Yuntian said that since the young master had treated him to a bowl of soup, it was now his turn to treat everyone. With a single brushstroke, the river inside the painting transformed into a steaming river of sour soup. The crowd eagerly filled their bowls. Everyone stared in disbelief as each bowl was filled with hot, delicious soup that tasted completely real. Seeing the old beggar still standing there, Li Yuntian smiled and asked why the man who wanted soup was not drinking. The old beggar scratched his head awkwardly and said this was an immortal's soup, so he did not dare touch it. Li Yuntian personally filled a bowl for him and smiled, saying he was no immortal, only someone who knew a few simple tricks, so he should drink without worry. The old beggar accepted the bowl with trembling hands. Then he finished every last drop in one breath. A rare look of complete satisfaction appeared on his aged face. Watching him, Li Yuntian slowly said that most people chased wealth, power, and immediate rewards, while very few truly understood what they wanted or what they lived for. The old beggar smiled faintly and replied that he had never accomplished anything great, but at least every choice in his life had been his own. Now that old age was upon him, he had long since made peace with everything. Li Yuntian gave a meaningful smile and asked what he would do if he had the chance to choose again. The old beggar froze and instinctively asked if Li Yuntian was an immortal. Li Yuntian stepped closer, slowly combed the old man's hair, tied it neatly, and began reciting an ancient incantation. Each line of the chant echoed through the silent air. The final verse ended with the wish for eternal life. Leaning close to the old man's ear, he quietly wished that he would one day attain immortality. Then he handed the old man a painting and said this was the destined opportunity meant for him. He instructed him that if anyone wanted to buy the painting later, he could name any price he wished. Still, he told the old beggar to think carefully before deciding whether to sell it. With that, Li Yuntian turned and walked away, leaving the old man clutching the painting with dreams of eternal life. Meanwhile, the soup vendor happily gathered every bowl that was still intact, thinking he had made a fortune. Afraid someone else would collect the rest, he stomped and smashed every remaining bowl on the ground. The old beggar quietly remained at the corner of the street, holding the painting close to his chest. Before long, everyone came to their senses and realized they had only been drinking river water. The crowd instantly turned on the Taoist with angry curses, while the soup vendor insisted they had finished his entire pot of soup. Looking at the empty pot and the pile of shattered bowls, the vendor burst into tears and chased after the crowd, demanding everyone come back and pay. Leaving the chaos behind, the old beggar quietly walked into a deserted alley with the painting in his arms. Only 2 words filled his mind now: eternal life. From above, Li Yuntian silently watched everything unfold and coldly told himself that the painting only lacked its final stroke. The old beggar leaned on his cane as he walked, coughing violently with every step. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped. Standing before him was Yin Pingji, already waiting with a sharp sword in hand, and, terrified, the old beggar kept backing away. One hand gripped his old wooden cane, while the other clung tightly to the painting. He kept muttering that an immortal had granted him eternal life. A flash of sword light cut through the air, sending the painting to the ground. In an instant, the painting was stained red with fresh blood. Rain began to pour, mixing with the blood on the road. The old beggar collapsed beneath the rain as his final breath faded away. Yin Pingji bent down, picked up the painting, and tucked it inside his robe. He immediately turned and left the scene. After walking a short distance, he grabbed a passerby and shouted, As soon as the man recognized Yin Pingji's official uniform, he froze in fear. Yin Pingji ordered him to return to the government office at once and bring people because a murder had just taken place. The man ran off without looking back. As Yin Pingji turned to glance at the corpse, a dark voice suddenly echoed from nowhere, demanding that he return the painting. Startled, he looked around but found no one. He could only shout into the air to calm himself. But the whisper kept drawing closer as if it were right behind him. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. He coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. On a nearby rooftop, Bai Wuchang gently shook his head and sighed. From the moment Li Yuntian personally tied up the old beggar's hair, karma had already taken shape. Even they could no longer interfere. What Li Yuntian had granted was not human immortality, but the immortality of a ghost. Bai Wuchang turned to He Wuchang and remarked that Li Yuntian was not much different from that demon lord. He Wuchang simply narrowed his eyes and spoke 2 words, human demon. Then he calmly said there was no need to worry about it. The heavenly emperor of the Li kingdom had just reached the end of his lifespan, and their task was to guide his soul away. Elsewhere, in a hidden place, Ling Kongzi was still focused on drawing talismans and preparing a formation. An old man entered and reported that he had followed her instructions exactly. He had deliberately let Yin Pingji learn that his granddaughter had met Li Yuntian before being killed by demons, while also revealing Li Yuntian's whereabouts. Since her death, Yin Pingji had only loved and mourned his granddaughter even more. Ling Kongzi stopped writing and asked how Yin Pingji reacted after suspecting Li Yuntian was connected to his granddaughter's death. The old man replied that everything happened just as she expected. Yin Pingji did not seek out Li Yuntian immediately. Instead, he first seized the painting from the old beggar, then visited Zhao Zifu. When he left, the painting was no longer with him, so it had most likely been presented to Zhao Zifu. He continued that Zhao Jifu came from the Zhao family of the north, a clan famous for its pride, and one that had long refused to fully obey Ling Kongzi's orders. To avenge his granddaughter, Yin Pingji had chosen to side with Zhao Jifu, which meant Li Yuntian and the old Taoist at the Dragon King Temple would inevitably face disaster. Even so, he still could not understand why Ling Kongzi had so many ways to deal with those two, yet chose such a complicated plan. Ling Kongzi replied coldly that she was no fool. She wanted to see with her own eyes how Li Yuntian would respond once every escape route had been cut off. At that very moment, inside the Dragon King Temple, Li Yuntian quietly polished his treasured sword. Gently running his fingers along the icy blade, he softly said that the final stroke of the painting was complete. At Zhao Jifu's residence, Lord Zhao carefully admired the painting he had just received, feeling extremely satisfied as he declared it to be a genuine masterpiece. He even sighed that such a talented young man like Li Yuntian had chosen to stand with Ling Kongzi. At that moment, the old beggar inside the painting by the lotus pond suddenly moved. He slowly turned his head, his glowing red eyes locked onto Zhao Jifu, and a sinister smile spread across his face. Outside, the heavy rain poured without end. The temple doors swung open as the old Taoist Liu Gongzandan walked in, soaked from head to toe with a bundle of food in his hand. The moment he saw Li Yuntian, he asked if he was preparing to leave. Li Yuntian simply glanced back without answering. The old Taoist set the food on the table and sighed. Ever since the Baohua gathering, Li Yuntian had been so busy that he had not even enjoyed a proper meal. He admitted that he had no idea what Li Yuntian was planning. But after spending so much time together, he knew Li Yuntian loved freedom and would never follow Ling Kongzi back to Langya Cave Heaven. His expression suddenly turned serious as he asked if Li Yuntian was setting up a massive game. Li Yuntian calmly admitted that he was. The old Taoist smiled helplessly and said he wanted to keep walking this path with him. Li Yuntian asked if he was not afraid of dying by following him. The old Taoist placed a hand on his chest and firmly replied that he had never feared death. Since he had promised to follow, he would never change his mind even if it cost him his life. Hearing that, Li Yuntian lowered his head to hide his emotions and confessed that he had never planned to run away. He intended to find a way to survive in the middle of the coming battle. At the same time, he honestly admitted that the old Taoist was one of the pieces in his plan. The old Taoist quickly asked what he needed to do. According to Ling Kongzi, the 5-day deadline would end tomorrow, and the battle should begin soon. Outside, lightning repeatedly tore across the sky. Li Yuntian stood up and walked to the doorway before calmly saying there was no need to wait until tomorrow. Everything should simply take its natural course. The moment he finished speaking, a powerful gust blew the temple doors wide open. The old Taoist anxiously called out Li Yuntian's name. Then he hurried outside after him. Standing beneath the pouring rain, Li Yuntian drew his sword, looked up at the sky, and calmly said they had arrived. High above the dark sky, Zhu Gongzi revealed his true form as a massive dragon. Its enormous body twisted through the black clouds, its scales flashed with every bolt of lightning, and its roar shook heaven and earth. Below, Ling Kongzi quietly stood waiting, her eyes never leaving the dragon above. Nothing remained in her gaze except icy killing intent. The rain grew even heavier, and the rising river flooded more and more areas. The people rushed to reinforce the levees and inspect every weak section before they failed. Women and children could only stay inside, praying to the Dragon King and the gods for their loved ones to return safely. Li Yuntian suddenly dropped to one knee in the mud. Looking at the sky, he gritted his teeth as he realized Zhu Gongzi had deliberately created the storm to gather an enormous amount of faith from the people. At that very moment, the snow mountain Qi inside his body erupted violently, and the pain became almost unbearable. He forced himself to raise his head and look toward Ling Kongzi. She looked back at him, but her eyes remained as cold as ice with no intention of helping. Li Yuntian let out a bitter smile, realizing that neither Ling Kongzi nor Zhu Gongzi had ever truly trusted him. Both sides were simply waiting for him to die on his own. Even though his body was exhausted and completely drenched by the rain, he still forced himself to remain standing. Just then, Ling Kongzi laughed. She looked at him and asked why he was still so stubborn when death was already so close. Li Yuntian only curled his lips into a mocking smile and said that anyone watching this scene would probably be satisfied. Ling Kongzi replied coldly that everyone claimed to trust him, but no one had ever truly believed him. At first, she trusted him about 70%. After all the schemes and moves he had made, that trust had fallen to only 30%. Whether he wanted to fake his death, escape, or walk the path of divinity no longer mattered. In her eyes, every path would end exactly the same, kneeling before the overwhelming power of the Dragon King. Ling Kongzi raised her enormous brush and prepared to make the final stroke. She declared that the death curse had already been placed throughout Wei City, and once the incantation was spoken, no one would escape. Holding the brush in one hand and the heavenly edict in the other, she declared through the pouring rain that everyone would witness the power of the supreme treasure of Langya Cave Heaven, and that she was ready to die for the Tao. By now, Li Yuntian had reached his limit, and a mouthful of blood spilled from his lips. High in the sky, the Dragon King roared in fury, shouting that the traitor would never be allowed to cause chaos. He immediately unleashed a terrifying palm strike straight at Ling Kongzi and coldly shouted a single word, "Get lost." The two overwhelming forces collided violently, sending a shockwave across the entire sky. Even after being blasted away, Ling Kongzi still managed to summon countless chains from the sky, locking tightly around the dragon's body. As Zhu Gongzi struggled and roared, he declared himself Li Yun, the son of the divine dragon, and demanded to know who dared lay a hand on him. Looking down from above, Ling Kongzi sneered and declared the outcome was already decided. He had no way out. He could either hand over the jade slip or become the guardian divine beast of Langya Cave Heaven. She then turned to the dying Li Yuntian and asked if he truly intended to die for that thing. Li Yuntian forced a faint smile and replied, "So what if he did?" Ling Kongzi removed the hairpin from her hair and coldly declared that if that was his choice, then he could die just as he had said. The disguise covering her body began to fade away. Her true form was finally revealed. She appeared as a divine goddess dressed in blazing red robes, wearing a golden crown and wielding a divine weapon, radiating the authority of heaven itself. She calmly announced that Li Yuntian's final moment had arrived. Li Yun roared in fury, declaring himself the Dragon King of the Wei River. If they killed him, it would be defying the heavenly Tao. He demanded to know if she could bear the consequences. Ling Kongzi took hold of the feather robe that had separated from her body and calmly answered. She said she had no need to kill him herself. The feather robe instantly transformed into a gigantic warrior that charged at Li Yun, while the 4 night patrol gods also appeared to help suppress the dragon. Watching the earth-shaking battle before him, Li Yuntian gripped his sword so tightly that blood dripped from his hand. He quietly whispered, hoping Zhu Gongzi would not disappoint him. Beneath the walls of Wei City, a mother tightly held her crying child in terror. She gently comforted the child, saying it was only a battle between immortals and everything would be all right. Ling Kongzi looked back at Li Yuntian and offered him one final chance. The Dragon Prince had already paid the price. If Li Yuntian allowed his Snow Mountain Qi to be completely sealed, he could still survive. She urged him to return to the righteous path. His legacy would remain, and perhaps another opportunity would come in the future. Li Yuntian answered only with a mocking smile and said, "This is not over yet." At that very moment, immortal energy erupted from the pit imprisoning Li Yun. The dragon shattered the seal, soared into the sky, and roared that he was the Dragon King of the Wei River. He declared that he existed beyond the 5 elements, and no one had the right to sever his karma. Li Yun returned, with an even more overwhelming aura than before. He charged straight at Ling Kongzi and arrogantly challenged her to face him again. The battle instantly erupted once more. Li Yun even seized one of Ling Kongzi's treasures and laughed triumphantly. He declared that the treasure now belonged to him. At the same time, he coldly vowed that she would surely die. Then his gaze slowly shifted toward the city below. He noticed the mother and child still trembling beneath the rain. To keep fighting, he needed even more power. The mother screamed in despair as she realized what the dragon intended. Li Yun dived down and tore the child from her arms, ignoring the terrified cries for its mother. Without a trace of mercy, he swallowed the child whole to restore his own strength. The child's cries fell silent in an instant. Driven mad by grief, the mother clawed her own face until it bled. Li Yuntian witnessed everything with his own eyes, and his gaze slowly turned empty. Ling Kongzi continued her relentless pursuit and coldly said that even now he still refused to change. She reminded him that the Fangkun formation was complete. Even if Li Yun devoured everyone in the city, it would change nothing. Li Yun looked toward Li Yuntian and told him to stand up and speak. He said he had come to help him. The deadlock made Ling Kongzi worry that Li Yun might devour Li Yuntian as well to gain even more strength. Standing before Li Yuntian, Li Yun unexpectedly thanked him. But in the next instant, he opened his mouth to swallow his own ally. Just then, a shout rang out, followed by a flash of sword light. A razor-sharp blade pierced straight through the dragon's heart, and purple blood burst into the air. The one who struck was Li Yuntian. He pulled the sword from Li Yun's body, spraying dragon blood all over himself. Li Yun stared at Li Yuntian in utter shock, unable to believe he had been betrayed by him. The dragon's fury exploded without restraint. Exhausted, Li Yuntian looked at the dragon as its life slowly faded and quietly said that if there was ever a next time, he should have swallowed him from the very beginning, because not a single word he said was ever worth believing. Gathering his final breath, Li Yun let out one last roar filled with endless hatred. He still declared himself the Dragon King of the Wei River, insisting no one could ever outwit him. Then he poured his remaining strength into the River Frost's 10,000 azure blades, forged from his own dragon scales, and launched them straight at Li Yuntian, who took the full impact. Li Yuntian could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Ling Kongzi walked over, looked at him with a hint of regret, and said it seemed that Dragon was not as heartless as he had believed. But in the end, a beast was still a beast, choosing to drag someone else down even in death. Li Yuntian gave a weak smile as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He said Li Yun had treated him well and had even given him armor forged from dragon scales. At least villains like Li Yun were easy to recognize, while those who looked righteous on the outside were often the most terrifying. Hearing that, Ling Kongzi asked, "Are you talking about me, or are you afraid of me?" Trembling, Li Yuntian held out the hilt of his sword toward her and begged her to end everything for him. He smiled faintly and said he was already in this state, so what was left for her to fear? The pain had simply become too much to bear. Ling Kongzi let out a soft sigh and took hold of his hand. She firmly pushed the sword through his chest and quietly reminded him that in his next life, he should stay farther away from demons. A final smile appeared on Li Yuntian's face as he softly thanked her. With those final words, he closed his eyes and let everything go. When the great battle finally ended, only Ling Kongzi remained standing alone in the rain. She took out a magical mirror and sealed Li Yuntian's soul inside it. She quietly said he should never have been given another chance at reincarnation, because even if he returned, he would only bring more disaster to the world. After sealing away his soul, Ling Kongzi closed the mirror and sighed, believing everything was finally over. But the short sword Li Yuntian had just used to end his life suddenly glowed with a strange crimson light. Ling Kongzi was instantly startled. She reached out to inspect the sword, but right before her eyes, it transformed into a single black feather, resting in her palm. Demonic energy poured endlessly from the feather, signaling that an extremely terrifying being was approaching. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed through the rain. A rider on a black horse appeared before her. The rider pointed directly at Ling Kongzi and demanded to know if she was the one who had killed them. Ling Kongzi suddenly realized that this feather might have summoned the newcomer. She immediately went on guard, holding the feather between two fingers, as she realized both Li Yuntian and Zhu Gongzi were connected to this mysterious figure. The rider stepped out of the darkness, revealing herself as a female demon with enormous black raven wings. She was none other than the great demon Bai Yuntian. Staring at the feather in Ling Kongzi's hand, she spoke in a dangerously calm voice, saying her treasure had been ruined. Ling Kongzi tightened her grip on the demon-hunting mirror and silently judged her opponent to be even more terrifying than Xianlongzi. Bai Yuntian gave her no time to think. In the blink of an eye, she appeared right behind Ling Kongzi and whispered into her ear, "Stop standing there." Startled, Ling Kongzi spun around and struck back, but her blade sliced through nothing but empty air. Bai Yuntian pressed the question again, demanding to know why she had killed them. Backing away, Ling Kongzi explained that Li Yuntian had taken his own life, while Li Yun deserved death because of the countless innocent people he had slaughtered. She also said the dragon had stolen many of her greatest treasures, including the Luo Shu, the feather robe, and the spirit jade slip of Langya Cave Heaven. After hearing that, Bai Yuntian simply threw her head back and laughed. Then she repeated the words feather robe and treasure in a voice dripping with mockery. It turned out she did not care about the deaths of Li Yuntian or Zhu Gongzi at all. She only cared about the missing treasures. She immediately demanded the return of the feather robe, xiao qiu, and soul food. The moment she finished speaking, Bai Yuntian unleashed a devastating attack at Ling Kongzi. After the previous battle, Ling Kongzi was nearly out of strength. The Fangkun formation had also lost its effect, leaving her no choice but to flee to save her own life. Bai Yuntian revealed her true form, her enormous raven wings covering the sky as she chased after Ling Kongzi, mocking her for running away so rudely. After the two powerful figures left Wei City, silence finally returned. At that moment, Bai Yuntian's black horse slowly approached the bodies of Li Yuntian and Zhu Gongzi. It twitched its ears before suddenly raising its head and letting out a long neigh. Across Wei City, the wounded people still lay scattered after the great battle. Suddenly, countless golden lights began appearing everywhere. Every painting Li Yuntian had once given to the people began to glow. Streams of primal energy rose from them and gathered into a mysterious river of light. 13 miles from Wei City stood the Zhao family Earth God Temple. The old temple keeper was sleeping peacefully until the brilliant light woke him. Rubbing his eyes, he looked toward the altar and was stunned to see the painting glowing. From within the painting, a radiant divine figure slowly stepped out. The old man immediately fell to his knees, trembling as he loudly hailed the manifest divine lord. That divine figure was none other than a fragment of Li Yuntian's soul. At the very spot where Li Yuntian had fallen, his lifeless body suddenly began to glow with a faint green light. Even his motionless fingertips twitched ever so slightly. A grand formation activated using his own body as its core. Tens of thousands of streams of primal energy gathered together, condensing into Li Yuntian's soul floating high above the sky. He turned his gaze toward the mansion gate office. Then he ordered the army formed from primal energy to advance and clear the way. The army of light surged forward, but at the mansion gate, a divine general riding a black horse and wielding a massive blade blocked their path. He was the guardian general protecting the fortune of Wei City. In a stern voice, he demanded to know who dared invade the city's most important stronghold. Li Yuntian smiled with complete confidence and said he had brought the human fortune of all 300,000 people of Wei City to borrow the divine position within the mansion gate office and forge a new divine body. He then asked whether the general truly intended to stop him. The general swung his great blade, scattering the incoming primal energy, and firmly declared that he would defend the mansion gate office and never allow demons or heretics to enter. As long as he stood there, no one would cross that gate. Li Yuntian stepped forward and questioned him. The fortune of Wei City belonged to its people and should protect the entire city. Yet the general was using it to shelter one mansion, one family, and even one individual. That was using public fortune for private gain. What right did he have to stop the 300,000 people's fortune from gathering here? Those words left the divine general speechless. In the end, he stepped aside and said he would no longer block the way, but he could not remove the heavenly barrier protecting the mansion gate. Li Yuntian smiled and replied that he already knew how to open it. He placed his hand on the tightly shut gate. Then he loudly called out to the old beggar. Inside the silent main hall, moonlight shone upon the painting hanging on the wall. The old beggar standing beside the lotus pond inside the painting suddenly moved. Hearing the call, he turned around and answered. A stream of purple primal energy emerged from the painting and took the form of the old beggar. He stepped forward, threw open the gates, and respectfully said that the immortal was welcome to enter. The mansion gates swung wide open as brilliant golden light flooded into the great hall. That light revealed the old beggar's aged face, already covered in tears. He knelt before Li Yuntian and earnestly begged to be granted the path to eternal life. Li Yuntian simply nodded and said that one day the old man would naturally obtain what he desired. With that, he walked straight into the main hall and took the official seat. He picked up the judgment staff resting on the desk and struck it down with force. In that instant, every stream of primal energy around him poured into his body. The reconstruction was complete, and Li Yuntian officially obtained an entirely new divine body. In a hidden corner of the mansion, he met the great ghost Karma Sovereign once again. Li Yuntian smiled and said he had taken the opportunity while creating his divine body to solve the sovereign's problem as well. Restoring his sanity, he reminded him to remember this favor in the future. The Karma Sovereign replied in a deep voice that he was a supreme sovereign, and once he gave his word, he would never break it. Li Yuntian pointed toward the old beggar's soul and asked that after the old man's wish was fulfilled, he be appointed as an earth god or mountain god as repayment for the fate they once shared. With everything settled, Li Yuntian brushed off his sleeves and left, saying it was time to finish the last part of his plan. Elsewhere, the pursuit finally came to an end. Ling Kongzi had been driven into a corner by Bai Yuntian, her body covered in blood. The great demon only sneered, saying everything had been destroyed by her. From Xiaoju to Bai Yuntian's own Li Yuntian, everyone was gone. Ling Kongzi could only ask in despair what else she wanted. Bai Yuntian coldly demanded to know where her feather robe was before immediately launching the final strike. Ling Kongzi died on the spot, her body collapsing into the mud. Bai Yuntian stepped on her head and muttered in annoyance that she had finally died. Returning to the old battlefield, Li Yuntian silently stood before Zhu Gongzi's body. He bent down, removed one dragon scale from his friend's body, and smiled faintly, regretting that someone so handsome had met such an end. Holding the dragon scale in his hand, he sincerely thanked Li Yun because this very gift had given him a chance to survive. He admitted that he never wanted to kill his friend, but if Li Yun had not died, the one without any hope of survival would have been himself. With those words, Li Yuntian tossed the dragon scale into the air. A massive whirlwind instantly formed and wrapped around his body. Enduring unbearable agony, he roared as he began merging with the Dragon King's divine godhood. His eyes slowly transformed into two different colors, one blue and one crimson. Sharp claws burst out, and dragon scales quickly covered his entire body. When the fusion was complete, Li Yunxin clenched his fist and felt immense power surging through his body. He calmly declared that from this moment on, he was the Wei River Dragon King. Inside Langya Blessed Land, inside the Hall of Heavenly Fate, the life token engraved with Lang Kongzis name suddenly fell to the floor and shattered as its light went completely dark. Jun Yanzi, the sect master of Langya Blessed Land, called out his disciple's name in shock. The entire sect was shaken after learning that Lang Kongzi, the chief disciple, had been killed. Jun Yanzi immediately summoned Zawin, the chief of the Heavenly Law Institute, and ordered him to descend into the mortal world, recover Lang Kongzi's body, and investigate the killer. If the murderer was found, execute them on the spot. The scene returned to the ruined Dragon King Temple after the fierce battle. Old Taoist Liu Gongzan held Li Yunxin's old body in his arms, weeping as he called his name and wondered why he had chosen this path. Suddenly, a constable walked over and stomped on the corpse's face with a smug grin. He mocked that the death of such a disaster was something worth celebrating. Furious, Liu Gongzan shoved him away and shouted that the dead should not be insulted like this. The constable refused to stop. He drew his blade and repeatedly stabbed the corpse while laughing madly, saying this death was still far too easy. In his eyes, not only Li Yunxin but even the old Taoist deserved to die. Grinding his teeth in hatred, he said Li Yunxin had caused the deaths of his granddaughter and countless others, so he would eliminate this evil for heaven. Liu Gongzan collapsed onto the ground and accidentally touched a large stone. His eyes instantly turned cold with killing intent as he asked if the constable feared Li Yunxin would return for revenge. He exposed the man's fear that all his past crimes would come to light. Enraged after being exposed, the constable swung his blade, but Liu Gongzan struck first. The stone in his hand flew straight into the man's face. The impact sent the constable crashing backward. Liu Gongzan rushed over and smashed the stone into his head again and again, roaring that this was the price for daring to desecrate Sin Gear's body. He laughed savagely and said that back when he was a bandit, he had killed more people than he could count. He finally stopped only after crushing the constable's skull. Then he crawled back to Li Yunxin's body, carefully wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve, and broke down in tears. Through his sobs, he called out to the child he had always treated as family. That rainy night, Liu Gongzan's aged figure quietly knocked on the door of a mysterious manor. He introduced himself as Liu Gongzan, once a bandit known as Ghost Calculator. Now that he had killed a constable, he had nowhere left to go, so he asked if they dared to give him shelter. In the distance, Li Yunxin stood atop a tree in his new Dharma body and silently watched everything. After seeing it all, he quietly vanished into the night. At last, the stormy night came to an end. The story shifted to Bailan Prefecture, a prosperous land at the lower reaches where many great rivers met the sea. Early that morning, the Dragon King Temple at Sanhe Crossing was packed with people. In a roadside tea house, merchants and beggars endlessly discussed the battle at Wei City. Someone mysteriously claimed the Dragon King had revealed himself there. Another person immediately denied it, saying he heard the orthodox cultivators were hunting demons when a massive battle destroyed the entire area. At a nearby table, Li Yunxin, now with platinum hair and a new body, calmly sipped his tea while listening in silence. Someone else offered another version, claiming the orthodox cultivators coveted the Dragon King's treasure and were wiped out by the Dragon King's wrath. That rumor was quickly dismissed because the one who died was a true disciple of Langya Blessed Land, and no one believed he would throw away his honor over a mere treasure. Before long, the battle at Wei City had already turned into countless different stories. Li Yunxin set down his teacup, smiled faintly, and asked the shopkeeper if the Dragon King Temple was truly as miraculous as people claimed. The old man eagerly explained that ever since his grandfather's time, this place where 3 rivers met had often suffered floods. But after the temple was built, the disasters stopped, and the people finally lived in peace. The shopkeeper also told him that since he was passing by, he should definitely offer a stick of incense. Li Yunxin smiled and thanked him. Then he quietly asked why the temple carried the foul smell of rotting fish and shrimp. He stood up and walked toward the Dragon King Temple. In his eyes, the majestic temple was wrapped in a layer of pale green demonic aura. Li Yunxin immediately realized he had found the right place. He had expected another demon, but it turned out to be a member of the Water Clan. As he waved his fan, he quietly made his plans. He smirked, thinking that since they wanted his position, they could also inherit all the trouble that came with it. Inside the main hall, a heated argument was underway. A poor scholar grabbed an old Taoist by the robe and demanded his money back. The scholar called the old Taoist a fraud, saying the divine maiden had never been in danger. It was only the Taoist's weak cultivation that almost fooled him. He demanded every silver coin back. The old Taoist, Guyangzi, kept insisting the ritual had been completed, so there would be no refund. Li Yunxin carefully observed the scholar and noticed the same green aura surrounding him as the Dragon King's statue. He stepped forward with a friendly smile and asked what the scholar meant by the divine maiden, saying he would like to hear the whole story. The scholar Du Zie was glad someone would listen, so he calmly began explaining everything. He introduced himself as a newly turned 20-year-old preparing for next year's imperial examination. His family was so poor that he had to count every single coin just to survive. Last winter, he bought a salted fish at the market and hung it from a ceiling beam. Instead of eating it, he simply licked it during each meal to flavor his rice and stretch his food. Hearing that he survived by licking salted fish, everyone nearby looked both sympathetic and skeptical. Du Zi continued, saying the strange events began a month ago. One night, he woke up to find the salted fish had vanished, even though the door was still locked, and there was no sign of rats or cats. That same night, he heard someone desperately calling his name and begging for help, so he sought out Gu Yangzi. The old Taoist claimed he was haunted by an evil spirit and charged him 3 taels of silver for a ritual, but it accomplished nothing. After the old Taoist left, Du Zi had another strange dream that very night. In the dream, a middle-aged scholar appeared and introduced himself as the Lord of Dongting. He explained that the salted fish was actually his daughter. She had offended a dragon prince, was transformed back into her original form, thrown into Dongting Lake, and later caught and turned into salted fish. The story became even stranger. By licking the salted fish every day, Du Zi had unknowingly transferred vitality to her, allowing her powers to slowly recover. After that, she told him to dig beneath the floor of his house. Following her instructions, Du Zi really did recover the salted fish. He immediately released it into Dongting Lake. The next night, it transformed into a giant red carp and swam away. The Lord of Dongting appeared in another dream, called him his benefactor, and promised to personally repay him today. After hearing the story, Gu Yangzi turned red with anger and called it complete nonsense, insisting there was no such thing as the Lord of Dongting. He even pointed at the temple and declared that this place worshipped only the Wei River Dragon King. Li Yunxin simply smiled with great interest. He looked at the Dragon King statue, radiating waves of sinister aura, and quietly wondered about the true identity of the Lord of Dongting. If the Dragon Palace really lay beneath Dongting Lake, then this journey would be well worth making. He stepped in to calm them down, reminding both men that arguing in front of the Dragon King statue was deeply disrespectful. Opening his fan, Li Yunshin smiled and said he had traveled far and wide but had never seen an immortal. If young Master Du allowed him to witness it, he would pay for every offering today. Du Zi shyly thanked him, while Gu Yangzi snorted and said worshipping demons and ghosts was nothing but a waste of money. Li Yunshin placed a large silver ingot into Du Zi's hand and arranged to meet again the next morning. The following day, at Du Zi's home, a full offering of a pig's head, boiled chicken, and fine wine was arranged in the courtyard. Du Zi knelt before the altar and prayed with complete sincerity. Rumors that an immortal would appear drew a huge crowd. Some climbed trees while others scaled walls for a better view. Li Yunshin quietly stood among the crowd and watched. Gu Yangzi also arrived, sneering that the silver would surely be wasted. Suddenly, fierce winds swept through the area as dust filled the air. A thick crimson aura, carrying the stench of blood, surged from the river. Li Yunshin immediately shouted that everyone would die if they stayed there. But no one listened. They remained fixated on seeing the immortal appear. The crimson aura quickly engulfed the offering table. Du Zies suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils had vanished, leaving only white as he laughed eerily and kept repeating, "Very good, very good." Worse still, everyone who inhaled the strange mist began losing control, stumbling around as if possessed. Through the thick fog, a ghostly wedding procession slowly appeared. Giant sewer rats walked on two legs at the front, carrying red lanterns to lead the way. Behind them came shrimp and fish spirits blowing conch horns, filling the air with eerie sounds. At the center of the procession stood a bride in a deep red wedding gown, hiding half her face behind a fan that made her look even more sinister. Gu Yangzi was so terrified that he wet himself, crawling backward while desperately praying for the Dragon King's protection. The red-clad bride stopped before Li Yunshin. Her blood-red eyes locked onto him as she asked which underworld deity he served. Li Yunshin calmly bowed and introduced himself as Li Yunshin, a ghost Dao cultivator, serving as an underworld spirit. He said he had come only to congratulate her on her wedding. The bride lowered her fan, revealing a wax-pale face and bright crimson lips. She looked at Li Yunshin and asked why he had warned the humans to flee if he was no longer one of them. Did he still care about the mortal world? Li Yunshin smiled and replied that it was not quite like that. If all the living died, who would be left to serve them in the future? As he spoke, he pointed at the trembling Gu Yangzi and said that people usually wanted to know the truth before they died. The moment he finished speaking, a stream of pure energy shot from his hand and pierced the old Taoist's heart. Gu Yangzi died instantly, and Li Yunshin immediately collected his soul. Holding up the soul like a gift, he said he had not prepared a proper present for such a joyful occasion. Since this man had once received his guidance, his soul was purer than ordinary mortals, and he hoped she would accept it as a servant. The red bride looked at him with amusement and said that he must have once been human, yet he killed without the slightest hesitation. Li Yunshin laughed and replied that people betraying and killing each other was nothing new. Just then, the groom, Du Zi, now nothing more than an empty shell, slowly walked over and told the bride that his destined opportunity had finally arrived. Hong Niangzi turned to ask Li Yunshin what he meant earlier, but the fish-faced maid beside her interrupted with a warning. Furious at being interrupted, Hong Niangzi shouted that no one should interfere in her affairs and slapped the maid across the face. The blow sent the maid crashing into a wall. She immediately reverted to her true form as a foul-smelling fish, and Hong Niangzi coldly ordered her belly cut open. Her attendants rushed forward and carried out the order without hesitation. After it was done, Hong Niangzi looked back at Li Yunshin with regret. She said he was both handsome and interesting, and she had wanted to talk longer. But it was getting late, and if she delayed any further, her father would be waiting impatiently. Accepting Gu Yangzi's soul, she said she would keep the gift. If he wished to see her again in a few days, he should wake her at the Dragon King Temple in Sanhei Crossing. She also revealed that she was the new Dragon King there. If she happened to be in a good mood, she might meet him again. Li Yunshin respectfully cupped his hands in response. Then, the ghostly wedding procession slowly descended into the river. Moments later, everyone had vanished beneath the icy water. Li Yunshin stood silently on the riverbank, gazing at the scattered corpses while making his calculations. In his judgment, Hong Niangzi's influence was even greater than young Master Jus. That made him wonder just how terrifying the Lord of Dongting truly was. He only hoped that person was powerful enough to take the blame for the trouble he was about to cause. The next morning, Beilu town was shrouded in mourning. White funeral banners hung everywhere, and cries of grief echoed through the streets. Inside a tea house, 3 unfamiliar travelers were asking why the entire town was holding funerals. As he poured tea, the server sighed and explained that more than 40 people had died at Red Ferry 2 days ago. By morning, every body had been found frozen stiff. Sitting at a nearby table, Li Yunxin quietly listened. He knew those deaths were the aftermath of Hong Nyang's feast the previous night. Not far away, 2 unusual figures, one dressed in purple and the other a Taoist, whispered to each other. One asked if they were still attending Taoist Li's banquet. After the massacre at Red Ferry, traveling to Mount Jun might be dangerous. Li Yunxin glanced over and immediately realized neither of them was ordinary. They were both mountain lords. The man in purple said he was still going. He heard something incredibly rare, and he might even find a fine meal there. The other agreed to come along, and remarked that Brother Mei would sadly miss this gathering. Hearing that, Li Yunxin smiled to himself. Spinning convincing stories to manipulate others had always been his specialty. After paying for his tea, he left to prepare his plan to infiltrate the Lord of Dongting's faction. About half an hour later, he returned to the tea house disguised as Yu Yunzi and casually asked for directions to Mount Jun. The 2 mountain lords noticed his extraordinary bearing, befriended him at once, and invited him to travel together. Li Yunxin said he loved wandering the world and collecting strange tales. Since he had long heard of Dongting's beauty, he wanted to see it with his own eyes. The mountain lord in the brown robe laughed and said the timing was perfect because they were also heading to Mount Jun today. He added that a great master lived there and was well worth visiting. So Li Yunxin boarded a boat with the 2 mountain lords and headed toward Dongting Lake. His mission to infiltrate the demon's stronghold had officially begun. The small boat crossed the waves and docked near a limestone cave. The moment they stepped ashore, they heard loud shouting at the entrance. A fierce-looking, long-haired Taoist was yelling at the guards, demanding to know if they recognized him, and warning them that blocking his path would cost them their lives. Seeing the tension rise, the brown-robed mountain lord, Old Ding, hurried over to make peace. He politely cupped his hands and said the Taoist was surely another guest of honor, asking him to calm down for his sake. But the Taoist only grew more arrogant and shoved Old Ding aside without hesitation. The shove sent Old Ding stumbling into one of the guards. The Taoist glared at him with contempt and barked, "Get lost. Who do you think you are to interfere?" Old Ding slowly got back to his feet, his face burning with both humiliation and anger, too furious to speak. Li Yunxin helped him up and quietly advised him not to lose his temper. After all, the man cultivated the path of longevity, and if he truly decided to kill them, they would stand no chance. Dust off his robe, Old Ding muttered that someone like that had no business walking the path of immortality, and he could not understand why Taoist Li had invited him. Looking more closely, Li Yunxin recognized the arrogant man as Song Yunzi. He immediately found it suspicious, because Song Yunzi should have been guarding Long Kongzi's remains. He looked up at the brightly lit pavilion atop the mountain and smiled knowingly. If this was truly the Lord of Dongting's territory, then why did young Master Ju seem completely unaware of it? Inside the magnificent hall, Song Yunzi anxiously reported to the host that something terrible had happened. Lang Kongzi's body had disappeared without a trace. He feared the people from Dongting would arrive in 3 days, so he could only beg Taoist Li for help. Standing quietly in a corner, Li Yunxin heard everything and smiled to himself. This trip was proving even more interesting than he had expected. Taoist Li remained perfectly calm and reassured everyone with a smile. He said there was no need to panic. Since the guests had already arrived, they should enjoy the banquet first. Then he turned toward Li Yunxin's group and invited them to join the feast. Everyone took their seats. Old Ding happily introduced Li Yunxin to Taoist Li, saying they had just met in Bailu Town, and that Li Yunxin loved traveling the world in search of unusual stories. Li Yunxin also rose politely and offered a respectful greeting. Stroking his beard, Taoist Li smiled and said they shared the same hobby. He added that if Li Yunxin's story was interesting enough, he would gain something extraordinary tonight. Li Yunxin calmly fanned himself and replied that simply seeing the beautiful scenery was already an honor. He had never expected another opportunity to be waiting here as well. He gladly accepted and prepared to tell his story. Li Yunxin's first tale had an unusual title, The Little Snake Looking for Its Mother. Hearing the title, Song Yunzi curled his lip in disdain and muttered that it already sounded ridiculous. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Li Yunxin slowly began telling the story of a little black snake with a large head and a long tail swimming through vast waters. As it wandered, it came across a frog leading a group of tadpoles. The little snake surfaced and innocently asked if the frog was its mother. The frog said no, and told the snake to keep searching beneath the water. The little snake continued its journey. Before long, it spotted a small turtle swimming leisurely. It quickly chased after the turtle and repeatedly called out, "Mother." By this point, old Ding could only hold his forehead, completely baffled by the story. He had thought Li Yunxin looked like a worldly traveler, yet here he was telling such a bizarre tale. But Li Yunxin remained composed and continued. Eventually, the little snake saw a golden carp with shimmering scales glistening beneath the sun. The carp looked at the snake kindly and gently called out to it. The little snake hesitantly asked if the carp was its mother, but wondered how that could be when they looked nothing alike. The carp smiled and explained that children did not have to resemble their mothers, using her own golden scales as an example. At that point, Song Yunzi could not hold back any longer. He slammed the table and jumped to his feet. He loudly mocked the story as complete nonsense. How could a snake possibly mistake a carp for its mother? Li Yunxin closed his fan and replied with a cold gaze that he had not even finished. Had Song Yunzi never heard the legend that a dragon's 9 children all had different forms? The remark left Song Yunzi humiliated in front of everyone. Speechless with anger, Song Yunzi turned to Taoist Li and asked what he thought of the story. Taoist Li simply smiled and answered with 2 words, "Very good." Those 2 words hit Song Yunzi like a slap across the face. Taoist Li then stood and announced that the banquet was ready, inviting everyone to the main hall. Beneath the full moon, the hall glowed beneath countless red lanterns. Seated at the head of the banquet, Taoist Li gestured for everyone to take their seats and smiled, saying they would all enjoy an exceptionally rare delicacy tonight. Looking around the hall, Li Yunxin noticed that each guest had only a seat cushion. There were no tables at all, leaving him quietly puzzled. As if reading his thoughts, Taoist Li smiled and explained that he had recently taken a new concubine. Although she could not appear in person, tonight's banquet would be prepared in a very special way. He then ordered the feast to begin. A group of graceful beauties entered one after another, wearing nothing but thin chest wraps that left their smooth backs exposed. Each woman stopped before a guest and knelt down. They bent forward and offered their own bodies as dining tables. Taoist disciples followed with trays of meat, carefully placing them on the women's backs. Looking proud, Taoist Li introduced the dish, saying it was prepared through an extremely elaborate process. The meat was first coated with fat and aged for a long time in a cool, shaded place. It was then slowly dried at low temperatures to preserve its flavor before being hung out in the open air. After 49 days, it only needed a quick roast to reach its perfect taste. Li Yunxin stared at the thin slices of pinkish-red meat before him. A chill suddenly ran down his spine. The scene instantly reminded him of young Master Jia's disturbing obsession with eating human flesh. Young Master Ju had once said the finest meat should be slowly dried at low temperatures, sliced paper-thin, air-cured, and cooked with wine on the proper lunar day. The method before him was almost identical, if not even more elaborate. The realization put Li Yunxin on full alert. If this truly was the Lord of Dongting's domain, then he had walked straight into a snake's den. Seeing that he had not touched his food, old Ding quickly urged him to eat, saying such a delicacy was an incredibly rare opportunity. Taoist Li also noticed and gently asked why he had not started eating. Was the meal not to his liking? Li Yunxin quietly set his chopsticks down. He smiled in thanks and said the dish was indeed precious, but eating it tonight would be a real shame. Song Yunzi immediately sneered, saying an ordinary man like him could never appreciate such a delicacy. Ignoring the mockery, Li Yunxin calmly said that a friend of his once told him this kind of meat tasted best on a proper lunar day and should always be paired with wine. But tonight happened to be a full moon, making it the wrong night for wine. Thinking of that old friend while looking at the food before him, he found himself unable to swallow a single bite. Hearing those words, Taoist Li's expression immediately darkened as he tightened his grip on his whisk. Without warning, Li Yunxin knelt in the middle of the hall. In a sorrowful voice, he begged the Lord of Dongting to avenge his fallen friend, leaving the entire hall in stunned silence. Old Ding froze in place with his mouth hanging open. Song Yunzi was equally stunned and instinctively turned toward Taoist Li. Taoist Li no longer hid his identity. Staring directly at Li Yunxin, he said he had known from the beginning that Li Yunxin was no ordinary man. Since Li Yunxin had recognized him, he should reveal who he really was. The Lord of Dongting also asked who this so-called friend was and what grudge existed between them. Li Yunxin raised his head and calmly replied that he was Li Yunxin, a painter. Song Yunzi jumped in shock and repeatedly denied it, insisting that Li Yunxin should have died long ago. Li Yunxin rose to his feet and looked at him with a cold smile, saying that was true. He had indeed died once. Then he demanded to know how that fate could have happened if Song Yunzi and Liu Lang had not worked together to trap him. At that moment he returned to his white-haired, blue-robed appearance and slowly advanced towards Song Yunzi. In a cold voice he spoke of his fallen friend and said that if the demons had not turned on one another that day, he would never have been standing here now. The Lord of Dongting turned to Song Yunzi and coldly asked if the accusation was true. Li Yunxin immediately shouted that the Lord of Dongting was speaking to him, so he had better answer. Song Yunzi stammered in panic before finally realizing that Taoist Li was actually the Lord of Dongting. Li Yunxin grabbed Song Yunzi by the collar and growled that he had never expected the man before him to be the Lord of Dongting. Now there was nothing left to deny. He went on to accuse Song Yunzi of always framing others, declaring that even if he were reduced to ashes today, he would drag Song Yunzi down with him if the Lord of Dongting still chose to protect him. Driven into a corner, Song Yunzi snapped. He grabbed Li Yunxin's arm, trying to crush him to death while screaming for him to shut up. He roared that he would kill Li Yunxin on the spot. But an invisible force suddenly blasted Song Yunzi away. The Lord of Dongting shouted coldly, rebuking him for his insolence. In an instant, the entire hall was engulfed by a heavy dark green demonic aura. The Lord of Dongting abandoned his human form, revealing a red face, black fur, hollow eyes, and a body covered in dragon scales. Seeing the transformation, Song Yunzi trembled uncontrollably and could only stammer the words, "Demon, demon." Li Yunxin calmly adjusted his robes and smiled faintly, telling Song Yunzi to open his eyes and look carefully because he had never truly been Li Yunxin. Then he respectfully bowed to the Lord of Dongting and asked him to seize the villain. He said he was willing to explain everything and confront Song Yunzi face to face. The Lord of Dongting casually waved his hand. A stream of blue water immediately shot out and bound Song Yunzi so tightly that he could not move. His mouth was sealed as well, leaving him able to make only muffled sounds. The Lord of Dongting then turned to Li Yunxin and calmly told him to explain everything from the beginning. Kneeling down, Li Yunxin said the friend he had mentioned was the Water Dragon King, who had appeared in Wei City not long ago. He added that every mountain lord who had accompanied them that day had died, and that the Dragon King himself had told him the whole story. Li Yunxin then spun a tragic tale, placing all the blame on Song Yunzi and Lang Kong. According to his story, Liu Lang had killed him, and before dying he witnessed a great demon fighting Liu Lang over an incredibly important treasure. Hearing that, the Lord of Dongting unconsciously uttered two words, feather robe. Li Yunxin immediately pretended to be confused and asked what the feather robe was. The Lord of Dongting explained that the great demon battling Liu Lang was Bai Yunxin, a being far beyond ordinary demons. Her adoptive father was the golden-winged rock, who lived in another world. The only way to enter that realm was with the feather robe. It was said that 4,000 years ago, a Taoist surnamed Niu stole the treasure, and Bai Yunxin had been searching for it ever since. Li Yunxin nodded, as if he understood, but secretly committed every word to memory. He thought that if he ever found the feather robe, it would become the perfect bargaining chip against Bai Yunxin. The Lord of Dongting continued, saying the story sounded believable, but asked how Li Yunxin had become an underworld spirit after dying, and how he had managed to find him. Li Yunxin calmly replied that he had once become friends with young Master Ju, and the two had exchanged keepsakes. As he spoke, he produced a dragon scale. In truth, he had peeled it from a dragon's corpse, but claimed it had been a gift from young Master Ju for protection. After his death, his soul had never entered reincarnation, but had remained inside the dragon scale, protected by it until now. The moment the Lord of Dongting saw the scale, his expression noticeably changed. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yunxin added that young Master Ju had once spoken of the Lord of Dongting in front of him. Although it happened only once, after they had both been drinking, he clearly remembered young Master Ju mentioning Dongting and saying there was someone there he had always wanted to meet but could never approach. The Lord of Dongting immediately asked with visible emotion whether young Master Ju had truly said that. Li Yunxin firmly confirmed it, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. The Lord of Dongting quietly closed his eyes and let out a soft sigh. After a long pause, he told Li Yunxin to keep the dragon scale, then pointed at the bound Song Yunzi and said he could take him away as well. He admitted that he had known young Master Ju for many years and had originally intended to give Song Yunzi a chance to explain himself. But since the truth was now clear, he would leave Song Yunzi to Li Yunxin. With that, the Lord of Dongting wearily waved his hand to dismiss everyone. Thick mist quickly swallowed the entire hall. When the fog finally cleared, Li Yunxin found himself standing in a wasteland littered with the corpses of the mountain lords. He paused in surprise. He had never expected everything to end so quickly. In the end, he would still have to finish the job himself. Just then, a nearby black sack suddenly began to move. Song Yunzi crawled out with bloodshot eyes, burning with rage and humiliation. He sneered that the Lord of Dongting had never truly believed Li Yunshin's story. The moment he finished speaking, he lunged forward and shouted that Li Yunshin's time to die had come. A loud explosion rang out, but Li Yunshin had already dodged the attack. He turned and ran toward the forest, teasing that he was done playing games. Song Yunzi chased right behind him, roaring that there was no escape. The two raced out of the forest one after the other. When they reached a rocky field, Li Yunshin suddenly stumbled and fell. Thinking victory was certain, Song Yunzi laughed viciously and leaped in to finish him. But the fall had been nothing more than a trap set by Li Yunshin. The instant Song Yunzi got close, Li Yunshin gathered his strength, spun around, and drove a punch straight into his face, shouting for him to shut up. Caught completely off guard, Song Yunzi was sent flying backward. His face was bruised and swollen as he cried out in disbelief that a ghost Dao cultivator with only a few days of training could never be this strong. Li Yunshin sneered back, saying the real monster was Song Yunzi. He stomped heavily on the ground. The earth split open at once, swallowing Song Yunzi's body until only his head remained above the surface. Looking at his pitiful state, Li Yunshin could only shake his head. In his view, no matter how human the Lord of Dongting acted, or how sincerely he mourned young Master Ju, he was still a demon. He never cared whether Li Yunshin lived or died. He had simply thrown Song Yunzi to him so they would destroy each other. With that thought, Li Yunshin reached out and pulled Song Yunzi's soul from his body. Even so, the person he had been waiting for still had not appeared. At that moment, Bo-Yama emerged from the void. Looking at Li Yunshin with interest, he laughed and said it seemed Li Yunshin had captured the Taoist soul just to wait for him. Li Yunshin smiled warmly, cupped his hands, and thanked him. He said that without Bo-Yama's earlier guidance, his own soul would probably have vanished long ago. Bo-Yama gave a soft snort and dismissed the credit. He said the plan had been entirely Li Yunshin's, and success or failure depended on his own abilities. Then he asked what Li Yunshin wanted. Remaining respectful, Li Yunshin replied that no matter what Bo-Yama thought, he would always remember the favor. He then asked for another favor. He wanted to learn certain secrets from Song Yunzi, but did not feel like interrogating him himself, so he hoped Bo-Yama could extract the man's memories. Looking at Song Yunzi's trembling soul bound in chains, Bo-Yama laughed and remarked that Li Yunshin certainly knew how to put him to work. Even so, he asked what Li Yunshin wanted to know. Li Yunshin did not hold back. He bluntly said he wanted to see every memory inside Song Yunzi's mind. Hearing that request, Bo-Yama immediately called him far too greedy. Li Yunshin changed his request and asked to see only what had happened after his own death. Bo-Yama reached out and grabbed Song Yunzi's soul. A stream of memories was pulled free and sent directly into Li Yunshin's forehead. Li Yunshin closed his eyes to receive them. When he opened them again, he looked completely satisfied and immediately thanked Bo-Yama. Bo-Yama simply waved it off, saying there was no need because he also had a favor to ask. Leaning against a boulder, Li Yunshin thought to himself that Bo-Yama had been so cooperative today because he already had his own plan. Smiling, Li Yunshin told him to state his request directly. Bo-Yama sighed and said being a Yama was anything but easy. Every day, countless souls had to be collected. Most could be handled by clones or puppets. However, some souls belonged to people of certain status. They were not important enough to require his personal attention, but neither could they be entrusted to just anyone. Sending a clone often led to unnecessary trouble. Looking straight at Li Yunshin, he said he needed someone to handle those tasks in his place. Li Yunshin frowned, still unsure what he meant. Bo-Yama spun the chain in his hand and explained that Li Yunshin was now a great demon. He was intelligent, understood human nature, and could hide his identity with his techniques. That was why he wanted to invite Li Yunshin to become an underworld judge and collect those special souls on his behalf. Li Yunshin was genuinely surprised and asked why he had been chosen. In his view, Taoists were the true experts at capturing ghosts and guiding souls, while he was only a demon. Bo-Yama shook his head and said he had tried using humans before, but they always let personal feelings interfere with their duties and abused their authority for personal gain, throwing the mortal world into even greater chaos. He leaned closer to Li Yunshin and laughed, saying that someone as cunning and cold as him was exactly the kind of person he trusted with the job. Li Yunshin fanned himself with a smile, finding it hard to believe that a duty over life and death could be handed over so easily. The two soon debated good and evil, reincarnation, and the laws of life and death. Li Yunxin openly said that if he became an underworld judge, then whenever someone died, he would gladly eliminate one more person who deserved it, as long as it made the world a little better. After all, a better world meant an easier life for himself. With that, Li Yunxin turned and walked away, leaving behind a firm declaration. He said that even as a demon, he would remain a demon with humanity, not a heartless monster. Boyama silently watched him leave, a thoughtful look crossing his face as he admitted he had underestimated Li Yunxin. He took a red book and a chain from inside his robe. Then he tossed both items toward Li Yunxin as gifts. Li Yunxin caught the book of life and death and the soul-binding chain, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He knew there was still much to do. His next goal was clear: investigate Lang Kongzi and prepare for the enemies that would soon appear. Sometime later at an inn in Munan of North City, Qingyangzi, the ragged Taoist, sat across from the disguised Li Yunxin while chewing on a chicken drumstick. Smiling, Qingyangzi remarked that this demon was quite interesting. Knowing he was being hunted, he had actually shown up on his own and even prepared a banquet. Li Yunxin calmly poured some wine and replied that since Qingyangzi had come looking for him, he must be the one with something to say. The two immediately began probing each other. Qingyangzi suspected Li Yunxin had ties to the Divine Dragon sect, while Li Yunxin pretended to be one of Bai Yunxin's subordinates and claimed he was searching for a piece of the Wisdom Jade slip. Finally, Li Yunxin smiled knowingly and said that his master wanted to reclaim a treasure now in their possession, and perhaps they could even become friends. The moment Qingyangzi heard the words Wisdom Jade slip, he shot to his feet in shock. Li Yunxin calmly nodded and said that not only did he know about it, but he also knew the Orthodox sect had slaughtered many people over it. Unfortunately, they had still managed to escape from him last time. Then he pointed to his current appearance and explained that it was modeled after the closest friend of the Dragon Prince, none other than Li Yunxin. Qingyangzi was surprised, saying he had never imagined Li Yunxin had been so remarkably handsome. He even sighed with regret that he had never met him back then. Hearing those words, memories of that bloody night in the rain resurfaced in Li Yunxin's mind, and his gaze gradually turned ice cold. He skillfully steered the conversation toward the deaths of his parents. Completely off guard, Qingyangzi laughed proudly and admitted that he had personally killed Li Yunxin's parents. He even boasted that it had been an honorable battle fought far from civilization, with nothing to hide. The moment Li Yunxin heard that, murderous intent exploded in his eyes. He slowly poured a cup of wine onto the ground and spoke in a voice as cold as ice. The wine was an offering to his father, Li Chunfeng, and his mother, Shangguan Yue. Qingyangzi's expression instantly changed as he demanded to know who Li Yunxin really was. Setting down the wine jug, Li Yunxin proudly revealed his true name. In an instant, brilliant golden light erupted around him, shattering the barrier covering the room. Returning to his half-dragon form, he declared that he would personally crush his enemy into ashes. Qingyangzi immediately unleashed countless streams of swordlight in retaliation. But Li Yunxin simply summoned an artistic manifestation that formed into armor, effortlessly blocking every attack. He coldly remarked that although Qingyangzi had grown stronger, he was still far too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunxin tore apart the painting and charged straight in. Every technique he used was a supreme art once taught to him by his parents, now unleashed to avenge them. He shouted that this was what a true honorable battle looked like before throwing a devastating punch. The terrifying blow blasted Qingyangzi away. His body was impaled against the ground by a sharp stone spike. Even while barely clinging to life, he could not believe the mortal he had once known had become such a powerful demon. Li Yunxin sat down beside him, smiled mysteriously, and proposed a game where each of them could ask the other 3 questions. After the exchange, Li Yunxin learned that behind Qingyangzi stood a mysterious figure known as the Divine Lord of the Kongqi Society. Having learned everything he needed, Li Yunxin wasted no time and crushed Qingyangzi's head beneath his foot. Qingyangzi's soul had barely escaped before it was instantly bound by Li Yunxin's soul-binding chain. He coldly declared that the other man was an underworld envoy, while he was now the judge of the living world. Qingyangzi screamed in despair, insisting that Yanjun would never allow such a thing. But at that moment, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down and erased his soul completely. Standing on the rooftop and watching the ashes drift away, Li Yuntian drained his wine and smiled. A moment this satisfying should not be enjoyed by him alone. Bo Yanjun quietly appeared behind him and shook his head. He said Li Yuntian truly had guts to kill one of his own underworld envoys. Li Yuntian turned around and smiled faintly. If Yan Jun really wanted to stop him, he would have acted long ago. After Li Yuntian left, Yue Yunzi finally dared to appear and inspect the battlefield. Looking at the crater and the ruined battlefield, he recognized the 9 heavens thunder true fire, a technique only the Dragon Clan could use. That made him suspect another true dragon had appeared in Wei City. Realizing this dragon was powerful enough to kill Qingyangzi, Yue Yunzi decided to stay quiet and investigate no further. Late that peaceful night, inside the Wu family residence, Wu Meng was sleeping soundly when someone suddenly kept calling his name beside his ear. He opened his eyes in shock and saw a blurry figure standing beside his bed. Terrified, Wu Meng screamed and thought he had seen a ghost. In ghost form, Li Yuntian cupped his hands in greeting and introduced himself. He reminded Wu Meng about saving a Taoist and an unconscious young man in the forest outside the city 2 months earlier. Wu Meng paused to think for a moment. In the end, he shook his head and admitted he could not remember. Li Yuntian stayed in character as a restless spirit and said that made sense. Wu Meng had done too many good deeds to remember everyone he had helped. He claimed that Brother Li had been framed and died unjustly, leaving his soul unable to pass on. The first person that wandering soul came to was Wu Meng, because he had always believed Wu Meng would never let him down. Li Yuntian then made up a story that he had been killed by the Dragon King, imprisoned inside the Dragon Palace, and now needed Wu Meng's help to gain his freedom. He also asked Wu Meng if he had heard the thunder. He explained that it was the Dragon Crown Prince of the Vast Sea using lightning to attack him. Those strikes damaged the homes of innocent people and harmed his merit, so he hoped Wu Meng would repair the destroyed houses in the name of the Divine Dragon Sect. Wu Meng asked in confusion why it had to be done under the name of the Divine Dragon Sect. Li Yuntian explained that the Divine Dragon Sect worshipped the Dragon Crown Prince of the Vast Sea. If they paid to repair the homes, it would earn great merit, and perhaps the Dragon King would show mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked toward the window in panic and whispered that they had arrived. The moment those words fell, his figure vanished into white smoke, leaving Wu Meng frozen before fainting on the spot. The next morning, a relief station was set up outside the Wu residence. The Wu family handed out money and timber to help people rebuild their homes, all in the name of the Divine Dragon Sect. Watching from a distant rooftop, Li Yunt smiled in satisfaction. With Wu Meng's wealth, the cost was nothing, and his generous nature would make sure every good deed was carried through. The following day, on a deserted road in Wei City, 3 travel-worn strangers blocked a group from the Wu family. Their leader was a woman wearing a red headscarf and carrying a weapon. She angrily accused the Wu family of committing evil while pretending to be righteous. Since they had already suffered because of them, they would expose their true colors for everyone to see. Just then, a lazy voice came from a nearby wall. Li Yuntian was sitting on top with a slice of bright red watermelon, casually eating as he spoke. He laughed and said he was just a passerby who enjoyed watching drama, but he was curious about the disaster they kept mentioning. The group immediately became alert. The woman drew her sword and demanded that he reveal his identity first to avoid offending the wrong person. Li Yuntian simply raised a hand and asked them to wait. Then he opened his mouth unbelievably wide and swallowed the entire slice of watermelon, rind and all, in one bite. The bizarre sight made everyone step back in shock. They could only think the man before them was either a monster or a madman. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Li Yuntian calmly asked if they were from an escort agency. He explained that the dust on their shoes showed they had traveled a long way, and that red soil could only be found in the direction of Li Kingdom. On top of that, everyone was carrying injuries, but none of them had any cargo, so he guessed their escort convoy had most likely met with disaster. Fanning himself casually, Li Yuntian kept analyzing. If the disaster started in Li Kingdom, it was likely tied to the emperor's death. The Wu family had already stopped sending caravans there long ago, but judging from their reaction, the real disaster was far worse. He concluded that something enormous must have happened over there. The woman's expression changed at once. With only a few clues, this man had almost perfectly figured out the whole situation, making her even more wary. Li Yuntian simply smiled and said he was nothing more than an ordinary disciple of the Divine Dragon Sect. The moment they heard the words Divine Dragon Sect, the entire group exploded with anger. They assumed he was on the Wu family's side and decided to capture him first. They all charged together, but Li Yuntian dodged every attack with ease. His movement was so fast it left ghost-like afterimages behind. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the woman, pressing his folding fan against her neck with a smile and asking her to calmly explain everything. Her companions immediately stopped and shouted in panic, "Third miss." Held hostage, the woman asked with a trembling voice if he would spare everyone if she told the truth. Li Yuntian nodded and told her to go ahead. She took a deep breath and explained that her husband was the chief escort of Wanshun Escort Agency. Their convoy ran into disaster after the emperor of Li Kingdom died. Before the messenger was captured at the border, he personally witnessed a battle between terrifying monsters. Li Yuntian immediately corrected her, saying they were probably not ordinary beasts but demons. According to her, the creature had already destroyed 3 towns along the border. It then continued south into Yi Kingdom and wiped out another town, if it kept moving in the same direction. Before she could finish, Li Yuntian's eyes lit up as he asked if its next destination was this very place. After saying that, he released the woman and turned to leave. Before walking away, he thanked them for the information and told them to continue with their own business. A few of them tried to launch a sneak attack from behind, but Li Yuntian had already soared into the sky and vanished without a trace. The group could only stare at one another in stunned silence. Flying through the cold night wind, Li Yuntian realized the situation was becoming more complicated. A great demon was approaching from Li Kingdom, and he needed more sources of information. As night deepened, cold mist covered the streets. Li Yuntian slowly rode his horse through the deserted roads. His lonely figure in the darkness was so eerie that even the old night watchmen thought they had seen a ghost. Just then, a tall man in armor appeared beside his horse. The man cupped his hands and introduced himself as Diwu Baiyu, the Grand General of the Imperial Golden Guard under Emperor Lu Lenyang. He had come under imperial orders to deliver news regarding the Dragon King's commission. Li Yuntian nodded slightly, signaling that there was no need for formalities. Smiling, he asked the Ghost General if Emperor Lu had finally released him from confinement. He joked that the man had only just regained his freedom and was already busy working for him. Diwu Baiyu respectfully replied that without the Dragon King's help, his emperor might still be imprisoned, and he himself would never have seen daylight again. Li Yuntian skipped the small talk and asked about the results of the 2 investigations he had assigned. Diwu Baiyu first reported on Hong Nyangzi. After questioning people across the city and the local statue makers, they confirmed that she truly could command the underworld spirits of Wei City. However, Hong Nyangzi only controlled a little over 10 wandering spirits. Every one of those wandering spirits was now under Emperor Lu's control and secretly carrying out Li Yuntian's plan. Satisfied with the report, Li Yuntian nodded and asked about the second matter. Diwu Baiyu first apologized because the information was still incomplete before reporting on the disaster in Li Kingdom. This afternoon, his soldiers collected several souls from outside the city. After questioning them, they learned that the one causing the chaos was not an ordinary demon, but the late emperor of Li Kingdom himself. Li Yuntian was visibly shocked. According to Diwu Baiyu, the emperor had died 19 days earlier, but through the endless faith of billions of his subjects, his soul had transformed into a ghost emperor and his cultivation had reached the peak of the mystic realm. After being seriously wounded, the ghost emperor headed toward Tongxian Sea in Yi Kingdom, fought the Dragon King's second prince, and disappeared without a trace. The moment Li Yuntian heard about Tongtian Sea and the Dragon King's second prince, he could not hide his delight. At last, someone strong enough had appeared to shoulder part of the storm for him. He burst into laughter, patted Diwu Baiyu on the shoulder, and invited the Ghost General to join him. He even promised that if he became the true Dragon King one day, Diwu Baiyu would be named one of his 3 great generals. Diwu Baiyu politely declined, unwilling to betray his loyalty to Emperor Lu. Li Yuntian did not press the matter. He simply whispered one more secret mission into his ear before letting him leave. Inside a sealed room, a thin scholar carefully ground and mixed different powders according to precise measurements. He measured out exactly 15 parts of nitra ore. Then he added 2 parts sulfur and 3 parts charcoal, following the formula exactly. Watching from a distance, Li Yuntian smiled. They were making gunpowder, something that had never existed in this world, and the perfect bait for the trap he was preparing. He then turned to Sanhua Nyang in her new identity. This ghost woman was still holding his arm, as he instructed her not to interfere with those investigating Bailu province for now. They could deal with them after he returned. Not long afterward, Li Yuntian arrived at the Dragon King Temple at Fotsunhe Crossing. Standing by the lakeshore, he loudly called for Hong Nyangzi to come out. The lake quickly rippled as Hong Nyangzi, dressed in red, slowly emerged. Slightly impatient, she asked why he had come again after only a few days. She even said she had already guessed the reason for his visit. Hong Nyangzi mentioned that Li Yuntian had impersonated a disciple of the divine dragon sect and even unleashed the 9 heavens thunder true fire in the middle of the night. She asked if he was not afraid at all. Li Yuntian seriously explained that both the Taoist orthodoxy and the sword sect had already lost one great master. Now that Ling Kongzi had died within Dongtingjun's territory, they would likely use it as an excuse to cause trouble. Without preparation, the consequences would be severe. Hong Niangzi immediately cut him off, saying he worried far too much about matters that were not his own. She advised him to ignore everything happening around the Wei River, leave this place, and peacefully live as a ghost cultivator. But Li Yuntian firmly refused. He said he could not stand by because he still owed a debt to his late friend. Hong Niangzi let out a quiet sigh. Realizing she could not change his mind, she decided to take him to meet someone. With that, she stepped onto the lake, parted the water, and led Li Yuntian deep beneath the surface. The two boarded a small boat and silently drifted through the vast world beneath the lake. Along the way, Hong Niangzi spoke about her father, Dongtingjun, a dragon who had been imprisoned in the Dongting prison for 3,500 years. Suddenly, she turned to Li Yuntian and asked whether he wanted to become the lord of the Wei River. Hearing the loaded question, Li Yuntian answered carefully, without revealing his true thoughts. At last, Hong Niangzi brought him to a strange place beneath the lake, where countless streams of white mist, yin energy, and spiritual essence floated like clouds. She gently rang the bell in her hand. As the bell echoed, the white mist immediately parted, revealing a breathtaking woman peacefully asleep. She was Liao Ling, also known as Ling Kongzi, but now she was nothing more than an empty body controlled by the soul suppression bell. Li Yuntian was stunned, and could not tell whether she was dead or still alive. Hong Niangzi quietly replied that she existed between life and death. Liao Ling's energy sea had completely collapsed, her cultivation was destroyed, and her soul had separated from her body. Her soul was now completely controlled by the Yin Bell, while Dongtingjun had taken her as his concubine. At that moment, Liao Ling suddenly opened her eyes and locked her gaze onto Li Yuntian. A voice filled with hatred, yet carrying deeper meaning, echoed directly into his mind. "I never expected you to still be alive." She then left him with one cold sentence, declaring that their conflict was far from over. Li Yuntian quickly realized that Hong Niangzi had not lost her memories and was secretly passing information to him. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled her away from that place. On the way back, Hong Niangzi suddenly revealed that an extremely important secret was hidden inside Dongting. She asked if he truly believed that Dongting and the Lord of the Wei River, assigned to guard it, were really safe. According to her, the lake could sense the unique aura belonging only to the Dragon clan. The moment he heard that, Li Yuntian's expression changed. He understood that she was hinting his identity, as the Dragon King's second prince had already been exposed. Just then, the water suddenly erupted as a gigantic fishtail burst from the lake and slammed straight toward Li Yuntian. Hong Niangzi instantly rushed forward to shield him, forcefully pushing Li Yuntian aside before taking the attack herself. The blow hurled her into the rocky wall, blood spilling from her mouth, while an enraged voice roared, "You unfilial child." The furious voice came from beneath the lake. Its owner was none other than Dongtingjun. Her father wanted to capture him, but as long as he stayed on the shore, Dongtingjun could not attack. Li Yuntian tried to rush over and save her, but she stopped him. He could not help asking why she was risking her life for him. Hong Niangzi gave him a bitter smile, gently kissed his cheek, and whispered, "You heartless man, because I truly love you." The moment she finished speaking, she threw herself into the deep lake, leaving behind only one promise. If fate brought them together again, she wanted him to read her a poem. Li Yuntian stood silently by the shore, touching the place she had kissed, completely confused by everything that had just happened. At the Dragon God Temple on South Mountain, old Taoist Lu let out a long sigh. He felt both relieved and worried after finally seeing someone off. It seemed that too much incense and worship was not always a good thing. After checking everything, he returned to his room to rest. But the moment he stepped inside, he froze. A familiar young man was calmly sitting beside the tea table, smiling, as he asked if old Taoist Lu had finally returned. Old Taoist Lu stared at him with trembling eyes. It was none other than Xin Gear. Li Yuntian smiled, and immediately saw that the old Taoist had entered the Void Realm. He explained that without proper guidance, cultivators at this stage could easily lose their way, so he had come back especially to help him. Old Taoist Lu was stunned at first, but quickly calmed down. He admitted that something had felt wrong with his Snow Mountain and Energy Sea ever since his breakthrough, and he was overjoyed to finally know that Xin Gear was still alive. Seeing that reaction, Li Yuntian laughed and teased him, asking if he was really not excited at all to see him again. The old Taoist smiled awkwardly and said he knew Li Yuntian never liked tearful reunions. It was enough for him to understand how happy he was to see him back. Li Yuntian let out a quiet sigh. Talking with old Taoist Liu had always been the most comfortable. He then became serious and got straight to the point. Li Yuntian invited old Taoist Liu to join him in accomplishing something great. A while later, they walked down the mountain together. Old Taoist Liu asked if it was really fine to leave like this, and Li Yuntian replied that everything that needed to be said had already been said. The old Taoist hesitated before admitting that he still wanted to leave a few more words, now that they had finally reunited. Hearing that, Li Yuntian smiled and promised to leave behind a water cloud mirror along with talismans and pills for her. Once everything was over, the old Taoist could always return if he wished. The promise left him speechless with gratitude. Li Yuntian told him there was no need to be so polite. All he needed to do was leave her enough means to protect herself so he could stop worrying. Meanwhile, construction throughout Wei City was in full swing. Every street was filled with people carrying bricks, stones, and timber, as everyone worked tirelessly. The townspeople gathered to chat, saying that the Dragon King Temple was finally being rebuilt after it had been destroyed during the Dragon King's appearance more than a month ago. Some guessed the new prefect was behind it, while others insisted it was the Divine Dragon Sect. They went on to say that the Divine Dragon Sect had gained followers rapidly, and even the road near Munan residence had been repaired after they invited young Master Wu to fund the project. During a short break, the laborers lifted their bowls of white rice and loudly wished endless blessings and boundless longevity to the Divine Dragon Sect leader. At the Wu residence, a servant reported that Menger's forces had entered the city. Master Wu calmly sipped his tea and noted that they had already expanded their timber projects in Taoxi and were receiving strong support from the people. Setting down his teacup, Master Wu remarked that building such influence in so little time proved they were anything but ordinary. However, the fact that they dared target his son meant they were certainly no saints. If they only wanted money, that would be easy to handle. What truly worried him was that the Divine Dragon Sect had come to Wei City with a far greater agenda. Just then, a servant delivered a letter, saying the sender had specifically requested that it be handed to Master Wu personally. As he opened it, the very first name he saw was Li Yuntian. The letter stated that the Divine Dragon Sect wished to discuss charitable work and hoped to meet Master Wu in person. Master Wu suddenly remembered hearing that name before. His son had once rescued an escort convoy that included a young man named Li Yuntian, who later clashed with a Xuaneng disciple at the Manhua gathering. But that young man should have died long ago. He chuckled softly. Claiming to be the Dragon Crown Prince of the Eastern Sea certainly sounded amusing. He then ordered the meeting to be arranged 2 days later. Right on schedule 2 days later, Li Yuntian and old Taoist Liu entered the Wu residence. When he realized the servants were deliberately leading them through the back entrance, old Taoist Liu was about to protest. Li Yuntian calmly stopped him, knowing they were being intentionally looked down on. Inside the main hall, Master Wu sat comfortably in the seat of honor, with his eyes half closed, as if he were resting. Li Yuntian stepped forward, cupped his hands, and introduced himself as the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect and the Dragon Crown Prince of the Eastern Vast Sea. He greeted Master Wu with unmistakable confidence. Without waiting for permission, he casually took a seat. Master Wu slowly opened his eyes, while a servant immediately shouted, demanding to know who had allowed him to sit. Sensing the tense atmosphere, old Taoist Liu quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He explained that their leader had only recently entered the mortal world and was unfamiliar with human etiquette. He then introduced himself as Liu Gongzhen, an elder of the Divine Dragon Sect and a native of Wei City. As Master Wu lifted his teacup, he immediately tested them by saying he knew Liu Gongzhen had once been a bandit. Old Taoist Liu froze in surprise. He had never expected Master Wu to know that as well. Master Wu coldly replied that he knew far more than that. He reminded them that his son had helped them only because he enjoyed helping others, and they should not expect the Wu family to be fooled by wandering cultivators. He then got straight to the point and demanded they explain the purpose of their visit. Old Taoist Liu took a deep breath and began presenting their plan. He first praised Master Wu's foresight before speaking about the changing tides of the world. According to him, chaotic times were when true heroes rose. He explained that Wei City currently had no prefect, the military commanders were absent, and demons were running wild, leaving the people fearful. Meanwhile, the Divine Dragon Sect had repaired roads, improved irrigation, and built canals without charging anyone, earning more support every day. Lowering his voice, he said that if the new prefect arrived after tens of thousands had already joined the Divine Dragon Sect, their influence would be impossible to ignore. He asked whether the new officials could truly overlook them then. Master Wu only smiled faintly. If everything had already been planned so perfectly, why had they come to him at all? Old Taoist Liu replied that the Divine Dragon sect was still young and lacked a solid foundation. With Master Wu's support, the sect would eventually flourish, and he would become their greatest ally. Simply put, he wanted Master Wu to share control of Wei City. Hearing that, Master Wu burst into laughter and mocked them. Their grand vision of the world was nothing more than a tiny Wei City. His eyes were filled with contempt, as he declared that the two of them were walking straight toward their own deaths. In his opinion, putting a fisherman in charge of a sect and openly winning the hearts of the people was no different from rebellion. Sitting beside him, Li Yuntian could only force an awkward smile. Old Taoist Liu immediately knelt and repeatedly bowed his head. He admitted that he only wanted to survive during these troubled times. He said the Divine Dragon sect already had over 1,000 followers, and if Master Wu accepted them, they would obey his every command. Master Wu fell silent for a moment before reminding him that rebellion was a grave crime. Besides, in his eyes, the Divine Dragon sect was nothing more than a disorganized mob that was hardly worth his attention. Seeing old Taoist Liu continue to beg sincerely, Master Wu finally pretended to soften and said he would give him one chance. He declared that all the projects old Taoist Liu had mentioned could continue. The Wu family would provide the funding, but everything had to be done under the Wu family's name, so they could take responsibility if anything happened. Old Taoist Liu was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him with deep bows. Master Wu then assigned another task. They were to investigate the whereabouts of the Wanshun escort agency members currently in Wei City. If they succeeded, old Taoist Liu would officially become part of the Wu family. The moment Li Yuntian heard the name Wanshun Escort Agency, he frowned, immediately recalling the group that had confronted Wu Meng earlier. After the two of them left the Wu residence, a Cleansehaven middle-aged man appeared beside Master Wu and asked whether Liu Gongzan had been hiding anything. Master Wu remarked that from the moment Liu Gongzan entered, he had tried to appear profound and spoke with great confidence. Yet in the end, he still revealed his impatient nature. In Master Wu's view, someone like that could never achieve anything truly great, and he probably did not even control the Divine Dragon sect. Master Wu nodded slightly and concluded that someone else had to be guiding Liu Gongzan from behind the scenes, most likely the immortal who had recently appeared in the Blessed Land. He guessed that person wanted to use this opportunity to establish ties with the Taoist orthodoxy, so for now they would simply continue watching. Later, inside a lively tavern, old Taoist Liu nervously asked Li Yuntian whether his performance had been convincing enough. Li Yuntian calmly took a sip of wine and replied that Master Wu probably did not believe everything, but he would certainly keep watching them in secret for a while. Now that they had the Wu family's support, the Divine Dragon sect would have a much easier time expanding its influence and growing rapidly. Looking out the window, he noticed that the Wu family's men were still quietly watching from outside. Li Yuntian had planned everything from the start. The Divine Dragon sect would be his disguise, while the Wu family would become the shield protecting the sect. As long as every faction remained suspicious of one another, he still had a chance to survive. Old Taoist Liu then asked what they would do if the plan was exposed. Li Yuntian simply smiled. If it was exposed, then so be it. Those people had never fully believed them anyway. Old Taoist Liu quickly noticed the watchful eyes outside and lowered his voice in warning. He suggested eliminating the spies before they could become a future threat. Li Yuntian set down his wine cup and told him to keep playing his role while letting them continue their surveillance. As for himself, he would head outside the city to inspect the situation. Leaving the tavern, he walked alone toward the empty outskirts, fully aware that two people were following him. When he reached the middle of an open field, Li Yuntian suddenly stopped. Hidden in the grass, the two trackers whispered that they had been watching him for days. They could not understand why two Void Realm cultivators had been assigned to monitor someone without cultivation, but they still intended to follow their master's orders. At that very moment, Li Yuntian suddenly vanished from their sight. Both of them panicked, unable to figure out where he had gone. An instant later, before the younger disciple could react, his head was already flying off his shoulders. The remaining man looked up and saw Li Yuntian holding his companion's severed head. His crimson eyes overflowed with killing intent, making him look like a bloodthirsty demon. Terrified, he immediately realized he stood no chance. His only option was to escape and report everything to his sect. He instantly activated an escape talisman and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Li Yuntian did not chase him. He merely fired a few bolts of lightning to make it look like a pursuit before smiling. He had deliberately let the man escape. What he wanted was for that survivor to carry the news back. Looking up at the sky, Li Yuntian thought that the terrain and the people were already in place. All he lacked now was the right moment to complete the plan. It seemed the game was finally approaching its end. At the camp of the Pill Cauldron sect, the surviving disciple stumbled back with one arm severed, crying for help as he reported that his fellow disciple had been killed in a single move after their target discovered they were being watched. Trembling, he uttered the name Yazi. Yue Yunzi immediately frowned. He knew Yazi had once been a great demon at the great perfection of the profound mystic realm. At his peak, killing Yue Yunzi would have taken only a finger. Even severely wounded, he was still far too dangerous to underestimate. The disciple was barely clinging to life. Yue Yunzi looked at him coldly and muttered that in chaotic times, someone always had to become a sacrifice. He then looked toward the sky and decided it was finally time to personally meet the Lord of Tonkian. As night fell and moonlight covered the courtyard, Li Yuntian calmly practiced his calligraphy. A gentle breeze suddenly swept across the quiet yard. Yue Yunzi's voice descended from above, praising the Lord of Tongtian for being truly cautious and calculating. Li Yuntian immediately looked up, his eyes turning icy as he demanded to know who had spoken. Yue Yunzi landed beneath the moonlight, cupped his hands in greeting, and said he had long admired the Lord of Tongtian's reputation. Li Yuntian lowered his gaze slightly, his expression remaining perfectly calm. He replied coldly that there was no need to keep pretending. This was not Tongtian Sea, and the Taoist orthodoxy still had eyes and ears throughout this land. Yue Yunzi smiled faintly and brought up the legend that although the Lord of Tongtian was a dragon, his true form had the head of a leopard. He hated water so much that even when entering Dongting, he traveled by boat. Li Yuntian frowned in annoyance and coldly asked what that had to do with him. Yue Yunzi stepped closer and bluntly stated that the Lord of Tongtian had once become famous across Yi Kingdom and Li Kingdom by cultivating through evil vows. Now that his cultivation was nearly ruined, he had fled to the Wei River, founded the Divine Dragon sect, and switched to cultivating through virtuous vows. He even claimed that he could help Li Yuntian achieve that goal. Li Yuntian answered briefly that he needed no one's help. Yue Yunzi continued his analysis, saying that Li Yuntian had gone outside the city today to inspect the dragon beans. Planting season was approaching, the people desperately needed rain, and with the Divine Dragon sect growing more popular, countless believers would soon pray for rain from him. But if the Lord of Tongtian's identity were exposed, every bit of virtuous merit he had accumulated would vanish overnight. Hearing that, Li Yuntian narrowed his eyes as killing intent spread from him. He knew the man had seen through his entire plan. Yue Yunzi remained calm, pointed toward the moon, and said that unlike Qingliangzi, he valued his own life very much. He then revealed that the powerful force backing him was the Huangquang treasure mirror. He concluded that with the Lord of Tongtian now reduced to only the peak of the transformation realm, he no longer posed the threat he once did. Li Yuntian grinned, revealing sharp teeth as his crimson eyes gleamed with danger. He coldly replied that the Lord of Tongtian had never obeyed anyone's orders. Yue Yunzi cut him off and said there was no need to fight to the death. It would be far better for them to join forces. A great calamity was approaching, and everyone would be caught in it. Only cooperation could secure a place of their own. Li Yuntian calmly asked where this so-called great calamity had come from. In his view, as long as the Taoist orthodoxy stayed out of it, the world would remain peaceful. Yue Yunzi laughed and told the Lord of Tongtian to stop pretending. As a true dragon, there was no way he could be unaware. He revealed that the true dragons were secretly building a divine dragon dynasty to unite every faction of the demon path. When that day came, the Taoist orthodoxy, the sword sect, and the demons would inevitably plunge into an all-out war. Yue Yunzi's eyes gradually turned red with excitement as he declared that he wanted to prepare for that day in advance. He vowed to forge his righteous heart into his Tao heart, step into the true realm, and wipe out every demon in the world. Growing more emotional, he mentioned Li Yuntian's attack on the chief disciple of Linghe Blessed Land, followed by the Ghost Emperor, causing the deaths of 4 Taoist powerhouses. And now Yazi had appeared, slaughtering 36 Taoist cultivators. Yue Yunzi stared directly at Li Yuntian and asked if he finally understood what he should do. Li Yuntian casually tossed his brush onto the table, his voice dripping with contempt. He bluntly called Yue Yunzi insane, accusing him of sacrificing his own Taoist people just to create an excuse for war against the demons. He demanded to know what right such a man had to order the Lord of Tongtian around. Yue Yunzi laughed loudly and said he looked forward to the day the Lord of Tongtian regained his full strength. But if Li Yuntian refused to cooperate, with Liu Ling still in Dongting Jun's hands, he had plenty of other options. He coldly declared that for now, the Lord of Tongtian had only one fate awaiting him: death. After saying that, Yue Yunzi tossed Li Yuntian a talisman before soaring into the sky. Before leaving, he warned that once the talisman was activated, a powerhouse of the illusion realm would arrive within 5 days. He told Li Yuntian to think carefully. Li Yuntian lowered his head and looked at the talisman in his hand. He crushed it into dust and sneered. What interested him far more was the news about the Divine Dragon Dynasty. It seemed Wei Yunzi was the one who had fallen into the trap. Just then, old Taoist Lu rushed in and anxiously asked what had happened. Li Yuntian simply shook his head and told him to get ready. The second act was about to begin. The next morning, at the headquarters of the Divine Dragon Sect, Li Yuntian and old Taoist Lu had barely entered the courtyard before countless followers surrounded them, loudly welcoming their sect leader. Old Taoist Lu quickly coughed and waved his hands, explaining that he was not the sect leader. The man sitting beside him was the real one. He then told everyone to step back, because the sect leader had important matters to discuss with the protectors. On the rooftop across the street, 2 elderly men quietly watched everything. The black-bearded one, Hao Tao Ying Juaran, remarked to his companion that their old friend seemed to have joined an evil sect. He continued that the Divine Dragon Sect was backed by the Wu family. 20 years ago, when Prince Yong tried to wipe out the famous Xuan family, the Wu family had secretly supported the operation. If they wanted to save someone now, they would likely have to rely on the Divine Dragon Sect. Inside the main hall, Li Yuntian sat in the seat of honor and silently looked down at the demon protectors gathered below. A black cat was happily chewing on a chicken leg while drinking wine. Noticing Li Yuntian's gaze, it immediately put on a flattering smile and complained that it had been working non-stop for days and had only just gotten a chance to rest. Li Yuntian shook his head and reminded them that Wei City was now crawling with cultivators. There were already more than 36 Void Realm experts, and many of them were working right at the nearby construction site. Yet these demons still showed no fear. A calico cat named Manhwa Niang immediately leaped over with a flattering grin and asked if the great king had brought San Sheng with him. Li Yuntian slowly fanned himself and smiled mysteriously. He said he did not have San Sheng, but he did have something even more interesting if she wanted to try it. Sanhua Niangyang's eyes lit up as she eagerly asked if it was a brand new body. Li Yuntian took out a painting of a seductive demon woman with a stunning figure and curved horns. He explained that those in the transformation realm could turn illusion into reality. But if the original vessel was destroyed, the true body would vanish as well. That was why he had never created bodies for them before, but recently he had come up with a new method worth testing. The moment the cat demon saw the beauty in the painting, she started drooling with excitement, hugged her face, and urged Li Yuntian to begin at once. Li Yuntian gave a quiet shout, and the painting instantly burst into flames. From the sea of fire, a breathtaking demon beauty slowly stepped out. Delighted with her new body, Sanhua Niangyang spun around to show off her figure and asked the great king if she looked beautiful. Li Yuntian smiled and nodded, admitting she truly was stunning. Deep down, he confirmed the experiment had succeeded. By using the power of faith to forge a true body from a painting, the body could survive even if the artwork was destroyed. His new approach had proven correct. Seeing that, the other demons immediately begged for new bodies as well. Li Yuntian refused, explaining that his current faith power was only enough to restore himself to the peak of the transformation realm. They would have to wait. Li Yuntian turned to Sanhua Niangyang, his eyes turning cold as he assigned her first mission: eliminate a few targets for him. Sanhua Niangyang hesitated for a moment and asked if she was really allowed to kill. The great king had always forbidden her from harming ordinary people. Li Yuntian smiled faintly and corrected her. This time, the targets were not ordinary people, but cultivators and Taoists. In his eyes, they no longer deserved to be called human. Hearing that, Sanhua Niangyang clenched her fists in excitement, her knuckles cracking after so long, without a real fight. Just then, the rat spirit Shuk pointed toward the window and shouted that someone was spying on them. The bamboo viewing tube was immediately pulled back as its owner tried to flee. Li Yuntian casually waved his hand, and the bamboo tube flew straight back into his grasp. The spy hiding outside hurriedly relayed a message, saying his master wanted to know whether the Lord of Tonkian had reached a decision about last night's proposal. Li Yuntian merely sneered. It seemed Yue Yunzi truly thought too highly of himself. Even if Yue Yunzi had not come looking for him, Li Yuntian had already planned to repay him with a massacre. Outside the Divine Dragon Sect compound, Two Taoist cultivators in blue robes hid in the bushes. One wondered why they were guarding this place when the senior experts had already gone to sabotage the Divine Dragon sect. Jiuzi sneered and replied that too many Void Realm and Intent Realm experts were involved. So, if they wanted credit, they had to find another opportunity. The moment he finished speaking, a calm voice suddenly sounded behind them. It was Hao Tao Ying Jueran, the man who had been watching them earlier. He stepped out with a white-bearded elder and said he wanted to discuss something. The two cultivators quickly turned around and recognized the elderly pair standing behind them. Thinking the two elders also wanted to deal with the Divine Dragon sect, Ying Jueran suggested they work together. Jiu Zi let out a cold laugh and asked if the two old men also intended to make trouble for the Divine Dragon sect. Ying Jueran pointed toward old Taoist Liu beside Li Yuntian and explained that the sect elder had once been a sworn brother of one of his subordinates. He used to be an ordinary man before being deceived into letting the Divine Dragon sect use the Dragon King Temple. Jiu Zi's eyes immediately flashed with killing intent. He asked whether they truly knew that man, and after receiving confirmation, his attitude changed at once. Without warning, Jiu Zi threw out a golden talisman. Before the two elders could react, the talisman immobilized them, leaving their bodies completely frozen. Jiu-Zi smiled viciously and said they had never come here to do good deeds. Since the two old men recognized old Taoist Liu, they could not be allowed to live. He activated another talisman, preparing to crush them on the spot. But at that very moment, a burst of force shot in and shattered the talisman into dust. The two cultivators immediately looked up in shock and shouted, asking which senior expert had intervened. Sitting cross-legged on the rooftop, Li Yuntian calmly combed Sanhua Niangyang's hair while a group of demons stood behind him as guards. He casually remarked that although the two old men were a bit foolish, they were genuinely good people. The demons beside him immediately nodded in agreement. Jiu Zhu sneered, saying it was ridiculous for a cultivator to associate with demons. Li Yuntian coldly replied that demons could still be redeemed, while cultivators only knew how to slaughter. In the end, they were no different from demons. After saying that, he turned to Sanhua Niangyang and told her to use this chance to test her new body. Sanhua Niangyang immediately landed in the courtyard as demonic energy erupted around her, shocking Jiu-Zi. Without wasting another word, she threw a punch wrapped in crackling lightning and laughed loudly. "Come on, let this lady have some fun with you." A thunderous explosion instantly shook the entire area. Jiu-Zi's chest was pierced clean through by the blow. He collapsed to the ground, dead with his eyes still wide open in disbelief. Even at the very end, he could not understand why his protective talisman was completely useless against this demoness. One thought lingered in his mind. Could she also carry the Dragon Clan bloodline? Li Yuntian immediately cast Crimson Soul Lock, sealing Jiu-Zi's soul before coldly speaking. He said even some mortals had their names recorded in the Book of Life and Death, while wandering souls like them did not even deserve that. Right then, a puppet avatar of Yan Jun appeared to collect the dead man's soul. But the moment it saw Li Yuntian holding the soul captive, it stayed silent for a while before quietly turning away, clearly unwilling to provoke him. Li Yuntian only laughed. It left again. How amusing. Not long after, a figure flew through the air toward them. Yue Yunzi landed in the courtyard, looked at his disciple's corpse, and coldly asked if Li Yuntian had done it all. Li Yuntian kept fanning himself, while the demons behind him quickly formed a protective circle. He calmly replied that the man was already dead, so asking more would change nothing. Yue Yunzi frowned and said he had not witnessed the killing, so why had Li Yuntian also sealed their souls? Li Yuntian let out a cold snort and said he did not need to report or explain his actions to anyone. Yue Yunzi reminded him that partners should not hide too many secrets or mistakes. What puzzled him most was that Li Yuntian not only killed them, but also left their souls no chance to escape. Yue Yunzi stared at Sanhua Niangyang for a long time in confusion. As far as he knew, the Dragon Clan had only the true dragon and the 9 dragon sons, 10 in total. So, who exactly was the dragon girl behind Li Yuntian? Li Yuntian pulled Sanhua Niangyang beside him and calmly declared that she was his beloved daughter, Princess Tongtian. The statement left Yue Yunzi stunned because he had never heard that Tongtian Jun had a daughter. To test the truth, he secretly launched a probing attack while saying he had a water spear that suited a young lady and would treat it as a gift for his niece. The watery spear shot forward at incredible speed, but Sanhua Niangyang calmly reached out and caught it. With a light squeeze, the water spear instantly dissolved into flowing water. She glanced at her hand, curled her lips, and mocked the attack as nothing special before asking if he was trying to tickle her. Yue Yunzi was shocked. Breaking his attack barehanded proved her body was unbelievably powerful. If the Dragon Clan had truly produced a third generation, the situation would become extremely dangerous. He could only force a smile and say that he was merely a soul right now, so he could not present his true body as a gift. Then he congratulated Tang Qianjun on having such an outstanding daughter. After saying that, Yue Yunzi immediately took his leave. Once he was completely gone, Li Yuntian turned to the two old men, trembling in the corner, and calmly asked if they should be killed for knowing too many secrets. Ying Juaran quickly knelt and begged for mercy, explaining that they had only believed Lu Laodao had been bewitched, so they planned to disband the Dragon God cult and invite an old friend back to serve as strategist for their stronghold. Li Yuntian frowned and asked, "What stronghold?" The two old men explained that about 300 miles east of Wei City, they had gathered a band of brothers in the mountains and taken in refugees during the chaos to build their own force. After hearing that, Li Yuntian laughed and praised them for managing to establish an entire faction deep inside the Great Qing heartland. He waved his fan and ordered them to return, settle everything, and later bring everyone to Wei City to join him. The white-bearded elder hesitantly said, "There were still more than 1,000 elderly people, women and children in the stronghold who needed care." He sighed and admitted they could barely solve the problem of finding enough food, so he hoped Li Yuntian would think carefully before deciding. Li Yuntian turned and walked inside. Manhwa Niangyang curiously asked why he still wanted to recruit so many people when their current strength was already enough. He looked up at the night sky and answered in a deep voice that the more people they had, the better, because the real war had already begun. A few days later, outside Wei City, thousands of civilians gathered to join the irrigation project launched by the Dragon God cult. Standing on a high platform, Li Yuntian loudly declared that the long drought had ruined the harvest, so today the Dragon God had ordered the Dragon God cult to build roads and waterworks for the people. After finishing his speech, he picked up a golden shovel and dug the first scoop of earth to officially begin construction. The crowd cheered their thanks to the Dragon King before eagerly joining the work. Li Yuntian then handed the golden shovel to Liu Laodao, deliberately calling him master before everyone and telling him to dig the second scoop so the villagers would remember his contribution. The crowd immediately hailed Liu Laodao as their great benefactor. Thanks to that, the entire project moved forward without delay. When the workers reached a mountain ridge blocking the route, they argued about taking a detour instead. But the Dragon God cult refused, insisting everything had to follow the cult leader's blueprint. Li Yuntian stepped forward with a smile and told everyone to stand back. He raised his left hand as streams of purple lightning gathered in his palm. The lightning blasted straight into the mountain, shattering the massive rock into countless pieces in an instant. The builders were left speechless by the unbelievable sight. None of them expected the cult leader to possess such terrifying power. Li Yuntian turned toward the crowd and calmly asked if they could continue building the road in a straight line now. From afar, Yue Yunzi secretly observed everything, carefully sketching the entire network of roads and canals Li Yuntian was constructing. A crazed smile slowly appeared on his face. Only then did he realize what his opponent was truly drawing, and he decided to wait and see where the completed design would lead. On the 16th day of the 6th month, Wei City became more lively than ever. The Dragon God cult pushed ahead with public works, launched dozens of relief efforts, opened new roads, built bridges, and raised temples, spreading its reputation everywhere. At the same time, the hidden conflict between the Dragon God cult and the Tao orthodoxy grew even fiercer, with 21 Tao cultivators already dead. The remaining 15 had no choice but to flee Wei City. After one of his avatars was destroyed, Yue Yunzi sought out Li Yuntian again. Standing on a rooftop, he warned that once Li Yuntian had gathered enough followers and faith power, he should leave Wei City. Yue Yunzi warned that Li Yuntian was the first Yin deity to openly display divine miracles inside a major city, and the Tao orthodoxy would certainly take notice. He added that once the Tao orthodoxy truly moved, they would send only elite experts capable of ending the problem. Li Yuntian merely frowned and asked if his opponent was really being that kind. Yue Yunzi let out a faint smile before leaving, saying Li Yuntian did not have to listen, but cooperation would benefit them both. Watching him leave, Li Yuntian's eyes turned icy. He guessed Yue Yunzi was about to make his move, so he decided to investigate in secret that very night. That night, Lin Liangzi appeared once again inside the hidden chamber of the Danding sect. This time, she brought crucial information and reminded Yue Yunzi not to mistake the wrong person. She said she had spent the past few days traveling across Wei City and had overheard several interesting stories. One merchant firmly claimed that on the 20th day of the 4th month, he had seen the Dragon King appear in Boluzhou. That person looked exactly like Li Yuntian and even introduced himself as Li Yuntian. But the timeline did not match at all. After the battle with the Ghost Emperor, the whereabouts of the second dragon's son, Yazi, had remained a mystery since the 24th day of the 4th month. Meanwhile, Li Yuntian was confirmed to have appeared in Boluzhou around the 20th day of the 4th month, the very time the 9th dragon's son, Li Wen, died. Lin Liangzi sneered and said Yue Yunzi was clever, but far too confident in himself. In her view, he had long suspected the truth because the art of painting was never a power demons could wield. Yue Yunzi was stunned, veins bulging across his forehead. He immediately connected every strange clue, including the sudden appearance of the Dragon Girl and the decline in his opponent's cultivation, then concluded that Tongxian Jun had used the Dragon Girl's identity to hide himself while completely deceiving him. He shot to his feet as killing intent exploded from his eyes. However, he quickly calmed himself, believing that no matter how many schemes his enemy had prepared, sticking to his own plan would be enough. Yu Yunzi declared that whether the man was Li Yuntian or Yazi, he would die tomorrow. On the night of the 17th day of the 6th month, the Dragon God cult officially began its grand rain prayer ceremony. Every corner of Wei City was brilliantly decorated, with lanterns filling every street. The sound of drums echoed without end as a festive atmosphere spread throughout the city. Standing behind a giant curtain, Li Yuntian looked over the sea of people packed around the altar and revealed a knowing smile. As he stepped onto the high platform, he spread his arms wide and called on everyone to welcome the Dragon God and witness the Dragon King's divine appearance. A bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly tore across the night sky. In the form of a ghostly woman, Sanhua Nyang slowly walked onto the altar. The blazing fire above her head burned like a living torch, lighting up the entire sky as she laughed with excitement, thrilled that it was finally her turn to appear before the world. Watching from below, Yue Yunzi sneered, convinced that Yazi had finally exposed his true identity. Just then, the voice transmission jade at his waist suddenly lit up. Yue Yunzi quickly stepped into the shadows to receive the message. The report said they had finally traced the second dragon's son after the last battle, and he had just entered Qing Kingdom. Even more shocking, the second dragon's son had already recovered to the perfected true realm. Yue Yunzi froze after hearing the news. If Yazi had only just entered Qing Kingdom, then who was standing on that stage? Only then did he realize he had fallen into a trap. The name Li Wen, the dead ninth dragon's son, flashed through his mind. Realizing he had been fooled again and again, his fury exploded. On the stage, Li Yuntian began his speech. He claimed that several months ago, demons had attacked Wei City, and the Dragon King had personally fought at them for 300 rounds on Yeyuan Mountain before finally destroying them. Because the battle had consumed so much power, the drought had lasted until now. The crowd immediately broke into anxious whispers. Li Yuntian continued, saying that the Weishui Dragon King pitied his people and had ordered the Dragon God cult and the Dragon Maiden Sanhua to perform a miracle and bring rain. He called on everyone to remember the Dragon King's protection with sincere hearts and chant the name of the Weishui Dragon King together. Tens of thousands of people instantly knelt, shouting their thanks to the Dragon King and praying for rain. At that very moment, Li Yuntian raised his staff high. He slammed the staff into the ground with all his strength. In an instant, fierce winds swept across the square, carrying waves of cool moisture. The crowd erupted in cheers as the wind truly began to rise. But at that moment, Yue Yunzi shot into the sky from below the stage, activated a magic treasure that covered the heavens, and created a brilliant false moon. Hovering in the air, he shouted that petty demons dared cause trouble before him. He declared himself Yue Yunzi of Linghe Blessed Land, sent by the Tao Orthodoxy to exterminate demons. At the same time, the female Taoist Qing Fuzi, who had been injured before, rushed into the crowd covered in blood and screamed that everyone had been deceived. She claimed the people on the stage were not the Dragon King, but demons trying to turn the citizens into wandering souls, and the promised rain had never existed. Fenzi looked pleased with himself and declared that the rain ceremony was nothing more than an excuse to gather more faith power, then asked Li Yuntian if he understood the real purpose behind it. Qing Fuzi immediately joined in, claiming that disaster was already unfolding inside the city and that the demons were secretly refining countless souls to turn all of Wei City into a land of death. Li Yuntian simply watched their performance with a cold expression, already seeing through their attempt to deceive him. Without another word, he rushed forward, grabbed Qing Fuzi by the head, and smashed her into the stone ground. The impact shattered the earth, crushed her skull, and killed her instantly. To him, loudmouths were never worth sparing. The entire square fell into complete silence. Li Yuntian raised his blood-stained fist and looked straight at Yue Yunzi, saying that his opponent wanted to force him into killing people and cutting off the source of faith, while the one truly planning to refine souls was the righteous-looking Taoist standing before everyone. He loudly declared that the painting formation drew its power from the faith of the countless people below. As long as that faith remained, no one could break the formation, unless they slaughtered every last one of them. Fenzi angrily took out an icy talisman puppet, accusing Li Yuntian of being the real murderer of the innocent. He immediately summoned Gengshen, and a brilliant green light burst into the sky. In an instant, countless ordinary people transformed into vengeful spirits and were dragged into the air amid horrifying screams, while Fenzi pretended to be righteous and loudly accused Li Yuntian of sacrificing the entire city to cultivate an evil art. Chaos erupted everywhere as the people fled in panic, desperately crying out for the dragon god to save them. Deep down, Fenzi was thrilled. He only had to wait for the people's faith to collapse, so all of that faith power would flow into his own spirit. Once everyone died, the Tao orthodoxy would rise again, and the world would believe only in him. Contrary to his expectations, Li Yuntian remained perfectly calm, wearing a mysterious smile. It seemed he had prepared for this all along. At that very moment, a single raindrop landed on Fenzi's nose, interrupting his excitement. He looked up in shock as he realized it had started to rain. Within moments, a heavy downpour covered the entire area. The people burst into tears of joy, cheering that the dragon god had never deceived them and that the true liar was the evil Taoist. It seemed even the heavens were on his side. Fenzi gritted his teeth, insisting the rain had only given Li Yuntian a lucky break. He immediately raised his hand, intending to command lightning to strike his enemy down. But the heavenly lightning ignored him, and instead crashed directly onto his own head. Struck until his hair stood on end and his face was scorched black, Yue Yunzi was horrified that the lightning had turned against him. From behind, Li Yuntian laughed and mocked him, saying it had nothing to do with luck. His opponent was simply too foolish. His body then began to transform. Dragon horns extended from his head, scales and armor covered his body, his eyes glowed blood red, and he let out a deafening roar. He officially declared himself the Weishui Dragon King, Li Yuntian. Yue Yunzi stood frozen in shock. He could not believe another Water Dragon King still existed, and even wondered if Li Wen had somehow returned from the dead. Li Yuntian immediately denied it, declaring that he was not Li Wen but Li Yuntian himself. He proclaimed that after slaying the evil Taoist Yue Yunzi and saving Wei Shui, the name Li Yuntian would echo across the world. The moment he finished speaking, he charged straight at Yue Yunzi to begin the battle. Yue Yunzi hurriedly unleashed one magic treasure after another, summoned the cultivators inside his painting, and declared that he would refine Li Yuntian's soul today. Li Yuntian only sneered and asked where his opponent found the confidence to refine even a dragon king. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a gigantic azure dragon, sweeping across the battlefield and shattering every attack Yue Yunzi launched. After being driven back repeatedly, Yue Yunzi finally used the Shuangguang treasure mirror to create an illusion realm and trap Li Yuntian. He sneered, claiming that anyone trapped inside his illusion would never escape. Bound by heavy chains, Li Yuntian felt his bloodline burning like raging fire. Even so, he remained calm and realized only that his movements had slowed because the Taoist's treasure was scorching his dragon blood. He looked up at the dark sky and loudly called for the Yi Emperor, urging him to appear before it was too late. Darkness suddenly covered the sky above Yue Yunzi, and he was startled the moment he heard the name Yi Emperor. From the darkness emerged a massive ghost army, led by a majestic emperor in dragon robes, who introduced himself as Emperor Lu Zhenyang of Great Yi, and declared that anyone who dared slaughter the people of Wei capital would be executed under imperial law. Lu Zhenyang stood proudly in the sky, his voice echoing throughout Wei City as he ordered General Di Wubenyu of the Imperial Guard to advance. He declared that today he would fulfill his promise to the Weishui Dragon King, Li Yuntian, and join him in slaying the madman before them. Deafening explosions rang out as countless gigantic black chains burst from the earth like giant serpents, instantly sealing every escape route for Yue Yunzi. Seizing the perfect moment, Li Yuntian roared toward the heavens and revealed his true divine dragon form before all the people. The crowd was completely stunned as cries of "True Dragon" echoed everywhere. Without anyone telling them, tens of thousands of people dropped to their knees and offered their faith with complete devotion. Pure faith power gathered like countless rivers flowing into the sea, pouring endlessly into Li Yuntian's dragon body. Seeing this, Fenzi was stunned, believing that revealing his true form before 100,000 people was no different from signing his own death warrant because the Tao Orthodoxy would never let him go. In his eyes, once this news reached the Tao Orthodoxy, they would hunt Li Yuntian to the ends of the earth. Empowered by the faith of the people, Li Yuntian's aura exploded, shattering every chain that bound him. He roared that as long as he stood here, no one would be allowed to slaughter the people of Wei Shui to complete an evil formation. Fenzi realized the situation had slipped completely out of control. Grinding his teeth while forming hand seals, he knew Li Yuntian had entered the true realm, and now had an entire ghost army at his side. There was almost no chance of turning the battle around. Knowing he could not drag it out any longer, he poured out every ounce of his strength and charged at the Azure Dragon, determined to risk everything to protect the Tao Orthodoxy's honor. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted in the sky, and the shockwave swept away everything nearby. Yue Yunzi had detonated his own body. The Yi Emperor narrowed his eyes at the cloud of smoke, wondering whether his enemy had truly died. At that moment, a soul quietly slipped out of the explosion. Yu Yunzi had used his self-destruction to hide his escape, planning to blend into the yin energy and flee before returning to the Tao Orthodoxy for revenge. But Li Yuntian's icy voice rang out at once. He had already seen through the plan and would not be fooled again. A soul-lock chain shot through the air, wrapped tightly around Fenzi's soul, and violently dragged it back. Terror filled his face. The moment he saw the soul-lock chain, he realized Li Yuntian was the one who had killed Chengliangzi. Even while tightly bound, he screamed that a true master's soul was nearly impossible to destroy. Even the black and white lords of the underworld could barely take it away. Besides, the sect master of Lingjia Blessed Land was already on his way. Did Li Yuntian really dare kill another true master? Returning to his half-dragon form, Li Yuntian calmly replied that taking the life of a true master was indeed close to his limit. But ever since Yue Yunzi arrived in Wei City, he had been planning how to kill him. The hardest part was destroying a true master's body. Ironically, Yue Yunzi had done that himself. Yue Yunzi flew into a rage. Even as a soul, he roared that Li Yuntian was far too arrogant. He revealed that Sect Master Kwang Wuzi, a profound realm powerhouse of the Blessed Land, was already in Wei City. In his eyes, once Kwang Wuzi appeared, Li Yuntian would have no chance of surviving. Li Yuntian ignored him and moved to crush his soul. At that moment, a surge of spiritual power struck from the void and blocked the attack. Yue Yunzi was instantly overjoyed, as if he had found his last lifeline. He knew his sect master had finally arrived. Kwang Wuzi appeared in the sky with a cold expression and demanded to know why the Wei Shui Dragon King had killed a cultivator of the Tao Orthodoxy. Li Yuntian calmly faced the profound realm expert, introduced himself as both the Wei Shui Dragon King and Li Yuntian, then asked whether Kwang Wuzi had heard that name before. Kwang Wuzi casually replied that of course he had, because Ling Kongzi had died at Li Yuntian's hands. Li Yuntian smiled inwardly. He quickly realized this was only an avatar, and the old man was deliberately avoiding his true identity. Things were becoming even more interesting. Waving his fan, he politely remarked that fighting the moment they met was a little rushed. Although the other side knew about him, he had only just entered the true and could not compare to a great expert like Kwang Wuzi. As he spoke, he gathered clouds into a table and chairs, politely inviting Kwang Wuzi to sit while joking that standing in the air for so long must be tiring. The moment Yue Yunzi saw the furniture, he cried out in anguish. He recognized it as his own Shuangguang treasure mirror, which Li Yuntian had turned into a joke. Li Yuntian simply shook his head and sighed, saying it was a pity that a true master could lose his composure so easily. Kwang Wuzi maintained his calm, immortal demeanor, merely frowning as he repeated that Li Yuntian had destroyed Yue Yunzi's body. Li Yuntian did not deny it. He explained that Ling Kongzi had first tried to force him into joining the Blessed Land, and when he refused, Ling Kongzi immediately tried to kill him. Then Yue Yunzi came to Wei City and continued committing evil. Li Yuntian had never gone looking for trouble with the Blessed Land. Yet both incidents happened inside Wei City. Looking around at the countless wronged souls, Yue Yunzi should have been executed long ago under the rules of the cultivation world. Kwang Wuzi remained calm, saying that was only Li Yuntian's side of the story. He also added how Li Yuntian had suddenly advanced from the transformation realm to the true realm, suspecting he had used resentment and ghost soldiers to forcefully raise his cultivation through a formation. Li Yuntian stared at him coldly and asked if he was deliberately twisting right and wrong. Kwang Wuzi closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, and his expression immediately changed. Just moments ago, Wei City had been overflowing with resentment, with ghost soldiers flooding the area like a tide. Yet now everything had vanished without a trace. Something was clearly wrong. He also discovered a massive formation hidden beneath the ground around Wei City. Although it had not yet been activated, it was enough to convince him not to remain there for long. Kwang Wuzi immediately declared that Li Yuntian had stolen a dragon son's body, framed the Tao orthodoxy, and brought disaster upon the people of Wei City. Killing a true master had broken the balance between the Tao orthodoxy and the demons, and the Tao orthodoxy would handle the matter. With that, he waved his hand to take Yu Yunzi's soul away. Li Yuntian only smiled. Taking him away would not be so easy. He instantly exerted his strength and forcefully pulled Yu Yunzi's soul back. Sitting comfortably on a cloud while fanning himself, Li Yuntian mocked Kwang Wuzi for trying to take his disciple home to seek protection. It was a clever plan. He then asked why he could use the Shuangguang treasure mirror before answering his own question. Since even Yue Yunzi's soul now belonged to him, the magic treasure naturally belonged to him as well. At that moment, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck and tore open the ground. Thick black resentment surged from the deep cracks and engulfed Kwang Wuzi. Witnessing the scene, even he was shocked by the overwhelming resentment. Even the ghost soldiers from before had completely transformed into vengeful spirits. Yue Yunzi cried out in despair, desperately begging his sect master to save him. Kwang Wuzi shouted at Li Yuntian, warning that if this sea of resentment spread, half of Wei City would be destroyed. The ground split apart again and again, opening massive chasms as pillars of black resentment shot into the sky. Kwang Wuzi judged that if this continued, the disaster could spread across half of Qing Kingdom. Li Yuntian simply smiled and calmly replied that it would never come to that. He gently waved the fan in his hand, and every trace of resentment and bloodlust was instantly drawn inside. In the blink of an eye, everything vanished as if it had never existed. Kwang Wuzi widened his eyes as he recognized the familiar technique and was left speechless. He stammered that Li Yuntian was a descendant of the painting sage. Li Yuntian closed his fan with a cold smile and replied that his opponent now had no evidence left to slander him. Only then did Kwang Wuzi realize he had completely misjudged the situation. Yue Yunzi had believed Li Yuntian had only set up a small formation around Wei City. In reality, the formation's spiritual energy had flowed through the puppet's meridians, making the entire formation part of the creator's own body. From the very beginning, Yue Yunzi had unknowingly been trapped inside Li Yuntian's 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains painting. The true grand formation covered half of Wei City. Kwang Wuzi found it impossible to believe, because using heaven and earth as a canvas was a technique only a profound realm painting master could perform, while Li Yuntian had only reached the true realm. Li Yuntian merely smiled and asked if Kwang Wuzi really believed he was an ordinary person. Kwang Wuzi sighed and said that if Li Yuntian truly was a remnant of the painting sage, then even without any other reason, he would kill him today. Li Yuntian burst into laughter and cut him off, declaring that his father was Li Chunfeng, while the Yi Emperor and a million wandering souls stood behind him. With backing like that, did Kwang Wuzi truly dare make a move? Kwang Wuzi frowned in confusion, because the name Li Chunfeng meant nothing to him. Seeing that reaction, Li Yuntian laughed until tears filled his eyes, looking at the sect master with open pity. Kwang Wuzi calmly replied that he had lived for more than 500 years and met too many people to remember every name. Li Yuntian immediately countered that even Ling Kongzi, Yue Yunzi, and ordinary cultivators of the Lingshu sword sect knew about it, yet a sect master like him knew absolutely nothing. Leaning close, Li Yuntian quietly revealed that before Ling Kongzi left the mountain, he had met the twin sages, and they were the ones who disclosed Li Yuntian's true background. It seemed the one kept in the dark was actually Kwang Wuzi. Hearing that, Kwang Wuzi instantly flew into a rage and ordered Li Yuntian to be silent. But Li Yuntian pressed on, asking whether Kwang Wuzi was afraid of learning the secret the twin sages had deliberately hidden. He calmly added that he had already prepared every escape route. If Kwang Wuzi killed him today, the truth would soon spread across the world, and the twin sages would certainly not be pleased. Finally, Li Yuntian pointed out that Yue Yunzi probably had not learned his background directly from the twin sages. There had to be someone else secretly manipulating everything from the shadows. Li Yuntian analyzed that the mastermind had intentionally sent weaker cultivators to die at his hands, with the real goal of deepening the conflict between the Tao orthodoxy and the demons, eventually igniting a war against the divine dragon kingdom. He calmly suggested that Kwang Wuzi think carefully about whether that was truly what the Tao orthodoxy wanted. He was still investigating the mastermind behind Yue Yunzi, and if Kwang Wuzi could stop the Tao orthodoxy from causing further trouble, he would be willing to share what he discovered. Kwang Wuzi fell silent for a long moment before admitting that Li Yuntian was indeed a brilliant strategist. Even so, he believed everything was still only one side of the story and would verify it himself. He also requested that Yue Yunzi's soul be handed over to leave room for future cooperation. Li Yuntian laughed loudly and firmly refused. He said he had already spoken everything that needed to be said, and whether Kwang Wuzi believed him was his own choice. As for Yue Yunzi's soul, it was a trophy he had won in battle and would still be useful later, so there was no chance he would hand it over. After saying that, Li Yuntian reminded Kwang Wuzi to return and keep a closer watch on his own people before his subordinates deceived him again without his knowledge. Then he vanished into the void, leaving Kwang Wuzi standing alone, lost in thought. On a distant mountain peak, Black and White Impermanence had watched the entire battle unfold. White Impermanence remarked that the Yi Emperor had placed 1,000,000 wandering souls on Li Yuntian, and recovering that investment later would not be easy. Black Impermanence replied that if White Impermanence had not persuaded the Yi Emperor back then, none of this would have happened. Bai Wuchang just tugged at his partner's collar and laughed, saying He Wuchang had gained the most from the earlier deal. Then he announced that Li Yuntian had arrived. As soon as he appeared, Li Yuntian thanked the two Yan lords for their help and asked if they were satisfied with the outcome. He Wuchang snorted and left, while Bai Wuchang smiled and said the threat had shaken Kwang Wu. If he came back to negotiate, Li Yuntian should keep the pressure on. Li Yuntian smiled and said he would never dare expect the Yan lords to fully take his side. He knew they only invested in him because he would be useful to them in the future. They brought up Yidilu Jianyang and a promise made years ago. Li Yuntian also took the chance to ask about his parents' true origins. Bai Wuchang only smiled and dodged the question, saying some truths were better left unknown for now. Before leaving, Bai Wuchang reminded him to prepare any hidden trump cards because the other party would be back soon. Right then, a spatial vortex appeared in the sky. Kwang Wuzi stepped out with overwhelming killing intent and demanded every detail about Yue Yunzi and Ling Kongzi. Li Yuntian turned with a smile, knowing Kwang Wuzi had finally made up his mind. He said the secret involved the twin saints, but his information was never free. Kwang Wuzi immediately pressured him with the aura of a great sage expert. Li Yuntian did not flinch. He told Kwang Wuzi to stop the intimidation, because if cultivation level decided everything, there was no point in talking. Kwang Wuzi withdrew his aura and admitted that if Li Yuntian were a cultivator, he would be an extraordinary genius. Then he agreed to answer a question. Without hesitation, Li Yuntian asked about his parents' real identities. Kwang Wuzi looked surprised and reminded him that he had once said his father was Li Chunfeng and his mother was Shangguan Yue. He asked if his parents had never told him the truth, and Li Yuntian simply replied that they never had. Kwang Wuzi sighed softly and told him to ask something else. Li Yuntian quickly thought it through. He realized his mother must have an extraordinary background tied to Kwang Wuzi. Since the first question failed, he decided to make an even bigger request instead. With a smile, he invited Kwang Wuzi to meet someone. Their destination was Dongting Lake in the north. A massive azure dragon descended from the sky and landed on the island at the center of the lake. The impact shook the island and sent dust everywhere. When it settled, the two were already standing there. In his half-dragon form, Li Yuntian pointed ahead and said Tongming Jade Slip and Ling were indeed in Dongting Jun's hands. Kwang Wuzi could verify it himself soon enough. Kwang Wuzi calmly warned that this trip did not make them allies. If fighting broke out, he would not help. Li Yuntian shrugged and said that was even better, because they were only using each other for now. If they became enemies later, that could wait. Before moving on, he revealed with a knowing smile that he knew how to open the Tongming Jade Slip, leaving Kwang Wuzi with a final warning. Kwang Wuzi's eyes widened in shock. Even the twin saints had failed, yet Li Yuntian claimed he could do it. Li Yuntian offered no explanation. He simply reminded Kwang Wuzi that since even the twin saints could not solve it, he should be careful when dealing with him. Kwang Wuzi asked directly what Li Yuntian truly wanted from this trip. Li Yuntian smiled and gave a simple answer. His target was Dongting Jun's daughter. Then he faced the lake and used his spiritual power to project his voice, introducing himself as the Water Dragon King Li Yuntian and inviting Dongting Jun to appear. The lake remained completely silent. Only the wind answered him. Li Yuntian laughed and said it seemed Dongting Jun had no respect for him, then suggested Kwang Wuzi call instead. Kwang Wuzi snorted and said that if so, he would have to be rude. He instantly unleashed his power, sweeping both hands as the entire Dongting Lake erupted into towering waves and giant whirlpools. Thunder roared across the sky as the entire lake trembled. Kwang Wuzi suddenly slammed his palm downward. A massive wall of water crashed onto the island like a heavenly waterfall and swallowed everything. At that very moment, a streak of azure light shot out from the raging flood. A majestic figure appeared in the sky and angrily shouted that Kwang Wuzi had gone too far. Kwang Wuzi refused to back down. He demanded to know why Dongting Jun had seized the Dao lineage's treasure, imprisoned its cultivator, and even ordered Mu Yun around. Actions like that would only bring disaster. Dongting Jun coldly replied that Ling Kongzi of the Dao lineage was the one who killed Li Yun of the Water Clan. Now, the Dao lineage had the nerve to come to his doorstep. Their power was great, but he had ruled Dongting for 3,000 years, and no one could shake it so easily. The moment he heard the name Li Yun, Kwang Wuzi suddenly froze. He pointed at Li Yuntian and explained that Li Yun still existed, but his body had been taken over by the young man before them. In his view, both Ling Kongzi and Li Yun had fallen into Li Yuntian's scheme. Kwang Wuzi reminded Dongting Jun not to vent his anger on the wrong person. After hearing that, Dongting Jun's expression turned grim. He glanced at Kwang Wuzi before fixing his eyes on Li Yuntian. There was only one thing he truly cared about. Was Li Yun really still alive? Dongting Jun pressed further, asking whether Kwang Wuzi had personally seen Li Yun and where he was now. Kwang Wuzi explained that he had already made it clear. Li Yun was not completely dead, but he was no longer the original Li Yun because Li Yuntian had taken over his body. Dongting Jun immediately turned his killing intent toward Li Yuntian and warned him to stop playing games. If he dared deceive him, neither of them would leave Dongting alive today. Then he demanded Li Yun's true whereabouts again. Li Yuntian looked annoyed and bluntly admitted that Li Yun had died by his hand. His body had been taken over, and he was now the one carrying that identity. But Dongting Jun still shook his head. Even if Li Yuntian had obtained the dragon chi, he believed there was no way he had possessed Li Yun's body. Only then did Li Yuntian realize something strange. The two sides were talking about completely different things. Every time the possession of Li Yun was mentioned, Dongting Jun seemed to unconsciously ignore the most important part. Sensing something was wrong, Li Yuntian quietly asked Kwang Wuzi if he knew the reason. Kwang Wuzi only replied coldly that Li Yuntian and Dongting Jun were already on the same side, so there was no need to put on an act. Li Yuntian raised his hand, and rows of strange symbols instantly floated through the air. He introduced them as the restriction on the Tongming Jade Slip and asked Dongting Jun if he was the one holding the treasure. Since he had already seen the Jade Slip, he might as well examine these symbols too. Dongting Jun took out a green jade slip and asked with suspicion if this was really the Tongming Jade Slip. Li Yuntian smiled and confirmed that everything he had said was true. He not only knew where the jade slip was hidden, but also understood its restriction and how to unlock it. Kwang Wuzi kept his back turned and coldly said he had no interest in any of it. Li Yuntian immediately applied by pressure. He asked how Kwang Wuzi would explain himself if the twin saints learned he had found Dongting Jun, discovered the Tongming Jade Slip, and still returned empty-handed. He made it clear that the Tongming Jade Slip was the legacy of the painting saint that the twin saints had always sought. As for him, he only wanted the Jade Slip and Hong Niangzi. If Dongting Jun handed them over, he would keep everything secret. Kwang Wuzi still acted indifferent, saying it had nothing to do with him. Dongting Jun was not convinced either. He suspected Li Yuntian had merely glimpsed the jade slip and invented the rest to trick him. Now he even wanted his daughter. It was utterly ridiculous. Li Yuntian laughed and explained that the twin saints had secretly searched for the Tongming Jade Slip for a very long time, without ever making a public move. The only reason was that they could not break its restriction. As he spoke, a string of Luosha characters appeared in his palm for both of them to see. He calmly said that if they still doubted him, they could test it themselves. Finally, Li Yuntian stressed that this was a secret even the twin saints did not know. That alone was enough to change everything. Li Yuntian raised his hand in warning and told Dongting Jun that if he wanted to stay alive, he should hand over the jade slip immediately. He even asked if Dongting Jun truly intended to challenge the twin saints over a single jade slip. Dongting Jun clenched the jade slip tightly, his face filled with anger. But after a long moment of thought, reason won out, and he reluctantly threw the jade slip toward Li Yuntian. Catching it, Li Yuntian smiled with satisfaction. At last what he wanted had returned to him. Dongting Jun immediately shouted that he did not care about anything else, but Bong Jun had to be informed at once about what happened to Li Yun. Li Yuntian took out a dragon reverse scale and calmly replied that if they still refused to believe him after mentioning Li Yun, then take a good look at this and see if it still feels familiar. He put the dragon reverse scale behind his back and made an offer. Bring Hong Niangzi here first, and then he would reveal the whole truth. Dongting Jun coldly refused, saying his daughter's affairs were his business alone. Outsiders had no right to interfere, and a few conversations meant nothing. Li Yuntian put the reverse scale away and said he only wanted to confirm that Hong Niangzi was safe. That was hardly an unreasonable request. Looking at the people suffering from the flood, Dongting Jun said Today's chaos had gone too far, so Hong Niangzi could not appear. If Li Yuntian truly wished to see her, he should return tomorrow morning, and Dongting Jun would hear everything about Li Yun. With that, Dongting Jun sank into the water and disappeared. Kwang Wuzi looked over and asked if they were really going to let him leave like that. Waving his fan, Li Yuntian looked into the distance and said Dongting Jun was not wrong. Someone had to take responsibility for Today's disaster. He smiled knowingly and asked who Kwang Wuzi thought should take the blame. His gaze remained fixed on Kwang Wuzi as he waited for an answer. Li Yuntian said he had planned to pin everything on Yue Yunzi. But after what happened today, Yue Yunzi could no longer carry the blame. Besides, they were now friends, so he could not drag the Dao lineage into it either. Kwang Wuzi frowned with a faint smile and said it seemed Li Yuntian could still think of others, but forcing Dongting Jun to take the blame would not be easy. Then he pointed into the distance and said he had a much better candidate. That person was your second brother, Yazi. Li Yuntian immediately refused. He could never do that. Even if the dragon sons fought each other one day, they still shared the same bloodline. He would never harm his own clan. The moment Kwang Wuzi heard that, his expression changed. He suddenly grabbed Li Yuntian by the throat and shouted, "What kind of joke is this? You stole someone else's body, yet you call yourself a dragon's son. Do you really think you're a true dragon?" Li Yuntian shoved his hand away and firmly denied it. He declared that he truly carried Dragon Clan blood. The Dragon Sons might not be close, but he would never do anything that harmed the entire clan. Then he prepared to leave, saying he still had matters to handle. Kwang Wuzi stood frozen in confusion. Why had this boy's personality changed so completely? Could he be just like Dongting Jun? He quickly grabbed Li Yuntian's shoulder to stop him from leaving. At that instant, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck between them from a clear sky. The impact forced the two apart immediately. A majestic voice echoed through the sky. "You dare slander me and even attack my ninth brother? Did either of you ever ask for my permission?" Kwang Wuzi stared at the newcomer in shock. Was that really Yazi? The Yazi created by Li Yuntian, disguised in Jiao Dis form, threw an arm over his shoulder and laughed. He said second brother had heard everything, and that priest would not live much longer. Kwang Wuzi hurriedly explained to Dongting Jun that everything before had been a misunderstanding, but this time he had to stay alert because the ninth brother before him was no longer the same person. He said this man's real name was Li Yuntian. He was the one who plotted Li Yun's death and took over his body. Yazi merely snorted and told him to keep talking. Only then did Kwang Wuzi realize something was terribly wrong. This was exactly like what had happened with Dongting Jun. None of his words seemed to reach them. He realized something strange was at work. The force behind it was far too bizarre, so he immediately decided to retreat first. In the blink of an eye, Kwang Wuzi burst away at full speed. Yazi instantly chased after him with a cold laugh, saying that escaping was not as easy as he imagined. Before leaving, he told Li Yuntian to stay inside the circle and not step outside, or he might get caught in the fight. Once the priest was dealt with, the two brothers could talk. After saying that, Yazi drew a protective barrier around Li Yuntian and shot into the sky. Watching him leave, Li Yuntian thought to himself that Yazi truly never forgot a grudge, just as the rumors claimed. The two figures raced across the sky toward Dongting Lake. In an instant, Yazi cut Kwang Wuzi off and coldly asked if he really believed he could escape. Kwang Wuzi immediately unleashed 6 paths opening and prepared to fight. But Yazi did not dodge at all. He simply smiled proudly and continued walking forward. Kwang Wuzi shouted to Dongting Jun that he was no longer at the peak of the profound realm. At best, they could fight to a stalemate for a few days, but there was no way Dongting Jun could keep him here. Yazi laughed and replied that if one person was not enough, then he would just add another. Kwang Wuzi paused in surprise. With only your Earth True Realm cultivation? Yazi immediately shook his head. Of course not. He shouted toward Dongting Lake, telling Dongting Jun to show himself at once if he truly wanted to leave this place. The lake split in two, and Dongting Jun slowly rose from the water. He looked at Yazi and asked if everything he had just said was true. Kwang Wuzi stared in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. In his eyes, this old monster had been sealed here for countless years. How could he dare appear so casually? Yazi replied that if those Taoist priests had not interfered, he would have freed Dongting Jun long ago. Now all they had to do was kill that Taoist. Feeling the danger grow, Kwang Wuzi immediately warned them that killing him would mean declaring war on both the Dao lineage and the Sword Sect. Could the demons really withstand that fury? Yazi only laughed with contempt. A war was exactly what he wanted. He took out a divine command token and told Dongting Jun that it was enough to let him travel the world freely without being restrained again. The moment Kwang Wuzi saw the token, he knew the situation had become critical. If he delayed any longer, he would never escape. He instantly turned into a streak of light and even destroyed his own natal treasure to gain more speed. Yazi watched him flee with a faint smile and remarked that the Taoist certainly valued his own life. Dongting Jun calmly said there was no way Kwang Wuzi could escape. His 3,000 years guarding Dongting had not been in vain. As he spoke, he took out a spirit map called the Misty Dongting Lake. Everything within 8,000 li of the spirit map was under his control, let alone a single cultivator. Through his connection with Yazi, Li Yuntian witnessed everything and immediately realized this was another type of spirit map. He silently compared it to his own. His spirit map could only affect reality to a limited extent, while Dongting Jun's could reshape the outside world itself. This was truly a technique only someone at the Dongqing Profound Realm could use. In the next instant, a massive vortex appeared behind Kwang Wuzi, forcibly dragging him into the spirit map and pulling him beneath the water. Dongting Jun announced that Kwang Wuzi had been trapped and told Dongting Jun there was no need to rush. He said he would personally capture Kwang Wuzi, then turned to ask Yazi how he had freed him from his imprisonment. Yazi laughed loudly and made up a story, claiming Dongting Jun had never been imprisoned at all. He had merely been guarding a priceless treasure. He continued by saying that 2,000 years had passed, and the right time had finally arrived. Then he asked if Dongting Jun knew who had sent him. The answer was simple. The true dragon wished to see him. The moment he heard the words "true dragon," Dongting Jun froze in disbelief. Yazi continued his lie, saying that after Dongting Jun left, he would take over the cave dwelling and continue guarding the treasure himself, so there was nothing to worry about. Just then, Li Yuntian arrived and heard Yazi's entire fabricated story, leaving him stunned inside. Meanwhile, Dongting Jun guessed that the true dragon must have taught Dongting Jun how to break the restriction. However, he said the plan still required Ninth Brother's help. Dongting Jun immediately pulled Li Yuntian in front of Yazi and explained that the restriction could only be opened when two dragons worked together. Since Ninth Brother possessed Water Dragon Qi, he was the essential key. Cold sweat covered Li Yuntian as he awkwardly admitted that he truly knew nothing about this. Dongting Jun placed a hand on his shoulder and said the method was actually very simple. He explained that the Dongting restriction had been created from a single source of Dragon Qi, so it could only be destroyed by Dragon Qi as well. All they had to do was refine the body of a peak transformation realm dragon to obtain its Dragon Qi, then let another dragon guide that power outward. The seal would break immediately. Hearing that, Yazi's expression changed completely. His friendly smile vanished, prompting Dongting Jun to ask if this was truly Dongting Jun's intention. Dongting Jun coldly replied that the truth was indeed cruel. He calmly explained that although the dragon's sons shared the same bloodline, they had never actually met, so he could not tell them apart. Then he said it seemed Dongting Jun had already realized that the one inside Li Yun's body had actually been replaced by another yin spirit. Yazi immediately raised his hand to kill Li Yuntian. If he truly was the dragon, then he could be used to break the restriction. If he was merely a fake carrying dragon clan blood, then he deserved to die even more. Witnessing this, Li Yuntian was completely stunned. He suddenly realized that the Yazi he had created had somehow broken free from his control and was now acting like an independent living being. Yazi shouted, trying to run, "Don't even dream about it." He coldly declared that Li Yuntian would never escape from his grasp. As soon as he finished speaking, a ceiling barrier rose and trapped Li Yuntian inside. Knowing he had nowhere left to run, Li Yuntian shouted at Dongting Jun. Even demons had loyalty. Was he really going to trust Yazi just because they came from the same kind? Yazi burst into laughter, saying it was foolish to talk about feelings with demons. He even declared that he would break the seal for Dongting Jun right away. Dongting Jun stopped him while holding Li Yuntian in place. He calmly said there was no need to rush. After waiting 3,000 years, a little longer meant nothing. He continued that Yazi had suddenly appeared with the Dragon God token and claimed to be his rescuer. But what proof was there that he was truly Dongting Jun? Yaz's expression immediately darkened as he asked if Dongting Jun was doubting him. Dongting Jun replied that he carried the duty of guarding Dongting, so caution was necessary. There was a treasure in the lake that could verify Dragon Qi. As long as Dongting Jun infused it with his power, the truth would be obvious. Yazi began losing patience and urged Dong Tingjun to stop wasting time. Once the seal was broken, they could deal with Kwang Wuzi together. Dong Tingjun only smiled faintly and said the Kwang Wuzi before them was merely a clone, so there was no reason to worry. He pointed toward the lake, instantly creating a massive whirlpool. Then he told Yazi to strike the restriction with all his strength. The spiritual power would reach the core of the formation and reveal whether he truly belonged to the Dragon Clan. Yazi nodded and agreed to do as Dong Tingjun suggested. With a cold smile, he fired a powerful stream of spiritual energy into the formation core. In an instant, the surrounding water surged violently. Dong Tingjun kept provoking him, saying that attack was still too weak. The treasure had not sensed any dragon chi yet. If Yazi delayed any longer, Kwang Wuzi would be swept away by the water formation. Yazi immediately looked into the distance. Sure enough, a towering column of water was carrying something away. Furious, he cursed Dong Tingjun for deliberately creating more trouble. Holding nothing back, Yazi unleashed all his power directly into the formation core. The entire formation trembled as golden light erupted everywhere. Believing the job was done, Yazi urged Dong Tingjun to open the seal so he could kill Kwang Wuzi first. Dong Tingjun suddenly burst into hearty laughter. He said that thanks to a profound realm expert's strike, he had finally achieved what he wanted, and he truly owed Yazi his thanks. Yazi instantly sensed something was wrong and demanded to know what he meant. At that very moment, Dong Tingjun casually broke the barrier imprisoning Li Yuntian. Then he pulled Li Yuntian over to his side. The two immediately stood together. Dong Tingjun calmly said he had already kept the Taoist's clone in place for Tongchenjun. As for what came next, Yazi could handle it himself. He even politely apologized for the inconvenience. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Tingjun dragged Li Yuntian straight down into the depths of the lake and vanished, ignoring Yazi's furious roar. Yazi chased after them in anger, but was stopped by the restriction above. All he could do was roar in frustration, unable to understand what Dong Tingjun was really planning. Inside the water column, Kwang Wuzi remained trapped and unable to escape. He sneered at Yazi and said that if Yazi refused to leave with him, then he could stay there and deal with the consequences himself. By then, the entire Dongting Lake was shaking from the raging currents. Meanwhile, Dong Tingjun continued leading Li Yuntian deeper beneath the lake. After reaching the deepest point, he noticed Li Yuntian curling up in fear and asked directly, "Are you afraid of water?" Li Yuntian honestly nodded without hiding it. Dong Tingjun became even more puzzled. He had already found it strange when they first met at June Mountain. If Li Yuntian truly had a dragon's body, why was he still so afraid of water? Li Yuntian admitted that he had drowned in his previous life, and that terrifying feeling had never left him. Perhaps he was the first dragon to fear water. Dong Tingjun stayed silent for a long moment before asking another question. "If you are Li Yuntian and you also took over Li Yun's body, then where is the real Li Yun now?" Li Yuntian simply answered, "He's dead." Hearing that answer, Dong Tingjun froze for a brief moment. He looked directly at Li Yuntian and asked, "Did you kill him yourself?" His voice turned colder as he demanded that Li Yuntian answer once more. He declared that the answer would decide whether he brought Li Yuntian to Manhwa City or only carried a corpse there. Li Yuntian frowned slightly. He replied that he had thought Dong Tingjun had already made his decision. Even after learning that Li Yuntian had killed his son, Dong Tingjun still chose to save him. That alone said everything. Dong Tingjun looked genuinely surprised that Li Yuntian had figured it out. Li Yuntian explained that although Li Yun was a dragon, he had fish scales on his body. During their first meeting, Dong Tingjun had also mentioned that the ninth young master cared deeply about him. If Dong Tingjun was not Li Yun's father, then who else could he possibly be? He sighed and apologized for killing Dong Tingjun's son. Back then, the two of them had truly been friends, or at least Li Yun had always believed so. During their first meeting, Li Yun had every chance to kill him, yet he chose not to. In the icy depths of the water, Dong Tingjun simply let out a quiet sigh, the pain written clearly across his face. He said Li Yun had still left many things unsaid in the end. As he lay dying, his eyes never left him. Dong Tingjun understood exactly what his son wanted to say, but he could do nothing. Choking up, Li Yuntian replied that he had planned to do something to make up for Li Yun, yet everything had ended like this instead. Li Yuntian still refused to give up and asked Dong Tingjun how he had known that Li Yun's body had been taken over. Dong Tingjun gave no answer. He simply turned around and continued swimming, signaling Li Yuntian to follow. Seeing his question completely ignored, Li Yuntian could only mutter to himself. Before long, a strange forest appeared before them. Enormous white skeletons of sea monsters covered the area. The atmosphere was dark and oppressive. Dong Tingjun said this place was the Whitebone Forest. Li Yuntian stared at the scene in shock. Was this really the white-bone forest of Manhwa City? Dong Tingjun calmly replied that every skeleton here was his trophy. He said the white-bone forest held exactly 4,667 skeletons, and every one of them had once been a powerful demon. As they walked, Dong Tingjun pointed at the skeletons one by one, recounting old battles. He introduced a vine demon that had reached the profound realm, saying it had taken him more than a month to kill it. Pointing at another skeleton, he said it belonged to a pan demon, a cunning creature with irresistible beauty that had nearly tricked his daughter. In the end, he killed it with his own hands. Looking at the gigantic skeletons, each as large as a fortress, Li Yuntian was secretly stunned by how many there were. Dong Tingjun pointed at another skeleton and said this one had also been a Yao dragon. It was not the strongest, but while alive its strength had been comparable to Li Yuntian's current level. Li Yuntian was surprised, so they had all been Yao dragons. Dong Tingjun turned to him and asked, "Have you heard that name before? No one in the mortal world knows the term Yao, yet you didn't seem surprised at all." As he spoke, he carefully watched Li Yuntian's reaction. Li Yuntian immediately became cautious. The concept of Yao had never existed in this world. It seemed the old man had been quietly testing him all along. He calmly replied that he had never heard the name before. He had only repeated it because Dong Tingjun used it. Then he asked if Dong Tingjun had invented the term himself. Dong Tingjun shook his head and said someone else had come up with that name. That person had once said that any creature resembling the dragon clan but not belonging to the true bloodline should be called Yao, and if encountered, they should be killed without exception. He stopped in the water and asked, "Do you really think I spent thousands of years in Dongting just wasting my time?" Li Yuntian sighed inwardly, realizing he had underestimated Dong Tingjun. Everything was drifting far beyond his original calculations. Dong Tingjun said sternly, "After seeing all this, do you still think you could fool me so easily? I know you deliberately used every trick you had to remind me of my son, hoping the pain would outweigh my desire for revenge. To anyone else, that plan would have sounded ridiculous." But he admitted that Li Yuntian's methods were unlike any divine power or Dao technique. They had almost fooled even him. That was why he truly wanted to know how Li Yuntian had done it. Hearing that, Li Yuntian burst into laughter. He answered honestly that what he had used was called psychology. Li Yuntian then explained that from the very beginning, he had guessed Li Yun was Dong Tingjun's son. That was why he had disguised himself as Li Yun, hoping Dong Tingjun would remember his son and soften his heart. He had constantly planted subtle suggestions, guiding Dong Tingjun's emotions step by step so grief would overcome hatred. Only in the end did he realize things had not gone as planned. Looking directly at Dong Tingjun, he asked, "The truth is, you never cried because of Li Yun, did you?" At those words, Dong Tingjun's gaze became unfathomably deep. He calmly admitted, "That's right, those tears were never for Li Yun." Dong Tingjun gave an example. If you see a fan and remember the person who gave it to you, then what you treasure is not the fan but the woman herself. Even if she had given you a jade vase instead, it would have been no different. When the fan is destroyed, you may cry, but are those tears for the fan, or for the person who gave it to you? After hearing that, Li Yuntian was completely confused. He could not imagine anyone treating their own son as nothing more than a reminder of someone else. He continued, "So every time you looked at the ninth young master, did he remind you of that true dragon? But the true dragon had 9 children. Were there really 8 others just like you? What is it that you're truly carrying in your heart?" Dong Tingjun snorted and said Li Yuntian really had no fear of death. He had guessed wrong once and now he was wrong again. Instead of making wild guesses, he should think about why Dong Tingjun had brought him all the way here. Li Yuntian swam closer and asked, "Are you really planning to leave Dongting, but you want someone else to take your place as its guardian?" Dong Tingjun simply replied, "You'll know when we reach Manhwa City." At last, the two stopped before the largest skeleton in the entire forest. Ahead of them, a brilliant red flower glowed in the dark water. Dong Tingjun said it was Manhwa City, the place where he lived. Li Yuntian could not hide his surprise as Manhwa City appeared before his eyes. Dong Tingjun slowly began his story, saying that he had originally been nothing more than an ordinary red carp. One day, a young woman picked a red flower by a stream and gently tossed it toward him. The moment he sensed the will contained within that flower, his spiritual awareness awakened, and he stepped onto the path of cultivation. Dong Tingjun asked Li Yuntian if he knew who that young woman had been. Then he revealed that she was the true dragon in human form. He added that although Li Yuntian was clever, his view of the world was still far too shallow. With that, he told him to follow. Dong Tingjun's body transformed into a stream of light and merged into the red flower. Li Yuntian hesitated for a moment before reaching out to touch a petal. A burst of light instantly swallowed him. The world before him changed completely. Endless flowers bloomed everywhere, the lake was crystal clear, and the scenery looked like a painting. In the distance, a small island rested beneath a veil of mist. Dongting Jun said this was Dongting Lake, as it had been 3,000 years ago. Li Yuntian saw a young Dongting Jun grilling fish beside a girl dressed in yellow. Dongting Jun motioned for him to sit, and said this had been the true appearance of Dongting Lake back then. He slowly explained that in those days, he was only a fish swimming through shallow water. One day he saw the girl in yellow building a fire beneath a tree to grill fish. She held a red flower in her hand, and that was the first time they met. Curious, Li Yuntian asked who the girl really was. Dongting Jun replied that Li Yunt should be grateful to her because she was one of the reasons he had never become someone who killed without restraint. He said that whatever kindness remained in his heart had been influenced by that girl. Hearing that, Li Yuntian was genuinely stunned. Dongting Jun continued that 3,000 years ago, the girl had only been a young Taoist who had just begun cultivating. At the time, she had only comprehended the intent of the Tao. She possessed no divine powers and often looked quite miserable. He sighed and said that even cultivators who reached the profound realm could live for only about 1,000 years, yet she had survived for 3,000 years. Dongting Jun smiled faintly and said it was because she was the Sword Saint. Li Yuntian was instantly shocked. Dongting Jun continued that the woman later married and gave birth to a son. Although the boy was recognized as a Tao child, he had no interest in cultivation. He only loved the bustling life of the mortal world. At that time, the Dongting region still belonged to the 100 nations of Nanzai, long before any imperial dynasty existed. That son eventually became the ancestor of the royal family of Wei. He married, had children, and by the 10th generation, the royal house of Wei had been established. They ruled from Guangqiu for generations. That family honored the surname Xia. That was why the royal bloodline of Wei became known as the Xia Shangguan clan. The moment Li Yuntian heard that name, he was stunned. Dongting Jun went on to say that even after the kingdom of Wei fell, one branch of the Shangguan bloodline survived. After 97 generations, a baby girl was finally born. She possessed extraordinary Tao embryo talent and displayed exceptional gifts from a young age, so the sword sect took her in to cultivate. Before reaching the age of 30, she had already entered the transformation realm. After a thorough investigation, the sword sect discovered that she was the true descendant of the Sword Saint. Later, this genius met a man. He was the successor of the painting saint, but to everyone's surprise, he fell in love with her. She betrayed the sword sect, and the two fled together. That man's name was Li Chunfeng, and the young woman was Xia Shangguan Yue. Li Yuntian forced a smile and said, "So the girl by the stream was the present sword saint. I also heard that the sword saint's former husband was the book saint. By that logic, I guess related to the twin saints after all." That was not entirely wrong. Right now, Li Yuntian could be considered the last surviving descendant of that bloodline. Sadly, the two sides fell out 2,000 years ago, so almost no one still knows the full story. Li Yuntian finally understood why Kwang Wuzi reacted so strongly when his mother was mentioned. Just then, Dongting Jun asked him if he knew why he had revealed all of this. He shook his head and said that was still not the main reason he had spared Li Yuntian's life. Dongting Jun then asked, "Do you know where the dragon qi inside your body came from?" Li Yuntian immediately cupped his hands and asked for guidance. Dongting Jun revealed that half of the true dragon's soul was sealed beneath Dongting Lake. Li Yuntian was completely stunned. Dongting Jun explained that 2,000 years ago, the true dragon faced a great calamity and had no choice but to seal part of its soul beneath the lake. To protect it, he used his own spirit essence to maintain the seal. That fragment of the true dragon's soul later became Li Yun. However, the true dragon kept half of Li Yun's memories and half of his spiritual power. The other half of the soul remained sealed beneath the lake as the core of the formation, while the remaining half of Li Yun's spiritual power was used to sustain the barrier. That was why the Dongting barrier Li Yuntian saw today was powered by Dragon Qi. From beginning to end, Li Yun was only the key to unlocking the seal. Finally, Dongting Jun pointed at the Dragon God token and explained that it was originally a fragment of the True Dragon scale. Back then, the True Dragon fought the Golden-Winged Rock to subdue demons. The True Dragon lost one scale, while the rock lost 3 divine feathers. Dongting Jun explained that the Dragon God token was only a broken piece of that True Dragon scale. He said Yasi had brought the Dragon God token, claiming he was carrying the True Dragon's orders to break the seal and take him out of Dongting. According to Yacy, two dragons working together could break the balance of the dragon chi and open the barrier. But the true dragon had once told Dongting Jun that if he truly wanted to leave, Li Yun alone could cast a spell to make the two streams of dragon chi collide, and the seal would break on its own. That was why Dongting Jun concluded he never needed anyone to rescue him. Yacy's story was full of holes. He also believed Yacy had forged the true dragon's orders, yet the dragon god token in his hand was genuine. After more than 2,000 years without seeing the true dragon, something major had likely happened outside. Dongting Jun said he did not care how Li Yuntian had become Li Yun. As long as he carried the Dragon Clan bloodline now, Dongting could be entrusted to him, while he would leave to uncover the mastermind behind everything. Hearing that, Li Yuntian was both shocked and uneasy. Taking over all of Dongting after more than 2,000 years of guardianship sounded more dangerous the more he thought about it. Dongting Jun picked up the roasted fish, blew on it, and said he had finally found the person he had been searching for all these years. He said that if Li Yuntian survived, he would eventually understand everything. He would also learn that someone had always loved him and never stopped thinking about him. The only question was whether he could save that person. Then he handed the fish to Li Yuntian. A flash of green light suddenly appeared. The fish instantly transformed into the unconscious Hong Niangzi. Dongting Jun returned to his fish form and shot into the sky. Before leaving, he warned that Yacy's full-powered strike had thrown the barrier out of balance. Once it restored itself, Dongting Lake would be completely sealed, and no one could enter or leave, so they should simply stay and wait. Li Yuntian hurriedly called after him, but it was already too late. Dongting Jun's voice echoed back, saying that the true dragon's soul was sealed beneath the lake, so dragon chi constantly leaked out. Any aquatic creature that absorbed it would become a mindless great demon that only knew how to slaughter living beings. After those final words, he vanished completely, and Manhwa City along with the entire surrounding scene faded away. Only Liu Ling's soul remained floating in the air, with Hong Niangzi lying in front of Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian silently cursed. Liu Ling was now nothing more than a soul clinging to a piece of skin and a bracelet. He really was one strange old man. At that moment, a gigantic dragon suddenly appeared and charged straight at him, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Li Yuntian still had to treat Hong Niangzi, so he could not afford to waste time fighting. Gritting his teeth, he realized Dongting Jun had been battling a monster like this for the past 2,000 years. Knowing he had no chance of winning, Li Yuntian decided running was the smartest choice. He swam away with everything he had while the dragon stayed right on his tail. Only after he entered a forest covered in white mist did the dragon stop, refusing to move any farther. Li Yuntian quickly realized the white mist had been soaked in dragon chi for ages. It was as sharp as countless blades, so even the giant dragon feared entering it. He used his fan to create a hidden shelter inside the white mist forest. In such a deadly place, the refuge he created became one of the few safe havens. It could not compare to Dongting Jun's Dongting, but it was already a complete sanctuary. Before long, Hong Niangzi woke up. She gently touched Li Yuntian's face and softly said, "Li Long, you finally came." Li Yuntian immediately told her everything that had just happened. Hong Niangzi smiled and said she had not come because of him, but seeing him in Dongting truly made her happy. She explained that the tree from before was Jianmu branch, while the flame was scarlet tailfire. As a ghost cultivator with a yin spirit, she had always feared yang flames. Dongting Jun refined the Jianmu branch into her body and fused it with scarlet tailfire, allowing her to overcome that weakness. Hong Niangzi looked straight at Li Yuntian with mixed emotions. She reminded him that he once claimed to love her, then said it had all been a lie, yet he still risked everything to come to Dongting himself. Li Yuntian could only give an awkward smile. He admitted that even he no longer knew whether many of his own words had been true or false. Maybe people spend their lives deceiving others, while also fooling themselves. He then took Hong Niangzi's hand and seriously told her she was doing something far too dangerous. If she were still an ordinary person, she should stay as far away from him as possible, because the pain he brought would be far greater than any happiness. Li Yuntian said that once everything settled down, he would send her back to Junshan. Dongting might be sealed, but it was still vast enough for her to live there. She should never appear before him again. Hong Niangzi immediately frowned and asked, "What if I told you there are things you could never accomplish without me?" Li Yuntian looked surprised and asked what she meant. Hong Niangzi quietly revealed that she once heard Dongting Jun mention Li Long's original plan. He intended to use Bai Yuntian to kill Ling Kongzi, making the Golden Rock's adopted daughter believe Ling Kongzi had murdered young master. She looked at him and asked if Li Long knew why Bai Yuntian became so furious. Hong Niangzi then revealed something that left Li Yuntian speechless. Bai Yuntian truly loved eating dragons. She explained that Ninth Young Master had only reached the transformation realm, while Bai Yuntian was already in the true realm. Capturing him would have been effortless, yet she had left him alone for over 1,000 years. Besides, Ninth Young Master had stayed in Weishui for so long that Bai Yuntian could not possibly have lost track of him. Hong Niangzi leaned close and whispered that everyone originally believed Bai Yuntian did not dare touch Ninth Young Master because he was the true dragon's son, even though she was the Golden Rock's adopted daughter. Yet the world had always said the Golden Rock loved eating dragons. But if only one true dragon had 9 children, where did all those dragons come from? If it had only been a baseless rumor, how could the true dragon, the supreme ruler of the demon race, have allowed it to spread for so many years? Hong Niangzi thought for a moment and said the legend of the Golden Rock eating dragons probably had another reason behind it. The moment Li Yuntian heard that, he finally understood. Hong Niangzi nodded with a smile and praised his quick thinking. She said Bai Yuntian claimed to be traveling the world, but her real mission was gathering food for her adoptive father. Ninth Young Master only handled direct contact with Bai Yuntian, while Li Yuntian was the one managing everything on Dongting's side. She asked if he had ever wondered where the thousands of skeletons in the lake had disappeared. If those evil flood dragon corpses had simply been left to rot, Dongting would have become uninhabitable long ago. Li Yuntian looked toward the white mist forest and immediately understood. Those evil flood dragons had all absorbed dragon chi from the true dragon's sealed soul. If the true dragon had known the Golden Rock was feeding on them, it should have been furious long ago. Hong Niangzi said Dongting Jun once told her the true dragon had actually approved of it. After the Great Calamity, the true dragon had likely become much weaker and had to offer this benefit to keep the Golden Rock on his side. Ninth Young Master knew nothing about that secret, so he always believed everyone was hiding the truth from him. Bai Yuntian had followed him for years only because this year's evil flood dragons appeared later than usual. The Golden Rock had run out of patience, and so had Bai Yuntian. If necessary, she would simply capture Ninth Young Master and bring him back. Hong Niangzi reminded him that Dongting was now completely sealed, so there would be no more evil flood dragons to provide. She asked if Li Yuntian had already figured out how to deal with Bai Yuntian. Li Yuntian simply scratched his head and said he would deal with it when they met. If Bai Yuntian wanted something, she could figure it out herself. At that moment, the entire space suddenly shook violently. Hong Niangzi immediately warned that someone was fighting outside. The clash of power had disrupted the Dongting barrier, and the battlefield was on the eastern side of the lake. Li Yuntian instantly realized that direction pointed toward Weicheng. Without another thought, he decided to head there at once. Hong Niangzi summoned a wooden boat, and the two of them rushed toward the sea of flames in the distance. As they traveled, she reminded him to stay careful. Suddenly, a streak of light shot straight toward them. After hearing everything, Li Yuntian immediately guessed the person they were talking about was Bai Yuntian. He was shocked. Had she really managed to enter Dongting as well? What confused him even more was that no one should have been able to cross this barrier. Li Shan replied that he did not know either, but great demons at such a high level probably had their own methods. Besides, Bai Yuntian's maid was the daughter of the old turtle spirit beneath Dongting Lake, so she might have been the one who led the way. As Li Yuntian thought it over, he remembered Sugong's parting words. There was no need to worry because someone would come to help. Now Bai Yuntian had appeared at the perfect moment. Even Kwang Wuzi had feared this barrier, so how had she entered? A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Bai Yuntian might be the key to breaking the current deadlock. With that realization, Li Yuntian immediately sped off, leaving behind only one sentence. There were still many things between him and Bai Yuntian that needed to be settled. Before leaving, he told them to stay inside the lake if things became dangerous. Li Shan hesitated, unsure whether to follow him or remain behind. Meanwhile, a large crowd of demons had already gathered on an open field beside the lake. Suddenly, one of them looked up at the sky and shouted in panic, "Hez here." Li Yuntian gently landed before them with a calm smile and greeted them. He joked that this was a rather poor way for the Dongting water clan to welcome a guest. Not far away, Bai Yuntian sat comfortably in the seat of honor, as though she had been waiting for him all along. Ao Wang, one of Dongting's valley lords, immediately jumped to his feet and accused Li Yuntian. He loudly declared that everyone knew Dongting belonged to the Golden Rock, yet Li Yuntian had caused chaos here and even wanted to seize Dongting for himself. Snake King quickly added more lies, claiming they had tried to stop Li Yuntian before, but he arrogantly declared that even if the golden rock came in person, he would skin it, pull out its tendons, pluck its feathers to make a fan, and use its tendons as drumsticks. At that moment, a demon standing beside Bai Yuntian coldly cut him off and ordered everyone to be silent, saying the young mistress could judge the truth herself. Sitting above them all, Bai Yuntian revealed a faint, unreadable smile, as if asking, "Is that really what happened?" Ignoring every demon around him, Li Yuntian calmly walked straight toward her. He spoke in a gentle voice, "It's been a long time. First of all, I owe you my thanks." Bai Yuntian calmly replied, "What exactly are you thanking me for?" Li Yuntian said seriously that without her back then, he could never have killed Ninth Young Master, and if she had truly wanted revenge, he would never have survived until today. So, besides thanking her, he also owed her an apology. Bai Yuntian fell silent as she considered his words. Li Yuntian bowed respectfully, expressing both gratitude and remorse. He admitted what he had done was wrong, but if he had not acted then, he would have been the one who died. He simply had no other choice. He even smiled and said that although Ninth Young Master was dead, he had inherited his body, so what Bai Kunxiang treasured still remained intact. He wondered if that was enough to satisfy her. Hearing that, the maid standing behind Bai Yuntian could only cover her mouth to hide her laughter. Bai Yuntian glanced at him and replied coldly, "You've already said everything yourself. Do you really think I'll let you off that easily?" Scarlet Snake King foolishly interrupted and urged her to kill him at once, but the demon beside him immediately covered his mouth and whispered that it was obvious these two rulers already knew each other. Ignoring the interruption, Li Yuntian continued, "From this point on, everything would become much easier. She had always lived by human ways, but sadly, no one in this world was truly worthy of understanding her. Even with so many demons gathered here, was there really anyone who could become her true confidant? Without someone who truly understood her, she would remain alone forever." He paused before saying that Ninth Young Master once wanted to befriend him, but in truth, he had only treated him as a source of amusement. The gap between their worlds meant a human could never truly stand as an equal with a demon. But things were different now. They were both demons and both stood in the true realm. In his eyes, no one in the world was more suited to be Bai Yuntian's friend than him. Besides, chaos was about to sweep the world, so she could not have come here just to kill him. As he finished speaking, Li Yuntian politely extended his hand in a Western noble greeting. Bai Yuntian naturally placed her hand in his and gazed into his eyes. "If you understand me that well, then do you know what I'm thinking right now?" Li Yuntian leaned closer and answered with a faint smile, "Of course I do." He then glanced coldly at Scarlet Snake King behind her and said she had spoken badly about Bai Yuntian, and he did not like that. Bai Yuntian nodded in agreement. She felt the same way. Hearing that, Scarlet Snake King turned pale with fear and trembled as she cried out, "My lady." Before she could finish, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck her, reducing her to ashes on the spot. Watching their companion vanish in an instant, Ao Wang shouted in horror. He could not believe Li Yuntian had actually attacked. Li Yuntian ignored him. Looking down at the panicking demons, he calmly told Bai Yuntian the place was too noisy and he would clean it up first. She simply told him to hurry because they still had things to discuss. He smiled warmly and replied, "Be good, it'll be over in a moment." Only then did the demons realize the two were on the same side, and everyone began scrambling to escape. Cries of panic echoed everywhere, as every demon desperately tried to flee before it was too late. Ao Wang had barely started running when a streak of sword light flashed past and split him cleanly in half. Li Yuntian casually unleashed another divine technique. In an instant, every remaining demon was lifted into the air. They all begged for mercy, promising absolute loyalty if they were allowed to live. Li Yuntian looked up at the rising sun and smiled. What a beautiful sunrise. Nothing should be allowed to ruin a view like this. Hearing those words, the demons thought they had been spared and repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Sadly, the beauty he spoke of meant something entirely different. Li Yuntian slowly clenched his fist, his eyes turning ice cold. Only after all of you die will this view become truly perfect. The next moment, countless explosions erupted at once. Every demon's body burst apart in midair, and blood rained down from the sky. Crimson blood drenched Li Yuntian from head to toe. He turned to Bai Yuntian's maid, and calmly said they had brought this fate upon themselves. As for her father, he had been wise enough to avoid ending up like them. The maid merely snorted and said nothing. Li Yuntian paid her no mind. He turned to the only two surviving demons and ordered them to find Li Shan. Since they both knew the lake well, they could handle any problems together. All he wanted was a dongting that obeyed him completely. The two demons immediately bowed and swore absolute loyalty before quickly leaving. Watching them go, Bai Yuntian quietly reminded him those two were far from ordinary, and that he should speak with them properly when he had the chance. Li Yuntian looked at her with a smile. Not ordinary? He remained calm on the surface, but inwardly he guessed she was hinting that those two demons were connected to the dragon soul beneath the lake. Bat Yuntian then revealed that the Tao Orthodoxy had already set up countless grand formations outside Weicheng. They planned to use the yang energy of hundreds of thousands of people to break Dongting's barrier. As for her, she had only come under her adoptive father's orders to retrieve something, and she would leave as soon as her mission was complete. Li Yuntian got straight to the point. The thing you want is the dragon soul, isn't it? Bai Yuntian smiled and nodded. She explained that a great war between the Tao Orthodoxy and the demons would soon begin. The true dragon was the leader of all demonkind, while her adoptive father ruled the central domain, so the true dragon needed his support. Li Yuntian immediately asked if that meant they were allies rather than master and servant. Bai Yuntian replied that although they were allies, her adoptive father had no intention of getting directly involved. Li Yuntian instantly understood. The other side clearly intended to demand another price in exchange for staying out of the war. Bai Yuntian laughed softly. You're not as entertaining as you used to be, but talking about these things with you is still worthwhile. Li Yuntian immediately began calculating. If the dragon soul was that important, yet the true dragon had not come personally, and none of the dragon princes had appeared either, then there had to be another hidden secret. After thinking for a while, he asked if she had any other reason for coming. Bai Yuntian looked at him meaningfully and said she had also come because of him. Among the dragon clan, demons like him were truly rare now. Li Yuntian froze for a moment, then quickly waved his hand and joked, "Don't tell me demons arrange political marriages too?" Bai Yuntian calmly replied that there was nothing strange about that. Still, she made it clear she had not come to arrange a marriage for him. She was no matchmaker, and a few sweet words would not fool her because her adoptive father had warned her well before she left. She then told him to come closer so she could teach him how to leave Dongting. After hearing the secret through voice transmission, Li Yuntian stood beside her, watching the sunset with mixed emotions. It turned out the key to escaping Dongting had been in his hands the entire time. Bai Yuntian casually waved her sleeve and cast a spell before calmly saying she had already explained everything. Even though he was no longer as interesting as before, he had once helped entertain her. From now on, he would have to take care of himself. With those words, she turned into a streak of light and shot into the sky, leaving only a gentle breeze behind. Li Yuntian stood still with his hands clasped as he watched her disappear into the distance. At the same time, he remembered that powerful demons almost all possessed their own private palaces. Those palaces functioned much like enormous storage spaces. As their owners grew stronger, those palaces would eventually evolve into vast dragon palaces. Dongting Jun's Honghua city was one example, while Li Yuntian's bamboo bone fruit belonged to the same type, and the secret to leaving Dongting was hidden inside that dragon palace. Without wasting another moment, Li Yuntian entered the space inside the bamboo bone fruit. The space was enormous, storing countless treasures and covering an area as large as a complete estate. According to Bai Yuntian, the front gate served as the entrance, while the Dragon Palace's owner could also create a back gate that connected directly to the outside world. No matter where someone was, they only needed to enter through the front gate and leave through the back gate to reach their destination. However, the back gate could not be used too often. Otherwise, the Dragon Palace would continuously lose spiritual power until it eventually collapsed. After walking for a while, Li Yuntian suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with surprise. A familiar mansion stood right before him. He suddenly realized it was the very courtyard Su Gong had once shown him. To his shock, it was actually inside his own dragon palace. Filled with curiosity, he carefully pushed the door open and stepped inside to confirm it. Inside, Liu Laodao and Ying Jueran were chatting together. The moment they noticed a stranger, both of them immediately became alert. But after recognizing Li Yuntian, they both froze. Ying Jueran turned toward Liu Laodao and blurted out, "What is going on?" Facing their puzzled expressions, Li Yuntian calmly explained that this time he was truly himself, they were real as well, and he had come to take them both outside. Liu Laodao let out a relieved sigh, stroked his beard and smiled. He said he had known taming would eventually find a way. Ying Jueran could not hide his excitement. He rushed over, grabbed Li Yuntian by the shoulders, and said he had brought everyone here, though they had suffered some losses along the way. He also mentioned they had encountered something extremely strange. After listening to their entire story, Li Yuntian burst into laughter. As expected, Su Gong's methods were far beyond anything he had imagined. Seeing his reaction, Liu Laodao asked what had happened. Li Yuntian simply shook his head, trying to suppress his laughter, and replied that it was nothing serious. Someone had merely forced open the back door of his dragon palace. He said he would first bring everyone to Dongting Lake, where the barrier would keep them much safer. Still worried, Liu Laodao immediately asked what Li Yuntian planned to do next. Li Yuntian's expression gradually turned serious and his eyes grew cold. He answered briefly, "I have to go outside and see the situation for myself." A short while later, space rippled slightly, and Li Yuntian appeared in the dense forest outside Weiqing. Before him, a raging sea of flames rose into the sky, almost swallowing the entire city. Li Yuntian silently wondered if this was the very escape route Su Gong had prepared for him. Perhaps Su Gong had deliberately arranged it, so the first thing he saw after leaving was this horrifying scene. Weiqing had become a blazing inferno. Desperate screams echoed everywhere, while charred corpses covered the ground. Standing before that living hell, Li Yuntian let out a cold smile and mocked. "So this is what they call the justice of heaven." A massive formation covered the entire city. The raging fire burned fiercely while deathly and resentful energy surged toward the heavens. Inside the main hall of the Purple Star Palace on Junshan, everyone had reached safety, yet none of them could relax. Liu Laodao anxiously wondered when taming would finally return. The moment he finished speaking, Li Yuntian's familiar voice came from behind them. "No need to keep looking. I'm back." Seeing him return safely, everyone immediately gathered around to ask what had happened. Li Yuntian did not hide the truth. In a heavy voice, he announced that Weiqing was gone. Yumeng froze in shock, unable to understand what Li Yuntian meant by saying Weiqing was gone. Li Yuntian slowly explained that everything had been wiped out. Friends and enemies alike, everyone in Weiqing was dead. In his view, the Tao orthodoxy had sacrificed the entire city to activate a grand formation. The amount of resentment transformed into spiritual power proved that at least hundreds of thousands of lives had been taken. Yumeng was too horrified to speak. He could not believe the Tao orthodoxy would commit such an atrocity. He asked if they truly feared nothing. Li Yuntian calmly asked whether the ruling class had ever cared about the lives of ordinary people. If those in power never did, why would those standing above everyone else fear common citizens? Yumeng desperately argued that an entire city and countless lives had been destroyed. Li Yuntian answered with a short but chilling reply, "Because they are immortals." He continued that in the eyes of the people, an emperor could do no wrong. Likewise, emperors viewed the Tao orthodoxy the same way. Even if the Tao orthodoxy committed terrible crimes, people would still find excuses to believe the victims deserved their fate. Yumeng still could not accept the truth. In despair, he asked if no one would ever seek justice for Weiqing or for his family. Li Yuntian let out a mocking laugh and said asking the Tao orthodoxy for justice was nothing but a fantasy. Right now, the Tao orthodoxy and the sword sect represented justice itself. If they claimed sacrificing Weiqing was necessary to save the world, then everyone who died there would simply be seen as an acceptable price. In his view, that was how the world worked. Whoever controlled the narrative became the victor. Hearing that, Yumeng became even more conflicted. His voice trembled as he admitted he had often wondered whether his family would have escaped disaster if he had never saved Li Yuntian that day. More than anything, he wanted to know whether Li Yuntian had deliberately dragged the Yu family into all of this. Li Yuntian did not answer directly. Instead, he asked whether the Yu family could truly have avoided the world of immortals even without him. He reminded Yumeng that without the backing of immortals, the Q family could never have grown into such a powerful clan. Hearing that, Yumeng stood frozen, as though he had finally realized something. After a long silence, Yumeng admitted he still could not fully trust Li Yuntian. But there was one secret he could reveal. The Yu family had not been completely destroyed. They had always prepared a hidden backup in case disaster ever struck. Li Yuntian pointed at him with a grin and remarked that the elders of the Yu family must have treasured him greatly. Yumeng quickly denied it. According to family rules, that secret could only be passed down after the heir had a son. But when he was little, he accidentally overheard his grandfather telling his father the secret just 4 days after he was born. Ying Juaran could not hold back any longer and interrupted. How could baby, only 4 days old, remember something like that? Li Yuntian simply smiled and replied that if that was true, Yumeng really was someone favored by heaven. Yumeng ignored the joke and seriously said he was no genius, only a little smarter than ordinary children. He then announced that he would leave to gather the hidden people and resources the Yu family had secretly preserved so he could rebuild the clan. It would take a long time, giving him plenty of time to decide whether he should stand with Li Yuntian Li Yuntian smiled with satisfaction and said Yu Meng had truly matured after everything that had happened. Since he had made up his mind, Li Yuntian fully respected his decision. He then added that he also wanted to have a private conversation with the young woman traveling alongside Yu Meng. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly waved his fan, and a gust of wind carried Yu Meng and the other two out of Dongting. After arriving elsewhere, the young woman let out a soft sigh and remarked that Li Yuntian truly acted without hesitation. She then asked whether the young master had been injured. Yu Meng shook his head, gazed into the distance, and calmly replied that he was fine. From now on, he would have to walk the road ahead by himself. Back in Dongting, Li Yuntian turned to Ying Jueran and admitted that even he had not expected him to actually come. Now that Wei Eicheng had been destroyed, the promise they made years ago could never be fulfilled. Then, half-jokingly, he asked whether Ying Jueran would be interested in becoming a river pirate. Ying Jueran answered without hesitation that he did not care what they did because he had already decided to follow Li Yuntian. Hearing that, Li Yuntian's expression grew serious. He warned that the road ahead meant standing directly against the entire Tao orthodoxy. Their enemies would be the strongest forces in the world, and they could no longer rely on justice, fairness, or even reason to stand on their side. He looked Ying Jueran straight in the eye and asked, "Did you hear every word I said?" Ying Jueran fell silent and thought for a long moment. At last he clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Seeing that, Li Yuntian raised his fan with a smile and declared that from now on, Ying Jueran was one of them. He then announced it was time to discuss the real matter at hand. Just then, a map suddenly appeared before everyone, startling Ying Jueran. Li Yuntian offered no explanation. Instead, he called toward the entrance and told the person outside to come in. A moment later, Hong Niangzi gracefully walked into the room. Li Yuntian introduced her to everyone, saying she was Dongting Jun's daughter and was now fighting on the same side as them. With that, he spread out the map and officially began the strategy meeting. He reviewed the situation outside Weicheng and warned everyone to prepare themselves. In no more than 15 days, Dongting would likely fall. Liu Laodao frowned and anxiously asked if even Dongting's barrier could not hold out any longer. Li Yuntian calmly explained that the grand formation outside possessed terrifying power enough to shatter the barrier. Besides, the master of Lingya Grotto Heaven was Gu Wuzi, someone who stood in extremely high art before the twin saints. The fact that Weicheng had been destroyed without anyone stopping it proved the Tao orthodoxy had secretly approved the plan. In his judgment, their goal was to seize Dongting, take the Dragon Soul, and officially begin the war against demonkind. After a brief pause, Li Yuntian coldly added that once the barrier fell, he would most likely be the first sacrifice offered to rally their forces. If Bai Yuntian succeeded in taking the Dragon Soul, the Tao orthodoxy would need someone to blame in order to preserve its reputation, leaving him with almost no chance of survival. They could not win by fighting, and running would only lead to endless pursuit. Waiting to die was an even worse choice, so he asked if anyone had a better idea. Liu Laodao and Ying Jueran exchanged silent glances. After a while, Liu Laodao cautiously suggested finding someone else to take the blame instead. Li Yuntian laughed and nodded, saying that Liu Laodao truly understood him best because that was exactly the plan he had in mind. He then turned to Hong Niangzi and asked whether, now that she had joined them, she had anyone suitable in mind to serve as the scapegoat. Hong Niangzi sighed helplessly with a hint of sarcasm. She said he had even figured out how to escape Dongting by himself, so what else did he need her to teach him? Li Yuntian remained calm and smiled. He replied that Hong Niangzi had lived in Dongting for many years and understood the place far better than he did, so he genuinely wanted to hear her thoughts. Hong Niangzi folded her arms with a soft snort and said he had asked the right person. Although Ninth Brother once governed the Water Palace, countless demons had lived there long before he arrived. Those demons had been Dongting's neighbors for thousands of years, making them the perfect candidates to shoulder the blame. Ying Jueran frowned in confusion. He believed everyone should join forces and fight together instead of sacrificing their own neighbors. Li Yuntian looked at him with approval and said he had judged him correctly. Ying Jueran was indeed a man of loyalty and honor, showing compassion even toward demons. But he believed Ying Jueran would soon understand that using the weak to challenge the strong now would only be suicide. To stand against the Tao orthodoxy, they would have to borrow the momentum of the world itself. The other three were all stunned by those words and immediately asked what he meant. Li Yuntian calmly explained. He asked them to think about Hongguo, a land deep inland and nearly 8,000 miles from the sea. Under normal circumstances, moisture should never reach that far. Yet the area around Weicheng was filled with rivers and waterways, almost like the southern wetlands. So where did all that water come from? Liu Laodao eagerly answered that he knew the story. Whenever a drought struck, people only had to offer 3 sacrificial animals with sincere devotion, and the Dragon King would send rain. Li Yuntian laughed and clapped his hands, saying that was exactly the point. Some rain came naturally, but most of it was controlled by dragon kings across the land. However, there were nowhere near enough true dragons for that. Most so-called dragon kings were merely lesser demons pretending to be dragon kings, accepting offerings and bringing rain from time to time. Each one only contributed a little, but together they provided an enormous amount of rainfall across the world. Hong Niangzi immediately understood. She said that once the Tao orthodoxy declared war on demonkind, it would never distinguish between good and evil demons. When all those false dragon kings were wiped out, no one would be left to regulate the rains, and countless regions would suffer devastating droughts. She looked at Li Yuntian and asked if his plan was to shatter the balance, create conflict, and turn the situation around. Li Yuntian nodded and confirmed it. He added that this was only one example. In reality, demons had long become an essential part of the world's natural balance. If the Tao orthodoxy truly wiped out large numbers of them, that balance would inevitably collapse. Once the people are pushed into despair, their faith in the Tao orthodoxy will crumble. That is when they can step in, save everyone, and win the people's support. Liu Laodao slapped his thigh and suddenly understood. So this was the bigger picture Yi Yunxin had been talking about. Ye Yunxin stood up, tapped the table, and declared, "Following the greater trend is the only true path." With that, the discussion came to an end. Seeing the exhaustion on his face, Liu Laodao gently told him everything was under control for now, and urged him to get some rest. At that moment, Shi Guizi was still unconscious in bed. Her face was pale, cold sweat covered her body, and there was still no sign of waking up. Looking at her condition, guilt filled Yi Yunxin's eyes. He said he still had a few methods to keep her alive, but at best they could only stop her injuries from getting worse. Then he quietly apologized because all of this had started with him. Liu Laodao simply shook his head and said its outcome had always been unavoidable. Ye Yunxin had already done everything he could. If the war between the Tao orthodoxy and the demons was inevitable, they probably would have died in Wei City, even without meeting him. Even so, Liu Laodao could tell something else was bothering him. He asked if there was another concern weighing on his mind. Ye Yunxin sighed, rubbed his temple, and gave a helpless smile. He admitted Liu Laodao was as sharp as ever. Whatever was troubling him, he would deal with it himself, even if he had to force himself to forget. But there was still one extremely important matter that required Liu Laodao's help. As he spoke, he took out a yellow talisman and flicked it with his finger. The talisman instantly burst into flames and formed a barrier around them, completely sealing them off from the outside world. Only then did he quietly ask Liu Laodao to secretly watch someone for him. Inside the silent barrier, the two talked for a long time. Outsiders could only see their lips moving without hearing a single word. After a while, a series of urgent knocks interrupted their secret conversation. Someone outside reported that the investigation Yi Yunxin had ordered was complete. He immediately dismissed the barrier, and the glowing shield vanished. Before leaving the room, Yi Yunxin patted Liu Laodao on the shoulder and said in a low voice that he trusted no one else as much as him. There were simply too many suspicious things about that woman. If they survived this disaster, he would uncover the whole truth. Liu Laodao nodded solemnly and told him not to worry. After settling everything, Ye Yunxin turned toward the door and called the waiting messenger inside. The moment Li Shan entered, Ye Yunxin asked if Bai Yuntian had already taken the dragon soul. Li Shan respectfully replied that she had not. She had only wandered around the lake with her maid all day, and they had just stopped to rest on a small island. Ye Yunxin rested his chin in thought as his eyes narrowed. In his view, the dragon soul was the key piece of the entire plan. He suddenly wondered if Bai Yuntian was deliberately waiting for him. Li Shan looked confused and replied that if she really wanted to wait, she could have stayed yesterday instead of going through all this trouble. The moment he heard that answer, Ye Yunxin jumped to his feet and shot out through the window. Before disappearing, he only had time to shout at Li Shan to stay where he was. Left behind, Li Shan could only stare after him and mutter that his master was impossible to predict. On a grassy island in the middle of Dongting Lake, Bai Yuntian was relaxing with her maid as the lake breeze swept across the shore. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. The moment he landed, Yi Yunxin smiled and asked why she was sightseeing around the lake instead of taking the dragon soul. The maid immediately flared up and shouted that her lady's business was none of his concern. Ye Yunxin completely ignored the maid, calmly walked over, and sat across from Bai Yuntian as if the place belonged to him. Bai Yuntian frowned in obvious displeasure and asked why he had come. Had he changed his mind and decided not to let her take the dragon soul after all? Ye Yunshin simply smiled and said that since they were both friends and allies, it was only natural to look out for each other. Then he asked if Miss Bai needed any help from him. Hearing that, the maid blurted out that he had finally learned some manners. Ye Yunshin casually picked up a piece of cake and slowly analyzed the situation while eating. Logically, since Bai Yuntian already knew how to enter Dongting and retrieve the dragon soul, she could have taken it and left immediately. Instead, she deliberately stayed behind and even helped him clear out the demons blocking the way. On top of that, she gave him enough time to witness the tragedy of Wei City with his own eyes. He believed she knew that after seeing everything, he would never let the dragon soul be taken right away. Ye Yunshin believed Bai Yuntian stayed because she needed his help, but could not bring herself to ask directly. Instead, she waited for him to offer first. The maid immediately denied it, insisting her lady was the adopted daughter of the golden-winged rock king and would never need his help. Ye Yunshin laughed and asked, what if the task came from the golden-winged rock king himself? That question left the maid speechless. Her face turned red as she struggled to answer. Seeing her reaction, Ye Yunshin smiled and declared that he had guessed correctly. He said he could solve her problem without needing the dragon soul. In return, to avoid raising the Tao Orthodoxy's suspicion, he hoped she would wait until he dealt with their threat before taking it. He concluded that it was a deal that benefited both sides and asked what she thought. The maid stomped her foot in frustration and told her mistress that he was probably the most cunning person they had met in thousands of years. Even so, he might actually have a solution. Only then did Bai Yuntian slowly raise her head and stare at Ye Yunshin with a serious expression. She asked if he truly understood what he had just offered. Ye Yunshin remained calm and confident. He said he understood perfectly and invited her to speak openly about what was troubling her. Bai Yuntian pressed her lips together, looking slightly sad, and admitted that the matter she needed help with was her marriage. Ye Yunshin frowned slightly and asked if she did not want the marriage. Bai Yuntian did not answer directly. Instead, she asked how many demon couples or demon parents he had ever seen, considering how much he knew. After a brief silence, she explained that when two demons of different races had a child, the unborn demon fetus would constantly clash with the mother's body. As yin and yang merged, their demon powers conflicted, causing endless damage during the pregnancy. Hearing that, Ye Yunshin immediately understood. He quietly asked if that meant the demon fetus would slowly consume the mother's life. Bai Yuntian nodded heavily. The moment the child was born would also be the moment the mother died. Ye Yunshin slapped his forehead as everything finally clicked. He understood why she had been so reluctant to ask. Looking straight at Bai Yuntian, he promised that if they survived this disaster, he would find a way to solve her problem. The maid immediately shouted that he was shamelessly making empty promises. Bai Yuntian remained calm and reminded him that the marriage had been personally arranged by her adoptive father, the golden-winged rock king. Ye Yunshin simply waved his hand with confidence. He said he knew the decision was not hers to make, but he already had his own plan. He could not reveal it yet, but he believed he could solve the problem completely without leaving any future trouble. He continued that she could never disobey her adoptive father, yet she still came to him indirectly. That proved she already believed he was the only one capable of helping her. To Ye Yunshin, helping Bai Yuntian was also helping himself. If they both achieved what they wanted, that would be the best outcome. After hearing him out, Bai Yuntian grabbed his sleeve and decisively agreed. She would wait another 10 days before taking the dragon soul. Ye Yunshin frowned slightly, feeling that even 10 days was still too little time. Bai Yuntian tightened her grip on his sleeve and challenged him. If he could not solve it in 10 days, how could she believe he was capable of handling the bigger problem? She called it a test for him. After saying that, she stood up, pushed the plate of pastries toward Ye Yunshin, and said they tasted terrible, so he could have them all. Then she prepared to leave and reminded him about the 10-day deadline. Before disappearing from sight, she left him with one final sentence. She hoped he would keep his promise. Ye Yunshin quietly watched her leave before casually picking up a pastry to try it. The moment he took a bite, he immediately frowned. It really did taste awful. Thinking of the delicate pastries he used to enjoy, he could not help feeling a little nostalgic. The scene shifted to the sky above Wei City, where two cultivators with the bearing of immortals floated high above, watching everything below. A disciple respectfully reported that the emperor had sent officials from Lin Prefecture to investigate the situation in Wei City, but they had been turned away with the explanation that everything was the work of demons. After hearing the report, Gu Wuzi looked down at the ruins below and let out a quiet sigh. Seeing his expression, the disciple asked why he still looked troubled when their grand plan had already succeeded. Gu Wuzi replied that no matter what, the destruction of Wei City and the deaths of hundreds of thousands still weighed heavily on his conscience. Standing beside him was Fei Yunzi, one of the seven of Lingya. He said the world had always trusted the Tao orthodoxy and the sword sect to protect the people. Once they reached a conclusion, no one would question it. Besides, the people of Wei City had used their faith to help the Dongting Lake demons break through their realm, so they were already guilty. Blaming everything on the demons, while stirring up hatred across the land, was killing two birds with one stone. Even so, Gu Wuzi showed no joy. He slowly admitted that no matter how he justified it, he was the one who spread the lie that demons had destroyed Wei City. A lie repeated across the world might become a burden he could never let go. With that, he ended the discussion. Gu Wuzi then turned the topic to Ye Yunxin. At first, he believed Ye Yunxin might find a way to break the Dongting restriction, but now it seemed he had overestimated him. Even if Ye Yunxin survived the current crisis, the overall outcome could no longer be changed. It was truly a pity. Fei Yunzi let out a cold laugh. In his eyes, Ye Yunxin had rejected their Grandmaster's invitation because of his arrogance. He wanted nothing more than to witness Ye Yunxin's face when the Tao orthodoxy destroyed him completely. Gu Wuzi immediately scolded him. He warned that if he kept such arrogance, he would never overcome the seven-heart tribulation. He ordered him to abandon those thoughts at once. After being reprimanded, Fei Yunzi felt frustrated but did not dare argue. He lowered his head and reported that his junior sister Ling Kongza had lost her physical body at Ye Yunxin's hands, and her whereabouts were still unknown. Although she had never agreed to become his Tao partner, his feelings for her had always been genuine. Fei Yunzi said that before facing the seven-heart tribulation, he wanted to kill Ye Yunxin with his own hands and make him suffer the pain of losing the one he loved. Gu Wuzi shook his head and reminded him that Ye Yunxin was far from ordinary. He was a rare genius, so Fei Yunzi had to be extremely careful. Fei Yunzi immediately bowed and promised to remember every word. Suddenly, Gu Wuzi's expression changed. His icy gaze swept downward as he shouted, "Who is hiding there?" A figure slowly stepped out from the empty air and calmly told them not to attack yet. The man introduced himself as Lin Liangzi. He said he wanted to discuss a partnership involving Ye Yunxin and the enlightened Jade Slip. Gu Wuzi frowned suspiciously and asked who he really was and what he wanted, since they had never met before. Lin Liangzi smiled, cupped his hands and explained that his junior brother Qing Liangzi had once been acquainted with Taoist Yu Fenzi of Lingya Cave Heaven, so they could be considered to have some connection. He assured them he came without hostile intentions. All Gu Wuzi needed to know was that Ye Yunxin was also his enemy, and he was willing to help eliminate him. Gu Wuzi merely snorted and turned to leave. He said he appreciated the offer, but this was a conflict between the Tao orthodoxy and the demons, and outsiders were not needed. But before he could leave, one sentence from Lin Liangzi stopped him. Lin Liangzi calmly asked if the formation before them was the Heaven Stem Life and Death formation. The moment he heard those words, Gu Wuzi's face darkened. Killing intent surged as he spun around and locked his eyes on Lin Liangzi. Lin Liangzi remained perfectly calm. He explained that the formation used demon power as its catalyst while drawing faith from the more than 100,000 souls who had died in the city. It claimed to be for breaking the restriction and obtaining the dragon soul, but that was only an excuse. He continued that whether the demons wanted to come or not, they would have to answer once the true dragon gave the order. Otherwise, the true dragon would appear in person when the right moment arrived. All Gu Wuzi had to do was activate Bofuan. Whether it slaughtered tens of thousands of true realm and profound realm demons, or severely wounded the true dragon, the Tao orthodoxy would still come out ahead. Gu Wuzi's eyes turned ice-cold as killing intent filled his voice. Since Lin Liangzi knew so many secrets, he had no chance of leaving alive today. Lin Liangzi simply smiled and waved his hand, telling him not to rush. He truly came to help. Then he asked what would happen if the enlightened Jade Slip was destroyed as well. Had Gu Wuzi ever considered the consequences? He warned that doing so could enrage the twin sages, and when that happened, even Gu Wuzi's life might not be spared. Gu Wuzi paused. His killing intent faded slightly before he gave a faint smile and admitted that Lin Liangzi's information network was impressive. Lin Liangzi humbly replied that he simply knew many people. Then he suggested capturing Ye Yunxin first, securing the Jade Slip, and only then carrying out the plan. That was the safest way to protect their current position. Gu Wuzi coldly asked if this was really a partnership. If their plan to wipe out the demons failed because of this, who would take the blame? Lin Liangzi simply shrugged and said that, compared to their true goal, a war with the demons meant nothing. Hearing that, Gu Wuzi let out a mocking laugh. He asked if a war that could affect the fate of all humanity was really so insignificant in Lin Liangzi's eyes. Lin Liangzi did not back down. His eyes turned sharp as he said there was no point wasting more words. He only wanted a clear answer: accept or refuse. Gu Wuzi immediately unleashed his cultivation. Spiritual power surged around him as he shouted that Lin Liangzi was in no position to make demands. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck with a powerful lightning technique that shot straight toward Lin Liangzi. To everyone's surprise, Lin Liangzi did not dodge. He calmly said only one sentence: "Kill him." Gu Wuzi's expression changed instantly. He realized there was another ambusher nearby. He quickly turned and shouted for Fei Yunzi to be careful because there was an enemy in hiding. But Fei Yunzi calmly replied that there was no one else here. As Gu Wuzi turned back in shock, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the sky. Completely caught off guard by the person beside him, Gu Wuzi was pierced straight through the chest. His body exploded at once, scattering into a rain of blood across the sky. The one who betrayed him was none other than Fei Yunzi. Lin Liangzi calmly walked over and asked one simple question: "Did you get him?" Fei Yunzi shook his head, withdrew his aura, and replied that Gu Wuzi had escaped. A peak profound realm expert was not so easy to kill. Even so, his physical body had been destroyed by the Heaven Stem Life and Death Formation, and even his soul must have suffered severe damage. Lin Liangzi let out a regretful sigh. He said Fei Yunzi had spent countless days helping build the formation whilst secretly acting as their insider. Gathering enough strength for that single strike had already been incredibly difficult. The remaining fragment of Gu Wuzi's soul could barely survive as a ghost cultivator. His consciousness was no longer complete, so he was unlikely to interfere with their plan again. Another voice spoke. "Fu Liangzi, after secretly infiltrating the Tao orthodoxy for 4 to 6 years, you finally completed your mission. It was no easy task." Fei Yunzi, now revealed as Fu Liangzi, merely smiled and said that according to the elders, everything they had achieved so far was only the beginning. He silently looked up at the sky, his gaze stretching into the distance, feeling that the road to this point had truly been long and difficult. Someone asked what they should do next. Lin Liangzi calmly replied with a meaningful smile that his junior brother still had one more mission inside the Tao orthodoxy. But this time he would no longer enter as Fei Yunzi, he would become Gu Wuzi instead. Meanwhile, the shore of Dongting Lake became a scene of chaos as demons poured in from every direction until the area was packed solid. A large demon general shouted for order, telling everyone with shells to stand on the left, those without shells to stand on the right, and demanding complete silence. Forced to stand still, the eel demons quietly whispered among themselves, wondering why they had been summoned this time. Their king was dead, and with no one left to protect them, they could only survive one day at a time. They also noticed Toad King and Old Turtle were nowhere to be seen. Having powerful backing really made all the difference. After checking the numbers, Chi Diao quickly reported that everything had gone exactly as the young master expected. Aside from Toad King and Old Turtle, everyone else had arrived. Li Shan immediately frowned and smacked the little demon on the head with his fan. He scolded him for calling Ye Yunxin the king and ordered him to address him as the 10th young master instead. Li Shan quickly weighed the situation. Knowing that Old Turtle had close ties with Bai Yuntian, he decided it was best not to provoke anyone connected to her and chose to let it go for now. Seeing his master deep in thought, Chi Diao smiled knowingly and leaned in. He pointed out that the second king's forces were huge and included many powerful fighters. Leaving them unused would be a waste, so he had simply killed the second king, and now every one of his followers had gathered here as well. Li Shan's face instantly changed. He was so shocked that he could hardly believe his ears, and hurriedly asked if Chi Diao had really killed the second king. Chi Diao calmly pointed at the demon army below and confirmed that it was all true. The troops were fully assembled and only waiting for the 10th young master's orders. Li Shan looked where Chi Diao pointed. A chill ran through his entire body as he realized it had really happened. Whether in terms of his connection to Bai Yuntian or his own strength, the second king had been no weaker than Chi Diao. Yet he had still been killed without a trace. A deep sense of unease rose within Li Shan. He suddenly turned toward the subordinate who had followed him for years and coldly demanded to know who he really was. He had served for nearly 200 years, but the time had not been right to reveal his true strength. Now that the moment had come, he only wanted to remind the young master not to miss this chance. At once, lightning began gathering in Li Shan's hand. Li Shan stepped back cautiously and coldly asked what this so-called opportunity really was. Chi Diao's eyes filled with killing intent as he replied that this was the perfect chance to capture Ye Yunxin. The Dragon King of the Wei River had ruined their plans again and again. Now that he was inside Dongting Lake, capturing him would be a tremendous achievement. Unable to hold back any longer, Li Shan roared in anger and struck at Chi Diao with a palm attack, shouting that he was a traitor. Chi Diao reacted instantly and leaped backward to avoid the blow. The sly smile never left his face. Even as Li Shan charged again, Chi Diao showed no sign of panic. Instead, he loudly exposed a secret. 200 years ago, Li Shan had accepted benefits from their faction, and it was through cultivating the heavenly heart true art that he gained his current strength. Since they had long been on the same boat, it was time for him to repay the favor. Those words struck Li Shan like lightning. He froze in midair, overwhelmed with panic, because he could not understand how Qi Diao knew that secret. Qi Diao immediately closed in and whispered like a demon, telling him to stop running. The time had come to repay the debt he owed. He shot forward, grabbed Li Shan, and dragged him high into the air. The demons below could only stare in shock as their leaders fought before both of them plunged straight into the depths of the lake. The lake instantly erupted into violent waves as torrents of water exploded in every direction. The demons rushed to the shore in confusion, wondering what had happened. They could only vaguely hear someone shouting that a spy had been exposed. Not long afterward, the surface of the lake turned red with blood, and Li Shan slowly emerged. He climbed onto the rocky shore with heavy steps, carrying something in one hand. Li Shan swept his gaze across the gathered demons and shouted for everyone to listen carefully to the 10th young master's orders. He declared that Qi Diao had disobeyed orders and had been executed on the spot. Anyone else who dared resist would suffer the same fate. After saying that, he threw what he was holding as far as he could. Qi Diao's severed head rolled across the ground. His eyes were still wide open, and even in death, his face remained full of resentment. After that bloody warning, Li Shan immediately led the entire demon army toward Jun Mountain. Not a single demon dared object. The moment he reached the shore, he hurriedly called out, hoping to redeem himself by reporting that he had brought everyone, as ordered. Ye Yunxin was standing inside a pavilion. He merely waved his sleeve and calmly told Li Shan to be quiet and come over at once. Right after that, he cast a spell that raised a massive pillar of water straight into the sky. The demon army was lifted into the air, along with the towering column of water. Standing at the very top, Ye Yunxin looked over the entire crowd and ordered complete silence. He said he had an important task for them and would soon send them out of the lake. The mission was simple. They only needed to follow the Wei River, find the nearby demon kings, and deliver one message. The Dragon King of the Wei River invited them to meet in the Daiwan Forest near Baidong Village to discuss an important matter. Standing by the lakeside, in the wind, Li Shan looked at the countless demons with concern. He feared giving such a mission to this bunch would only make things worse. Yi Yunxin calmly replied that their stupidity was exactly why he had chosen them. In his view, even the demon kings of Dongting Lake, who had known each other for centuries, still distrusted one another. There was no reason to expect the outside demons to truly unite. Sending these little demons to spread the message was simply meant to convince the Tao orthodoxy that demons everywhere were forming an alliance, forcing them to launch the final battle as quickly as possible. That was his real objective all along. After understanding the plan, Li Shan immediately bowed and flattered him. Then he asked what they should do if some demon kings actually accepted the invitation and joined forces against Yi Yunxin. Ye Yunxin sneered and said that would be even better. As long as the Tao orthodoxy believed the demons were forming an alliance, they would definitely strike first. While the war was still raging, they would have no time to verify the truth and would focus only on wiping out their enemies. The people occupying the Wei River territory should also suffer a little before returning it to its rightful owner. Even so, Li Shan was still worried. He reminded Ye Yunxin that if the Tao orthodoxy destroyed Dongting Lake, the Wei River would not survive for long either. Hearing one question after another, Ye Yunxin frowned slightly and looked at him suspiciously. His subordinate was talking far more than usual today. Li Shan immediately lowered his head and explained that he only wanted to share the burden and help worry about the king's problems. Seeing his flustered reaction, Ye Yunxin laughed proudly and said that with such a timid attitude, he would never earn the respect of his followers. Then he decided to reveal a secret and asked if Li Shan knew that he had once been human. Li Shan pretended to be completely shocked, staring at Ye Yunxin with wide eyes, as if he could not believe what he had just heard. Before Li Shan could say anything, Yi Yunxin calmly explained that the Tao orthodoxy never had enough people to govern the entire world. Cities had officials to maintain order, but beyond the city walls, demons were everywhere, and no matter how many were killed, more would appear. Once the war ended, countless demons would still occupy remote regions, and the Tao orthodoxy could never control them all. So sooner or later, they would have to appoint someone to rule on their behalf. As long as he killed a few stubborn demons, openly showed his loyalty to the righteous path, and took advantage of the fact that he had once been human and understood both sides, he could continue ruling the Wei River as its Dragon King. Hearing that, Li Shan immediately applauded and praised the king's brilliant plan without holding back. Yi Yunshin smiled proudly as he waved his fan. He said that if the true dragon emerged victorious, he would become a dragon prince, and his future would be even brighter. As long as Li Shan remained loyal, he would also have a promising future. Li Shan immediately cupped his hands and accepted the order with a wide grin, promising to serve the king with everything he had. Not wanting to waste any more time, Ye Yunshin waved his fan to end the conversation and told Li Shan to carry out the mission at once. The fan immediately released a tremendous suction force, pulling in Li Shan, along with every demon gathered before him. In the blink of an eye, Ye Yunshin activated the fan's power, tore open space itself, and sent the entire demon army outside. Once everything was done, he quietly stood alone in the silent landscape, gazed into the distance, and softly said, "I hope you won't disappoint me." On the opposite shore near Sanhei Crossing, space suddenly rippled as the demons were thrown out of the spatial rift and scattered across the ground. Following their instincts, the aquatic demons immediately rushed into the water. Standing on the riverbank, Li Shan loudly ordered everyone to complete the mission the king had assigned. After delivering the message, they were to return here and regroup. After receiving the order, the demons quickly scattered in every direction and disappeared beneath the water. Once no one else was around, Li Shan took out a talisman. The timid expression from before vanished completely, replaced by a calm and composed look. He quietly murmured, "The day has finally come for us to meet again." As the talisman activated, ripples spread through the air and Gu Wuzi appeared. In reality, the man was Fu Liangzi disguised as Gu Wuzi, while Li Shan's body was actually being controlled by Tan Liangzi. Fu Liangzi greeted him as his junior brother after so apart. Tan Liangzi only smiled faintly and asked if he would always remain the junior brother in Fu Liangzi's eyes. When they had parted years ago, they had both just reached the transformation realm. Tan Liangzi continued that he was still only at the peak of the transformation realm, while Fu Liangzi now had a bright future ahead, and had even taken over Gu Wuzi's body. Fu Liangzi smiled and asked why Tan Liangzi was willing to stay inside such an ugly body when he had once cared so much about appearances. Tan Liangzi gave a cold laugh and said he no longer cared about looks. What he truly wanted to know was why the elders were so determined to kill Ye Yunxin. He reminded Fu Liangzi that the elders were terrifying beings. In the past, they had orchestrated the deaths of Ye Yunxin's parents just to seize the enlightened jade slip. But now, even that treasure no longer mattered. Their only goal was to kill Ye Yunxin as quickly as possible. That could only mean the elders feared something. Fu Liangzi fell silent for a moment before recalling something Lin Liangzi had once mentioned. Ye Yunxin had killed someone in Wei City. That man had been the king's son-in-law and the creator of the mysterious black medicine. Although there was no proof, Lin Liang suspected Ye Yunxin had intentionally spread the formula as bait to lure them out, and in the end, they had fallen right into the trap. Fu Liangzi believed that might be why the elders had become so cautious, but Tan Liangzi immediately shook his head. In his opinion, the black medicine was nothing worth worrying about. The Shangqing alchemy sect possessed similar techniques, except theirs were used to create healing pills, and their actual power was far from overwhelming. Fu Liangzi still did not understand, and asked if the elders feared Ye Yunxin might spread the formula throughout the world. Tan Liangzi simply smiled, and said that, with the elders' abilities, they would never be concerned about something so trivial. He then revealed that he had already figured out Ye Yunxin's entire plan and intended to capture him alive to force out the secret behind everything. Hearing that, Fu Liangzi's expression changed instantly. He shouted that such an act would be nothing less than defying the elders' orders. No one else would ever know. Once they captured Li Wentian, they could force out every secret and kill him before the elders noticed. He asked if his senior brother could keep it hidden. Fu Liangzi stayed calm and quietly tried to persuade him. He could not understand why his junior brother wanted to take such a huge risk when the elders were so terrifying. Tan Liangzi suddenly held Fu Liangzi's face with bloodshot eyes. He choked out a question, asking if his senior brother truly did not understand. Fu Liangzi had lived in peace all these years while he had suffered endlessly. Had his senior brother really forgotten the past? Fu Liangzi panicked and tried to stop him while worrying someone might discover them. Before he could finish speaking, Tan Liangzi suddenly leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Forced into a kiss by a fish spirit, Fu Liangzi shivered in disgust. He quickly shoved Tan Liangzi away and demanded to know what he was doing. The push was too strong. Tan Liangzi lost his balance, flew backward, and slammed into an ancient tree. Realizing he had gone too far, Fu Liangzi rushed over to help him up. He apologized in panic and explained that he still could not fully control the strength of his new body, so it was never intentional. Tan Liangzi slapped his hand away and shouted in pain and despair, telling him not to come any closer. Then he asked if his senior brother finally understood. He pointed at himself and told Fu Liangzi to look carefully at his current body. Then he asked if he still remembered what he had looked like in the past, or even whether he had once been a man or a woman. Tan Liangzi said bitterly that even Fu Liangzi could not hide his disgust after that kiss. He recalled the past when he was Yutianzi of the Songjiao sword sect and Fu Liangzi was his fellow senior brother. Back then, Fu Liangzi had called him the most beautiful person in the world and promised they would spend their lives together. Fu Liangzi was also the one who brought him into the Hong society, giving up everything to live under another identity. Now everyone called him Tan Liangzi, but did his senior brother still remember who he used to be, or had he completely forgotten, because he now held a high position in Dongtian and stayed by Gu Wuzi's side. Seeing his old companion so emotional, Fu Liangzi hurried to comfort him. He accepted all the blame and asked to treat his injuries first before continuing, but Tan Liangzi raised a hand to stop him, determined to finish speaking. He said none of those things really mattered anymore. Where they lived, what identity they carried, or what they were forced to do, had long since stopped being their own choice. Tan Liangzi slowly revealed that he had already lived through 9 different identities, each lasting decades or even centuries. There were times when he no longer knew who he truly was. After serving the elders for so many years, all he received was an empty promise. The elders always claimed the great calamity was near and that they would build a new paradise afterward. They had repeated that promise for even thousands of years, and no one knew when it would ever come true. He said he did not fear hardship or waiting. What truly frightened him was that everything might be meaningless. That was why he had to learn what the elders were really afraid of. If he could not live as himself, then at least he wanted to know the final goal they were chasing. After hearing the pain his junior brother had carried for so long, Fu Liangzi was deeply moved. He embraced that ugly body, gently comforted him, and promised to support whatever decision he made. Tan Liangzi rested his head against Fu Liangzi's chest and quietly reminded him of one thing. Lin Liangzi must never learn about this. Fu Liangzi nodded and began planning. If Li Wentian wanted to pretend to submit to the Tao orthodoxy, they would use that against him. Once he stepped inside, they would secretly trap him from the shadows. By the time the grand formation was complete, Li Wentian would have no way to escape. Tan Liangzi finished explaining the plan and asked if his senior brother still had any questions. Suddenly remembering something, Fu Liangzi asked if Ling Kongzi was still at Dongting Lake. Tan Liangzi sighed helplessly and said he knew that would be his first question. He promised to watch over her in secret and protect her if the chance appeared. Fu Liangzi nodded in thanks. Then he said he still had not found the last remnant soul of Gu Wuzi, so he would continue searching to eliminate that hidden danger. If Tan Liangzi needed help, he would fully cooperate, but they absolutely could not let the Tao orthodoxy grow suspicious, because an even greater mission still lay ahead. Tan Liangzi calmed himself, respectfully accepted the plan, and saw his senior brother off deep into the night. Over the next 2 days, both sides quietly carried out their own plans. On Li Shan's side, he led the aquatic clan of Dongting Lake and set out on their journey. Their goal was to contact the demon factions around the lake one by one. On the Tao orthodoxy side, Fu Liangzi, disguised as Gu Wuzi, secretly deployed a group of aquatic spirits to ambush around Jun Mountain. They appeared to be a reserve force, but their real mission was to monitor Li Wentian's every move. At the same time, he stationed Taoist cultivators wherever demons often appeared to uncover the secret route Li Wentian used to enter and leave Dongting Lake. At the pavilion atop Jun Mountain, the mood was heavy. Old Taoist Liu sat across from Li Wentian and Hong Niangzi, sighing as he asked if the demons of the Weishui region truly refused to cooperate. Li Wentian calmly confirmed it and mocked them for acting like kings of their own territories. Not only did they refuse to cooperate, but some were even expanding their own influence. Old Taoist Liu asked who it was. Li Wentian replied that the other party was quite capable. In just 2 days, he had gathered around 150 demons from the Weishui region and even held an assembly on Hangkong Mountain. As soon as she heard that name, Hong Niangzi gave a detailed explanation. She said it was the Evil King, an old demon at the peak of the true realm. 2,000 years ago, he ruled the Juku Gorge in the upper Weishui River from Shilin Mountain. With 7 adopted sons and influence everywhere, he truly could command nearly half the demons of Weishui. Li Wentian curled his lips into a faint smile, clearly pleased. This was indeed someone worth taking seriously. Hong Niangzi continued that the situation was getting worse. Most demons who left Dongting Lake never returned, and the Tao orthodoxy had doubled its guards at every exit. At this rate, Dongting Lake would soon be completely surrounded. She asked if Li Wentian was worried. Li Wentian remained calm and said he had only recently taken control of Dongting Lake, so a few weaknesses were normal. Besides, the places guarded by the Tao Orthodoxy were not the real exits. Just then, a streak of white light shot through the sky from the distance and immediately caught everyone's attention. Old Taoist Liu watched closely and announced that someone was approaching. The moment Li Wentian recognized the visitor, he jumped to his feet and called out, "Bai Yuntian." Smiling, he said that instead of collecting the souls, she had come to see him first. That proved Bai Yuntian had already understood the plan. After saying that, he promised he would be right back. The moment he finished speaking, Li Wentian vanished. Seeing him leave in such a hurry, old Taoist Liu could only smile and shake his head helplessly. He then turned to Hong Niangzi and said the fate of Dongting Lake depended on this battle. As for him, he would stand guard outside the main hall. Hong Niangzi gazed across the vast lake and quietly told him to go. She knew Li Wentian still did not fully trust her. Hearing that, old Taoist Liu hurriedly waved his hands and insisted that was impossible, but his feet were already carrying him away. Once she was alone, Hong Niangzi quietly took out a wine flask. She tilted her head back and took a long drink before letting out a quiet sigh. In the end, he still did not completely trust her. Before long, night had fallen over the entire area. Hidden beneath the cold water, Li Shan secretly watched Hong Niangzi sitting alone on the shore, drinking in silence. Countless questions filled his mind. Hong Niangzi was the princess of Dongting Lake. If the lord of Dongting Lake was gone, she should have inherited authority. Yet now, while Li Wentian and Bai Yuntian discussed their secrets, she was not even allowed into the main hall. The two of them had kept the doors shut all day while discussing something. What exactly were they planning? Or had something gone wrong? Just as Li Shan was deep in thought, a sharp voice suddenly rang beside his ear, startling him. The owner of that voice was Sanhua Miao from Xinghai Longness Group. She laughed and said he looked interesting, then wanted to drag him along to play. Li Shan immediately pretended to panic and repeatedly begged for mercy. Sanhua Miao only sneered, calling him foolish but amusing, before forcing him to come along. Inside the main hall, Li Wentian glanced through the crack in the door and saw everything outside. He could not help but laugh. Old Taoist Liu curiously asked what was so funny. Li Wentian returned to the table and simply said it was nothing before continuing the discussion. He said tomorrow's plan was to disguise himself as a minor demon and travel to Juku Gorge to meet the evil king. After dealing with him, everyone only needed to follow the plan they had already agreed on. On Bai Yuntian's side, a maid nervously asked whether everything would really go as smoothly as Li Wentian claimed. Bai Yuntian remained calm and replied that they had already waited for so long, so waiting a little longer meant nothing. This time, they only needed to see how far Li Wentian could go. Time passed quickly, and night soon fell on the following day. At Hangkong Mountain in Juku Gorge, the evil king's headquarters was under heavy security, and the entire place buzzed with activity. The inspections were led by a beautiful demoness named Chiduan Qin, the evil king's trusted aide. After hearing her subordinate's report, she waved her hand and allowed the visitor inside. The moment a minor demon reached the gate, the guards stopped him for a thorough search. One of them aggressively demanded to know if he was carrying anything suspicious. The minor demon quickly slipped a few silver coins into the guard's hand and quietly buttered him up. As soon as they got the money, the demons instantly changed their attitude and happily let him pass. Watching everything from above, Chiduan Qin coldly reminded her subordinates to stay focused. Every demon arriving today was connected to the evil king's grand plan. If someone from the Tao Orthodoxy slipped in, none of them could bear the consequences. Before Chiduan Qin could finish speaking, someone casually walked in. Li Wentian cupped his hands with a smile and praised the evil king for being so cautious, saying it put everyone at ease. Chiduan Qin narrowed her eyes and looked the stranger up and down before asking which mountain's demon king he came from, since she had never seen him before. Li Wentian calmly smiled and introduced himself, saying he had lived at Dongting Lake and was known as the charming jade-faced Little Silver Dragon. Hearing the ridiculously long title, Chiduan Qin laughed and said it suited his handsome scholarly appearance. Then she asked why he had not gone to the Dragon King of Dongting Lake and had come here instead. Li Wentian let out a helpless sigh and explained that he had left Dongting Lake on business a few days earlier. By the time he returned, the place had been sealed and taken over by another Dragon King. With no way to return home, he heard about the evil king's gathering and came to see if he could lend a hand. After thinking for a moment, Chiduan Qin agreed. She said he was not a local demon, but his cultivation was respectable, and she found him pleasing enough to grant him special permission to enter. However, once inside Hangkong Mountain, he was absolutely forbidden from wandering around. Li Wentian immediately bowed in thanks and sweetly called her fairy sister. He even claimed he had reached the void-to-reality realm and would never disappoint her. At the same time, in a quiet bamboo forest, the smell of blood filled the air. A badly wounded middle-aged man lay dying in a pool of blood. Looking up at the person before him, he struggled to ask, "Wasn't Li Wentian supposed to be at odds with Tongtian Jun at Dongting Lake? Then why are you?" The man called Yaji immediately cut him off with a cold laugh and asked if he was trying to mock him. He declared that Li Wentian was his brother. They were both dragons, so how could they possibly be enemies? Then he demanded to know why that Taoist had claimed Li Wentian was heading to Hangkong Mountain. Was he trying to trick him into harming his own ally? The moment he finished speaking, Yaji struck without hesitation and landed a fatal blow to the man's forehead. Looking down at the corpse, he sneered that Taoist cultivators were truly fools. Yaji then looked up at the darkening sky, his eyes fixed on the distance as he quietly pondered his next move. He murmured that the sun had set and it was time to visit his good friend at Hangkong Mountain. The scene shifted back to Hangkong Mountain. A minor demon guided Li Wentian deep into the cave. Along the way, he kept bragging that the evil king had prepared an incredible reception for his honored guests and that today, everyone would enjoy a great feast. Even Li Wentian was stunned by the sight before him. At the center of the cave stood a gigantic bubbling hot pot. Even more horrifying, the surrounding demons kept throwing living people into it, as if they were nothing more than ingredients for the banquet. Witnessing the scene, Li Wentian silently judged just how ruthless the forces of Hangkong Mountain truly were. Just then, the sound of a war horn echoed throughout the cave. The minor demons lining the cliff walls shouted in unison to welcome the evil king's arrival. From the top of the cavern, a massive figure dropped straight to the ground with a thunderous impact. It was a towering great demon with an overwhelmingly oppressive presence. Li Wentian carefully observed him and thought to himself, "So this is the evil king." The evil king burst into booming laughter that echoed through the cave. He thanked everyone for tending and announced that a grand banquet had been prepared for all to enjoy. Suddenly, his gaze settled on Li Wentian. After taking a few deep sniffs, the evil king asked which cave estate this unfamiliar guest came from. He added that Li Wentian still seemed to carry the scent of a human. At that very instant, brilliant golden light engulfed all of Hangkong Mountain. The entire cave, the giant hot pot, and every demon vanished as though they had never existed. As the light faded, Li Wentian realized he was standing in an open field outside the mountain. The cave had completely disappeared. The evil king stared at him with an amused smile and said he had finally found the right person. Then he demanded to know why a cultivator had dared to sneak into Hangkong Mountain. Li Wentian quickly scanned the area and realized it was filled with painting Tao energy. That power made every demon see the world through its own perception. After a brief pause, he calmly replied that the evil king was mistaken. He was not a cultivator. Like every demon here, he was an yin spirit, not a human. Qi Duanqin stared at Li Wentian with icy eyes and mocked him. She admitted she had intentionally let him inside. Did he really think a handsome face was enough to lower her guard? Li Wentian frowned slightly, unable to understand what was really happening. He guessed the evil king lacked confidence in controlling the gathered demons and planned to use him as a sacrifice. Even so, if this was all they had, they were seriously underestimating him. Without another thought, Li Wentian struck first to test the situation. The evil king instantly flew into a rage and roared like thunder, declaring he would show Li Wentian whether this was truly an illusion. The moment he finished speaking, a gigantic hand came crashing down from above. The surrounding space twisted violently as the evil king coldly declared that everything here was under his control. In the blink of an eye, Li Wentian's body was torn cleanly into two pieces. The evil king stepped toward the broken body and calmly demanded to know where Li Wentian had really come from. He even promised to spare his life if he confessed. Even while covered in blood, Li Wentian lay on the ground laughing. His mocking smile only made the evil king even angrier. Furious, the evil king grabbed Li Wentian by the head and lifted him into the air. He said Li Wentian felt no pain, only because his senses had been cut off. If he kept resisting, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Faced with the threat, Li Wentian simply smiled and said tricks like this might scare ordinary demon kings, but not him. He continued mocking the evil king, saying this place was nothing more than an illusion. In reality, the evil king could do nothing. He even joked that the evil king did not know how to use the treasure properly and offered to teach him. The evil king trembled with rage but could not find a reply. Qi Duanqin quickly stepped in and urged him not to be provoked. Li Wentian laughed again and sighed that the treasure left behind by the painting saint was being wasted on nothing more than frightening people. The moment the painting saint was mentioned, the evil king's expression changed. He never expected Li Wentian to know the treasure's true origin. At that moment, Li Wentian's mangled body dissolved into countless golden lights before rapidly reforming. The instant he recovered, he declared he would show the evil king how to truly use the treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, he revealed his dragon form, and his aura exploded with overwhelming force. Feeling that power, the evil king immediately recognized it as dragon power. He angrily shouted that instead of staying at Dongting Lake, Li Wentian had come to Hong Kong a mountain looking for death. Neither side backed down as the two great demons charged straight at each other. A fierce battle erupted in the sky, and every collision shook the surrounding space. Even while fighting, Li Wentian laughed and praised the strength of a profound realm great demon. Then he said he would show the evil king something even more interesting. The moment those words fell, a storm of punches and kicks rained down on the evil king. Watching from below, Chiduan Qin was completely stunned. She could not believe Li Wentian could unleash real power inside this space. Had he truly mastered the treasure? After an intense battle, Li Wentian was finally knocked to the ground by the evil king. Strangely, he was completely unharmed. Standing firmly amid the dust, Li Wentian smiled with open contempt. He said a true realm cultivator like him had fought evenly against a profound realm opponent. So whose territory was this really? He added that the evil king had not even unlocked 1,000th of the treasure's true power. The evil king snorted and pulled an ancient scroll from his robes. The moment the scroll appeared, it radiated brilliant golden light and unleashed a tremendous force that locked onto Li Wentian. Before he could react, the mysterious power completely restrained him. Staring at the scroll in the evil king's hand, Li Wentian quietly muttered, "So this is the one." Before long, he was completely captured, with heavy chains locking all four limbs. The evil king held the scroll in front of him and asked if he really knew how to use this treasure. Li Wentian smiled faintly and confirmed that he did. This was the 8-truth ancient scroll left behind by the painting saint. The evil king raised the scroll with a doubtful look and asked if it was truly the painting saint's 8-truth ancient scroll. Li Wentian immediately confirmed it. He said this was one of the rarest treasures in the world. If the old monsters from the Tao Orthodoxy or the Sword Sect saw it, they would go mad over it. Yet the evil king had simply clipped it together with 2 pieces of iron. Hearing that, the evil king unrolled the scroll and held it in front of Li Wentian, telling him to take a good look. Li Wentian narrowed his eyes and examined the painting. Moments later, he burst into laughter. The painting was supposed to show Wu Song slaying a tiger, but the fierce tiger had been replaced by Hello Kitty. Li Wentian laughed until tears streamed down his face. Between laughs, he said he never expected it to be this. Seeing such a strange reaction, the evil king frowned and demanded to know what he had discovered. At that moment, everything suddenly clicked for Li Wentian. Every question he had was answered, and he laughed even harder after realizing the painting saint had the same kind of thinking as he did. Seeing him mock the treasure, the evil king angrily punched him in the eye and shouted that this was a priceless original masterpiece, so what was so funny? Li Wentian did not seem to mind. He kept nodding and agreed it was indeed an authentic masterpiece. Then he said if the evil king truly wanted to learn how to use it, he would gladly teach him, but he should first treat his guest with a little more respect. The evil king immediately grabbed him by the collar and lifted him into the air. In a cold voice, he warned that anyone trying tricks inside his territory would meet a terrible end. Li Wentian calmly raised both hands to show he meant no harm, and said that aside from understanding the scroll, he was no match for the evil king. The evil king snorted and threw him back to the ground. Li Wentian dusted off his clothes, while keeping his eyes fixed on the bizarre painting of Wu Song fighting Hello Kitty. As he studied it, he quietly muttered that to unlock the 8-truth ancient scroll's true power, one first had to understand the flow of spiritual energy hidden inside it. With that thought, he carefully reached out and gently touched the surface of the painting. In an instant, brilliant golden light erupted from within the scroll, illuminating the entire dark cave. Even the evil king could not hide his shock. He had never realized this was the painting's true state. Li Wentian's playful expression vanished, replaced by complete focus. Although the painting looked absurd, the spiritual structure inside it was unbelievably intricate. Every stream of spiritual energy intertwined perfectly with heaven and earth, making the scroll feel less like a magic treasure and more like part of the world itself. The longer he observed it, the greater his admiration became. At last, he could not help but sigh. This truly was the work of the painting saint. He marveled that spiritual energy could actually be used in such an incredible way. It was far beyond anything he had imagined. Seeing Li Wentian lost in thought, the evil king impatiently rolled the scroll back up and urged him to explain how to unleash its true power. Li Wentian sighed with regret and said the scroll was genuine, but unfortunately, before he could finish, the evil king cut him off and demanded a full explanation. Instead of answering directly, Li Wentian looked the evil king straight in the eyes and asked whether this place was being used to suppress something. Having his secret exposed, the evil king did not deny it. He simply narrowed his eyes with caution and asked how Li Wentian had figured it out. Li Wentian slowly took a few steps before saying that although he had not fully analyzed the scroll's spiritual structure, he was certain it was a treasure designed specifically to suppress demons. He explained that the painting symbolized subduing dragons and taming tigers. If the eight-truth ancient scroll had to be used here, then whatever was sealed beneath them had to be extraordinary. The evil king's face immediately darkened, and he coldly told Li Wentian to stay out of it. At that very moment, all of Hangkong Mountain suddenly shook violently. Rocks crashed from the ceiling as dust filled the cave. The evil king instantly turned toward Li Wentian and accused him of setting a trap. Li Wentian silently cursed to himself after recognizing the sound of thunder, wondering who had shown up at the worst possible moment to ruin his plan. The next instant, a terrifying force blasted the cave entrance apart, shattering the massive boulders blocking the way. Yaji strode proudly into the cave as his booming laughter echoed everywhere. While walking in, he loudly called out, asking where his good friend was. A pale-faced minor demon rushed in and dropped to his knees, shouting that disaster had struck. Tongtian Jun Yaji had fought his way to the entrance. The evil king flew into a rage, grabbed Li Wentian by the collar, and roared that he had been plotting with the Dragon Clan all along. Even so, the evil king declared that he had guarded Hangkong Mountain for 2,000 years. Even Shenlong Qian would need more than half a day to break the barrier here, so he had nothing to fear. Facing the great demon's fury, Li Wentian merely sneered and replied that the evil king believed whatever he was told. Who said Yaji had come to save him? Maybe he was here to kill him instead. After thinking for a moment, the evil king decided to bring Li Wentian before Yaji for a confrontation. If Yaji refused to kill him, then the evil king would personally finish Li Wentian himself. As soon as he spoke, he struck several major acupoints on Li Wentian's body to seal his movements. Before Li Wentian could understand what had happened, his entire body turned stiff and fell completely under the evil king's control. The evil king grabbed him and shot into the sky, blasting through layers of rock before coldly saying, "Let's go." While being carried away, Li Wentian kept thinking. Ever since his last meeting with Yaji, he had sensed the aura of the ninth young master inside him. But was the person waiting above truly that same man? Moments later, the two of them landed on the mountaintop, where fierce winds howled without end. Yaji stood there, with his arms crossed, his robes fluttering in the wind. The moment he saw them, he smiled excitedly and complained that his little brother had finally shown up after making him worry for so long. Yaji said he could not enter the mountain himself, so he had missed their plan to destroy this cursed place together. He had been afraid the old demon would capture Li Wentian and hurt him. Seeing him safe at last, he sighed in relief. Then his eyes turned toward the evil king with murderous intent, as he warned that if anyone dared harm his brother, the true dragon bloodline would never let it go. The evil king only smiled faintly and deliberately sowed doubt. He said he had never harmed anyone. In fact, Yaji's little brother had long since joined his side. Besides, he and Yaji had been neighbors for over 1,000 years, so who was really closer? Today's meeting was nothing more than the two of them, to lure Yaji here. Yaji let out a cold laugh, his gaze piercing straight through the evil king. He replied that the person standing beside him was never his real little brother. Then he told the evil king to ask for himself whether that man was a dragon prince or a cultivator named Li Wentian. The moment he heard that, Li Wentian understood. The person before him truly was the ninth young master. Even so, the evil king kept acting. He said with disdain that he already knew everything. The ninth brother had told him the whole story, including the fact that Li Wentian was a cultivator and even a golden core Taoist. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Li Wentian, taunting him to wait and see how that little brother would treat him if he believed those words. Li Wentian calmly replied through voice transmission. He said Yaji had come here to take revenge on him, and the fact that he knew this exact location proved the evil king's side had an informant. The evil king merely snorted and said none of that mattered because the one about to die was Li Wentian. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil king suddenly struck Li Wentian with a powerful palm, sending him flying toward Yaji while shouting, "Brother Li, make your move." Forced between the two sides, Li Wentian could only sigh helplessly. It seemed everyone wanted to use him, but this little performance was far too obvious to fool anyone. Across from him, Yaji trembled with rage and cried out in pain as if he had been betrayed. He said he had treated Li Wentian as a true friend and helped him wholeheartedly, only to be deceived in the end. Then he coldly asked how he should deal with the man before him. Li Wentian immediately spoke up, firmly telling the ninth young master that he had never wanted to harm him. Yaji stopped just before attacking and gritted his teeth as he demanded an explanation. Li Wentian decided to reveal the truth. He admitted that he had taken over the ninth young master's body, while the ninth young master had possessed the body of his second brother, who was now Yaji. Hearing that, the other man asked bitterly whether Li Wentian had forgotten that he had devoured his woman alive. The ninth young master looked genuinely confused, as if he could not understand why everything revolved around an ordinary girl. Li Wentian choked back his emotions and explained that she had once saved his life, and it was only because she protected him that the ninth young master had targeted her. He said he could never forgive the ninth young master, and he could never forgive himself either, because that man had once been his friend. Those words gradually calmed the ninth young master's anger. In a softer voice, he asked if that was why Li Wentian had come to kill him, despite once saying they would become friends. Li Wentian only smiled bitterly and shook his head. He admitted that wanting to be friends had always been a lie. Someone who treated humans like insects, killing and eating them at will, could never have been his friend. That truth completely pushed the ninth young master over the edge, and his rage became impossible to contain. He let out a roar that shook heaven and earth, then threw a punch that obliterated Li Wentian's body. He coldly declared that this time, Li Wentian was truly dead. Yet a trace of Li Wentian's soul still echoed through the void. He revealed that the body just destroyed was only a soul avatar, while his real body remained at Hangkong Mountain. By now, the grand formation he and the evil king had prepared was nearly complete. His final words were full of mockery as he asked, "My friend, do you really want to die one more time?" That final word, friend, was like pouring oil onto the flames. The ninth young master completely lost control and roared in madness. A terrifying aura erupted from his body and swept across the surrounding space. Watching from afar, the evil king burst into laughter. He thoroughly enjoyed seeing dragons slaughter each other and mock them, saying he had thought the dragon clan was clever, but they were just as foolish as anyone else. A naive demon beside him asked why he had said just as, but the evil king did not bother to explain. Ignoring his subordinate, the evil king turned back to ridicule the ninth young master. He stressed that the dragon clan, killing its own, had to do with him, then asked whether the ninth young master wanted to stay peacefully for tea, or let him personally send him on his way. By then, countless chains had already wrapped tightly around the ninth young master's body. He stared coldly at the evil king and let out a thunderous roar. His power exploded, instantly shattering every chain into pieces. Even so, the evil king showed no panic. He laughed and said he had prepared for this long ago. There was no way he would fail to guard against Yaji. The next moment, countless gigantic chains burst from the ground like enormous serpents and charged toward the ninth young master. While controlling the grand formation, the evil king laughed like a madman. He ordered all his subordinates to activate the formation and capture the dragon alive. The ninth young master roared in fury and demanded to know if they truly intended to force him into a fight to the death. This time he had no intention of dodging. He simply stood proudly where he was. Punch after punch smashed every incoming chain as he shouted that if they wanted a battle, then everyone would die together. The story shifted back 6 hours earlier, inside the main hall of Jun Mountain. The atmosphere had been strangely peaceful. Li Wentian, old Taoist Liu, and Pi Yuntian spent the entire afternoon playing cards together. Bai Yuntian was the first to lose patience. He stood up, dusted off his hands, and said he would come back another day. Li Wentian, however, was still enjoying himself and tried to persuade him to stay for a few more rounds. Old Taoist Liu also took the chance to suggest they stop there for the day. Bai Yuntian glanced at the table and reminded Li Wentian that it was his turn. Seizing the opportunity, old Taoist Liu pulled him to his feet and said they should call it a day. Outside the hall, Li Shan remained hidden while secretly observing. After watching carefully, he realized the Li Wentian inside was only a puppet created by old Taoist Liu. That convinced him the real Li had already gone to Hangkong Mountain to meet the evil king. Without wasting any time, Li Shan immediately left and burned an emergency communication talisman to contact his allies. He urgently requested his senior brother's help, believing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Soon afterward, at Sanhe Crossing outside Dongting Lake, Fu Liangzi hurried over with an unhappy expression. He reminded Li Shan that unless absolutely necessary, the two of them should avoid meeting to prevent exposing themselves. Li Shan impatiently complained that his senior brother had arrived too late, then said Li Wentian had been missing for 6 hours, proving the earlier intelligence was most likely true. Fu Lingzi calmly replied that he had also suspected Hangkong Mountain might be a trap, so he had secretly prepared in advance. He revealed that he had deliberately leaked information to Yaji, the second dragon prince, using the hatred between Yaji and Li Wentian to lure him into scouting Hangkong Mountain for them. Hearing the plan, Li Shan happily grabbed his senior brother's hand and said they only needed to sit back and let their enemies fight each other. Then, he added that there was one more important decision Fu Liangzi needed to make. Although clearly annoyed by the physical contact, Fu Liangzi endured it and coldly asked what it was. A ruthless gleam flashed across Li Shan's eyes. He suggested taking advantage of Li Wentian's absence to seize complete control of Dongting Lake. Fu Liangzi was immediately shocked and asked if Li Shan had gone completely insane to suggest something so reckless. Li Shan quickly explained that this was the perfect opportunity. Li Wentian was already at Hangkong Mountain, trapped between the evil king in front and Yaji behind. No matter how powerful he was, surviving would be extremely difficult. He stressed again that if Li Yuntian survived the tribulation at Xiankong Mountain and returned, he would likely bring on-third of Qing Kingdom's demons to attack Wei City. If they did not seize Dongting now and ruin that plan, they might be the next ones to die. Even so, Fu Liangzi still could not make up his mind. Seeing the hesitation, Li Shan smiled and played his final card. He reminded Fu Liangzi that he had always wanted to save Ling Kongzi, but once the Great War began, one of them would die. By then, with the fate of the world at stake, there would be no chance to save anyone. The moment Ling Kongzi was mentioned, Fu Liangzi dropped all hesitation. He agreed to Li Shan's plan and asked how they would enter Dongting. Li Shan pointed ahead with complete confidence. After reaching the peak of the transformation realm and ruling the demons for so long, he had mastered the traveling palace. When Li Yuntian took him out of Dongting, he secretly left behind a hidden passage. Passing through that traveling palace would lead them back inside. Fu Liangzi's face changed. He warned that although Li Shan's cultivation was only at the true realm, his body had already surpassed the profound realm. If they used Li Shan's traveling palace, the overwhelming spiritual power would strike his internal organs. At best, he would be badly injured. At worst, he would die. Li Shan stared at the vast lake with hatred in his voice. He asked how his senior brother could live so peacefully while he himself no longer cared about his own life. What was there left to fear? Fu Liangzi only sighed and urged him to prepare carefully first. Right then, the calm lake suddenly erupted as a giant snake phantom burst out from the depths. The snake quickly shrank and wrapped around Li Shan's wrist before whispering its report. After hearing it, Li Shan crushed the phantom and excitedly announced that news had just arrived from Xiankong Mountain. 1 hour ago, Li Yuntian had died. Li Shan said that if the news was real, Dongting would easily fall into their hands. If it was fake, then it only proved that Li Yuntian had mastered a divine soul avatar. Fu Liangzi calmly replied that even an avatar could not stray more than 3 miles from the true body of an enlightened true master. If the avatar was destroyed, the original body would definitely suffer a loss of cultivation. Li Shan's eyes burned with ambition. In his view, this was the perfect moment to strike Dongting. Fu Liangzi raised no further objections and immediately agreed to depart. Li Shan cast a spell, tore open space, and opened the gate to the traveling palace. At the same time, on the summit of Jun Mountain, Liu Laodao still sat calmly beside the campfire, casually grilling flatbread as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, the sky split open with a massive crack. He looked up without the slightest panic and quietly said that they had finally arrived. The moment he finished speaking, Liu Laodao stood up, grabbed a stack of paintings, and slammed them onto the ground. In an instant, every painting transformed into massive divine cannons. The black cannon barrels immediately aimed at the sky and fired together at the two newcomers. As soon as Fu Liangzi stepped out of the spatial rift, he was stunned by the sight below. He never expected Li Yuntian to set up so many formations on a single mountain. Beside him, Li Shan was equally shocked because he had never seen such strange weapons. Fu Liangzi only snorted, waved out a stream of sword qi, and said with disdain that no matter how impressive the display looked, it was only transformation realm power. It was far too late to stop them now. A barrage of artillery shells screamed into the sky. But the moment they collided, every shell was cut apart by Fu Liangzi's sword qi before reaching its target. Even so, the shockwaves from the explosions continued crashing forward without losing any force. Fu Liangzi immediately raised a protective barrier around himself and Li Shan. He could not help wondering if Li Yuntian had really prepared all of these formations himself. Li Shan quickly denied it, and reassured himself that Li Yuntian's absence was exactly why this mysterious display had been arranged. Fu Liangzi glanced down coldly and asked if capturing the people below would be enough. Realizing the situation had turned against them, Liu Laodao immediately rushed into the main hall, while shouting for Sanhua to find Hong Niangzi, then tell everyone to inform Bai Yuntian. From above, Fu Liangzi dived down like a hunting hawk and mocked him with a cold smile, asking if he was trying to call for reinforcements. But the moment Liu Laodao entered the hall, he suddenly froze in place, his face filled with horror. Right before his eyes, Hong Niangzi and the Sanhua cat were already tied up. Fu Liangzi slowly walked forward and mocked him, saying that everyone he wanted to find was already here. Since he had discovered them, why run straight into their trap instead of escaping? But instead of panicking, Liu Laodao burst into a confident laugh. He asked if they really thought Xin Ge would trust a demon so easily. Maybe everything happening inside this hall had been part of Li Yuntian's plan from the start. Fu Liangzi shook his head with a mocking smile. He said Liu Laodao had little real skill, but loved bluffing people. Then he asked if Liu Laodao knew that Li Yuntian had already died at Xiankong Mountain. Liu Laodao never wavered. He firmly believed Xingyi could never die so easily. Fu Liangzi nodded and calmly admitted that the one who died was only an avatar, but Li Yuntian's true body was no longer in Dongting, and the Dongtian Taoists were already searching everywhere. This time, Li Yuntian had nowhere left to run. Fu Liangzi stepped closer with an icy stare and asked why Liu Laodao had deliberately appeared here instead of hiding somewhere else. He said that from the moment he entered the hall, Liu Laodao had avoided eye contact while secretly glancing at the same spot again and again. As soon as he finished speaking, he shattered the wooden chair beside him. From the broken wood, Fu Liangzi picked up a folding fan and held it high with a cold smile. He asked if this was the item Liu Laodao had been trying to hide. Right then, an urgent voice transmission arrived from a Dongtian subordinate. He reported that Li Yuntian had appeared in Wei City and had already captured 3 disciples patrolling outside the city. Fu Liangzi immediately opened the fan. An image appeared, showing Li Yuntian leaving Wei City at incredible speed. Li Shan was stunned and suspected it really was Li Yuntian. Fu Liangzi explained that the fan was a spirit map and also Li Yuntian's traveling palace. Judging from the trail shown fan on the fan, Li Yuntian was heading toward Wild Forest, likely searching for the entrance to the traveling palace. Without hesitation, Fu Liangzi ordered everyone outside that the one in Wei City was only a clone. Kill him on sight. After giving his orders, he stood in the middle of the hall and activated his treasured artifact. Killing intent instantly filled the hall. Fu Liangzi said this treasure had been left behind by Gu Wuzi. Once the formation was complete, even a peak True Realm cultivator would struggle to survive. All they had to do was wait for Li Yuntian to walk into the trap. The plan was simple. The moment Li Yuntian appeared, he would be killed instantly. Above Jun Mountain, streams of golden light spread across the sky and intertwined into a brilliant grand formation. But while activating the treasure, Fu Liangzi suddenly froze. The spiritual energy outside had been interrupted for a brief moment. Even though nothing seemed unusual, he could clearly feel the formation draining an unbelievable amount of power. In just a short time, nearly half of his true essence was gone. Sensing something was wrong, he shouted for Li Shan to help shoulder the burden while he recovered. Li Shan only stared back in confusion, completely unaware of what was happening. As Fu Liangzi's attention slipped, a ghost-like figure silently appeared behind him. Before he could react, Li Yuntian landed a devastating punch squarely on him. Fu Liangzi was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. His body slammed hard into the wall behind him. Fu Liangzi coughed up blood, unable to believe what had happened. The traveling palace was still sealed by his own restriction, so how had Li Yuntian appeared here? With no time to think, he roared for help and ordered everyone to kill Li Yuntian together. The only reply was a faint chuckle. Li Yuntian casually waved his hand. Instantly, 2 golden chains shot out from the void, pierced through Fu Liangzi's body, and locked him in place. Li Shan could not escape either. He was immediately bound and completely lost the ability to resist. Li Yuntian calmly walked over and said that villains should never talk too much. Then he asked if Qing Liangzi had never told them how he died. As soon as he finished speaking, the souls of Fu Liangzi and Tan Liangzi were forcibly dragged out of their bodies. Li Yuntian smiled and shook his head. Then he remembered Qing Liangzi had never even gotten the chance to speak. He reminded them that Liu Laodao had already warned them. This was nothing more than a trap to lure them out of hiding, yet none of them believed it. As for the formations outside, they were never meant to stop the enemy. They only used the spiritual energy brought by the invaders to complete the grand formation. Fu Liang's soul still refused to accept defeat. He weakly asked how Li Yuntian had escaped when the traveling palace had already been sealed by his restriction. Li Yuntian smiled, took out a crescent-shaped treasure, glowing with holy golden light, and asked Fu Liangzi if he still remembered this item. The moment Fu Liangzi saw it, his face turned pale as he shouted, "The mysterious light mirror." Li Yuntian explained that it had once belonged to Yue Yunzi of Lingya Dongtian. The treasure could split into two halves and work as a teleportation gate. He had hidden one half inside the chair while carrying the other with him the whole time. The moment they entered his dragon palace, their fate was already sealed. As Li Yuntian casually spun the mysterious light mirror in his hand, he pretended to figure out how it worked. Fu Liangzi immediately panicked and shouted for him not to touch the treasure carelessly. He could not understand how Li Yuntian even knew about it. Li Yuntian continued playing with the artifact before smiling as if he had finally understood it. Then he quietly called out, "Cloud, come out." The next second, a tiny five-colored cloud appeared in his palm, glowing with a mystical light. He calmly explained that this was Gu Wuzi's true treasure, the mysterious radiant mist, forged from a five-colored cloud. Fu Liang's face turned deathly pale. He stammered as he asked how Li Yuntian even knew the method to control it, when his master had taught that secret to him alone. Li Yuntian looked at him with open mockery and asked what right he still had to call Gu Wuzi his master. He had personally killed his own teacher, yet he felt no guilt at all. Fu Liangzi quickly regained his composure and calmly replied that everyone was loyal only to their own master. He had been sent to infiltrate the Dao lineage from the very beginning, so there had never been any right or wrong. Hearing that, Li Yuntian burst into laughter that echoed through the hall. He said Gu Wuzi had truly misjudged them. Because he valued Fu Liangzi and Tan Liangzi so highly, he split the treasure in two, giving the mysterious light mirror to one and the mysterious radiant mist to the other. Sadly, neither of them managed to keep their treasure, and both eventually ended up in his hands. As he spoke, Li Yuntian even pretended to forget the treasure's real name. Sweat poured down Fu Liang's face as he trembled and asked how Li Yuntian knew so much. At that moment, a majestic voice suddenly spoke from behind them. It calmly answered that the treasure was called the Mist-Sealed Moon Palace. Fu Liangzi instantly turned around in shock and cried out, "Master!" Gu Wuzi's soul appeared in midair and coldly stared at his traitorous disciple. He asked if Fu Liangzi truly believed that nothing in this world was right or wrong. Fu Liangzi lowered his head with a sigh, as though he had accepted everything, and softly called him master. Then he calmly said that he was Fu Liangzi now, not the man he had been 46 years ago. Gu Wuzi nodded slightly and asked if that meant his feelings. For Ling Kongzi had also been fake, and what had become of the Dao heart that once swore to protect the righteous path? Fu Liangzi only smiled bitterly. He said emotions were nothing more than a way to pass the time. A wandering ghost like him had no need for a Dao heart, and Gu Wuzi's so-called righteous path meant nothing to him. That answer left Gu Wuzi trembling with anger, yet for a moment he had no words. Seeing the tension rise, Li Yuntian interrupted them. He told them to stop arguing, take Fu Liangzi back to Yun Mountain, and question him later. Gu Wuzi looked at Li Yuntian in surprise. He never expected Li Yuntian to hand Fu Liangzi over so willingly. Li Yuntian smiled and said that Gu Wuzi's information had made today's plan possible. He was not a petty man, so Gu Wuzi could take Fu Liangzi while he would keep the treasure. Then Li Yuntian pointed it out that both the Dao lineage and the Swords sect had already suffered heavy losses because of these people. Now was absolutely the wrong time for a full-scale war between the demons and the Dao lineage. Gu Wuzi collected Fu Liangzi's soul and nodded in agreement, but he still wondered why Li Yuntian was helping him. Li Yuntian replied that he was simply creating another chance to survive. In this world, there were no eternal enemies or friends, only lasting interests. But before they parted, he had one condition. Gu Wuzi asked him what it was. Li Yuntian's voice turned cold as he demanded an answer. Nearly everyone in Wei City had been slaughtered by the Dao lineage. Did they really think they could walk away without paying the price? Gu Wuzi hesitated before replying that those people were only mortals, while Li Yuntian was a demon. Hearing that, Li Yuntian exploded with anger. He declared that Wei City was his territory, and the slaughter of its people had stripped away his honor. The Dao lineage always claimed to protect the common people, so were the citizens of Wei City somehow not part of the world they swore to defend. Gu Wuzi could only smile bitterly and asked Li Yuntian not to push him further. He promised that after returning to Yun Mountain and settling everything, he would cripple his own cultivation inside the stone chamber and use all of his accumulated merit to repay the people of Wei City. If that still was not enough to atone for his sins, he would abandon his identity as a cultivator and swear on his Dao heart to be reborn as an ordinary man to repay the debt. Only then did Li Yuntian's expression soften. He nodded and wished Gu Wuzi a safe journey. Gu Wuzi cupped his hands toward Li Yuntian in farewell. A moment later, his figure slowly faded into the void. Li Yuntian remained standing there for a long time, silently watching the direction where Gu Wuzi had disappeared. After a while, Bai Yuntian slowly walked over and asked if everything was finally over. As she spoke, she casually tossed down a glowing sphere that imprisoned a soul. She said she had picked up a little gift during her walk. It was the snake spirit's soul after House Cricket knocked it out of its body. But this soul was unusual and unlike any normal demon. The instant it was released, it frantically reported that House Cricket was wreaking havoc at Xiankong Mountain and would soon head for Dongting. Li Yuntian glanced at the soul before turning to thank Bai Yuntian. Bai Yuntian simply shook her head and said there was no need because she was about to retrieve the dragon's soul. Li Yuntian's expression immediately changed. He anxiously asked if it really had to be done now, because Dongting's protective barrier depended entirely on the dragon's soul. If it was taken away now, he would be left in an extremely dangerous situation. Bai Yuntian immediately took control of the bound Hong Niangzi beside her and calmly revealed that the dragon's soul had left Dongting Lake long ago. She explained that the Jianmu seal had already been refined into Dongting Jun's daughter's body. The current barrier was only being sustained by the last traces of dragon power remaining in the flood dragon's skeleton at the bottom of the lake. After hearing that, Hong Niangzi looked straight at Li Yuntian with both determination and sadness, telling him it was finally time to end her life. Li Yuntian covered his face and laughed helplessly as he finally understood the whole truth. He had believed there was still room for negotiation because he had once promised to destroy her soul himself. Bai Yuntian smiled beautifully, but her eyes were icy. She said he could not gamble his life and everything he had built on trusting someone else. Since Hong Niangzi carried the dragon soul, taking her to meet her adoptive father was clearly the better choice. Besides, the true dragon was about to descend. If they delayed any longer, there would be no chance to escape. Even while being taken away, Hong Niangzi calmly turned back and told Li Yuntian not to worry about her. The next moment, Bai Yuntian revealed her true form as a gigantic flying bird and soared into the sky with Hong Niangzi, leaving behind only one sentence from above, telling him not to waste any more time. She added that with the dragon soul gone, the dragon energy beneath the lake was like a tree without roots. Dongting's barrier would last no more than one more day, so Li Yuntian should prepare for what came next. Liao Laodao hurried over in panic and anxiously asked what they should do now. Li Yuntian looked at him for a long moment before asking a single question. Did he want to keep living? The question left Liao Laodao speechless. Li Yuntian glanced at the two imprisoned souls, then turned to seventh string zither and the bound snake spirit, coldly telling them that since they all knew each other, they had better answer every question he asked. Before long, the entire room was filled with the heavy smell of blood. Seventh string zither was tied tightly to a pillar, covered in wounds as blood kept flowing. Tortured to her limit, she could only scream and beg for mercy. Standing outside the door, Liao Laodao shivered as he listened to the agonizing screams. A while later, the door opened, and Li Yuntian walked out looking completely exhausted. Liao Laodao immediately stepped forward and asked what he had learned. Li Yuntian rested his head on the old man's thin shoulder and spoke in a heavy voice. He admitted that he hated hurting women more than anything, but this time, he had been driven into a corner. Liao Laodao patted his shoulder and reminded him that they were demons, his enemies, not human beings. Li Yuntian gave a bitter smile and muttered that every one of those demons was completely insane. After calming himself, he summarized what he had learned. The situation at Xiankong Mountain was now clear. Both Yache and the Evil King had been injured. The Evil King remained at Xiankong Mountain, while Yache was already on the way here. He recalled his promise to Gu Wuzi that the Dao lineage would no longer interfere with Dongting Lake. Once the barrier collapsed, he would lead everyone away from Wei City. As he spoke, Li Yunti took out a scroll and placed it in Liao Laodao's hand. He instructed him not to open it until he was close to Xiankong Mountain, then hide immediately afterward and make sure to stay alive. Liao Laodao gripped the scroll tightly with red eyes and urged Li Yuntian to be careful as well. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light enveloped Liao Laodao and teleported him away. Not long after, the entire sky trembled violently as Dongting Lake's barrier began shattering piece by piece. Right then, Yache appeared above Li Yuntian, laughed loudly, called him little brother, and said they had finally met again. Li Yuntian could only click his tongue and sigh that trouble never seemed to end. Without wasting a second, he turned around and fled at full speed. Yache chased close behind, calling him little brother and telling him to stop running so they could talk. He also demanded to know why Li Yuntian had tricked him into going to Xiankong Mountain. While flying, Li Yuntian sneered and replied that if Yache was really his second brother, then why had he tried to kill him last night? Yache immediately denied it and claimed he only sleepwalked once in a while. Li Yuntian fired back, asking why he never wondered why he kept running around for no reason every night. That question made Yache freeze for a moment as he fell deep into thought. The chase continued through the sky, and before long, Wei City appeared ahead. Yache laughed arrogantly, saying it was foolish to think hiding inside Wei City could save him. As Li Yuntian reached the city, he let out a mighty roar. Golden light erupted from his body as he transformed into a massive true dragon soaring across the sky. The Taoists guarding the city turned pale the moment they saw the enormous dragon. Shouts instantly echoed everywhere as everyone rushed to defend Wei City. Li Yuntian descended into the city, shaking the ground with a thunderous impact. At that very moment, the evil king suddenly appeared in front of him with overwhelming, killing intent. He sneered that he had expected Li Yuntian to come, and today both Li Yuntian and the Tao lineage cultivators would die. Li Yuntian only smiled before quickly forming hand seals and shouting that everyone was finally here. Tonight would become a battle remembered for ages. The moment he spoke, the grand formation inside Wei City activated. The Tao lineage cultivators hurriedly unleashed their treasures as countless white bronze mirrors lit up at once. In the blink of an eye, endless points of light filled both the inside and outside of Wei City like a sky full of stars. The Taoists shouted in unison that the city's grand formation had been activated and all demons would be wiped out. But everything unfolded far beyond their expectations as the beams from the mirrors suddenly changed direction and targeted the demon army instead. The evil king was horrified as the formation drained the spiritual power from his body at an unbelievable speed. He could not believe the grand formation had gone out of control. He kept roaring in confusion because they were never supposed to be within the formation's attack range. On the other side, Yache suffered the same fate as the formation forcibly absorbed his spiritual power without stopping. Standing in the middle of the raging energy storm, Li Yuntian laughed wildly and declared that anyone who wanted to slay a dragon would need far more power than before. Seeing this, Yache turned deathly pale and muttered that Li Yuntian had truly gone insane. The two silently faced each other in the sky as the suffocating tension grew heavier by the second. Before long, crimson clouds rolled in and dyed the entire sky blood red. Li Yuntian quietly let out a sigh of relief, glad the grand formation was not targeting him. Helping Gu Wuzi in exchange for control of the formation had turned out to be a worthwhile deal. Even so, he still wondered if everything was really over. At that moment, the shadow of a colossal true dragon appeared within the crimson clouds, fading in and out as its terrifying pressure froze heaven and earth. As if he had expected this all along, Li Yuntian calmly folded his hands and waited, quietly saying that it had finally arrived. In the next instant, the true dragon appeared before him. Its blazing eyes looked down from above as its voice thundered across the heavens, asking if he knew his own crime. Li Yuntian lowered his head respectfully, but explained that he had never meant any disrespect. He simply knew the true dragon would refuse to meet him, so he had no choice but to use a few tricks to fight for a chance to survive. The true dragon remained unmoved and coldly repeated the same question. Did he admit his crime or not? Seeing there was no room for compromise, Li Yuntian raised his head and asked if the true dragon had come because of Chu Longzi's death. If that was the reason, then he admitted his guilt. The true dragon let out a cold snort as its overwhelming aura intensified. It declared that Li Yuntian had 15 minutes to defend himself. Li Yuntian simply shrugged and admitted that he had indeed killed Chu Longzi. There was nothing to deny. Hearing that direct confession, the true dragon coldly replied that it understood. The enormous dragon immediately coiled its body as dazzling golden light burst across the sky. As the golden light faded, a breathtaking woman with dragon horns stood before Li Yuntian. Her noble presence was overwhelming. She looked at him with icy eyes and declared that since he admitted his guilt, he must accept the punishment. Li Yuntian immediately bowed deeply and respectfully asked the true dragon to judge him according to the law. The dragon lady slowly listed every charge against him. He had killed Chu Longzi, ruined the plan at Dongting, allowed Bai Yuntian to take the dragon's soul, and even protected the Tao lineage cultivators. Every crime would be counted together. Li Yuntian immediately objected. He admitted only to killing Chu Longzi and refused to accept any of the other accusations. He explained that he had been completely alone at the time, and all he could do was survive. Besides, Dongting Jun had abandoned Dongting and left. In that situation, he doubted anyone could have handled it any better. The dragon lady narrowed her eyes as she studied him. Her voice softened slightly, carrying both curiosity and a hint of admiration. If what he said was true, then he really was capable, and killing him would be a waste. Li Yuntian showed no humility and openly agreed. After a long silence, the dragon lady finally decided to give him one chance. Li Yuntian was briefly caught off guard. Seizing the rare opportunity, he immediately pledged his loyalty. He promised that if the Dragon Lord protected him, he would never hesitate, even if it meant shedding blood or walking into certain death. The Dragon Lady ignored his flattery and calmly gave him a mission. Within 1 month, if he could make the entire Wei River Basin, from Taya Mountain in the northeast to Longku Harbor in the west, submit to him, he would officially become the Lord of the Wei River. Li Yuntian frowned and sighed that 1 month was not even enough time to travel across the entire Wei River. The Dragon Lady cut off any attempt to bargain. She explained that Zhu had lacked the ability to govern even 1/10 of the Wei River. Now she was handing all of that authority to Li Yuntian. If he still failed, there would never be another chance. However, before taking control of the Wei River, he first had to earn Zhu approval. After saying that, the Dragon Lady's figure gradually faded and vanished. Seeing her about to leave, Li Yuntian hurriedly called out and asked why she would ignore even her own son. The Dragon Lady gave no answer. Her figure simply shrank until it completely disappeared into the void. The moment she vanished, Ya Che's figure slowly appeared where she had been standing. Having just awakened from his dazed state, he had no idea what had happened, but his rage exploded as he roared and charged to kill Li Yuntian. Even though Li Yuntian had prepared himself, the terrifying blow still threw him completely off balance, tossing him around like a tiny boat in a raging sea. He widened his eyes at the strange scene unfolding before him. A majestic emperor wearing a dragon robe stood between heaven and earth as a towering phantom. Its aura surpassed even Gu Wuzi and Ya Che, leaving Li Yuntian wondering who this terrifying figure could be. Before he could think any further, countless attacks rained down from the emperor's phantom. The surrounding waters erupted into violent waves under the overwhelming force. Li Yuntian was blasted far away by the shockwave, his heart filled with shock. He silently cursed his luck. If the aftershock alone could send him flying, then the true power of the attack was beyond imagination. The emperor's phantom suddenly let out a thunderous roar and declared that one day he would personally wipe every one of them out. Before the final words had even faded, the phantom vanished into nothingness. Hearing the figure refer to himself as this emperor, Li Yuntian fell into deep thought. After the phantom disappeared, a group of overwhelmingly powerful cultivators appeared on the shore, led by none other than Gu Wuzi. Gu Wuzi looked at Li Yuntian coldly and demanded that he open the barrier and hand over Dongting. Li Yuntian's expression immediately turned grim. Before it had only been Ya Che's avatar. This time his true body had arrived. He quietly observed the entire group before slowly rising above the water. His mind raced as he guessed Hong Niangzi had probably taken the chance to slip beneath the lake. All he had to do now was stall them a little longer. With that thought, Li Yuntian took the initiative and flew straight toward them. He pretended to be helpless, saying he could not open the barrier either. He had wanted to leave himself, but prosperous Wei City had already been reduced to ruins, and he did not even know whether his followers were still alive. Gu Wuzi curled his lips into a cold smile and meaningfully asked if Li Yuntian knew who he had just killed. Li Yuntian calmly replied that with such an overwhelming force gathered here, they certainly had not come for his subordinates. Judging by the chaos just now, Emperor Li had probably already been dealt with. Gu Wuzi calmly confirmed it. Emperor Li had killed several Dao lineage cultivators before fleeing toward Wei City, but Gu Wuzi and all his disciples had remained here the entire time. Unfortunately, Emperor Li was no longer at the peak of his former strength. Even weakened, killing him still cost the Dao lineage a great deal. If not for that goal, Gu Wuzi would never have let Li Yuntian enter Dongting so easily before. Gu Wuzi then looked Li Yuntian in the eye and once again demanded that he hand over Dongting. He added that because of Li Yuntian's connection to the twin saints, he might still be accepted into the Dao lineage despite being a demon. He declared that he was not like Lang Kongzi. Once he gave his word, he would keep it. This was Li Yuntian's final chance to choose. Li Yuntian lowered his head and thought quietly for a moment. After a while, he looked up and let out a mocking laugh. He bluntly asked if the Dao lineage was about to wage an all-out war against the demons. The moment the question left his mouth, killing intent erupted from the cultivators standing beside Gu Wuzi. One of them could no longer hold back. He shouted, demanding to know how Li Yuntian knew about it and accusing him of working with the demons. Li Yuntian remained perfectly calm. He slowly explained that the Dao lineage had mobilized such a massive force, kept sending more people here, and was determined to seize Dongting. The only explanation was the true dragon's soul hidden beneath the lake. Anyone bold enough to target the true dragon's soul had to be preparing for war. He could think of no other reason for such a massive operation. Hearing that, the cultivator's face turned bright red with anger. He shouted that Li Yuntian had clearly colluded with the demons. Otherwise, how could he know the secret of the true dragon's soul inside Dongting? He cursed Li Yuntian for wasting such incredible talent by throwing away his future instead of living as a decent person and choosing the path of the demons. Li Yuntian frowned impatiently and coldly asked who this loudmouth even was. The man immediately introduced himself as Wei Zhenzi. He explained that years ago, Li Yuntian's mother had been captured by an evil cultivator and later gave birth to him. She had long since passed away, but because Wei Zhenzi had once shared a special bond with her, he had decided to offer Li Yuntian a few words of advice today. Only then did Gu Wuzi explain that Wei Zhenzi was one of the 7 sons of Longya under his command, and had indeed known Li Yuntian's mother. Li Yuntian merely curled his lips into a faint smile and sarcastically suggested that Wei Zhenzi stay quiet and preserve at least a little dignity as a cultivator. Wei Zhenzi immediately exploded with rage. Through gritted teeth, he shouted that if an evil cultivator had not interfered years ago, Li Yuntian's mother would have become his Dao companion. At that moment, Gu Wuzi raised a hand to stop him and told him to calm down. Gu Wuzi then calmly explained that Wei Zhenzi's relationship with Li Yuntian's mother had always been complicated. Bringing his avatar here today was simply meant to prove that everything Gu Wuzi had told Li Yuntian before was true. After a brief pause, Gu Wuzi looked directly at him and said Li Yuntian probably already knew his mother was a descendant of the twin saints, which meant he carried that bloodline as well. But what Li Yuntian did not understand was that the Dao lineage and the sword sect actually viewed him much the same way Wei Zhenzi did. They mourned the tragedy that had befallen his mother, while also feeling frustrated that no one had stood up to change that fate. Guozi's voice grew much softer. He said his mother's tragedy had been caused by others and was never Li Yuntian's fault. A lonely young man struggling to survive, making mistakes, and killing people he never should have killed was simply the result of being driven into a corner. Things had never been as simple as they seemed. He added that Li Yuntian still carried the bloodline of the twin saints. Cultivators did not place much importance on bloodlines, but the karma between them still remained. Gu Wuzi reached out his hand with complete sincerity. If Li Yuntian opened Dongting's barrier and returned to the mountain with him, it did not matter whether he chose to destroy his cultivation and start over or remain a demon. Both paths would be accepted. Gu Wuzi continued, saying that the lives of demons looked free on the surface, but without limits or principles, true happiness could never be found. In the end, Li Yuntian had been born human, so the Dao lineage was where he truly belonged. Finally, Gu Wuzi spoke just one simple sentence. He hoped Li Yuntian would turn back. Faced with such sincere advice, Li Yuntian could only let out a quiet sigh. He shook his head and said he truly had no way to open Dongting's barrier. Gu Wuzi still refused to give up. He gently replied that they would eventually find a solution. But this time, Li Yuntian suddenly cut him off. He declared that even if he could open the barrier, he never would. Everything he had done over the past few months was not just to survive. It was also his way of escaping the fear that had haunted him for so long. He admitted that the Dao lineage and the sword sect had rules and order. Joining them might even earn him special treatment. But in the end, he would only become another cog living by rules made by someone else. Gu Wuzi immediately argued that the demon world also had its own hierarchy and order. The Dao lineage and sword sect might not represent absolute light, but demons unquestionably belonged to darkness. Li Yuntian simply shook his head and replied with a mocking smile that the two were never the same. In his view, even young Master Qiu, after becoming a demon, had still protected the Southern Wei River and safeguarded its people. Meanwhile, a true realm cultivator like Gu Wuzi had to rely on endless schemes just to seize Wei City, even sacrificing 36 fellow disciples to lure him into a trap. Li Yuntian finished with unwavering determination. After coming this far and receiving so many opportunities, if he failed to reach the very peak of the world, he would never forgive himself. What he truly wanted was to control his own fate. Gu Wuzi let out a quiet sigh and looked at Li Yuntian with deep regret, as though he were already staring at someone destined to fail. He said that by tomorrow, cultivators from across Qing Kingdom would begin arriving at Dongting. If the true dragon's soul really existed beneath the lake, the Dao lineage would claim it. With that, Gu Wuzi cast another spell, making the barrier surrounding Dongting Lake even stronger. His voice echoed across the heavens as he declared that afterward, the Dao lineage would wipe every demon from the world. Finally, he asked Li Yuntian if this was truly the path he had chosen. Li Yuntian only smiled faintly to himself, realizing that both the demons and humanity had now abandoned him. But what puzzled him even more was why Gu Wuzi had willingly revealed all of this. Without another word, Li Yuntian turned and headed back to Jun Mountain. As soon as he arrived, he found Hong Niangzi already waiting for him. He quietly walked over and stood beside her as the two silently gazed across the endless lake. After a long silence, Hong Niangzi finally spoke. She said her father had never allowed her to come here before, but now he no longer had the power to stop her. She worriedly asked if Li Yuntian was hurt. She had been too afraid of the Taoist to come closer and had no idea what had happened over there. Li Yuntian simply replied with a few quiet words. The war had already begun. Hong Niangzi looked at him in confusion, unable to grasp what he meant. Li Yuntian explained that the Dao lineage and the demons were about to enter a full-scale war. The Dao lineage's goal was to exterminate every demon in the world. After hearing that, Hong Niangzi quietly stood up and sighed. If war had to come, then so be it. She gently took his hand, looked at him with a warm smile, and said this place had always felt lifeless to her. Now that her father was gone, the two of them could build a small wooden pavilion on Jun Mountain. Whenever they had time, they could sit there together, drink tea, share wine, and chat. She asked if that would not be a wonderful life. Li Yuntian frowned in confusion and asked why she was not afraid of a war that would affect every demon in the world. Hong Niangzi gave a bitter smile. She said fear would not change anything. She was only a weak demon with little strength. Before the great demon lords, she was nothing more than a chess piece, and the fate of the world had never been hers to decide. To her, the happiest days of her life were the ones she was spending beside Li Yuntian right now. After that, the two slowly climbed the stone steps back inside. After walking for a while, Li Yuntian suddenly noticed something unusual about Hong Niangzi. He realized she seemed to be hiding the tension in her heart. After a long silence, Hong Niangzi sadly said, they were both trapped inside Dongting, while humans and demons slaughtered each other outside. If the demons won in the end, they could continue living peaceful lives together. She paused for a moment before giving a sorrowful smile. But if humanity won, she hoped Li Yuntian would personally kill her so she could finally be free. Li Yuntian immediately cut her off. He said this war might have nothing to do with her, but it had everything to do with him. Then he demanded that she tell him how to break Dongting's barrier. Hong Niangzi smiled sadly and reminded him that she had once told him her father had refined the tailfire and Jianmu into her body, allowing her to withstand yang energy and sense Dongting's barrier. But her father had never taught her how to remove the barrier herself. Even so, she was the formation core of the entire Grand Formation. If the formation core were destroyed, Dongting's barrier would collapse on its own. She calmly told Li Yuntian that if he truly wanted to leave Dongting, all he had to do was kill her. Li Yuntian froze in silence. Hong Niangzi did not wait for an answer. She simply turned away and told him to think it over before coming to see her. As she walked away, she said she would gather wood to build a pavilion. Maybe her father had left some fine tea so they could still share one last cup. Looking down at his own hands, Li Yuntian fell deep into thought. He mocked himself, wondering if he still had a shred of humanity left. After all, killing Hong Niangzi would let him escape Dongting at once, and even give him the choice to stand with the Tao orthodoxy. Moments later, the hesitation vanished from Li Yuntian's eyes, replaced by icy resolve. He shot into the sky, leaving Hong Niangzi behind, while swearing he would never follow the path Dongting Jun had prepared for him. In his view, only those who held the power to choose could shape the future. To do that, he first had to take control of all Dongting. Vast Dongting Lake stretched across 6 prefectures and 2 regions, with endless waters reaching beyond the horizon. The barrier created by Gu Wuzi was truly terrifying, hiding everything outside after only one night. Every dock fell into ruin as thick fog covered the lake, cutting off the livelihood of countless fishermen. But Li Yuntian had no time to worry about any of that. He kept flying around the lake, carefully studying the terrain. Just circling the entire lake took 3 full days. He could not understand why such a massive lake, filled with countless evil Jiaos born from the true dragon's power, had produced only one yin god, Hong Niangzi. He knew Hong Niangzi was the path Dongting Jun had intentionally left for him, but he refused to believe there was only one way forward. While thinking, his eyes suddenly caught a strange object floating near the lake, and he stopped at once. Looking closer, he realized it was a boat. It surprised him because this island seemed to still have people living on it. Judging from the remaining traces, he guessed it belonged to someone who had been shipwrecked. If it had been an ordinary person, they should have died long ago. He continued observing the area around the boat for a while longer. Before long, a thin trail of smoke rose from the small island ahead. Confirming that someone was still alive, Li Yuntian immediately landed to investigate. Outside a cave, an elderly man sat quietly beside a campfire. The moment Li Yuntian approached, the old man quickly noticed him. He turned and asked if Li Yuntian had also drifted here after a disaster. Li Yuntian spread his hands with a faint smile and nodded. The old man sighed with a helpless smile, saying he thought he was the only unlucky one until he met another person in the same situation. Li Yuntian quietly studied him. A normal man stranded on such an isolated island should not have been this calm, making him even more cautious. The old man simply laughed and said he was 68 years old. His children had tricked him onto a boat, secretly drilled holes in the hull, and tried to kill him. He escaped on a small boat, survived a violent storm, and was rescued onto the island by an old servant who later died. He ended with a laugh, saying that since heaven had spared his life, he might as well enjoy it. Then he curiously asked where Li Yuntian had come from. Li Yuntian smiled and half-jokingly replied that he came from the great Tang of the eastern land. The old man smiled warmly and said it must be a wonderful place. Not wanting to discuss his identity further, Li Yuntian changed the subject and said that, since they were both stranded here, he could help gather food if needed. The old man pointed at the pile of seashells nearby and waved him off. They were not leftovers but empty shells collected from the shore. He added that he still had an old servant and asked Li Yuntian to wait a moment. After saying that, he bent down and picked up a sharp shell. Then he slowly walked into the dark cave. His voice echoed from inside, saying that because Li Yuntian had called them fellow castaways, he would treat him to a meal today. Before long, chilling sounds came from inside the cave while Li Yuntian stood there waiting in silence. A few minutes later, the old man came out carrying a large piece of fresh red meat. He explained that meat kept in a cold place would not spoil quickly and could simply be sliced when needed. Li Yuntian's gaze immediately locked onto the meat, and his brows slowly furrowed. The old man calmly placed the meat on a stone and sliced it into thin pieces with the shell, muttering that in nature you either eat others or get eaten, and humans were no different. He had no interest in such childish tests. The old man chuckled and denied testing him. He simply wondered why some people willingly turned themselves into beasts. Li Yuntian's face darkened at once, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He asked if the old man had already realized he was a demon and demanded to know his identity. The old man kept smiling calmly and said his name and past no longer mattered. Since living by this lake, anyone he met simply called him the old man of the lake. Li Yuntian shook his head with a helpless smile and said there was no need to act so mysterious. Then he asked for the old man's real name. The old man briefly replied that his surname was Su. After looking Li Yuntian over, he smiled and said a demon with such cultivation surely had great skills. Since there was meat, they should also have good wine. Li Yuntian said nothing and simply flicked his sleeve. A large jar of wine instantly appeared in his hand. He said it was Nanchun wine from a tavern in Weicheng, though he did not know if that place still existed. The old man nodded with approval and recognized it as a fine wine at a glance. He said the meat still needed more time. Since Li Yuntian had brought wine, he should take a walk and return later. Li Yuntian smiled bitterly and joked that a few steps could never solve the troubles in his heart. But at that very moment, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. Behind him, a silent manor had somehow appeared in the middle of the deserted island. Li Yuntian stood frozen in shock at the sight. The old man simply smiled and slowly told him to go take a look. Without any hesitation, Li Yuntian followed a narrow path through the bamboo forest and entered the estate. Watching his figure disappear, the old man returned to the fire and quietly sighed, saying he truly was a good child. As he walked, Li Yuntian carefully observed his surroundings. Beyond the lush bamboo forest, everything was covered in thick mist, completely different from the island's bleak landscape. Before long, an old temple came into view. He immediately sped up and pushed the door open. The instant he stepped inside, two talismans lit up and shot straight at him. Li Yuntian casually shattered the golden attacks and immediately found the technique strangely familiar. Dust filled the temple as panicked voices shouted for everyone to run. Reacting instantly, Li Yuntian grabbed a little demon, trying to hide, and lifted it into the air. Looking at its tiny body, he asked why so few were left and whether the battle had caused such heavy losses. The little demon trembled all over, stared at him with wide eyes, and stammered as it asked if he was really the boss. Li Yuntian immediately shouted for it to stop being afraid, because it really was him. The little demon still looked doubtful and called out to the others behind it. A voice from the darkness immediately replied that there was no need to question it because it truly was the boss. Right after that, Liu Laodao crawled out from behind a pillar. After rubbing his eyes for a closer look, he happily cried out that it really was Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian casually set the little demon down, folded his arms, and seriously said that if even the secret signal was not enough, he could recite the full code phrase as well. Hearing those familiar words, Liu Laodao burst into laughter, slapped his thigh, and said only Li Yuntian could say something that strange. Even after the joy of seeing him again, Liu Laodao still looked shaken. Seeing his miserable condition, Li Yuntian immediately asked where everyone else was. Liu Laodao sighed and began recounting everything that had happened on the day Wei Cheng fell into chaos. He only knew that the 4 generals had led the Yin soldiers out of the city and were probably still waiting there. As for himself, he took Jiaxin out of the city to find them, but they never managed to meet. Later, a great demon in yellow robes appeared, followed by a group of Taoist cultivators battling the Yin gods. During the chaos, he had to flee and became separated from Jiaxin. Thinking Jiaxin might have returned to the Qiao family, he went there instead. He did not find her, but he did run into Sun He. Only then did Sun He dare peek out from hiding behind the others, crying as he complained that the Taoist cultivators were terrifying. Li Yuntian ignored the complaint and immediately asked about the situation in the city and what had happened to Shi Guizi. Liu Laodao sighed again, his face still filled with fear as he recalled that day. He said Wei Cheng had completely descended into chaos. The ruined palace was surrounded by Taoist cultivators on every side, and the city walls had all been destroyed. Remembering Lin Qian's instructions, Ni Di escorted Shi Guizi out and handed him over to Liu Laodao. Luckily, Li Yuntian had left a clone at Nanshan earlier and entrusted Shi Guizi to Ni Di in the ruined palace. That was how she survived, while Ni Di stayed behind alone to hold off the Taoist cultivators. Liu Laodao said he waited outside the city for a long time and only saw blinding light covering the sky. Then everything suddenly went silent, and even now he had no idea how it all ended. Li Yuntian turned to the unconscious Shi Guizi on the ground and worriedly asked if she had been injured. Liu Laodao nodded and said she had been struck by Taoist magic while escaping. Li Yuntian's face darkened as he silently cursed the Taoist cultivators. Then he pressed on, asking what happened afterward, why everyone had ended up here, and whether anyone had impersonated him to gather information. Tan Huamiao anxiously cut in, saying they had kept walking until they became trapped in this place. Liu Laodao shook his head in confusion and said the whole thing was incredibly strange. At first, they had only planned to hide in an old temple outside the city, but thick fog surrounded everything, and no matter how far they walked, passing through the mist always brought them back to the same temple. When night fell, groups of people began appearing one after another, each claiming to belong to Xingir. But after asking only a few questions, they knew every one of them was fake. There was no way so many identical Xingirs could exist. Suddenly remembering something important, Li Yuntian quickly asked Liu Laodao if he had ever met an old man. Before Liu Laodao could answer, his body suddenly twisted in a bizarre way. Then he slowly vanished before Li Yuntian's eyes. Startled, Li Yuntian reached out to stop him and shouted for him to wait. The moment his voice faded, the entire scene around him shattered. Liu Laodao and the little demons all disappeared, leaving only Old Man Su calmly eating meat. The old man smiled, held out a piece of meat, and casually invited Li Yuntian to try it, praising its wonderful flavor. Li Yuntian accepted the piece of meat from him. Even so, he stayed on guard and directly asked if the old man belonged to the Tao orthodoxy. The old man only laughed and said he was nothing more than someone who had died in a previous life. Then he dismissed the question as unimportant and told Li Yuntian to taste the meat first if he wanted to know what true delicacy was. Filled with questions, Li Yuntian asked whether everything he had just seen had only been an illusion. The old man smiled mysteriously and replied that it was real yet not entirely real. Li Yuntian stood up and respectfully bowed, believing the old man had secretly protected those people, and sincerely thanked him. But the old man simply waved his hand and denied doing anything at all. Li Yuntian asked why the old man had been waiting for him. Instead of answering, the old man gestured for him to eat the meat first. Without further hesitation, Li Yuntian raised the meat to his mouth and swallowed it. After he finished eating, the old man smiled and asked how it tasted. Li Yuntian could not hide his surprise. The meat was so delicious that it surpassed his imagination, making him realize there were still rare ingredients he had never known existed. Seeing his reaction, the old man burst into laughter and asked if he could guess what kind of meat it was. Li Yuntian's eyes immediately turned cold, suspecting the old man was about to say it was human flesh. but he quickly said that as a demon, he could easily tell human flesh from anything else. The old man laughed even harder, called him interesting, and said that since he had enjoyed the meal, he should help with one task. The old man then made a strange request. He said he had only 30 days left to live and wanted Li Yuntian to stay with him during that time. If he was satisfied, he would repay him with a great favor. But if he was displeased, he would not help Li Yuntian in any way. Li Yuntian carefully examined the old man, puzzled because he looked perfectly healthy and nothing like someone with only a month left to live. The old man stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and sighed softly, saying only that no one could know such things in advance. Then he suddenly asked a deeply philosophical question. You do not eat human flesh, but what truly makes someone human? As the old man stood, Li Yuntian suddenly noticed a human leg lying behind him. His entire body instantly tensed as he quietly prepared for anything. The old man calmly explained that the creature had the same organs, meridians, and acupoints as a human. Hearing that, Li Yuntian pointed at the pile of meat and asked if it was actually a Dharma body. The old man confirmed that it was. The creature had been a giant-tailed river dolphin demon from the Lan River. It once served him and brought him ashore to seize something he possessed, but, in the end, it became his meal. What puzzled him was that, although it had a demon's Dharma body, its internal structure was almost identical to a human's. Not only that, demons were just as intelligent as humans, so he often wondered whether eating such a creature counted as eating a person or simply enjoying a meal. Li Yuntian laughed and stared sharply at the old man. He believed the old man had deliberately let him eat the meat before revealing the body to test his limits, asking why someone who could eat a creature so close to a human could not eat an actual human. Li Yuntian shook his head and seriously replied that the issue was not appearance. To him, the true difference between species lay in their inner nature. The old man burst into laughter that echoed across the island, praised him as truly interesting, and said that the difference between the Tao orthodoxy and demons also came down to that same core. Li Yuntian could only smile bitterly inside. What he had really meant was the difference in species and bloodline, not what the old man had interpreted. While he was still thinking, the old man suddenly asked if he had ever ridden an evil dragon through the skies. The moment the words left his mouth, the lake around the island erupted into violent waves. A massive shadow like a flood dragon circled beneath the water before bursting through the surface and soaring into the sky. The old man immediately pulled Li Yuntian onto the monster's back, while casually scolding it not to splash water on his clothes. The evil dragon obediently followed the order and carried them swiftly toward the horizon, where the sun was rising. High above the clouds, the old man turned and asked how it felt. Li Yuntian smiled with a respectful salute and admitted that Master Su was truly a remarkable man worthy of admiration. Even so, he remarked that the creature only resembled a dragon and was not a true dragon. At best, it could only be called riding a dragon. The old man smiled knowingly, saying it seemed Li Yuntian had already seen through quite a few things. Li Yuntian calmly replied that if now was not the right time to explain, there would be another chance later. As for where Master Su wanted to take him or what he wanted him to do, he was ready to follow. The old man glanced at him and laughed, saying he had long heard of the human demon, Li Yuntian, so there was no need to pretend to be obedient. If Li Yuntian had truly been gentle, he would never have come looking for him. All he wanted was something interesting to entertain himself. He also promised that if Li Yuntian could satisfy him over the next month, he would grant one request before his time finally came. Li Yuntian sincerely thanked him for revealing his companion's whereabouts. He said Dongting was now his territory, and as the host, he should treat his guest well. He only wished to know what Master Su considered truly interesting. The old man pointed toward the crimson horizon, reflecting across the lake, and quietly asked if the view before them was not already worth enjoying. He told Li Yuntian to watch the lake glowing beneath the evening light. The wind rose and fell, sometimes gentle and sometimes fierce, as if all creation were whispering to mankind. Sky and water merged into one while the fading sunset slowly sank beyond the endless waves of Dongting Lake. To him, that alone was already something truly fascinating. Sadly, people let the trivial matters of the world cloud their eyes and could no longer appreciate such beauty. Li Yuntian smiled and fully agreed. Then he went along with the old man's mood and suggested they find a few interesting things to do together. The old man instantly brightened, lightly patted the evil dragon on the head, and told it to dive into the water. The evil dragon immediately lowered its head and plunged into the depths of the lake. As night gradually fell, the scene shifted to Junshan. There, a newly built wooden hall was nearly complete. Li Yuntian led the old man into the main hall of the Ziwei Palace and invited him to rest. The old man nodded with satisfaction, saying today had been entertaining enough, they could continue tomorrow, and Li Yuntian should also get some rest. As he left, Li Yuntian looked at the building in the distance and laughed. He had only been gone for a few days, yet Hong Niangzi had truly finished an entire palace. Inside the newly built hall, Hong Niangzi sat alone beneath the moon, quietly drinking wine while admiring the scenery. After leaving the old man, Li Yuntian slowly walked over to her. Hong Niangzi looked at him curiously and asked why he had brought someone else back this time. Li Yuntian sat beside her and explained that the man was no ordinary person but a true extraordinary expert. Hong Niangzi looked even more surprised. In her eyes, he was simply Master Su who lived by Su Town Lake, so she did not understand what made him so extraordinary. Now it was Li Yuntian's turn to be surprised as he asked if she knew him. Hong Niangzi rested her head on his shoulder with a smile and said she had met Master Su many years ago. She explained that the Su family had originally lived by fishing. One day, Master Su's great-grandfather accidentally hauled up an entire chest of treasure from the lake, and the family prospered from then on. Ever since, every generation had regarded Dongting Lake as a blessed land, and she herself had watched Master Su grow up since childhood. As a child, he had always been different. He refused to study, had no interest in business, and only wanted to wander the world, nearly wasting the family fortune. Later, his two sons took turns managing the household, and things finally stabilized. But as he grew older, his behavior only became even stranger. That was why Hong Niangzi could not understand why Li Yuntian considered someone like Master Su to be such an extraordinary man. After hearing the story, Li Yuntian's expression turned serious. He stared at Hong Niangzi and asked if everything she had just said was truly the truth. Hong Niangzi gently closed her eyes, rested her head on his shoulder, and sweetly replied that of course it was true because she had never lied to him. Then she playfully blamed Li Lang instead, saying he was the one hiding countless secrets. But while she was enjoying that peaceful moment, she opened her eyes again and found that the man beside her had vanished, leaving her alone in the silent hall. By then, Li Yuntian had already turned into a streak of light, racing across the lake while sorting through every strange clue in his mind. The more he thought about it, the less it made sense. According to Hong Niangzi, Master Su was nothing more than a carefree and useless old man. So why did the one he met possess such unfathomable powers? While flying through the sky, his gaze suddenly dropped toward the land below. On the southern shore of Dongting Lake in Hainan region, a large funeral was taking place beside the water. What shocked him was that he could still clearly see the shoreline from here. Had Gu Wuzi's barrier already failed? Filled with questions, he immediately descended to investigate. When he arrived, he discovered that the funeral was for none other than Master Su. Mournful cries echoed everywhere, as everyone lamented Master Su's sudden passing. Li Yuntian disguised himself as a scholar and walked over to ask a nearby man whose funeral it was. The man looked at him in surprise and asked if he really did not know. This was the funeral of Master Su from Su Town. Hearing that, Li Yuntian froze and asked again to make sure. The man sighed and explained that it had originally been Master Su's birthday celebration. The whole family had gone boating on the lake when a violent storm suddenly struck. Then thick fog covered the lake for days, and even now his body had never been found. Li Yuntian fell into thought. The storm the man mentioned was the very day Gu Wuzi had thrown Dongting Lake into chaos. The man continued sighing, worrying that with the Su family suffering such heavy losses, Su Town would never be peaceful again. He even warmly invited Li Yuntian to stay for the funeral meal. But when he turned to continue speaking, Li Yuntian had already disappeared without a trace. Leaving the funeral behind, Li Yuntian flew to a mountain near the lake and quietly reflected. 3 completely different images of Master Su filled his mind. To ordinary people, he was the wealthy head of a great family. To Hong Niangzi, he was simply an old man who loved to fool around. But the man Li Yuntian had personally met was an unfathomable master with incredible Taoist powers. He could not stop wondering which one was the truth. Or had Master Su deliberately created all those layers of illusion for him to see? Thinking of that, Li Yuntian immediately dived back into the lake, determined to find the answer himself. Since Dongting now belonged to him, he decided to first summon every yin god and demon in the region to see whether they would truly obey his command. Before long, Li Yuntian transformed into his true dragon form. His mighty roar shook the entire lake as he ordered every demon, great or small, to immediately appear before the Dragon King. His command spread through the flowing waters to every corner of Dongting Lake. Yet even after waiting a long time, not a single demon appeared. That only left him even more confused. He could not help mocking himself, wondering if his reputation was so weak that no one was willing to obey him. Just then, the tail of a fish peeked out from behind a nearby rock. Li Yuntian immediately shouted for the creature to stop hiding because he had already spotted it. Then he ordered it to come out and asked why it had come alone. A timid merman carrying a trident slowly swam out and explained that all the cave lords and demon generals were attending a meeting with the 10th young master to discuss important matters. He was only a patrol guard, which was why he happened to be here. The moment he heard that name, Li Yuntian frowned in confusion. He immediately asked who this 10th young master was. The merman smiled and explained that the 10th young master was the 10th son of the divine dragon. Seeing how Li Yuntian was dressed, he had assumed he was also here to join the young master's forces. Li Yuntian coldly denied it, saying he had not come to seek anyone's protection. He had only left Tongtian Sea in search of a peaceful place, yet somehow ended up trapped in an even more chaotic land. The merman laughed and said that explained why Li Yuntian did not know. The 10th young master had lived in Dongting Lake since birth and had never left. With Dongting Jun gone, every water tribe now followed his orders. He even warmly invited Li Yuntian to come and meet him. Hearing that, Li Yuntian immediately grabbed the merman by his whiskers and demanded to know when the divine dragon had gained a 10th son. The merman winced in pain, begged him to let go, and swore he was not making it up. He hurriedly explained that the 10th young master was different from the other 9. He had been born by absorbing the dragon aura of heaven and earth within Dongting Lake. After completing his cultivation, he gained the divine dragon bloodline and was considered a child of heaven and earth. He chose to remain in Dongting because he had no interest in competing with the true dragon princes. After hearing that, Li Yuntian quietly guessed that the so-called 10th young master was probably just a flood dragon that had accidentally obtained dragon aura. Releasing the merman, Li Yuntian changed the subject and asked why his clothes alone made the merman think he had come to join the 10th young master. The merman honestly replied that the 10th young master called himself a dragon and his residence the Dragon Palace. Because of that, the 36 cave lords and 72 demon commanders all dressed like dragons and proudly called themselves dragon nobles to flatter him. Li Yuntian gave a mocking smile and said it sounded like they were copying the Tao orthodoxy. The merman quickly waved his hands and explained that the 36 caves and 72 factions were simply names for the lake's demon, territories, and water clans, not human sects. At that moment, Li Yuntian released his dragon aura, and an overwhelming pressure instantly spread in every direction. He smiled faintly and said that someone as ambitious as the 10th young master had finally caught his interest. Feeling that terrifying aura, the merman turned pale and stammered as he asked if Li Yuntian was truly a dragon prince. He hurriedly apologized, saying he had only assumed the dragon aura came from the lake itself. When he heard Li Yuntian mention Tongtian Sea, the merman became even more shocked. He quickly asked if Li Yuntian was Tongtian Jun and why he too had become trapped inside Dongting. That single word too immediately caught Li Yuntian's attention. He stopped pressuring the merman and simply waved his hand, telling him to lead the way to the self-proclaimed 10th young master born of heaven and earth. Grateful to be spared, the merman quickly swam ahead while repeatedly apologizing. Li Yuntian ignored it and asked what the cave lords and demon commanders were discussing with the 10th young master. The merman admitted he did not know much. He only knew that the 10th young master had a friend named Su Zhizhang, the eldest son of the Su family chief from Su Town. Hearing that name, Li Yuntian was immediately surprised and asked if he was Master Su's son. The merman nodded repeatedly and told him the whole story. A few days earlier, Su Zhizhang had asked the 10th young master for help. He wanted to use a family boating trip to create a disaster and kill everyone on board. Since the 10th young master had received many benefits from Su Zhizhang over the years, he agreed. He stirred up huge waves to sink Master Su's boat while secretly escorting Su Zhizhang's own boat safely to shore. But things did not go as planned. A sudden torrential storm poured down from the sky, throwing the entire Dongting Lake into chaos. Even the 10th young master could no longer protect Su Zhizhang. Afterward, the 10th young master ordered every water tribe to search for the heads and bodies of the Su family so the entire family could be reunited. At the same time, he invited the demon kings to attend the funeral while secretly discussing how to break the seal imprisoning Dongting Lake. After hearing everything, Li Yuntian immediately understood. Master Su's own son had conspired with demons to murder his father. He smiled meaningfully and said that the head and body they were searching for sounded very much like what he had seen not long ago. The merman's eyes immediately lit up with excitement as he asked where they were. He said that if Li Yuntian presented such a gift to the 10th young master, he would surely be greatly pleased. But the merman quickly changed his mind, saying such a small matter was not worth troubling Li Yuntian with. The 10th young master's residence was just ahead, and he could search for them himself later. Li Yuntian smiled, praised his good judgment, and casually asked his name. The little demon immediately pointed at himself with a grin and introduced himself as Ba Nierba, a patrol guard serving under the 10th young master. But before he could finish, Li Yuntian raised a hand to stop him and coldly said that was enough. In that instant, a terrifying force completely enveloped Ba Nierba. Without another word, Li Yuntian smashed Ba Nierba's head apart with a single strike and took the token from his body. As he put it away, he reminded himself that even in his own territory, caution was still necessary. He then hid Ba Nierba's corpse inside a narrow crack in the rocks. Once everything was done, Li Yuntian used a transformation technique and took on the exact appearance of the dead merman. But after only a few steps, another demon appeared and loudly asked why he was still standing there instead of reporting to the 10th young master. Li Yuntian immediately spun around, pointed straight at him, and demanded to know if he remembered his name. The demon looked confused and replied that he was Ba Nierban, while the other was Ba Nierba. Had he really forgotten something that simple? Keeping the pressure on, Li Yuntian gripped his trident tightly and asked why the 10th young master had gathered the demon kings today, what he looked like, and what habits he usually had. Ba Nierban grew angry and declared that the other merman had clearly gone mad. But Li Yuntian refused to back down. He aimed the trident at the demon's face and coldly warned that if he did not answer, he would not show any mercy. Sensing the killing intent, Ba Nierban immediately changed his attitude. He guessed Ba Nierba must have encountered trouble during patrol and now suspected everyone of being an imposter. To prove his identity, he explained that the 10th young master had summoned the demon kings because a true realm demon had appeared in Dongting Lake and they needed to join forces to eliminate him. Only then did Li Yuntian lower the trident and smile, saying someone had just impersonated Ba Nierban and nearly tricked him into handing over his token. Ba Nierban was shocked and said that if a shape-shifting demon had really appeared in the lake, they had to report it to the 10th young master immediately. Li Yuntian sneered inwardly. It seemed Ba Nierba had indeed lied about many things. He casually draped an arm over Ba Nierban's shoulder and warmly suggested they go meet the 10th young master together. But Ba Nierban suddenly froze and stepped back. Nervously, he said Ba Nierba had never acted so friendly before, so the person in front of him could not possibly be him. Li Yuntian's expression instantly turned cold. He sighed with regret, saying it seemed their relationship was nowhere near as good as he had assumed. The moment he finished speaking, Ba Nierban exploded into a pool of blood. Not long afterward, Li Yuntian charged straight into the grand hall where the 10th young master and the other demons were gathered, pretending to be in a panic. He shouted that a terrifying killer was attacking from outside. Every demon in the hall immediately turned to look at him. The 10th young master remained seated at the head of the hall and calmly asked who could possibly frighten him so much. While pretending to panic, Li Yuntian carefully observed him and deliberately acted surprised by the 10th young master's eyes. When Li Yuntian still did not answer, the 10th young master angrily shouted for him to explain everything at once. At the same time, a volley of sharp spikes shot toward Li Yuntian before suddenly stopping right in front of him. With that single move, Li Yuntian saw through the 10th young master's strength. He secretly smiled. So the 10th young master had only reached the peak of the transformation realm. Against someone in the true realm like him, he still had to rely on an army of demons. Now that he understood his opponent's strength, Li Yuntian saw no reason to keep hiding. His dragon aura exploded outward. The instant the 10th young master felt that overwhelming pressure, his expression changed as he realized the situation was completely out of control. Li Yuntian returned to his true appearance, wore a mocking smile, and declared that the man they had been searching for was standing right before them. The demons were stunned when they saw his true form, astonished by the presence of such a powerful great demon. The 10th young master jumped to his feet in panic and repeatedly shouted for everyone to capture Li Yuntian immediately. The demons finally snapped out of their shock and rushed forward together. Li Yuntian merely let out a cold snort, casually waved his sleeve, and reminded them not to dirty his clothes. With that single effortless motion, the force from his arms stopped every charging demon in its tracks. Then, one after another, they were blasted away without the slightest chance to resist. The sight terrified every demon present. They all turned pale and froze where they stood, with no one daring to step forward again. Li Yuntian slowly swept his gaze across the hall and sneered, asking if this pathetic mob really believed they could kill him. Realizing the situation had turned hopeless, the 10th young master immediately turned and fled. Li Yuntian chased after him at once, mocking him that escaping from his grasp would not be so easy. As he fled, the 10th young master shouted that he had never made an enemy of Li Yuntian and had no grudge against him. So why was he being hunted down? He even warned that if he were pushed into a corner, he would reveal his 100-jang true form and fight to the death, and both of them would likely bury beneath the lake. Li Wentian laughed mockingly. Why so tense, 10th young master? I only wanted to talk and get to know you properly. Hearing that only made the 10th young master even angrier. His body began to transform as he roared. You think I would fall for that? If you keep chasing me, then taste my 9 heavens, thunder flame. Li Wentian took on his demon-slaying form and burst into laughter. Good. You want to use the Dragon Clan's innate power against me? Then today, I'll show you what the real 9 heavens thunder flame looks like. The moment he finished speaking, the sky erupted. A bolt of lightning ripped through the water curtain and struck straight at his opponent. The 10th young master had no chance to dodge and was hit head-on, screaming in agony. Seeing that, Li Wentian simply shook his head in disappointment. Too weak. After crying out in pain for a while, the 10th young master finally returned to his true form, revealing a fat demon eel sprawled across the ground. It took him a long time before he slowly regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes and saw himself lying on a sunny beach, he cried out in panic, "Where am I? Where did all the water go?" Li Wentian slowly walked over, splashed some water on him and sneered. Just as I thought. You're only an eel, yet you dared pretend to be a true dragon in front of me. If you want to stay alive, answer every one of my questions honestly. The 10th young master immediately behaved himself and kept bowing. Please spare me, my lord. I'm not an eel monster. I'm just a white eel that has lived in Dongting Lake for many years. The smile vanished from Li Wentian's face as his voice turned cold. Well, deal with your identity later. Tell me your name first, then explain your relationship with the Su family on the shore. Li Shan quickly knelt and answered respectfully. Your Majesty, my name is Li Shan. I only met the Su family later. We were never close. I simply accepted some of their offerings. Li Wentian frowned in surprise. Not close? Then how long have you known them? Li Shan answered innocently. Only about 200 years. Hearing that, Li Wentian's mouth twitched. 200 years and you call that not long? He continued asking how they first met. Li Shan swallowed nervously before replying. It's a long story. Around 200 years ago, the ancestor of the Su family, Su San, was rowing across Dongting Lake. He threw a large number of livestock into the water and called my name. Since he somehow knew my name, I was extremely confused and surfaced to ask him about it. Remembering the past, Li Shan continued slowly. Su San said Dongting Lord appeared in his dream and told him that a white-tailed eel in the lake had a chance to become a dragon. If I formed good ties with the Su family and accepted their incense offerings for generations, their descendants would be protected. Li Wentian stared at him in disbelief. And you believed him just because he said that? Li Shan quickly shook his head. I doubted him at first, too. But Su San knew several strange techniques, so I thought he was the heir of a great cultivation lineage. But he claimed that both the cultivation lineages and the sword sect were nothing special. He said following his method would let me improve much faster. To prove it, he gave me the Heavenly Heart True Art. Not long after cultivating it, I broke into the transformation realm. Li Wentian fell into deep thought. Someone who looked down on both the cultivation lineages and the sword sect, while passing down the Heavenly Heart True Art, reminded him of an unexpected person. He then signaled Li Shan to continue. After lying under the blazing sun for so long, Li Shan's smooth skin had cracked and started bleeding. Yet, he endured the pain and continued. Later, Susan and I became closer. Once I found several treasures at the bottom of the lake and gave him some of them. Those treasures helped him build his fortune, and eventually Su Town was established. Li Shan went on. Susan also told me that an evil flood dragon existed in Dongting Lake. He advised me to claim that I was the enlightened evil flood dragon, ranked 10th in the world, so I could gather the lake's demons and rule the region. Since my true form can control lightning, and I also grew a special fin on my belly, I looked quite similar to the Dragon Clan when appearing in muddy water. So I followed his advice, but I never intended to offend the true dragons. After hearing everything, Li Wentian became even more suspicious. According to Dongting Lord, the evil flood dragon was a closely guarded secret that outsiders did not even know by name. Yet Susan knew all about it. His identity was clearly far from ordinary. Li Wentian stared at him with icy eyes and asked directly, "If I'm right, they've used you many times without you ever realizing it, haven't they?" Li Shan frantically shook his head. "I never helped them do anything." Li Wentian sighed helplessly at the demon's innocence. "Some people only need to guide you a little, and you'll willingly do their work for them. Like a few Vedas ago, you heard there was a fat and tasty target somewhere, and you immediately took the bait. A few days later, someone deliberately leaked that the target would appear on a boat just as you arrived. You thought you got lucky, but you were only being used. Think carefully. Over the past 200 years, how many people on land have you killed? Did they really deserve to die? Hearing that, Li Shan froze as if he had finally realized the truth. Li Wentian gave him no time to think and continued that Susan was clearly no ordinary man. What happened after that? Seeing Li Shan drying out under the sun, he casually poured another bucket of water over him. The water quickly refreshed Li Shan, and he continued. Later I heard Susan went on a trading trip, ran into bandits, and died. Even his body was never found. As for the Su descendants, they only cared about enjoying life. He sighed with regret. Susan never had any biological children. His bloodline was nearly gone, so the clan adopted a boy and a girl as heirs. But they were never true family. The adopted son was named Su Jizhang. He treated me well at first, but when he wanted power as quickly as possible, he asked me to kill Su Gong. Li Wentian narrowed his eyes. So the one just killed by the lake demons was Su Jizhang? Li Shan immediately nodded with satisfaction. That's right. He laughed gleefully. Serves him right. Su Jizhang finally drowned, and his body is still inside my stomach. After hearing everything, Li Wentian finally connected all the clues. It seemed Su Gong had turned his enemy's own scheme against him. Su Jizhang planned to use the demon eel to kill Su Gong, but in the end, Su Gong dragged the entire Su family down Snedst. Perhaps from the very beginning, Su Gong had no intention of following the path laid out for the Su family. The more Li Wentian thought about it, the more convinced he became that Susan had merely been a pawn placed by the Hongji society to operate in the mortal world. But what role was Su Gong playing in this entire game? Li Wentian quietly weighed the situation. Lao Liu and Sanhua were not in danger yet, so there was no need to leave immediately. Besides, Su Gong seemed to bear him no ill will. What puzzled him even more was that, with Su Gong's abilities, he should have escaped Dongting before it was sealed off. Yet he had chosen to stay behind. Could the outside world be hiding an even greater danger? Li Wentian's eyes gradually turned sharp. The cultivation lineages started this war against the demons to seize the true dragon's soul in Dongting and weaken the dragon clan. But that soul had been left behind by the true dragon himself. Could he really have failed to foresee Today's situation? Before long, Dongting would become the center of the coming storm, and only those with enough strength would survive. Just then, Li Shan quietly crawled toward the lake, hoping to slip away. He cautiously said, "Your Majesty, if you're done asking questions, may I take my leave?" Unfortunately, his escape failed before it even began. After only a few steps, Li Wentian's iron grip seized his neck and lifted him into the air. Li Wentian sneered. "You think leaving is that easy?" Terrified, Li Shan struggled desperately while begging for mercy, insisting he had already revealed everything he knew. Li Wentian simply patted his face lightly and smiled. "Relax. I never said I was going to kill you. You can't be the only demon king ruling this lake. There are plenty of other demon generals here too, aren't there?" Knowing what he wanted, Li Shan quickly tried to earn credit. "That's right. Deep beneath Dongting Lake, every valley and trench is ruled by a demon king. We rarely get along, but we all obey Dongting Dragon Lord." Before he even finished speaking, Li Wentian grabbed his collar and dragged him away without ceremony. Li Shan panicked and hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, don't tell me. You're planning to." Li Wentian burst into laughter as killing intent surged from him. "Lead the way. Today we're wiping out every last one of their dens." Li Shan stammered right now. Without any preparation, though he looked hesitant, he was secretly overjoyed. Better them than me, he thought. Owl King, Toad King, Snake King, and all the other demon kings had known him for 800 years, but today their luck had finally run out. With that thought, Li Shan returned to his true form as a gigantic white eel and obediently led Li Wentian on a full-scale purge across Dongting Lake. Meanwhile, deep inside the royal palace of Qing Kingdom, the atmosphere was completely different. On a mountain within the forbidden grounds, mist surrounded an ancient temple that stood in eerie silence. At the foot of the mountain, a man in imperial robes slowly climbed the stone steps. The woman standing before the temple smiled warmly when she saw him. "So, the emperor has arrived." The man was none other than the reigning ruler of Qing Kingdom. He stepped forward, respectfully cupped his hands in greeting, and apologized for arriving late because he had been occupied with state affairs at noon. The woman slowly walked down, her eyes filled with concern. "You look even thinner than before. No matter how busy you are, you must take care of yourself." She continued reminding him that even if he disliked meat, he should still eat some to keep his strength. He could not live on plain food every day. The emperor lowered his head like a child being taught by his mother, and softly replied that he remembered. The woman smiled and corrected him. "Don't forget, you are still the emperor. You should refer to yourself as I." The middle-aged emperor immediately corrected himself. "Yes, I have remembered." Then the woman turned to politics and asked about the situation in Wei City. The emperor seriously reported that the recent incident had attracted people from both the Dao lineage and the sword sect. The former governor was no longer capable, so the court decided to send Chu Jihei to replace him. In his opinion, he was a calm and reliable person. After listening, she nodded slightly and looked into the distance. I will personally go to Wei City to meet someone. After I leave, you must truly shoulder your duty as emperor. Hearing that, the emperor immediately asked in shock if she really had to go. The woman only sighed softly. A great chaos across the world is about to begin. She continued, you once complained that the world was controlled by the Dao lineage and the sword sect. Now is the best chance to break those chains. This is also the opportunity I have waited for all these years, so this world can belong to the people, not the Dao lineage and sword sect. The emperor was left speechless. After a long silence, he asked with a trembling voice when she would return. The woman smiled calmly. What you should hope for is that you never see me again. If you do, it means I have failed. Do not fear. You are already a wise ruler. Now it is time for you to truly carry this world on your own shoulders. After saying that, her figure slowly faded and completely disappeared into the void before the emperor's eyes. The emperor could only stand there silently, watching her leave with unwilling eyes. In the end, he sighed, knowing that some things were decided by fate and no one could change them. At the same time, Wei City had fallen into unprecedented chaos. Mocking laughter repeatedly broke the tense atmosphere. Someone sneered that the Wu family had truly declined, since they now needed 2 women to protect their young master. The 2 female guards immediately became furious. A bunch of useless fools like you think you are worthy of making our young master act? Leave now, or we will send you to meet the king of hell. The group opposite showed no fear. Instead, they laughed and mocked them. They claimed the Wu family had allied with demons from the divine dragon sect and offended the Dao lineage, causing the entire family to collapse. If they knew what was good for them, they should hand over Wu Meng, and the 2 women could still keep their lives. The 2 guards immediately understood how dangerous the situation had become. The family head was gone, and the young master was trapped. Their only thought was to risk their lives and stall these people so Wu Meng could escape. If this had happened before, not even 8 thugs, but 80 men would not dare approach the Wu residence. Just as the tension reached its peak, a dark figure suddenly shot out from the trees behind them at incredible speed. The men instantly sensed the killing intent and instinctively turned around together. Before they could react, sharp blade energies appeared before them and slashed forward. No one dared hesitate. They quickly retreated to avoid the attack. The person who struck was Ying Juran. After forcing them back with several sword strikes, he did not chase. Instead, he calmly stood on the rooftop and observed everyone below. His cold gaze swept across the crowd. He only said one threatening sentence. This person is under my protection. The moment they recognized him, everyone's faces turned pale. It was none other than the Black Blade, Ying Juran. Ying Juran did not bother being polite. He coldly ordered, I'm in a bad mood today, so I don't want bloodshed. Leave now before I change my mind. The leader understood the difference in strength and did not dare take the risk. He immediately signaled his men to retreat. In just moments, the 8 men disappeared completely, leaving the Wu residence peaceful once again. After the danger passed, one female guard hurried into the room and anxiously asked if Wu Meng had been frightened. The other guard bowed and thanked Ying Jueran, but he ignored her and looked directly at Wu Meng. Why didn't you draw your sword earlier? Wu Meng calmly replied, I will not easily draw this sword. From today until the day I die, everything I prepare for will be for one single strike. That strike will either take my enemy's life or end my own. Ying Jueran smiled slightly. Being too careful may cause you to hide your true self together with that sword. Wu Meng cupped his hands in gratitude. Regardless, thank you for saving us. Ying Jueran waved casually and smiled. It was nothing. Then he suddenly asked, do you know Li Wentian from the Divine Dragon Sect? He once promised me something, but now he has disappeared. I've been searching everywhere for his whereabouts. Wu Meng frowned slightly. The Dao lineage has sealed the entire city while hunting Li Wentian. Even my father suffered because of this. So why is someone like you from the martial world looking for him? Ying Jueran lowered his head in thought before slowly replying. I've only met him twice, so I can't say I completely trust him, but whenever I think about that man, I feel there is some truth in his words. That's why I want to meet him again and hear what he truly wants to say. If his words are convincing enough, I will lead all my fellow disciples to follow him. If not, I'll simply return to Yun Mountain and continue cultivating. Wu Meng touched the sword at his waist, his eyes becoming firm. If you truly want to find Li Wentian, I can try to guide you, but first we need to find a way out of this city. Early the next morning, as the sun began to rise, Ying Jueran led a group of his brothers to escort the Wu family toward the city gate. The group moved openly. The guards either had already received orders or feared the reputation of the Black Blade, so none dared stop them. Because of that, they left Wei City without trouble. After reaching the forest outside the city, Ying Jueran asked if they should continue south. Wu Meng nodded and explained that when the Divine Dragon Sect planned to enter the city, he had gone to Nanshan to investigate. He heard Li Wentian often appeared around Bolu Town, so they should head there. After traveling farther, Wu Meng suddenly stopped and pointed ahead in shock. What exactly is that? In front of them stood countless stone tablets covering the area. Many Taoists guarded the place strictly, seemingly setting up an enormous formation. Every stone tablet had a ghostly creature bound to it. Their painful screams echoed across the land, creating a terrifying sight. Ying Jueran immediately pulled the reins and turned to Wu Meng. "You go ahead first. I'll catch up later." Wu Meng was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Brother Ying, what are you going to do?" His eyes were fixed on Jia Han, who was chained to a stone tablet in the distance. His voice turned low but determined. "I have to save someone." Wu Meng's two female guards looked over with worry. They wondered if Ying Jueran should really charge in alone. Whether that girl was human or demon, there were countless Taoists guarding the place. If he failed to save her and ended up trapped himself, it was too dangerous. Ying Jueran's close brothers remained completely calm and even patted Chen An's shoulder. "Don't worry. Our leader never risks his life for nothing. If there is a chance to save someone, he will fight until the end. If there is no chance, he will retreat immediately." Hearing such a practical belief of doing what he could and running when he couldn't, Wu Meng laughed. It seems Brother Ying's path of martial cultivation is truly different from others. At the stone tablet area, a Taoist began losing patience and asked his fellow disciple when they could leave. The other calmly replied that they had to wait until the formation outside Wei City was completed. The thing inside Dongting Lake was definitely not an easy opponent. Taking advantage of their distraction, Ying Jueran quietly approached behind the stone tablet, where Jia Han was imprisoned. He leaned close and whispered, "Don't turn around. I'm here to save you. Do you know how to remove these chains?" But things went completely wrong. The moment Jia Han heard a voice, she suddenly turned around, stared at him with wide eyes, and screamed. The cry shattered the silence, making Ying Jueran's heart sink. The two guarding Taoists immediately noticed the disturbance. One of them threw a talisman straight at him, without hesitation. Ying Jueran could only curse his luck. It seemed he had no choice but to run. However, before retreating, he decided to take one gamble. He grabbed the chain with one hand, pulled Jia Han with the other, and shouted, "The Black Blade Ying Jueran has come to save the daughter of an old friend." Unexpectedly, the seemingly unbreakable chain snapped apart instantly in his hand. Without time to think, Ying Jueran immediately dragged Jia Han away and fled at full speed. After it disappeared, the Taoist picked up the broken chain and examined it closely. His body slowly changed, revealing his true identity as Gu Wuzi. The Taoist who attacked earlier immediately stepped forward and apologized for his mistake. He wondered why the sect master needed to personally appear just because a worldly soul had escaped. Gu Wuzi calmly replied, "As long as it involves Li Wentian, we cannot afford to be careless even for a moment. I hope you capture him, not get held back here by him." The Taoist continued reporting news from Yun Mountain. The two little demon brought to the mountain and locked away safely, but we still haven't obtained any information. Gu Wuzi only snorted. "I never expected much from them anyway. Keep them there. I will deal with them myself later." The man then worriedly said, "Junior sister Lu Lang's soul is still trapped inside the restriction. The longer this continues, the more her mind will be damaged. We have prepared for so long, yet we still cannot break the restriction. I truly don't understand what True Person Ching is planning." Gu Wuzi gave him a warning glance. "Do not discuss that matter again. True Person Ching has his own plans. It is not our place to guess. Your task is to finish the mission before you. There is not much time left." He looked toward Dongting Lake in the distance and spoke seriously. "Qianlong has disappeared and most likely went to Dongting. The chance to lure him into opening the restriction only comes once. If we fail, we can only use those grand formations. But once we do that, the consequences will be so great that even I cannot bear them." Meanwhile, Ying Jueran had no idea that Gu Wuzi had intentionally let him escape. He continued rushing through the ancient forest at full speed with Jia Han and soon caught up with Wu Meng's group. Seeing him appear, Wu Meng immediately stepped forward. He grabbed Ying Jueran's shoulder and said, "You're safe now." Ying Jueran finally relaxed. Just then, Jia Han suddenly spoke anxiously beside him. "Leave quickly." Wu Meng frowned at the girl and turned to ask, "What did she just say?" Ying Jueran immediately nodded. "That's right, she really spoke." Jia Han ignored everyone's reaction and kept repeating anxiously, "Leave quickly." The two female guards looked at Jia Han in fear and whispered to each other, "What exactly is she?" Ying Jueran raised his hand to silence everyone, then slowly approached Jia Han. He said softly that they should wait and hear what she wanted to say. He was also full of doubts because, not long ago, Jia Han could not speak at all. Suddenly, Jia Han raised her hand and pointed toward the dense forest beside them. She hurriedly said, "Follow that direction." After speaking, she immediately rushed deep into the forest without waiting for anyone. Seeing this, Ying Jueran made his decision, follow her for now. He had only taken a few steps, when thick mist suddenly surged from all directions, quickly swallowing the entire forest and blocking all vision. Ying Jueran turned around in shock and discovered everyone else had completely disappeared. He could not help but ask, where did everyone go? At that moment, Jia Han's body released a strange wave of spiritual energy, as if silently guiding the way through the mist. Ying Jueran moved forward carefully while observing his surroundings. A thought immediately appeared in his mind. Could this be Ghost Wall? It was not his first time seeing such a technique, but its appearance at this exact moment was far too coincidental. He could only hope the others had already escaped. After walking farther, Ying Juan suddenly stopped and stared ahead. What is that? Beneath an enormous ancient tree stood a stone tablet. Beside it was a beautiful woman, while in the nearby lake, countless young women were bathing and playing, their laughter echoing through the forest. The more beautiful the scene appeared, the more cautious Ying Jueran became. In such a deserted place, a paradise-like scene was definitely suspicious. It was better to quietly leave without alerting them. But after only taking 2 steps back, the girls in the lake noticed him and cheered excitedly. A guest has arrived. In moments, the girls surrounded Ying Jueran, hugging him and refusing to let go. Dear guest, don't leave. You must be the person our queen has been waiting for, right? Ying Jueran's face turned red from embarrassment as he asked awkwardly, which queen? A girl in red leaned against him, looked up with a smile and asked, you are young Master Ying, aren't you? Hearing her call his name correctly, he was stunned. Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered, the person our queen has been waiting for has arrived. Please come with us. As she spoke, the girls pulled him toward the stone tablet and smiled mysteriously. This journey will definitely not disappoint you. As if under a spell, Ying Jueran did not resist at all and allowed them to bring him inside the stone tablet. Inside the tablet was a completely different world from the outside. Looking at the magnificent palaces appearing before him, even Ying Jueran could not hide his shock. What place is this? In a grand palace hall, a majestic queen sat on her throne as if she had waited for him for a long time. Soon after, Ying Jueran was brought into the hall and saw Wu Meng and the others already enjoying the feast. Seeing him arrive, the queen smiled happily and welcomed him warmly. You are finally here. Come, take a seat. Ying Jueran did not join the feast right away. He turned to Wu Meng in confusion. Why are you all here too? Where exactly is this place? At that moment, an old man with silver hair stepped forward and bowed. Young Master Ying, I am the earth deity of this region. The queen and the guests have waited for you for a long time. Please join the feast. The queen smiled charmingly and looked at him gently. This is my first time meeting a hero like you. Hero Ying, sit beside me. I have something to ask of you. Facing her stunning beauty, Ying Jueran was briefly stunned before asking, if you need help, please tell me, Your Majesty. The queen slowly explained that Yuanzhou Kingdom had always been peaceful, with its people living happy lives. But in recent years, it had suffered attacks from neighboring nations, and monsters had also appeared outside the borders. She then raised her cup and sincerely asked Ying Jueran for help. He gladly accepted the wine and agreed immediately, but just as he was about to continue, a soldier suddenly rushed inside and interrupted the atmosphere. Your Majesty, a disaster has occurred. The queen frowned slightly and asked, what happened that made you so panicked? The soldier immediately knelt and reported, a few days ago, General Yin Jia led the army on Your Majesty's orders. Unexpectedly, they entered a foggy area and became trapped. After being stuck for days, they were attacked by 2 deadly monsters. The general was killed, and those 2 creatures are now chasing us to the city gates. Hearing this, the queen's expression changed as she stood up in worry. What should we do now? Yuanzhou Kingdom is already weak. It seems we may not escape losing our kingdom today. Seeing the frightened queen, Ying Jueran stepped forward confidently. Your Majesty, please do not worry, they only have 2 people. I will go meet them and settle this matter. Before Ying Jueran could finish speaking, a fierce storm suddenly swept into the hall. The wind roared wildly, throwing tables, chairs, and dishes everywhere. In an instant, the magnificent palace was left in ruins. The queen panicked and grabbed his arm, trembling as she begged, if I fall into the hands of those monsters, please remember your promise and protect me, Hero Ying. Ying Jueran frowned, in confusion. Monsters? Who are those 2? Soon the answer appeared right before his eyes. 2 giant demons, a rabbit and a rat, appeared before him. They looked at the queen hiding behind Yingzhou Ran and laughed with killing intent. We finally found you, so you are actually a spider demon. As soon as they finished speaking, sharp claws tore through the air and struck toward them. Seeing the danger, Yingzhou Ran immediately grabbed the queen's hand and rushed away. Run. But their speed could not match Tu Yao's attack. When he looked back, the claws were already about to reach the queen. Yingzhou Ran's face instantly tightened with worry. He shouted in desperation, "No." After the scream, Yingzhou Ran suddenly opened his eyes and looked confused. Was everything just a dream? At that moment a cold voice answered, "No." The voices belonged to Tu Yao and Shu Yao, two subordinates of Li Wenxin. Tu Yao stepped forward and said, "Your lives are truly lucky. If we arrived any later, only corpses would remain." Yingzhou Ran quickly cupped his hands and asked their identities, wanting to know what had happened. Tu Yao pointed at Shu Yao beside him and seriously introduced them. "I am the White Dragon Envoy, Taoist Totu CG, Underwater Dragon King Li Wenxin. This is my senior brother, the Azure Dragon Envoy, Taoist Shu Ke." After speaking, he pointed his chin toward the rock behind them. "If you want to know what happened, look for yourself." Yingzhou Ran turned around and was shocked. Impossible. This place was clearly Yuanzhou Kingdom just moments ago. Instead, all he saw was a giant spider nest that left him unable to believe his eyes. Could the magnificent white jade city from before have only been a spider web? Tu Yao nodded and confirmed. "That is right. This is the lair of a spider demon called Caizu. It is extremely skilled with poison. It bit you and paralyzed your bodies, then dragged your souls into an illusion it created." He then pointed at the black-winged earth bees flying around the trees. These bees do not collect honey. They hunt Caizu. They knock out their prey and lay eggs
inside their bodies.
Then the larvae slowly eat them from within. Shu Yao continued. "That Caizu also planned to use you as hosts for the bee swarm. The fact that you woke up is already a miracle. The others are close to dying from the poison. Since you once saved Junior's sister Jiaxin, I will help deal with these monsters this time." Just as Shu Yao was about to act, Yingzhou Ran shouted, "Let me handle it." After saying that, he swung his blade and struck the rock. Before Shu Yao could stop him, it was already too late. The rock instantly exploded into pieces. Yingzhou Ran smiled proudly. "That demon should be dead now, right?" Shu Yao could only sigh and shake his head. Unfortunately, it escaped. This kind of monster is extremely cunning. Your attack only made it sense danger and flee beforehand. Yingzhou Ran snorted coldly. "It really is a sneaky creature." Shu Yao did not want to pursue it further. "Forget it. Let it run." Jiaxin was not injured anyway. Hearing that, Yingzhou Ran smiled slightly, thinking that he had finally kept his promise to her. Shu Yao looked at him and said, "Follow me. I will take you to meet Elder Zhongling and Lady Sanhua." Yingzhou Ran asked in surprise, "Then what about your Dragon King?" Shu Yao shook his head. "No one knows where the Great King is. Perhaps he is preparing a huge plan. Our task is only to wait for orders and follow his commands." After that, Yingzhou Ran walked over to Wu Meng, who was still unconscious, grabbed his head, and shook him hard. "Kid, are you still not waking up?" Wu Meng remained lost in his sweet dream and mumbled, "Father, did you come to take me home?" Hearing this, Yingzhou Ran's face darkened as he shouted, "I am not your father." After everyone finally woke from the illusion, Shu Yao shouted, "Is everyone ready?" Yingzhou Ran looked confused. "Ready for what?" Shu Yao did not bother explaining. He formed a seal and shouted, "Then let's move out." In an instant, a giant tornado erupted and covered everyone. Wu Meng panicked and screamed while holding his head. "The demon wind is too strong. Father, stop hitting me. I will not run around anymore." The group was swept into the sky by the demonic wind, spinning around like leaves in a storm. Moments later, they all crashed to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Yingzhou Ran staggered up, still feeling dizzy. When he opened his eyes, he vaguely saw Liu Lao Dao standing before him. The old man asked, "You are back? Weren't you looking for Jiaxin? Why did you bring so many people with you?" At that moment, Sanhua Miao nearby lazily spoke. "When do we get to eat?" Liu Lao Dao helplessly sighed. With so many extra people appearing suddenly, the food prepared today probably will not be enough. Seeing that Yingzhou Ran was fully awake, Sanhua Miao pointed at him and shouted, "Ah, he is awake." Yingzhou Ran looked around in confusion. "Where is this place?" Liu Lao Dao smiled reassuringly. "Hero Ying, do not worry. Your companions have all been taken care of. Qinglong and Bai Hu are helping remove their poison. I am Liu Gongzan. You must have heard of my name before, and my old friend, the killing ghost Meng Yi, should be with you." Hearing this, Yingzhou Ran immediately stood up and bowed. "So you are the ghost calculator, Liu Gongzan. I have long admired your reputation." Liu Lao Dao stepped forward and sighed. "I have heard everything that happened. I admire how you saved Jiaxin from Dao Tong. However, there is still something I wish to ask." Yingzhou Ran asked in confusion. "What is it?" Liu Lao Dao stared at him and slowly said, "You took someone away right in front of Dao Tong, yet everyone escaped safely. Such a smooth outcome is truly suspicious, is it not?" Ying Juran calmly replied. There are many possible explanations. Perhaps they were busy escorting demons, or perhaps they did not want to delay their formation. But if you doubt me, I do not know what else I can say. Liu Laodao waved his hand and smiled. I am not saying I do not trust you. The Dragon King once warned me never to blindly believe coincidences or unusual events. That is why I must consider every possibility. Besides, the situation is about to change soon. He invited him to sit down. Hero Ying, come inside and drink a bowl of soup first. We can talk slowly afterward. Ying Juran nodded. Just as he stood up, the sky suddenly darkened, and heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. Ying Juran quickly ran into Liu Laodao's tent, wiped the rain from his clothes, and laughed. This rain came at the perfect time. Could it also be just another coincidence? Liu Laodao gently shook his head. It is not random at all. To tell you the truth, this place has been sealed by a powerful expert. The weather inside changes unpredictably, which means a great disaster is coming. Forget normal rain and storms. Even hail or strange phenomena would not be surprising here. While finding shelter from the rain, Ying Jueran failed to notice the yellow talismans covering the wooden pillars around him. While stirring the steaming soup, Liu Laodao continued his analysis. You happened to meet Wu Meng. You happened to save Jiaxin outside the city, and the Taoists did not chase after you at all. If all of this is truly coincidence, then there have been so many lucky events that we cannot ignore the possibility of something being wrong. His eyes darkened as he proposed a theory. What if Dao Tong deliberately used you as bait? Outsiders say our Dragon King is ruthless, but the truth is that he values loyalty deeply. If you and Wu Meng bring Jiaxin to ask for help, he would never ignore you. Staring at the flickering fire, Liu Laodao continued. A few days ago, I heard that the Dragon King was trapped inside a restriction. Dao Tong could not break it, so they had no choice but to leave it alone. I fear they want to use you to force the Dragon King to leave the restriction himself. For now, everyone should stay here. Liu Laodao silently looked at the endless rain outside, his eyes filled with worry and determination. Once you enter this place, no one knows when they can leave, but in return, outsiders dare not approach. As long as we do not cause trouble for the Dragon King at this critical moment, this is the only thing we can do. Ying Juran accepted the hot bowl of soup, feeling even more uneasy. From what you said, Li Wenxin's situation outside sounds dangerous. If things keep getting worse, will we be trapped here until we die? Liu Laodao only sighed softly while staring at the heavy rain. There is no perfect plan in this world. Right now, all we can do is wait and see if anyone comes here. If someone truly appears, it proves you are indeed the bait. But if this is the only method they can think of, it also means Dao Tong is almost powerless to protect his restriction. After speaking, Liu Laodao stood up, brought another bowl of soup, and told Ying Jueran to eat first. He still needed to bring this portion to his sick wife so she could recover. Ying Jueran nodded in thanks. Watching Liu Laodao leave, Ying Jueran felt something was increasingly wrong. A strange feeling lingered in his mind, but he could not figure out why. After thinking for a long time without an answer, he gave up and took another big sip of soup. The delicious taste immediately surprised him. He turned to Manhwa Miao and praised it. I never expected such good food in a place like this. It seems you are not lacking supplies at all. Manhwa Miao licked its lips happily and replied mysteriously, Don't worry, there is enough food for you. Once it is finished, it will appear again. Ying Juran looked even more confused. You mean it grows back? The cat only pointed behind him with its chin and lazily replied, Explaining it is useless. Just look for yourself. Hearing this, Ying Juran slowly turned around. With just one glance, his pupils shrank and his face froze in horror. In the corner was a human-like corpse torn apart, with blood covering the entire area. A wave of nausea instantly rose inside him. He covered his mouth, almost vomiting all the soup he had just swallowed. Manhwa Miao quickly held out the bowl to catch the soup he almost spit out, even scolding him for wasting it. Ying Juran's face turned pale as he trembled and asked, Do you eat human flesh? Manhwa Miao calmly replied as if discussing something ordinary. That one over there is a demon, and this one is an immortal named Ling Kongzi, I think. They were never humans. Others may not dare to eat them, but I do not mind. Ying Juran immediately turned away and refused to look at the corpse again. He told Manhwa Miao to eat whatever it wanted. The cat sipped the soup while giggling, then said it would reveal a secret as thanks for the meat. He forced himself to stay calm and asked what else it knew. Manhwa Miao smiled slyly and lowered its voice. That old Taoist thinks I do not know, but the truth is, he is not human either. Ying Jueran was shocked and quickly argued that he had met Liu Laodao before. Manhwa Miao nodded and replied, The person you met was indeed human, but the one here is different, do you know? Before finishing, Manhwa Miao suddenly stopped. Its fur stood up as it turned around and whispered, Forget it, I will say no more. While Ying Jue Ran was still confused, Liu Lao Dao had silently appeared behind him like a ghost. In a deep voice, he asked, "Finished eating? Sanhua Miao did not steal your food, did it?" The familiar voice behind him made Ying Jue Ran jump. He quickly calmed himself and turned around, shaking his head in denial. Liu Lao Dao stared at him suspiciously. "The weather is freezing, yet Hero Ying is sweating so much. Did you see or hear something you should not know?" Ying Ju Ran immediately made an excuse, trying to stay calm. "This soup made my whole body feel hot. Combined with my previous burns, that is why I am sweating so much." Liu Lao Dao sighed softly, showing a disappointed expression. "Rumors truly are frightening. I thought Hero Ying had heard something he should not. If that happened, it would become a huge problem. Perhaps this kind of meat is not suitable for your taste. If it tastes good, do you want some more?" Remembering Sanhua Miao's warning, Ying Jue Ran instantly turned pale with fear and waved his hands. "No need. I am already full." Liu Lao Dao picked up a piece of meat. His smile became even more mysterious as he asked Ying Jue Ran if he knew what kind of meat it was. Ying Ju Ran could only shake his head repeatedly. He had no idea what it was. Liu Lao Dao brought the meat closer and smelled it, calmly explaining that it was the tail of a giant dolphin that had transformed into human form. Even simple cooking could make it incredibly delicious. Then he asked back, "Did you think it was something else? Since you refused to eat it, it only benefits Sanhua Miao in the end." Realizing everything had been exposed, Ying Jue Ran decided to speak directly. "Since you already know everything, why were you hiding it with those words? The corpse and the pile of flesh and blood in the corner were not from demons, right? Who are you really?" Hearing this, Liu Lao Dao turned to Sanhua Miao in surprise. "I never expected a little demon like you to remember this. Since you knew, you should have said it earlier. You are only a demon, yet you still tried to play mind games with me." Liu Lao Dao calmly said he never intended to harm anyone. The people under Li Wenxin are loyal to him, and he is the same. Everything he did was for that child. As he spoke, he pointed toward the darkness behind him. Ying Ju Ran turned around and immediately changed expression in shock. Liu Lao Dao calmly explained that Ling Kongzi's body and soul had both been destroyed. His purpose here was to gradually rebuild both of them. He continued that cultivators train their bodies and souls in pursuit of immortality. Rebuilding the body is not too difficult, but the soul is the hardest part. In his opinion, if the soul could be reconstructed while rebuilding the body, the result would be much more perfect. Unable to hold back, Ying Ju Ran angrily asked what saving Ling Kongzi had to do with them. Liu Lao Dao raised his hand to calm him and explained, "The soul is formed from the 7 emotions and 6 desires. However, cultivators often cut away these feelings, leaving their souls incomplete. To repair them, one can only rely on their Dao heart, or replace it with spiritual power." Liu Lao Dao's eyes became deep. "To fully restore Ling Kongzi's body and soul, we must return to the true nature of the soul and use the 7 emotions and 6 desires as the foundation. People like you, who suffered disasters and were imprisoned, have stronger emotions than ordinary people. That is why I used them to create the 6 desire tribulation body for her, and now it is gradually maturing." Hearing this, Ying Ju Ran was completely stunned and did not know how to react. Liu Lao Dao looked at Sanhua Miao and sighed. "It was meant to be a good thing, but it ended up frightening you all. The meat of that transformed dolphin is extremely precious. Cultivators can strengthen their realm by eating it, while ordinary people can gain 100 more years of life. Yet you gave it all to this demon." He shook his head in disappointment. "The 6 desire tribulation body should have developed smoothly, but its progress is too slow. It seems the reason is that your heart still holds too many distracting thoughts. Now that you know the truth, your state of mind has changed. This plan can no longer continue. I will leave, and Ling Kongzi will remain here." As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the house. Ying Ju Ran came back to his senses and quickly shouted, asking him to stay a little longer, because there were still many things he did not understand. Through the howling wind, Liu Lao Dao's final message echoed. "If you meet Li Wenxin in the future, tell him that Ling Kongzi never deserved to bear that switty. The suffering she endured has already repaid the karma from her previous life. If she gets another chance to be reborn, please do not hurt her again. Let her live a normal life as a hidden cultivator and peacefully spend her remaining years." Ying Ju Ran collapsed onto the ground, his mind in chaos. What exactly happened today, and where is Li Wenxin now? Once I meet him outside, I must ask everything clearly. He closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again. The rain had stopped at some point. The sky became clear, and the wind completely disappeared. Ying Ju Ran slowly stood up and looked around in confusion. The scene was still the same old house, making him even more suspicious. It was pouring rain just moments ago. Just as he was lost in thought, Liu Lao Dao's voice suddenly came from behind. "Hero Ying, how was this enlightenment experience? Has your body recovered?" Ying Ju Ran immediately turned around. The moment he saw Liu Lao Dao, his body tensed like a drawn bow. He clenched his fists and shouted, "You are still here?" Liu Lao Dao looked surprised and asked back where he was supposed to go. Did Hero Ying already forget everything? The people nearby quickly explained. Ying Jueran was poisoned by Ri Yao's fire poison and fell unconscious. While using his inner energy to protect heart meridians, he accidentally comprehended a technique and entered seclusion. More than 10 days have passed since then. Hearing this, Ying Ju Ran was completely stunned and could only look up at the sky. It turned out that 10 whole days had already passed. A strange feeling rose in his heart. The storm from last night felt like a dream that lasted only a moment. He thought only a few hours had passed, but after waking up, more than 10 days were already gone. Unsure whether everything he experienced was real or a dream, Ying Jueran asked everyone again. The strange thing was that Liu Lao Dao's words from the dream perfectly matched what happened afterward. Just as predicted, people from Dao Tong arrived the next day following the clues. However, no matter what methods those two people tried, the restriction here could not be broken. After several days of failure, they had no choice but to leave empty-handed. Under Qiao Jiaxin's guidance, Ying Jueran and the others continued staying here. Other than waiting patiently, they had no other choice. The scene then shifted to Dongting Lake. A figure was thrown heavily onto the ground, rolling several times before stopping in front of an old man calmly playing chess. The old man placed down a chess piece and slowly stood up with a confused expression. The captured person was Li Shan. He looked up at Li Bixin and asked what the great king meant. Did not even look at him. He only turned to Su Gong and said this was Yuan Xiongyao, the demon who once harmed him. While clearing out demons at the bottom of Dongting Lake, he happened to encounter him and brought him here for Su Gong to deal with. Su Gong stroked his beard and laughed loudly. If there is anything you want to ask, just ask. Why bring him all the way here? Then he casually said to let him go. Li Wenxin immediately kicked Li Shan away and told him that since Su Gong had spoken, he should leave. Instead of feeling angry, Li Shan was overjoyed like someone granted mercy. He kept thanking them while crawling away. After sending Li Shan away, Li Wenxin sat opposite Su Gong and seriously said, "I never intended to investigate your background, but after hearing him mention the Su family, the more I thought about it, the more unusual your identity seemed. Such methods do not resemble a demon at all. If you belong to Dao Tong, those people would not act this interestingly, and if you were part of the Hongji Association, your methods do resemble them, but you are also fighting against them." Li Wenxin looked directly at Su Gong and said that he had spent all these days beside him, caring for him like family, yet he still could not figure out his true origins. "You already know my situation. I truly do not have time left to keep guessing. Why don't we be honest with each other? Stop testing me. Who exactly are you, and what do you want me to do? Can we just make everything clear?" Su Gong smiled meaningfully and slowly replied, "Child, it seems you are really impatient. You act friendly with me on the surface, but if I keep hiding things, I believe you will soon use force, won't you?" Li Wenxin laughed and openly admitted it. "We have not known each other for long, yet you already understand my personality this well." Before he could finish, Su Gong interrupted. "You look gentle, but your actions are extremely decisive, and your killing intent is very strong. That is why I still cannot let you leave Dongting. You do not need to rush. This old man does not have much time left. When I leave this place, you will be free as well." Li Wenxin immediately asked, "If so, why are you keeping me here?" Su Gong glanced at him and slowly said not to hurry. First, he wanted to ask one thing. "Do you still remember the little girl who gave you a steamed bun outside the city wall that day? How exactly did that girl die?" Hearing this, Li Wenxin was slightly startled, but he quickly regained his calm, smiled as if nothing happened, and replied, "What are you talking about? If you know that girl, then you should also know." Su Gong coldly interrupted, "Know what? If you do not want to say it yourself, then let me say it for you. Let's see if my guess is correct." He began analyzing. "In your original plan, there were two important pieces. One was the beggar you met outside the city gate, and the other was that constable." Su Gong continued breaking down every detail. "You deliberately gave the treasure to the beggar, but he died in an alley, and the item was stolen. On the surface, the constable seemed to want to gain credit with the magistrate, but in reality, he had already been controlled by you. With his position, he would never have the courage to ruin your plan and steal your treasure." According to Su Gong's analysis, everything from sending the scroll containing the Yin soul to the Yin family mansion to the matter involving Ling Kongzi could be explained. Only this part remained the most difficult to understand. You deliberately wandered for days, then released the Soul King near the Yin family residence at the exact moment when Ninth Young Master was searching for it. After that, you even fell asleep right in front of their gate. Were all these events truly just coincidences? Su Gong sighed softly, his eyes filled with regret. Your methods were too clever, to the point that even you yourself were deceived by them. Do you truly feel no guilt toward Yin Xueru? Hearing this, Li Wenxin remained silent, his face turning dark. After a long silence, he stood up, brushed off his clothes, and replied coldly, I am already a demon now. I no longer remember what happened when I was human. Seeing him about to leave, Su Gong remained seated and spoke with authority. Come back and sit down. I still have something to say. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible pressure like a mountain crushed down on Li Wenxin, forcing him back into his seat. Su Gong looked directly at him and said seriously, Since you chose the path of evil, today I will show you what true righteousness is. Li Wenxin crossed his arms and sneered. Righteousness? Those Dao Tong cultivators kill ordinary people like slaughtering animals. Why not teach them instead? Why insist on interfering with me? Su Gong only laughed and asked back, Do you know the difference between you and them? Those cultivators strike without hesitation because they have cut away their 7 emotions. To them, mortal lives are worthless. If they wanted to kill Yin Xueru, they would have countless more secret methods. But you are different. Do you still remember what happened that night? The thing I want to ask about today is the inner demon in your heart. After saying that, Su Gong calmly placed another chess piece on the board. In an instant, the entire chessboard burst with brilliant golden light. Li Wenxin instinctively reached out to touch it, and his expression immediately became tense. Su Gong continued pressing him. If you truly did not remember, then forget it. But you clearly know that it happened, you simply cannot recall the details. A truly ruthless person would have killed Yin Xueru directly. So why did you need to use Ninth Young Master instead? Because deep inside, you still felt guilty. That shame made you seal away that part of your memory with a special technique. You kept telling yourself to forget, to pretend nothing ever happened. But the more you avoided it, the stronger your inner demon became. Su Gong's words struck his mind like blades, causing Li Wenxin to cough up blood. At that moment, the sealed memories of Yin Xueru finally shattered and rushed back into his mind. He remembered that night when he passed by the Yin family residence. In the courtyard, Yin Pingji and his niece were still happily talking together. At that time, he developed an extreme idea. If he wanted Yin Pingji to turn against him, the fastest way was to attack Yin Xueru. Even though he did not want to, he could not find another choice. After saying goodbye to her uncle, Yin Xueru ran toward him. Li Wenxin quickly turned around, leaned against a tree, and pretended to sleep. The innocent girl walked over and gently said it was already dark, asking why he had not gone home yet. She gave him a pastry and told him to eat it before returning, or his family would worry. The memory became so clear that Li Wenxin completely lost control. He slammed the table and roared, Old man, where did you come from? How dare you destroy my Dao heart? His emotions became too intense, causing him to spit out more blood that stained his chest. Su Gong stepped forward and shouted, You forcibly turned your inner demon into a demon body. Do you really think becoming a demon means you no longer need to face tribulations? Do you know you are digging your own grave? At this moment, Li Wenxin could no longer stay calm and suddenly stood up. He flipped the table and threw it directly toward Su Gong. Hearing the loud noise, Li Shan hurriedly poked his head inside and asked what happened. But the moment he appeared, Li Wenxin shouted at him to leave immediately. After a while, his anger slowly faded, leaving only heavy breathing and repeated coughing. He stared at Su Gong with a wary gaze and asked, Who are you really? The painting saint or the black and white Yama kings? Otherwise, how could you know all of this? Su Gong gently shook his head and calmly replied, I am none of those people. You do not need to worry about my identity. Just understand that you cannot escape my arrangement. I kept you here not to harm you, but to save you. Li Wenxin's face remained dark. He stared at Su Gong and coldly asked, What exactly do you want me to do? Su Gong calmly replied that he knew his previous words had greatly affected Li Wenxin's Dao heart. Digging up those regretful memories caused his state of mind to shake violently, making both his cultivation and realm begin to become unstable. You always claim that you have cut off all emotions, but deep inside you still carry guilt. Even after becoming an yin god, you have not truly lost your humanity. You could not learn the heartlessness of Dao Tong, and Ya cannot become as heartless as demons either. In this world, perhaps no one is as unique as you. After saying this, Su Gong placed a finger directly on his forehead. Li Wenxin gasped and asked, Fine, let's say you are right, but what should I do? Should I cultivate like those Dao Tong people and abandon all emotions? Or become like those crazy demons outside? What difference would that make? Su Gong slowly explained, Do not use those cultivators as your standard. What defines a person is not their body or origin, but whether they still possess the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Today, I only want to teach you how to truly be human. With your current state, you cannot follow the path of demons, and you cannot imitate cultivators either. What you need is to live according to your true heart. No matter what you do, as long as you believe it is righteous, then do it. Only with such a clear heart can you follow the heavenly Tao, and only then can you have a chance to reach the supreme realm. Li Wenxin immediately argued, "The heavenly Tao is fair? Those Tao Tong cultivators cut off emotions, kill and steal without hesitation. Yet have they ever been punished? I would rather bury my inner demon and continue advancing. Perhaps that will lead me to an even greater path." Su Gong shook his head. "The heavenly Tao is invisible. It is not something you can see whenever you want. I say these things today only because I hope you can live without shame in your heart. Genuine regret is fine. Pretending is fine too. When karma returns and retributions arrives, you will understand yourself. I came here to guide you." Hearing the words guide you, Li Wenxin's expression instantly changed. He rushed forward, grabbed Su Gong's shoulders and urgently asked, "What do you mean by retribution? What exactly is this retribution?" Su Gong sighed softly, his expression exhausted. "Originally, I planned to stay another month before leaving, but things have changed. I must leave now. However, you must remember this. Retribution is real, and so is the path of goodness. Remember this. Right now, there is no safer place in this world than Dongting Lake. If you do not use this time to resolve your inner demon, you may never get another chance. Living between heaven and earth does not require begging for protection from the heavens, but you must live with honesty and dignity." After saying that, Su Gong's body slowly lost its strength and leaned back into the chair. Li Wenxin panicked and shouted, "You have to explain everything. Is this your true death, or only a clone?" Using his last bit of strength, Su Gong softly replied, "Someone will help you." Li Wenxin became even more confused and kept asking, "Who? What do they want from me?" But this time, no answer came. Su Gong had already stopped breathing. His body gradually became transparent, turning into countless points of light that disappeared before Li Wenxin's eyes without leaving a trace. Li Wenxin knelt there silently, lost in thought, repeatedly reflecting on Su Gong's final words. That night he returned to his room, lit an oil lamp, sat quietly by the window, and stared at the star-filled sky. Hong Nyangzi gently walked behind him and asked, "It was so noisy outside earlier. Did Su Gong really leave?" Li Wenxin nodded slightly while still looking at the sky. "Yes, I do not know if he truly died or simply disappeared, but his departure may not be a bad thing." Hong Nyangzi remained worried and brought up what Su Gong had said about his inner demon. Li Wenxin turned to her and smiled reassuringly. "Do not overthink it. There is no inner demon. Everything was just a weakness I intentionally exposed." However, Hong Nyangzi still could not feel at ease. She softly said, "Li Long, I know you have always hoped Su Gong could help you leave Dongting Lake. These past few days you tried every method but failed. Actually, if you want to leave, you only need to." Before she could finish, Li Wenxin grabbed her hand. He smiled, but his eyes were extremely serious. "Never mention killing you to escape Dongting Lake again. These past few days you kept testing whether I truly cared about you. But even if I have feelings for you, this is not the time to think about such things. This is a life or death moment. Yet you keep asking again and again whether I would kill you to leave Dongting Lake. If I had to sacrifice you just to escape, I would have to face this inner struggle again. Would that not only make my inner demon grow stronger? Cultivation is a serious matter, little girl. Anyone who dares to use this method to scheme against me would have had grass growing over their grave long ago." After saying this, Li Wenxin's body turned into a stream of white smoke and disappeared before Hong Nyangzi's eyes. Hong Nyangzi stood there silently, thinking to herself, so this was how he had always thought. After leaving, Li Wenxin flew straight into the sky above Dongting Lake. Reaching the center of the lake, he stopped and sent his voice across the surroundings. "Li Shan, come out." Li Shan immediately broke through the water and rushed upward. He did not dare delay and respectfully asked, "Great King, what are your orders?" Li Wenxin coldly ordered him to immediately gather all the Yao Kings and the remaining forces at the bottom of the lake, preparing them for action.